The Divine Hunter 251 to 300. The young Witcher smashed something, and a cloud of smoke infused with black sand surrounded the ladies nearest to him. The Wispess and the Brewess screeched in agony. They were about to turn into crows and flee, but their bodies flickered. Green arcs of electricity burned them. The dimeritium bomb turned the space around them into a vacuum of mana, stopping them from casting any spells. The ladies tried to retreat at the first sign of trouble. Kaer ran in the opposite direction, while the witches gave chase to the monsters. They were more agile and faster than the monster. The witches closed the gap immediately and surrounded the fat Brewess. Their blades glinted under the sunlight. The witches swung them at the monster, and the air buzzed from the attacks alone. The Brewess was overwhelmed by the blades and magical attacks, but just like a roly-poly, she remained upright no matter how many attacks landed on her. She was slashed at least 20 times in mere moments. Most monsters, including higher vampires, would have been bleeding from 20 wounds at this point, but the Brewess was more durable than the witches had expected. Her humble clothing and cage that covered her head was sturdier than chain mails. It protected her vitals firmly. Her motley, flabby flesh provided another layer of protection. It felt like hitting a leather pouch with a stick. The fat in her body wobbled and reduced the impact of the attack every time it hit. The double protection nullified the witch's blades. All they managed to do was break her skin a little. The wound did not bleed. Instead, a white, translucent liquid seeped through. It was like they just hit a moving corpse instead of a living being. Fortunately, their relic oil worked on the Brewess. She screeched from the burning sensation, and she could not even mount any resistance. They could have killed her if they just had time, but the Brewess sisters would not give them that luxury. Weavess had been hiding behind and chanting curses all this time. She grasped the air, and a stretch of thread darted out of her blood-stained sleeve. It grew from a thin thread into a thick rope in just a moment. The rope flew at the witches. Roy felt a gust of wind coming from behind. He spun and turned his blade around, slashing upward and cutting the rope in two. That did not stop the rope, however. They kept flailing around like eels and harassed Roy's companions. It broke their tempo, and the Brewess could catch a break. She stomped her feet, and much to the witch's horror, the monster leapt up into the sky like she weighed nothing. The Brewess fell like a meteor, and the ground rumbled. A great cloud of dust flew into the air, creating a mushroom. A great shockwave swept from where the Brewess landed, pushing the witches away. She took the chance to escape the dimeritium mist and regrouped with her sisters. The monster held her knees and huffed. The Brewess touched the wound on her belly. She bent over and spread her arms like they were wings. That was not wise. She yelled, "Foolish witches! You shall pay for your transgression with death." The Weavess grasped the air again, and something popped. A yellow light descended on them, and another giant appeared between the witches and the monsters. "My masters." The giant held its crimson belly with one hand and caressed its short, stubby horns. It bowed at the ladies, although barely, and it glared at the witches. "I will crush these bandits," and a crossbow bolt hit its chest before it could finish. Blood spurted, and focus froze. Another bolt flew toward its eye, but it smacked it away. "I will cook you and devour your flesh. Witcher, I'd like to see you try, fool." Roy uncorked a swallow with his teeth and downed it. Veins popped on his face, and he beckoned at the demon. "You like slumber? I'll grant you an eternal one." "Shut up." Focus started toward Roy. The demon was like a moving castle, and Roy escaped right away. The other witches split up and fought their own adversaries. Orcs and Serit fought the Brewess. Felix took on the Wispess, while Letho pointed his blade at the Weavess, stopping her from casting any more spells. Blades clashed against invisible shockwaves, and the light of signs crashed into the darkness of the monster's spells. The ground rumbled with every step Focus took. The demon was heavy and deadly, but its stubby legs slowed it down. It was only slightly faster than a regular human, and the Witcher was far faster than it could ever be. Roy was running as fast as a cheetah, and that was him controlling his speed. He made Focus think he was only an arm's reach away and managed to lead him away from the battlefield. The young Witcher downed another decoction on the way, and this time, it was Thunderbolt. Black veins started popping on his face this time. When he felt Focus breathing down his back, The young witcher rolled around to stop his momentum. He knelt on one knee to store his strength for a moment. Roy pushed into the ground and tensed up for a moment. Then he performed a somersault and jumped over Focus, landing on its head. Where'd he go? The giant was slow on the uptake. The witch's disappearance stunned it. It looked around dumbly and scratched his stomach, but then realization struck him. Roy cast fear, and countless tentacles wrapped the demon up. The young witcher's eyes turned crimson. He unsheathed Aerondight and held its hilt tightly. The witcher pointed the other end of the blade at Focus' head, and he stabbed downward. The demon's skull was harder than metal. Even Aerondight only managed to cut through its scalp. The skull deflected it, and it slid into Focus' neck. The blade drew a gash, and the demon's brownish-yellow blood spurted. Focus howled in agony. It swung its neck around, trying to shake the witcher off. The young witcher curled up in the air and spread his limbs. He eased up and landed in silence only to step back in right away. The witcher thrusted his blade at Focus' waist. The moment the blade connected, Focus blocked it with his other hand. The reflected damage almost made Roy lose his blade. A ball of flame appeared in its hands. But Roy did not hear any chants, nor did he see any movements. It was brighter than the sun, and the ball of flame was getting bigger. Damn it! Roy scrambled to dodge sideways, and not a moment too soon. He felt a great wave of heat and wind zip past him. He held his hand up to his face and gasped. His hair had turned to ash, and his sideburn was gone. The fire would have burned all his hair off if Focus had aimed just a little bit higher. Faster, Witcher! I don't want you to get caught in the flames. It ruins your taste. Focus held the gash on his nape. He was grinning in pain, but he sent another fireball flying at the Witcher again. Very well. Roy leapt out of the way, barely keeping the other side of his hair. He changed his tactics and started circling the demon, attacking its legs every chance he got. He was like an agile mouse playing with a big, fat cat. The demon was a lot slower than the Witcher. It clumsily turned around, but still it failed to catch the Witcher. Instead, it sustained more injuries at its ankles. The demon stopped moving in the end. It leapt up into the air and landed like a meteor. The shockwave made the Witcher wobble and lose his balance. It opened its maw and shot out a stream of fire. Roy dodged it a moment too late, and the flames licked the back of his left hand. The smell of burning flesh wafted in the air, while burns and blisters popped on his hand. Poison seeped into his skin, and it numbed him, slowing him down. Still, he managed to find an opening. Focus could not move when it was spewing that stream of fire. It was nothing but a big, fat target. Roy ignored his pain and cast Odysee. The green inverted triangle crashed into the demon's mind. It erased everything in the demon's head, and Focus froze. Roy attacked it 3 times at once. He swung his blade from left to right, blinding Focus in both eyes. He then made a deep cut on its neck, and Focus blood splattered the Witcher's face. Finally, he sliced the demon's belly open with his full might, revealing its innards. Roy was exhausted after that. Focus had broken free of Odysee, and it furiously punched Roy in the gut. The young Witcher's shield broke into pieces, and he flew into the distance like a ragdoll. The demon wished to give chase and pulverize its enemy before it lost all its blood, but all it could see was darkness. It lost its sight, and it could not rely on its sense of smell or hearing to find the Witcher. Focus could feel its warmth leaving rapidly, taking its strength away. For the first time in eons, it felt fear. No, the great Focus shall not fall to an insect. Focus roared manically. It rolled its mangled eyes while holding the gash on its neck and pushing its innards back inside. You sly little bastard, the demon huffed. Get back here and fight, you filthy coward. Focus was hunching more and more. It was drudging along, stopping for a moment with every step it took. The demon left a trail of blood and smoke in its wake, but its wounds were starting to heal and stop bleeding. Roy held Aerondight's hilt and held himself up with difficulty. He spat out blood and cast Activate. The young Witcher could feel a cold sensation sweeping across his wounds, and his abysmally low HP and mana were replenished. The young Witcher held his breath in and grasped the air. Gabriel appeared in his hand. He fired a shot at the demon, and Roy teleported. Aerondight appeared out of thin air, the Witcher holding it. Roy plunged the blade into the demon's throat, and blood flew everywhere. He could smell the stench of sulfur and smoke as the blood burned through the ground. The young witch rolled on the ground, dodging the demon's swirling arms. He went around, knelt down, and cast another sign. The air itself burst, and Ard hit the demon squarely in the back. Caught by surprise, Focus lost its bearings and staggered forward. He fell with a loud thud. The ground rumbled, and dust covered half the battlefield. The gigantic momentum from its fall pushed Aerondyte deeper into its throat, slicing its spine apart. The demon lolled its head, and its limbs spasmed as it entered its death throes. Roy pushed into the ground with his feet and leapt into the air, not unlike a big cat pouncing at its prey. His blade glinted under the sunlight, and Guaihu sliced through the demon from top to bottom. Focus skilled EXP plus 200. The young witcher rolled away. Sulfur flowed from the demon's corpse, and silence hung in the air. Roy sat down, huffing and puffing. His face was still filled with dark veins, and he winced from the pain. It felt like his bones were crushed, and his liver felt like it was in chunks. Reality was cruel. That punch from Focus reduced his HP to 20%, critically hurting him. He would have never gotten back up without that activate. That guy was like a retired boxer, but more demon-like. The young witcher spat out more blood. His body felt like it would fall apart. Every cell and every bone was screaming, especially the right side of his torso near the liver. His broken rib was pointing downward, and waves of pain swept past him, spreading to his fingers and toes. It took him back to the days of his trial. The pain made him curl up like a cooked lobster. He spasmed, and sweat drenched him. The agony was too much for him to bear, and the sunlight did not help. He was starting to lose consciousness, his eyes becoming unfocused. He wobbled, and an alluring voice in his mind said, "Sleep. Just sleep. I'm tired. I want to sleep." His ears started to buzz, and he was seeing doubles. The young witcher would fall into a deep sleep if he was not careful. He shook his head and muttered, I can't sleep yet. They need my help." He bit his tongue. The pain and taste of blood made him open his eyes and refocus. All of a sudden, he saw a familiar face staring at him. "Wilt, I thought I told you to run. Why'd you come back?" The brown horse licked the witcher's cheek. Then it bent down and knelt. "You're a brave, lovely horse." Roy held its neck with difficulty and mounted the horse. Carl was on horseback as well, and Griffin the cat was behind him. They were looking at the young witcher with concern. "Hey, are you all right, Roy?" "Don't worry." "Still alive," Roy answered weakly, lying on Wilt's back. Griffin came over and licked his right hand. It was burned. The cool sensation of its drool helped with the pain. He took a marigold potion and a spirit potion from his inventory and gulped them down. It helped a lot with his wounds. It was the perfect moment to down a swallow and speed up his recovery, but he had used Thunderbolt and Petrie's filter before this. He could not take a third decoction with how he was at the moment, or the decoction would hurt him more than it could heal. "There, Wilt." Roy patted Wilt's neck and looked at the faraway battlefield. "Find some cover, and don't get too close. I don't want the crones to notice." The witches and the crones were engaged in a heated battle. The brewess whipped out an enormous ladle made out of black metal after she escaped the dimeritium mist. She held it with both hands, swinging it like it was a two-handed hammer or battle axe. She held the handle and put her weight into her right feet, pirouetting like an athlete who was about to toss a disc. The 60-feet-long ladle flew through the air like a meteorite, drawing a beautiful arc. The air itself howled, while grass and dust flew into the air. The space around the ladle was filled with the power of death and destruction. Roy was peeping from far, far away, and even still, he could feel the power behind this attack. Nobody could take it head-on. It could smash even metal into pieces, let alone humans. Orcs and Serit were dealing with her. They were experienced hunters and the school's elite. Over their years of working as witches, they had killed wyverns, griffins, and countless giants before. Their teamwork was immaculate, and their experience helped them greatly in battle. They could go toe-to-toe with the brewess. Their incredible instincts helped them dodge the brewess' hurricane of death, and they danced on its edges. They were waiting for an opening most of the time. Impatience was their greatest enemy after all. Most attacks would always slow down, and they could land a hit of their own. Swinging a giant ladle was exhausting. The brewess would stop and catch her breath every 2 to 3 spins, and that was the perfect chance to attack. They moved in swiftly, swinging their blades that were covered in oils and poison. Just like vipers, they lashed out at the brewess and injected their venom into her every time they attacked. The brewess tried to fight back, but the brothers had already retreated by then. They would switch positions and go on with the assault. The brothers were patient and meticulous. They were waiting for the time when their venom would tip the brewess over. The brewess was already covered in wounds, and her strength was leaving her. Her clothes were in tatters, and her disgusting flesh was revealed. Her cage of a helmet was broken as well, revealing a single, fleshy lump of an eye. She huffed and puffed, swinging her ladle to push the witches away. The monster produced a reddish-brown bottle. She uncorked it and tried to down the potion, but then a crossbow bolt arced through the air and pierced the bottle. The potion splattered everywhere, and a bloated eyeball fell out. Who dares? The brewess was enraged, but Hawks and Serit were already trying to attack again, and she had to defend herself. Roy hid behind the bush again. His arm went limp, and he gasped in pain. The brewess name told of her power. She owned a cauldron in Bald Mountain, and her specialty was turning sacrifices into potions. Most of those potions were soups infused with human flesh. If she drank her potions, it would grant her all sorts of powers, and Roy would not allow that. The brewess lost her strength and chance to counterattack without her potion, and the scales were tipped in the witch's favor. Felix, however, was not as lucky. He was fighting the Wispess not far behind the brothers. Like usual, his swordsmanship was precise and powerful. He circled the Wispess, pointing his blade at her vitals. He was fast enough to leave after images in the air. It was like Felix was attacking from multiple spots at once. Unlike her sister, the Wispess was not as durable, nor was she good at close-quarter combat. However, she possessed a strange ability. She would mutter under her breath between moments of lull. It was some kind of weird, insane murmur. The whispers were like an invisible hand, slowly gnawing away at the witch's mind. Something bizarre would then happen. There were a few times where Felix would stop attacking right when he was about to hit. The witcher would then ease up and space out, as if his mind were caught in quicksand. The Wispess would then turn into a puddle of mud and seep into the earth. One moment later, she would pop up right beside Felix and claw at his torso. When the pain finally snapped Felix out of his trance, the Wispess would have been long gone. The Wispess would have disemboweled him if it were not for Kaer. Even so, he was covered in blood. The injuries were slowing his reaction speed. The Wispess was not faring too well either. A part of her arms and calves were missing, revealing the bones beneath. Her silk mask was torn, revealing her disfigured features. Her skin looked like chicken skin. The Wispess fingers were trembling as well, and the speed of her chants had slowed to a crawl. The battle could go to any fighter. One slip-up was all it needed to decide the outcome. Letho was facing Weaves by himself as well. He was holding the Viper School's silver and steel weapon. The look on his face was grim, but his head was shining as brightly as usual. His muscles were taut, and he charged ahead, spiraling around like a killing machine. The air was filled with colorful tapestry. They circled the Witcher like a wheel, blocking his sight and absorbing his attacks. They were trying to trap him. The Weavess was the youngest of the trio. Unlike her sisters, she had no desire for flesh, nor did she like to collect anyone's ears. She loved making tapestries out of the hair given by the villagers, including the hair of the children during the hair trimming ceremony. She spent all her time making tapestries. She filled them with her mana, and they eventually turned sentient. They defended her against all enemies, as if they were her children. The Weavess was the only one who was unhurt. She had a dark smirk on her face, and it looked like she was making a fur ball. At the same time, tapestries kept flying out of her sleeves, as if they were infinite. The tapestries could not deal as much damage as the Brewess ladles or the Wispess claws, but they were more durable than either of them. The Weavess had created tapestries for hundreds of years, and they seemed endless. She was planning to go into a war of attrition and exhaust the Witcher. Letho tried everything. He tried slicing the tapestries and burning them with Agni, but they just kept coming. In fact, they were closing in on him. as if they were a boa constrictor trying to trap its prey. Damn it. Letho cut another tapestry in half again. He was starting to sweat. Things were not looking too good. If he lost all his strength, the weavers could kill him easily. However, a sudden scream of agony caught everyone's attention. Roy's eyes widened in delight, and he smiled. Orcs and Seret finally cut off the brewer's arm, and its hand was still holding the ladle. The brothers did not stop attacking. Even then, they stabbed her belly and sliced upward, drawing 2 more gashes on the monster. Her innards spilled, and she fell backward. She was almost dead, and part of it was thanks to Roy firing bolt after bolt at her. The sight of her dying sister made the whispers screech. Her eerie whispers turned into shouts, and they swept through the battlefield. The witches felt as if their minds and ears were being sliced. They covered their ears, their faces contorted in agony. The witches wobbled, and the weavers took this chance to sweep the brewess away. She looked like she wanted to keep fighting, but in the end, she sighed. They could deal with the witches easily if they were Invillain. That was their turf. Alas, they were not Invillain. They were not gods on this battlefield. I will not forget this, witches, the weavers hissed. She and her sister turned into crows and flew into the air, taking their dying sister along with them. You will pay for what you have done the next time we meet. Her message faded in the air. What was left on the battlefield was a broken arm and some wounded witches. It was a midsummer's night. Stars twinkled in the heavens like gemstones that glinted under the sun. Silvery moonlight showered the land, and the night breeze murmured to the prairie. Cicadas chirped in the trees, and toads croaked in the fields. Sometimes pairs of green eyes would open in the darkness and dart across the plains. MMPH. You're awake, I see. How long was I out? Letho. Roy struggled to get up. He was on a makeshift bed made out of some hay, and a bonfire crackled beside him. His armor was taken off, and the right side of his chest was covered in bandages. Letho was right beside him, tossing firewood into the bonfire. Orcs, Seret, Felix, and Cal were lying across from them. About 10 hours. It's almost daybreak. Letho took a rabbit's leg that was grilled to golden brown and handed it to Roy. The aroma of meat wafted in the air. Eat? You need a lot of food to heal up. Is it that bad? Roy tried to turn his waist and neck, but it tore on his wounds, and a wave of pain crashed over him. He checked his character sheet. His HP had gone up to 40%, but the heavily injured debuff was still there. Broke a rib, but your organs are intact. Didn't get displaced either. You were lucky. And we treated your wounds while you were out. You probably have to rest up for a month, so stay put. Don't do anything that'll drain you. And that includes your swordsmanship training. A month? Roy bit into the rabbit's leg, but he looked frustrated. I'll get rusty if I don't train for a whole month. Roy looked at the character sheet. He was really close to leveling up. He thought he could use Griffin to kill more animals and gain enough experience to level up. That way, he could use full recovery to heal. Stop complaining, kid. Any other guy would have to rest for 3 months. And it's not easy surviving a dangerous battle like that. Letho arched his eyebrow. You have to get used to this. Roy touched the burn marks on his left hand, and he lost his appetite. You can do some training if you're bored, but nothing physical. Analyze the battle. Think about the mistakes you made and try to not make the same mistake in the next battle. Fine-tuning your battle sense is more important than the battle itself, to an extent. Letho looked at the blazing bonfire. It's not fun, but it helps with survival. Roy nodded. You probably can learn a lot from your battle with that red giant. Roy licked the grease off his hand like a cat and cheered himself up. Of course. I mean, what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Roy and Letho's conversation woke everyone else up. So, does it still hurt, Roy? Orcs plopped down beside Roy and wagged his wineskin. Wanna have a drink and clear your head? He smiled. I'm fine. I just can't move too much for a while. Roy sniffed Orc's liquor and rolled his eyes. You can keep your liquor to yourself. Are you stupid? Seret snatched the wineskin right away and took a swig. He broke a rib. He can't take any liquor or he'll have to stay out of action for 2 more months. And you still don't get it after all this time? He doesn't like liquor. No, you're stupid. Liquor cleanses the soul and works well as pain relief. Are you my brother or not? Why can't you understand me? and give me back my booze. I'm warning you. Stop. Leave some for me. Seret and Orcs started arguing again, much to everyone's amusement. They also envied the brothers a little. No matter how dangerous the battles were, they could always stay optimistic after that. It was probably some kind of talent. The witches just hoped the brothers could stay so optimistic forever. Orcs and Seret were unhurt, and so was Letho. But they looked exhausted. That was the side effects of their decoction and overexerting themselves. Felix, however, was worse for wear. The Wisp's weird attacks destroyed his armor. He looked even worse than a beggar. Roy could see the layers of bandages under the cracks, and blood was seeping through them. Felix had a lot more endurance than most people though. He looked like the wounds did not even bother him. Felix pushed his sunglasses up to cover the bruise on his face. Then he slowly greased and kept his blade sharp. Carl was crouched beside him like a curious puppy. He stared at his teacher and turned his attention to Roy from time to time. The nightmare of the ladies seemed to have no grip over him anymore. Felix commented nonchalantly, "Well, we made the crones mad. They'll be giving us a really warm welcome the next time we pass Villain." A red, hot welcome. Orcs tossed his wineskin to Felix and grinned. "If you ask me, Vulture, we don't have to worry about those ugly witches. Seret and I almost killed one of them. They're not that scary. The next time we're in Villain, we'll kill them." "Oh, shut it," Seret snapped. "The ladies' power comes from the land of Villain. They'll be severely weakened if they leave their turf. We had an overwhelming advantage during the battle." He fell into a pensive state for a moment. "They couldn't summon the wild hunt in time. That's the biggest threat for us." The Vipers fell into silence. They knew how lethal their nemesis were. A moment later, Roy touched his wound by accident. His face turned red, and he coughed violently. "You're really banged up. Are you sure you can go on? I'm not your regular guy." "I'm not as weak as you think. I can go on horseback," Roy coughed. "Why don't we open a portal?" Orcs winked at Roy. "You're close with Lyta. Why don't you ask her to open a portal when we get to La Valette's turf? I bet she'll be happy to help. We'll leave the training for next time. Coral has work back in Kaer. She doesn't have time to come over." Roy shook his head. "I'd rather not disturb her over something like this." He cocked his eyebrow. "And I'm not the only one who's friends with a sorceress. Why don't you guys ask Era for help? I'm sure she'll be happy to lend a hand." Orcs smiled sheepishly. "It was just a fling. We just needed comfort. Besides, she's probably busy with things back in Temeria." Everyone shut up about the sorceresses. Letho looked at Felix and Kyle. "You see how it is, Vulture. Roy's hurt. We might stay around at La Valette's turf for a while. At least until he's all better. If you need to leave, I need to rest up for a bit as well." Felix took his sunglasses off and looked at the Vipers. He downed Orc's liquor and shrugged. "And we promised we'd travel to Novgorod together. Carl needs your pointers too." The witches exchanged smiles. The deadly battle earlier closed the gap between the Vipers and cats. "Before we meditate, I think we should first check our loot." Letho laid out a pile of items beside the bonfire. There was a mutagen the size of a fist, a sharp pair of black, curled horns, and a cleaned, gigantic heart filled with mana. Roy got these from the fallen demon, Fergus. There was also a three-fingered arm covered in sickly patches, engorged flesh, and regenerative tissues, an enormous black ladle that measured over 8 feet and weighed more than 100 pounds. The veteran witches got these from the brewers. Finally, 3 acorns that gleamed pink and golden sat beside the bonfire. The witches took these from Arendelle, the oak tree on Bald Mountain. "Pick 2, Vulture," Letho said generously. The other Vipers nodded as well. If it was in the past, Roy would be managing all the loot, but they couldn't do that now that Felix and Carl were here. Felix might feel insulted if they took all the loot. It would be more trouble than it was worth to make an enemy out of another witcher. Carl will need the mutagen after he becomes a witcher. You can take it if you want. The demon horns are perfect crafting components. Berengar would love them. I think we can sell the heart to a sorcerer. I have no idea what this arm does. Roy cast Observe on it, but all he saw was an unknown item brimming with mana. He turned around and met Cal, who was staring at him curiously. Roy smiled. I have no idea what this does either. The sorcerers or scholars probably do, but I don't think you guys are going to need this. He brushed his hand across the ladle. It felt cool to the touch. It's a sturdy weapon. Maybe we can melt this down into crafting components. But it'll be a hassle to bring it with us. Everyone turned their attention to the acorns. Kungaran's message still rang in the witches' minds. The golden acorns can strengthen your body and extend your lifespan. Kaer was staring at the acorns. He could feel something stirring in him, and the boy licked his lips. Does it smell good? You want the acorn? Felix patted the boy's head. Kaer was weak and scrawny. If the acorn could strengthen his body, it would help a lot with the trial. Yeah. Kaer looked expectant, but when he noticed the witches staring at him, he looked down sheepishly. Felix, Kaer, I'm more than happy to give you the acorns, but I have to tell you that you can't eat them just like that. Roy raised an acorn up. It gleamed even brighter with the fire shining on it. This was Roy's first time coming in contact with this thing. The core did not tell us everything. The golden acorn can strengthen Kaer's body and help him with the trial, but not without a price. Roy paused for a moment. He cast Observe on the acorn. Forgotten acorn. Beach family, oak. Age, 204 years old. Place of origin, Odysee urban, top of Bald Mountain, Holyoke Arendelle. Effect, the fruit can heal major injuries swiftly and adds 3 to 5 points in constitution on consumption. Warning, the golden acorn has absorbed part of the corrupted oak's poison. Consuming the acorn will damage the brain to an extent. Anyone with a constitution lower than 20 will lose a large part of their memories if they consume this. Anyone with a constitution higher than 25 will be immune to the poison. Anyone with a constitution higher than 30 will not be affected by the acorn. Roy fell into his own thoughts. I can't even see Letho and the guy's constitution. I can't let them eat this. It'd be bad if they lost their memories. As for me, I know full recovery can restore my memories, but I can't do that if I forget about the character sheet. After a lot of deliberation, Roy decided to keep this acorn as his trump card. He could use it to heal himself if or when he would be lethally injured. And I'll have to keep this until my constitution is 25 and above. I wanna maximize its effect. What kind of price? Remember the legend we heard? Roy said, every year, the ladies would invite 3 young men and women to spend a night with them during the banquet. Every year, they would return the next day with their memories wiped clean. They would forget even their names and start life anew. So you're saying? The witches were surprised. Yes, they probably had this acorn, but these acorns we have are a lot older than the ones they had. And how'd you know that, kid? Sarit was curious. You haven't had one before. Well, that was just my deduction. Roy sighed. But I just know the price is steep. Eventually, Felix decided to take one of the forgotten acorns for Cal, but he seemed to have another plan of his own. He was not in a hurry to have the boy consume it. He declined the Viper's offer to take another item, so Roy tucked everything into his inventory space. It was now 4 cubic meters after that upgrade. Roy filled it with necessities, herbs, cleaned monster organs, crossbow bolts, and miscellaneous items. Even so, he still had some space to stuff things. So what are you going to do with that bloodstone? Letho was talking about the stone Kungaran was trapped in. Roy held it in his hand. I thought I told you, Kungaran calls herself a druid, so I'll hand her to an actual druid. Nature's children will find a way to save her. Roy answered. Most druids follow the rules of nature. They live in seclusion and protect endangered animals and plants. Nobody knows where they are. Are you sure you can find them? The controller of weather and plants were as rare as witches. I know one. I'll find the time to give him this stone. Who are you talking about? Roy smiled mysteriously. Remember Geralt, the white-haired guy who promised to meet us in Novgorod? Letho rubbed his head. He had only seen Geralt once. It was back then Roy talked about the Brotherhood of Witches. Yes, I got to know a druid thanks to him. It was back at Brokeland's border. Mousesack, was Geralt's old friend. He was also the consultant for Sintra and Skellige. Mousesack went to Brokeland for Ciri under Caland's orders. It was there he ran into Roy and Geralt, who was escorting Ciri. Thanks to that, Roy got to know this old druid. Mousesack was the elder of Skellige's circle of druids. He was powerful and knowledgeable, but most importantly, he was a kind pacifist. He would help everyone in the world if he could. Roy thought they could make a lot of money if they gave the acorn to him. The witches talked about their itinerary for a while and went to meditate. The skies were overcast the next few days. Dark clouds hung overhead, and the air itself felt wet. They went on slowly, since they had to take care of Roy. Still, they managed to reach La Valette's land by the third day's noon, a place located in the borders of Redania and Temeria. End of arc. It was morning, but the skies were still dark and overcast. The air itself hung heavy. The witches were going slow because of Roy's injuries, but they managed to arrive at La Valette's land by noon. Roy did not waste his days doing nothing. His ribs were still hurting, and he could not do anything strenuous, so he spent his time honing his archery skills. He whipped out the archery tips and tricks Reagan gave him back at Mount Carbon and read through them. Thanks to his unrelenting training over the past year, crossbow mastery finally leveled up, becoming the second skill to reach level 2 after alchemy, and the first skill to do that through pure, hard work. Crossbow mastery level 2, after countless shots, you have deepened your mastery over hand crossbows and crossbows. Your accuracy, effective range, and armor penetration will be increased by 5–10% when you use crossbows. You may cast this as a spell and double the effects, but you will spend double the stamina for every shot as well. Your movement speed will be reduced by half. This buff lasts for at least 30 seconds. Roy was lying on his horse's back, spacing out at the horizon beyond. A smile was curling his lips. Crossbows were an important part of his arsenal. Blink and guided arrows' strength were proportional to his crossbow mastery's level. The higher its level, the more powerful Roy was. Leveling up through hard work was different from leveling up through skill points. Every step was laden with sweat and blood. He felt more satisfaction from it. I guess the next one to level up is probably one-handed mastery. The land of La Valette was the La Valette's fief in Temeria. It was in the northern part of the kingdom and the southern coast of Posada. A white bridge sat right beside it, and Redania was right across that bridge. It was faster and more convenient than traveling with a dilapidated and dangerous boat. The La Valettes ran this land for generations, controlling the trade and river routes around the area. Thanks to the family's continuous expansion, the fief was Temeria's largest and sturdiest line of defense in the north. Have you ever been to La Valette's town area? Felix rode on the uneven, muddy path, staring far ahead of him. A quaint village and lively fields unfurled before him. Peas, lettuce, gourds, onions, and tomatoes were growing aplenty in the fields. Unlike Villain, the farmers of La Valette grew enough crops to sustain themselves even without the acorn oil. Letho shook his head. What's different about it? I used to think Vizima was the best Temeria had to offer, until I paid a visit to La Valette's castle. The palace, or fortress, whichever you like, is as big as any capital in the north. Felix shook his head, but words aren't enough. You'll get what I mean once you see the fortress. The witches picked up the pace, and a rainstorm fell a while later. There was an inn in a nearby village called Henhouse. The wooden door screeched open, and 5 drenched witches came inside. They took up the seats before the counter. Letho was the one in the leftmost spot. Orcs sat on his right, followed by Seret, Felix, and Roy. Carl took up the rightmost spot. They sat in descending order of height, looking like a mountain range from the back. It was weirdly aesthetic. 5 Vizima stouts. Letho knocked on the table and looked around. This is a henhouse all right. Cooped, narrow, dark, wet, and dirty. It's a chicken coop, just bigger. There were about 10 customers having lunch in the corner. A part of them were local peasants, while some were merchants and travelers who just came to the city. The witches gained everyone's attention the moment they came in. Not everyone had the air of a hunter and walked around with 2 swords. The sounds of conversation died down. The witches felt the patron's gaze, but only for a moment. Still, they were sharp enough to notice that one of the patrons had disgust in his gaze. He disliked the witches. Gods, this is impossible. These abominations are working in groups now, and they even have a boy with them. Poor family must be crying over their missing kid. And he's so frail. These bastards must have been torturing him. The witches heard the pudgy man's mutterings, but they stayed calm and ignored them. They were used to this. Most people disliked them, but they had no time to deal with the public's opinion. "What else do you need?" The innkeeper poured the drinks and looked at the grandfather clock in the corner. It was pointing at 12. "Lunchtime." "6 grilled fish and some smoked pork," Letho said. "And an apple juice," Roy added. "I'm not in the mood for any alcohol, including beer." "Well, I still ain't gonna waste this." Orcs pushed the mug of stout to the right, and it stopped right in front of Kyle. The big, cylindrical mug was filled with dark, foamy beer, and the scent of malt wafted in the air. Kyle took a whiff of it and squinted. The boy seemed to be getting tipsy. The 2-pint mug was bigger than his head. "'Tis your first time having lunch with us. It's a formality, a tradition of sorts. Finish that mug of stout, and we'll be brothers." Serit did not smack Hawk's head this time. Instead, he looked at Kyle quietly. Kyle gulped and looked to his mentor for help. Felix took his sunglasses off and shot Hawks an icy look. "Are you trying to intimidate the boy, Hawks? Don't take this the wrong way," Hawks said immediately. "I'm just trying to help. He can pass the trial easier if he builds up tolerance to alcohol. You know that potion is a lot more awful than stout. And he's already 8, isn't he?" "A boy should have his beer." Hawks thumped his chest. "I think I had my first beer back when I was 4, or was it 5? Yeah, right. You're just getting back at me. You lost to me last time, but you didn't want to fight me, so you pushed Carl into this," Felix retorted. "Just come at me. I told you I can take a few wallops." "I've been waiting for that." Orcs smirked arrogantly. "We're in an inn, so this time, we'll drink until we drop. First one to pass out loses." He raised his big mug at Felix. "I was going to hold back, Orcs. You lost to me in a battle of swords, and now you'll lose this drinking contest too." The witch's eyes met, and sparks flew in the air. Roy covered his face and sighed. He patted Carl's head and shared some apple juice with him. "They can have their stupid drinking contest. We're fine with just the juice. You're a decent cook, innkeeper." Roy chewed the smoked pork. The tinge of heat and spice tingled his taste buds. He'd never experienced such a taste before. The young witcher squinted, and as the dim light of the inn shone on the innkeeper, he started becoming blurry and spindly. But when Roy refocused, the innkeeper returned to his normal, overweight self. "Thanks." The innkeeper rubbed his beer gut. "I don't mean to brag, but my special smoked pork brings all the customers back. Aside from my drinks, of course. Some of them even come all the way from another kingdom just to get my smoked pork." "Yeah, you don't get to taste this everywhere. It hooks people in, and me included." Barton's grin widened, and he felt like chatting. "You gentlemen look like mercenaries. Are you mercenaries?" "Mercenaries?" Roy shook his head and took out his pendant to show Barton. "We're witches from the Viper School. One of us is from the Cat School." "Witches, tramps and nomads without a place to call home. Master hunters who vanquish monsters." Barton said a line that sounded like an opera, and he even warmed up a bit more. "Aren't you scared?" "Oh, there's nothing to fear from witches. Can't say the same for humans." The look in Barton's eyes turned a lot more mysterious. "I've been running this place for more than 10 years. Seen a lot of customers in my life. I know witches abide by the rules more than I can say for most people I've seen. They say witches are bloodthirsty killers and child abductors, but I say it's horseshit. Some people I've seen can pass for regular civilians, but the things they do, it makes your blood run cold." Roy gazed at the innkeeper. He did not expect someone in a rural area to see through the lies. The young witcher thought this man just became a lot more agreeable. "Speaking of which, La Valette's turf is a good place for you gentlemen. The city's filled with all kinds of people, and where there's people, there's always problems, and where there's problems, there's always a mountain of requests waiting for someone to take." "Oh, we're not here to take any requests." Roy heard someone shout, and he turned around. For some reason, Letho and Serit had also joined the drinking contest. The witches were egging one another on, challenging each other to another drink. Even Carl was not spared. The witches force-fed him a few swigs of stout, and the boy looked red in the face. He was blowing a bubble out of his nose. The patrons were infected by the occasion, and they hyped things up as well. They shouted, drank, and egged each other on to have more drinks. "We're going to stay around the city for a while and head to Redania through the White Bridge," Roy said honestly. He took another bite out of the smoked pork, indulging in its taste. The wound in his ribs even felt a little less painful. "Ah, it's a pity then. The White Bridge is not open for the public right now," Barton said, much to the young witch's dismay. Roy's heart skipped a beat. "What happened? You'll have to find that out yourself, Witcher. I can't talk about my own Baron behind his back. He'll execute me if someone reports this to him." "My lady, my dear," Louisa, one of the patrons, stood on his chair and raised his mug overhead. He swayed around drunkenly. "Am I not good enough for you? Why did you betray me? Why did you have an affair?" The villager's friend stood up as well. He raised his pitch on purpose and lifted his pinky. Apparently he was imitating a woman. "My dear Baron, I know you love me, but you're too old to give me what I want. I wish to be satisfied as a woman, and I'd love to be the queen if I can." "Get out of here." Barton hurled a mug to the ground, sobering the patrons up. "Do you have any idea what you just said? Do you wanna die?" The customers froze for a few moments. When realization struck them, they looked at the other customers in fear and ran from the inn. "Hey, you need to pay for that, you bastard. Darn it, it's on your tab." Barton sighed and turned to the other customers. "Sorry you had to see that. They usually get up to no good when they're drunk." "That was just some nonsense," they said. "Just ignore them." Roy nodded, but he did not take that seriously. He was thinking about the names spoken by the drunk patrons earlier. Louisa and Baron La Valette. They're the current Baron and Baroness. The rainstorm had gone on for a day and night, but it eventually stopped. The sky was an almost translucent azure, and if someone were to look down, they would see a great crowd standing around the looming fortress beside Pontar. Four gigantic, sturdy walls that stood more than 65 feet tall stood on four sides of the castle, and a beautiful city slept within. The line of defense spread out across the east of Temeria, covering nearly a fifth of the kingdom's land. The long shadow of the walls that oversaw Pontar was like a beast hiding in darkness, waiting for the perfect chance to pounce at its prey. The city gates beneath the walls were the beast's maw, devouring the crowd that was pushing through it. A group of elite soldiers in heavy armor stood sentry outside the gates. The La Valette coat of arms were imprinted on their chest. Countless crossbowmen stood atop the walls, glaring sternly at the people who were entering the fortress. The witches allowed the soldiers to check them. Letho tucked their weapons into his ring just so they could pass the check. 4 vipers and a cat with his apprentice. "You came from Vizima?" The young soldier looked at the group of 6, especially at the pendants hanging around their necks. The soldier paused for a moment when he saw the witch's brown horse. The stallion was staring straight into his eyes, as if it knew what the soldier was saying. "This is unprecedented." He felt a chill down his spine. The soldier had seen witches before, but those he saw were lone wolves. This was the first time he saw them moving in a group. 5 witches moving around together. "I've never even heard of that before. They're incredibly adept fighters on their own. 5 of them is a force to be reckoned with. It'll be fine if they don't do anything stupid, but if they were to start something in the city." "And one of them is a cat. Everyone knows cats are mostly madmen. If this guy somehow snaps, I have to stop this disaster before it can even happen." The young soldier was getting goosebumps, and he said sternly, "Tell me your names, ages, and reason and duration of your visit." The scribe behind him was holding his quill tightly, ready to take records. This was the first time the witches ran into the registration process of this level. It was even more of a hassle compared to when they came to Vizima's, but they could understand. La Valette's land was the last line of defense between Redania and Vizima. It was strategically crucial, and they had to be careful of enemy spies. The witches told the soldier about their details, though they had agreed on what to say and what not to say. "We came from Vizima. We're going to stay for half a month and go for some sightseeing. Then we'll be traveling to Novgorod through the White Bridge." "Most of the merchants are heading to the Free City," the soldier said impatiently. "Sorry to say that under the Baron's orders, the White Bridge is closed until further notice. Nobody can pass unless they have a special permit. If you wish to cross the river, you may get a boat in Villan. It's due west." "You just don't want to let us in, do you?" Letho muttered. The young soldier admitted, the city is under martial law by the Baron's orders. We can't allow any suspicious individuals into the city. You'll have to leave. What's taking so long? The merchant behind them complained. If you're not getting in, then get out. You're wasting my time. Roy turned around and shot the overweight merchant to death glare. It shut him up. He then took out a white envelope with golden outlines and handed it to the soldier. You might want to see this letter. It might change your mind. The soldier glanced at the envelope, but when he saw the Temerian lily on it, he froze. When he finished reading the letter, he turned his attitude round. Forgive my ignorance, gentlemen. The soldier forced a smile, fearing for his life. I did not know that Mr. Velerad is your acquaintance. Foltest rewarded the witches with a lot of coins as thanks for their help with Ada's curse. Ada gave them this letter before they left. Visima's mayor wrote it himself, and there was his seal on it too. He gave permission to Roy and his companions to pass through every city in Temeria. As Temeria's senior administrator, Velerad had power. With his letter, the Baron would let the witches pass, so long as they did not toe the line and break the law. Can we get in now? Orcs crossed his arms and smirked. Of course. Ed bowed down and handed the letter back formally. He was just a lowly soldier in a fief. Crossing the mayor of the capital would mean death for him. Speaking of which, the Baron is friends with Mr. Velerad. He'll be more than happy to welcome you. The witches exchanged looks. What about the White Bridge? Can this permit let us pass? Anytime you need. Ed gave the soldier behind him a look, and the crossed halberds blocking the gates parted ways, revealing a path ahead. And another thing. Before they went into the fortress, Roy said, you mentioned that the Baron ordered a lockdown on the White Bridge and declared martial law on the city. Why is that? Ed looked surprised. He hesitated for a while and said, come with me. I'll tell you about it. He led the witches to a corner behind the city gates and explained, Lady Louisa gave birth to the Baron's second daughter about a month ago. It was supposed to be a celebration, but... You mean the old Baron's daughter? Ed nodded and continued. Yes, Baron La Valette, our lord. He's 54 this year and is just blessed with a daughter. A celebration for her birth. He pardoned some of the lesser criminals. He named his daughter Anais La Valette. Ed looked a little happy. He was really delighted for his lord. Roy looked at his face closely. He confirmed that Ed was not mocking the Baron or being sarcastic. It looked like he was sure the girl was the Baron's real daughter. Odd. Roy was a little perplexed. Even a couple of peasants in the inn outside the city know about this scandal. Anais is the product of Maria Luisa and that guy in Temeria. A product of an affair. Why don't the soldiers know? And if things are going the way I think it will, Luisa will bless that guy with a son in a few years. Keep talking. Not long after Lady Anais was born, the Baron's eldest son, Sir Arian, fell sick. It's a weird illness. He's been unconscious for a long time, but he's showing no signs of recovery. Nor is he waking up. The soldier sighed. The Baron looked into this and found out that a performer from another city cast a sleeping curse on Sir Arian. The witch doctors and healers nearby tried their best, but they couldn't do anything about Sir Arian's condition. The Baron declared martial law and locked the White Bridge down for this reason. He wants to capture the culprit and save Sir Arian. Ed gnashed his teeth. He suddenly pointed at the wall of a tower. There was a wanted poster there, and the man on it looked regular. He was covered in a brown headscarf and a white silk robe. His nose was crooked, his lips were thin, and the look on his face was dark. He looked like a man who came from another land. All the people who tried to get in or out would be checked. The soldiers would go so far as to see if they had disguised themselves. The Baron has declared an indefinite lockdown on the White Bridge until the culprit is captured. He'll reward anyone handsomely if they can provide any clues about the culprit, or if they can heal Sir Arian. Since the witches were already going into the city, Ed said, you look mighty, gentlemen. If you're skilled in tracking down a target or lifting curses, you can give this a shot. I don't have time for this. I need to train my apprentice. Felix refused. Hey, we're gonna be here for about half a month for Roy to heal up. Might as well find something to do. Orcs disagreed. Letho stared at the poster and said curiously, hey, he looks oddly familiar. Have we seen him before? Ed's heart skipped a beat. Letho noticed the look Roy was giving him. and he waved the soldier down. "Oh, sorry, wrong person. The eyes and nose look similar to a guy we know though. Nothing else matches him. His mouth's too big, and his eyes are too long. Look closer, gentlemen," Ed suggested. "You can visit the plaza if you're still unsure." The culprit's accomplices are being tortured there. The witches went inside, where the center of La Valette's land was. It was shielded by tall, thick marble walls, and nothing could be seen from the outside. The inside, however, was something else. Calling this place a castle was a severe understatement. To be precise, it was a gigantic family of buildings that was formed after generations of sweat and blood. It was a great place surrounding countless turrets and a main castle measuring more than 65 feet tall. This was an indomitable fortress. The real thing was a lot bigger than the land Roy had in mind. A circle of tall houses made out of stones stuck to the city walls. The roofs were conical and sharp. There were no redundant decorations on the outside. Most of them were grayish-yellow, and they were stark. More importantly, their walls were incredibly sturdy. Roy wondered if they were made out of the same material as the walls. The streets were filled with people and animals pulling heavy cargo. The ground was covered in a layer of pebbles and sand. It was filled with footprints and wheel tracks. The path was uneven, and a roofless carriage stood on the roadside. There was a well in the path's center, and the witches noticed animal droppings and urine sullying the path. The air itself smelled rancid. The city buzzed with life. They could hear men's laughter, women's whispers, and cries of babies. There were also soldiers going around shouting at anyone who stepped out of line. La Valette's fortress was a squalid, chaotic place. Visima's trade quarter was far cleaner and neater than this place, though this city was also filled with life and its own brand of vitality. The witches stared into the distance. There were catapults and blisters atop the side of the wall neighboring Posada. They needed to fend off Redania's threat. The group of witches weaved through the throng and turned a few corners. The city was split into a few regions, and walls stood between each region. There was the living quarter, trade quarter, and the convent in the east, as well as the tower in the north. That was the Baron's abode. They came to a circular plaza about 15 minutes later. The crowd was roaring, and everyone who passed this place stopped to see what the fuss was. They whispered among themselves about what was taking place on the stone stage in the center. Roy looked past the fountain adorned with Creeve's statue. His eyes were set on the 4 stakes on the stage. His heart sank when he saw the criminal tied to the rightmost stake. It was a lady. Her clothes were in tatters, but her curves were perfect, and her ears were pointy. She was injured, but it did not cover up her beauty. The one beside her was a woman with Mohican hair. Her skin was tanned, and her body was muscular. On her left was an ugly, middle-aged man the size of a dwarf. All of them had been whipped and tortured. They were covered in wounds, and they looked exhausted. The criminals were struggling to keep themselves conscious. "I knew we'd seen that guy before." Letho crossed his arms, and realization struck him. "It's the Gwent performer from Sea Scorpion Troop. Amos, right? Yeah, it's them." Roy heaved a sigh. He was reminded of the ex-leader of that troop. He was cursed, and he sacrificed himself to save his children. The criminals tied to the stakes were the other members of that troop: Eveline the Elven Dancer, Cantilla the Zeracanian Blade Master, and Feroz the Joker. The one beside Feroz was supposed to be Collins, the Swallower of Flames. He was nothing but a charred, cold, and grotesque corpse now. The man had been burned to death. Roy took a deep breath. He could feel his ribs starting to hurt, and for some reason, he heard a quiet whisper. Eveline opened her eyes, and they were devoid of anything, but then they met Roy's golden eyes despite him being in the crowd. Eveline thought she saw a pair of beastly eyes. There were a lot of emotions swirling in them, and it pulled her out of the abyss of pain. She was starting to have some hope. The young man in the crowd looked familiar to her. She knew that face, but it was different from what she remembered. For a moment there, she could not recognize him. It had been more than 6 months since she'd last seen Roy. He had not gone through the trial yet. The young witcher had grown a lot since then, and his face and body went through a dramatic transformation. He grew taller, and his features got more chiseled. His skin got softer and leaned towards looking like an elf. He felt more dependable too. Who is he? Eveline frowned. A few men appeared beside the young witcher. When she saw the bald, burly man, she realized who the young witcher was. Letho of the Viper School. So that young man must be his apprentice, Roy, Eveline murmured almost inaudibly. It felt like forever since she saw him. He was that young quarter elf who loved calling her name. He's grown so much. Hey, kid. Letho huddled closer to Roy. So what are you gonna do? Do you want to help? Letho looked at the remaining troop members. He said, Amos did try to sabotage you, and he's annoying, but Eveline was nice to you. She cared about you, and she really wanted you to stay. She took Alan's kids to Melitel's temple. I wonder if they're doing well. Eveline used to shine like a diamond, but now she lost her gleam. She was like an elf who lost all hope for life. Her companions were worse for wear too. Cantilla was a vivacious woman, but she was silent. Feroz looked numb, like he had lost his soul. They were already in a bad situation, but the crowd would toss rotten vegetables and garbage on them, calling them names like sinners, abomination, and witches. Nobody stopped them. They were here for some laughs. How'd this happen? Should I help him? Roy muttered to himself. The criminals here were people he knew. He couldn't stay out of it. I guess I just love to meddle in somebody else's business. You know these sorry sods, Roy? Orcs and Seret looked at them curiously. Technically, they're my friends. Roy pursed his lips. But Eveline's only close to me, not them. I can't possibly ask them for help. Well, what are you waiting for then? You can't stand around while your friend gets burned. Orcs went straight to the stage. Everyone followed him, including Felix. He held Carl's hand, and his eyes gleamed coldly. The Vipers helped him back in Villain. He would repay his debt if they needed it. The soldier's leader who stood in front of the stakes held his whip tightly. He was about to lash at the criminals again, but then he saw 5 men barging onto the stage. His face fell. Wait, who are you people? This is against the rules. I know you're excited, but stand aside. The soldiers around the instructor surrounded the witches and held the hilts of their blades. The crowd wanted things to heat up even more, and they egged the combatants to fight. They would love to see a bloody battle. Calm down, soldier. We're not here for trouble. Orcs frowned and stopped in his tracks. He raised his hands to show that they meant no harm. Can we talk to the criminals for a moment? The instructor scoffed. Who do you think you are? This is an executioner's stage, not an inn or a public bath. You can't talk to the death row inmates just because you want to. Now stop getting in my way and leave. The instructor waved them down impatiently and lashed at the troop members again. The whip cracked and arced through the air like black lightning. Spikes unfurled like legs on a centipede, and the troop members tensed up. They were horrified. Apparently, this whip left an impression. Roy gnashed his teeth. He could imagine how the whip chipped away at the troop members. Mr. Dillon, we can't help the Baron if you won't let us get near. The instructor froze. He was caught by surprise. How do you know my name, young man? That's not important. Roy looked back, and his companions nodded. We need to arrest that criminal who cursed Saerarian, and we have to talk to them. Sorry, I have no confirmation about anyone taking the Baron's request yet. I can't let you go. The instructor stubbornly blocked the young witcher's way. Fine. Then we can see the Baron if you want. Roy stopped for a moment and looked at the soldiers. You can't expect me to escape with the criminals with all these soldiers surrounding me. The instructor froze for a long while, then Roy approached him and produced the white envelope. Dillon's eyes widened, and he slowly made way for Roy. You have a letter from him. Then you may talk to the criminals, but make it quick, and don't do anything stupid. Cross the line and you'll end up in the coroner's office. Witcher. Of course, Roy told his companions. Keep an eye on Wilt for me. I'll be back real soon. The soldiers evacuated the civilians, while Roy came to Eveline alone. The elven lady was tied to the stake by a rough rope. The rope had cut through her flesh and deformed her body a little. Eveline used a smell of fresh flowers, but now she only radiated the stench of blood and sweat. Eveline was wearing a yellow coat, or what was left of it. It was in tatters after she was whipped and tortured. She was barely covered in anything, and her skin was mostly bruised. She was covered in wounds, both old and new. The only place unhurt was her face, but it was covered in dust and grime. Roy looked into her eyes seriously. It must have been hard on you, Eveline. I'll try to save you guys, Roy. I didn't expect to see you here, Eveline said, but her voice was barely a whisper. It was like she had gone for days without food. She looked embarrassed, but also grateful. Cantilla noticed the little commotion, and she turned around, though she was surprised to see Roy. Wait, you're the boy? It hasn't been too long since we last saw you. What happened? I passed the test, so I grew up a little. I don't grow the same as regular humans now, Roy explained. How do you feel? What can I do? Water. That'll be enough, Cantilla requested as she licked her cracked lips. She had been tortured for a while, but the Zeracanian lady was still filled with motivation and desire to live. She had faced down many beasts before. After all, Roy spent some time convincing Dylan to let him get some clean water from the Cree fountain. He surreptitiously poured some marigold potion into the water and fed it to the ladies. Feroz did not react, however. He would open his eyes from time to time and gaze at the charred corpse lovingly. Let Feroz be, Roy, Cantilla sighed. The poor soul needs some peace and quiet. He's been a bit eccentric ever since he watched his lover die. It's been 2 weeks since he last opened his mouth. Roy stared at Feroz. He looked numb, and it upset the young witcher. He used to be prejudiced against couples like Feroz and Collins, but now he had to admit that they did love each other, and it was a deep love. This is unjust. Eveline stared down and sighed. She then turned her sights to the statue on the fountain. Torturing innocent souls in front of the Great Creve? That's a transgression. Roy looked at the ladies closely. Ladies, tell me what happened. Why'd the Baron capture you? Why'd he sentence you to this humiliation? Did Amos really curse Aryan La Valette? Lies, Cantilla growled. Roy, you're a witcher. You're good at investigations and analysis. You met Amos before. Do you think he looks like an evil sorcerer? A sleeping curse? What a joke. The stake was trembling from her struggle. Calm down, Cantilla. I trust you. Of course I do, Roy assured her. Amos could be a scapegoat, but I need more information to make a deduction. Tell me everything you've gone through after coming to this place. I want as many details as possible. Eveline coughed. Damn it. The rope's too tight. I'll loosen it up. Roy tugged on the rope, but Eveline smiled at him weakly. Don't worry, Roy. It's been a month. I'm used to it. I'll tell you what happened. The elven lady looked up into the sky and started talking about their experience. After we went our separate ways in Elender, we went to Vizima, Oxenfurt, Dorndal, and eventually came to La Valette's land. That was 2 months ago. We stayed in the fief and performed for the merchants who traveled through the White Bridge. It was business as usual, and then a big-ticket request came to us. The Baron's butler liked our performance, and he hired us to perform at the castle to celebrate his daughter's birth. Lady Annie Eyes, the daughter of Maria Louisa. Yes, the Baron was blessed with another child at his age. It's a celebration. Eveline smiled, as if reminiscing the event. He invited a lot of guests of prestige to witness that. Everything went perfectly. We put on a nearly perfect performance for the Baron's guests that night. Cantilla added, I promise you, Roy, that was the best show ever since Alan's death. Roy cut the ladies off. Hold up, did you see a man among the guests? About 40 years old, short, reddish-brown hair, and amber-colored eyes. The Baron probably treated him with care too. Did you see anyone like that? If I'm right, Foltest left Vizima about a month ago. He might have traveled to the fief just to see his daughter. Eveline pursed her lips and fell into her thoughts. Then realization struck her. Yes, Roy, I remember now. I did see the man you speak of. He was majestic. The Baron spent most of the time tending to him. He paid more attention to that man than his own family. We thought the man must have been an important official of Temeria. That, or he was royalty. Cantilla nodded, confirming her friend's guess. I pity you, Baron. You're raising someone's kid, and you still don't know it. Roy thought the ladies had no idea that the girl was not the Baron's real daughter. What happened next? It was sudden. There was no warning at all, Eveline recounted. We had a break in the side chamber after the performance. Sir Arian took an interest in Amos' Gwent tricks. He hung around Amos and wanted him to teach a few tricks in private. Lots of guests saw that. And Eveline stopped, fear welling in her eyes. It happened. We heard a servant screaming, and everyone rushed to see what happened. We found Sir Arian in a bedroom, except he was on the floor, and he wasn't moving. Amos was nowhere to be seen. Eveline had a look of confusion on her face. She had no idea where Amos went, even until now. Odd. Roy massaged his forehead. Amos had no reason to attack Arian. All of Sir Arian's valuables went missing. Someone said Amos cast the spell on Arian because greed got the better of him. Cantilla stared at the young witcher and pleaded earnestly, "But we've worked with him for years, and Amos is no fool." "Yes, he likes coins, but he wouldn't do something that stupid. He would never cross a baron. That would be the end of him. The whole of Temeria would try to hunt him down, and this is just too obvious. There's no way someone could hide a crime of this scale." "Yes, he's not a fool," Roy said solemnly, "and he doesn't even know any sleeping curses." Roy had cast Observe on Amos before. He was sure the performer was a regular human. Roy fell into his thoughts and combed out the clues he got. "I think I get the gist of things now. If I'm right, Amos is just a scapegoat. The real culprit is still at large. We'll have to look around the Baron's castle if we want more proof." Roy stopped and looked at the troop members. "I'll talk to Dylan and see if he can let you guys go. We'll head for the castle after that." "What brings you to La Villette, Roy?" Eveline held Roy's shoulders with trembling hands and slowly moved herself with the young witch's help. She tore the wounds on her body with every inch she walked, and she clenched her teeth in pain. "We're on our way to Novgorod, planning on crossing the White Bridge." Roy wrapped his arm around her lower back and held her up. He looked at her closely. The elven dancer was nothing more than skin and bones now, and her chin was unusually sharp. Eveline's wounds were severe. From what Roy read about medicine, the incessant lashings and malnourishment had destroyed her body. Even if the wounds were to heal, she would be left with complications like arthritis. Eveline was oblivious to that for the time being. However, the city in Redania? "I heard that's where the Eternal Fire's headquarters are. They're hostile to non-humans." She was looking at the young witch's ears and hair. Eveline could see that his elven blood had thickened. He was no longer a quarter elf. Roy was slowly turning into a purer blood. Much to her surprise. Atavism, Novgorod, the Free City, to be exact. Roy waved his hand before her and explained, "It might be in Rednia, but ever since the negotiations between a representative of Temeria's previous king and Radovid III, Novgorod has been a free city. It belongs to no kingdom, and everyone's happy about it. As for the Eternal Fire," Roy hissed, "I'll forget they exist if they stay out of my way. But if they don't, my companions and I will teach them a lesson they won't soon forget. The Eternal Fire isn't as tyrannical at the moment. Radovid V the Stern isn't powerful enough to support them yet. You guys have something to do in Novgorod?" Eveline looked around her. A dozen soldiers, Dylan and Letho were following them. Roy convinced Seret, Orcs, and Felix to settle into an inn and keep an eye on the horses. They were on a reconnaissance mission, not a battle. There was no need for a big team. It was the first time Eveline saw 6 witches, apprentice included, going around in a team. "Technically, yes." Roy fell silent. "In the end," he said honestly, "but I'll be seeing my parents as well. It's been more than a year since I saw them. We've been separated ever since I left with Letho. I wonder how they're doing." I thought you said your parents were dead." Eveline stared at Roy unblinkingly. It was just a little white lie. Don't think too much about it." Roy hemmed and hawed, and much to his relief, Cantilla stepped in to change the subject. "Witches have parents too?" Cantilla stubbornly refused Roy's help. She dragged herself ahead despite her wounds. Her beautiful, muscular feet were abraded, as she was walking barefoot. A trail of blood followed her, but she paid it no heed. "Of course." Roy heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "We didn't just appear out of nowhere. You know, you might laugh at me, but..." Cantilla guffawed, but it quickly turned into a wince. She'd pulled her wounds. "I always thought witches came straight from a sorcerer's lab like some sort of emotionless homunculus, but now I see I was dead wrong. Cantilla turned around to look at Letho, then she stared straight at Roy. Most witches look cold and emotionless, but you're actually regular humans inside. You came to our rescue even though you knew the Baron was out for us. You put yourself in harm's way for us. Cantilla patted his shoulder. Thanks, Roy. I just happened to be in town. Roy thought pensively. Never thought I'd hear about you from the soldier. You guys are my friends. I couldn't just do nothing. Everyone fell silent this time. It's harrowing how far the troop has fallen. Eveline had a melancholic look on her face. It's like we lost everything overnight. This happened because Alan died. I'm partly responsible for this, Roy said to himself. If things were to take their own course without any intervention, Eveline would become the Ermine and help Geralt with a heist involving the Posada auction house. Things changed though. If Roy had not arrived in time, everyone in her troop would have died, including her. The Baron's fury would burn her whole future away. Roy had an epiphany. I've changed at least a few people's fates so far. Ada, Ciri, Very Ears of the White Orchard, the Ladies of the Wood, Kungaran, and the Sea Scorpion troop. Roy was reminded of the butterfly effect, and a smidgen of fear tickled him. He would lose the element of surprise in the future if he made one drastic change. No use thinking about that though. Roy took a deep breath and held those thoughts down. He then asked the troop members of their experience over the last few days. Ever since Amos escaped, the Baron took his fury out on the remaining troop members. He locked them in the dungeon and tortured them for answers. He demanded to know where Amos was hiding. I'd love to know where Amos is right now. Adeline craned her neck, tears welling up in her eyes, a frown furrowing her brows. The soldiers tortured us, day in and day out. Whips, hunting knives, and red-hot pokers. Fear filled her eyes. More importantly, these bastards wouldn't even give us anything to eat. Cantilla growled. All we had was a bowl of dirty water and a piece of bread that was as hard as rocks. I couldn't escape, even if I wanted to. Didn't even have any energy. What are you talking about with the women, Witcher? Dylan shot him a look of suspicion. Nothing, Dylan. I'm just trying to know more about the case. Speaking of which, are we getting there yet? Roy noticed that the walls were getting thicker, while the civilians were thinning out. The number of soldiers increased, though. In about 5 minutes, Dylan warned, and don't pull anything funny. He ignored them. Roy did give him some coins. It would be rude if he pushed them too hard. They locked us up for about 2 weeks, but they couldn't get any valuable information out of us. Of course they couldn't. We know nothing about this. The Baron's fury mounted. Eveline lowered her voice to a whisper. So he told his men to parade us on the plaza. The city's people spat at us and hurled every insult in the land at us. It was torture for the soul. Sometimes torturing the mind was worse than physical torture. Roy sighed. What about Collins? Those bastards insulted Feroz, and all he could do was watch. They were horrid, didn't hold back at all. He cursed the Baron in his face, and Collins was burned to death. He was a gentle soul. He shouldn't have met that kind of end. The ladies looked dejected, and they gnashed their teeth. They would have that terrible scene in their minds forever. But they couldn't change a thing. Aristocrats could kill any civilian on their turf easily as long as they wanted to, let alone a crime suspect. Roy had seen power abuse firsthand before. Very Ears of the White Orchard was a prime example. He killed off most of the people in the orchard and still got away with it. The people died for nothing. The lords of the lands controlled the lives of everyone who lived in it, at least in this era. Do you hate him then? Roy whispered. Eveline said nothing, while Cantilla hissed. I feel sorry for the boy, but that's no reason for the Baron to torture us. Flames of fury burned in her eyes. I am a Zerrikanian. We always collect our debts. I will make sure the Baron and that bastard who made Amos his scapegoat pay for what they did. Don't tell anyone about that. Keep quiet and wait for an opening, Roy said seriously. He looked up and saw a great castle looming over him. The castle was taller than the buildings around him, and it even dwarfed the walls. We're here. The chains rattled, and the Witcher followed the soldiers into the castle. The city was filled with squalid paths, haphazard walls, and misshapen houses. But the castle was a different story. It was the definition of luxury. The ceiling was filled with magical crystal lights that illuminated the halls and corridors. Silk curtains filled with intricate embroidery hung from the windows on both sides of the corridor. Expensive antique vases, clean armors, beast specimens, and all sorts of trinkets stood in every corner. The La Valettes had accumulated enough wealth over the generations to rival the collection in Foltest's castle. Roy expected this. Baron La Valette might only be a baron, but his land was crucial to Temeria. Thanks to that, he had more power and soldiers than any other lord in Temeria. Foltest stayed out of La Valette's affair as much as he could, giving them the chance to unite everyone in the surrounding area. It was nigh impossible to interfere with La Valette's rulership. Besides, it would be disastrous if Baron and his forces were to side with Redania if he was pushed too far. The soldiers did not give the witches any time to tour the castle. They were led up a flight of spiral stairs after a thorough body check, while the troop members were taken back into the dungeon. The witches came to the study on the 3rd floor. "Tell me your names, witches." Baron was standing upright before a bookshelf filled with books. His tight top covered with beautiful embroidery and precious gold gleamed under the light, but not even that gleam could hide the look of exhaustion on his face. His back was slightly hunched, and stress lines traveled down both sides of his cheek. The wrinkles on his forehead and eyes were layered, as if they were little mountains. He had neglected to groom himself lately. His stubble and grey hair were glistening with grease. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had not been sleeping well lately. Letho of the Viper School, Roy of the Viper School. The witches looked at the Baron. He was older and smaller than expected, though he still had that same arrogance present in every aristocrat. Every time he looked at them, it was like he was assessing them. He stared at the young witcher and asked raspily, "You are Roy of the Viper School?" There had been a line of people styling themselves as some sort of powerful saviors who claimed they could save his son lately. They turned out to be charlatans in the end, and Baron had enough of this fruitless waiting. "That's me. I think I've heard that name before." He paced around like a cat on hot bricks and slammed his fists together. "Oh, right. An old friend of mine told me about a new play in the capital's opera. It's called Legend of the Sewer Butcher and of Filth. The protagonist is a witcher called Roy." "Is that you?" Roy exchanged a surprised look with Letho. "Well, Aghorn works fast, that's for sure. It's surprising that you'd take an interest in the play, Lord Baron." "Yes, the protagonist is based on me." Baron nodded, and the look in his eyes turned just a bit gentler. He asked, "Did you really wipe Vizama's sewers of all the monsters like the play said, Master Roy?" "That's an exaggeration, but I did kill a lot of monsters," Roy answered humbly for once. "Well, then I hope you're as good a tracker as you're a monster killer," the Baron said. "You know what happened, so I won't waste my time repeating the case. Do please bear in mind that my son has been bedridden for a long time now. He's the heir to this land, but he's dying because he can't even eat. If you're willing to help, then I would like to see Amos within 1 week. As promised, you shall be rewarded handsomely if he lifts the curse from Arian. I swear on the honor of the La Valette family." "Your wife tainted that honor a long time ago," Roy thought. He said, "Pardon me, Baron, but our mission is to save Sir Arian, not catching that circus performer." "What's the difference?" The Baron clenched his fist, displeased about Roy's question. "If you can arrest him, he can lift the curse he cast on my son." "I don't think so, Baron." Roy's eyes glinted. "I've talked to the troop members not too long ago, and judging from what they said, it's obvious that Amos is not the curse giver." "Witcher?" Baron raised his voice. "Someone told me the same thing before, but they failed to prove it." "Nobody can prove that the performer is not behind this. Instead of wasting your time finding this culprit, I suggest you track Amos down and bring him to me." "Have you heard of the name Ignatius Very Ears?" Roy suddenly asked. "The White Orchard's lord?" Baron frowned. He wondered why Roy was bringing up someone irrelevant to the situation. "Yes." Roy stared into his eyes. "Baron Ignatius used to be in your situation as well. Letho and I cracked the case for him and made sure his bloodline got to go on." "Witcher, lying to a lord is a severe crime." Baron put his hands behind his back and pushed his belly forward. He gave the witches a sidelong glance. "And we tolerate no liars. They're either burned or hanged. You can always send someone to Amavet and get the confirmation you need, Roy said confidently. He knew the Baron had no time for that. I'm just saying that you should trust us. Give us time to look into this. The Baron fell silent. He was wavering. Roy kept pushing. Baron, you should have searched everywhere at this point, and nothing happened. Why don't you change your approach? Take it from the top and find out who the hidden culprit really is. What do you have in mind? Witches will be checking the crime scene again. Everyone who worked on the banquet must be present too, Roy said. I'm sure you missed some details. Come with me, please, witches. The sounds of footsteps rang across the castle's hallways. A maid with a generous bosom appeared. She was in a blue blouse and apron with lace. The apron strings were tied in a ribbon behind her back, while her neck and wrists were decorated with floral trinkets. She had a curvy body, and Roy could see it perfectly from where he stood. He was reminded of Lyta. They kept in touch using the telescope even when Roy was traveling the wilds, but it had been a while since they had a date after leaving Vizima. He missed her. Hey, kid. Letho broke his train of thoughts. It's been a month. Can we even find anything? I can't. Roy held his chest. But maybe you can. That was why he wanted Letho to come along. His witcher senses allowed him to see clues most people or even dogs failed to track. They could even see clues dating back a year ago if the scene was remote and untouched. They came to the banquet hall on the second floor. It was the same place the banquet was held a month ago. The bright light shone down on the long, beautiful table in the center of the hall. The chairs were neatly kept, and the dance floor was empty. There was almost not a speck of dust on it. Roy took a quick look at it. Lady Sylvia, you have to clean this place a few times every day, don't you? The servant looked haggard and spaced out. She stared at Roy dumbly for a few moments and answered, Lady Louisa is particular about her home. She demands absolute cleanliness, especially after she gave birth to Lady Anais. The sight of dust alone ruins her appetite, so we clean the dining hall 3 times a day. Once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and once at night. 3 times a day? What is Louisa? A germaphobe? Roy thought. They probably ruined all the clues with all that cleaning. Roy massaged his temples. But I can't expect the Baron to keep his home uncleaned for a whole month. Letho scoffed. He was used to living in the wilds and going for weeks without bathing. Any cleaning work was a waste of time for him. You can't get any work done if you spend all your time cleaning. We'll need a list of the banquet's guests, Sylvia. In the meantime, we'll be searching the hall. Sylvia stared down and hesitated. She then remembered the Baron's orders and left to do her job. The witches exchanged looks and went to opposite ends of the hall. Letho's eyes shone when he activated his witcher senses. It was like a wolf's eyes in the dark. He scanned the hall and saw light, messy footprints on the ground. There were marks of brooms and mops dragging across the floor. The pillars and armrests had the marks of someone pushing down on them as well. Ribbons of varying colors appeared in the air. Letho brushed his hand across the table and chairs, then he approached the ribbons and sniffed them. Let's see what the Baron had yesterday. Apple pie, bread, grilled sausages, côte de blêche, blueberry cod, and smoked pork. The pork smells familiar. Now, where have I smelled this before? Letho tried to recall where he smelled those spices before, and he was reminded of Henhouse's specialty dish. So the Baron is a regular at Barton's Inn, huh? Roy was on the other end of the dining hall. He leaned against a pillar and crossed his arms. The young witcher quietly scanned every corner of the hall, including those where the light did not reach. His eyes gleamed. A long while later, he came to the edge of the window and stuck his head out to look downward. The outer walls of the castle were made of big marble slabs. They were ancient, but the walls were still smooth to the touch. There were no nooks or crannies for anyone to hold on to. About 20 yards underneath them was a man-made ditch that surrounded the castle. The sun shone down on the water, and it gleamed like stars. I bet the servants switched out everything in this room twice at least. Letho came up to Roy. They don't even know how to preserve evidence. There's nothing but yesterday's dinner and today's breakfast's smell, and also their footprints and marks of their cleaning work. He sighed. What about you, kid? Find anything? Roy shook his head. We probably can't find anything here, but I did notice something. I've been keeping an eye on the structure of the castle ever since we came in. I wonder how the culprit managed to sneak in and out. Probably not from the windows. Letho looked down the walls of the castle. Not even a witcher could climb up or down the walls. They'd make a lot of noise if they jumped out the window. The culprit would have fallen into the ditch and alerted the soldiers. There were a dozen fully armed soldiers standing guard outside. From what Roy saw, there were even more soldiers patrolling the first floor of the castle. There were no blind spots at all. The front gates were even more tightly guarded. Nobody could come in without the Baron's invitation. Assuming Amos isn't the culprit, then the real curse giver must be an insider. Either it's the Baron's servants, or one of the guests who went to the banquet. And they know the castle really well too, Roy said. That's why they could get rid of Amos so quickly and quietly. This is the list you requested, witches. Sylvia handed the witches a leather paper with gold edges. Roy scanned through it. There were about 20 names there. Elvis, Austin. There were 24 guests that night, Sylvia explained. 12 of them merchants who reside in the fief, 5 of them the Baron's most trusted men, 6 of them the Baron and the lady's relatives, and the last one. Sylvia huddled closer to the witcher and looked at the first name on the list. Setloff. He's an official from Vizima and one of the Baron's good friends. Roy could smell a nice scent coming from Sylvia. He wondered who Setloff was, and then the corner of his lips twitched. Setloff, huh? Do you know him? Sylvia looked at him curiously. Saw him once. Setloff is a really close friend of the Baron's, Roy said mysteriously. But I digress. Sylvia, the Baron trusts you enough to let you help with this case. Surely you know all of the guests on this list? Sylvia placed her hands on her lower belly and nodded solemnly. How do they get along with Sir Arian then? Letho interrupted. Tell us your judgment. Are any of them distant or hostile to him? Sylvia answered without hesitation. Oh, I can answer that. I've been with him every day since he was born, up until he was 13. A motherly love glinted in her eyes. I promise that Sir Etienne is a brave, kind, and upright young man. He's as brilliant as the sun. He dreams to be a knight, and he's been following their creed too. He's nice to everyone. The guests, everyone in the castle, and the people of La Valette adore him. Nobody hates him. What about the guests' children then? Did they ever get into any conflicts, especially those who his age? Letho kept asking. Sylvia shook her head adamantly. How are you so sure? Letho wondered why she did not even hesitate. Witches. My family has been working for the La Valettes since the time of my grandmother. It's our job to raise the family's children. I raised Sir Arian myself. Ah, so that's why. No wonder Sylvia is so sure about her answers. She probably thinks of Arian as her own. Almost every aristocrat and royal family would hire professional nannies to take care of their newborn. The children's mothers lived their whole lives in luxury. They couldn't take on the roles of a mother. That, and having nannies was a way to flex their wealth. Roy tucked the list away and said, Sylvia, we need to see the side chamber. We need to see where the troops stayed when they were here, and also we have to see the room where Sir Arian disappeared. Let's start with the troops' room. Sylvia nodded, but before she turned around, she pleaded earnestly, witches, please capture the culprit as soon as you can and save Sir Arian. He adores witches. What do you mean? Letho and Roy had weird looks on their faces. As far as they were concerned, it was already a miracle that children of aristocrats didn't look down on them. Adoration was out of the question. Sylvia pursed her lips and walked down memory lane. Sir Arian loved listening to the tales of witches every time he couldn't sleep. He was just a child back then, and I told him all about it. He especially loves the tale of the White Wolf and Renfri, and also her gang. He thinks the White Wolf is an outstanding swordsman. Well, Geralt's famous. The witches had mixed feelings about this. They assured her, Sylvia, you can trust us. We took the request, and we will do everything we can to save Sir Arian. But most importantly, the troop. Roy added quietly, now lead the way. Time is of the essence. The chamber beside the banquet hall was filled with sundry items. There were a few long benches inside, and this was where the troop stayed during the banquet. The room was stuffy, and not even a window was in sight. The witches searched it carefully, but much to their disappointment, this room was also thoroughly cleaned. They failed to find any clues, so they asked Sylvia to bring all the troop members over. Eveline, do you remember the exact time you guys retired to your room after the performance ended? Be as precise as you can. I'm sorry, Roy. The soldiers led Eveline up from the dark dungeon. Her feet were cuffed, and she had a confused look on her face. It's been a while, and I can't remember the details. All I remember was the troupe started performing at about 7, and we retired for the night at about 8, after the performance was over. What about you, Cantilla? Do you remember anything? Roy turned to Cantilla, but she shook her head as well. I deal with blades and archery. Memory games aren't my forte. Feroz was useless. He looked like he had lost his soul. The man was just moving on instinct. Eveline bit her lip. She hesitated for a moment, but she said, Roy, Master Letho, we always record the flow of our performance, including the exact time they start and end. We need to reflect and gain experience from our mistakes. After all, Alan used to be the one making the records, but I took over after he died. So where's the journal? Roy asked. The Baron's soldiers took all the troops' stuff away, Eveline said. She glanced at the soldiers at the doorstep. The one in the lead was Dylan, the instructor who led them back from the plaza. He was in charge of the dungeon as well. The man had 5 soldiers behind him, and a big chain of keys and black whip hung from his waist. He looked frustrated and impatient. You took the journal, didn't you? Give it to me right away. Roy's eyes glinted coldly. He looked at Dylan closely and nodded. The young witcher came to a decision. This is precious evidence. Do not ruin it, or it'd make the investigation harder. Dylan was irked. He could see that the young witcher was ordering him around like a lackey, but the Baron told them to work with these mutants, so he didn't resist. He came back with the journal a while later. Here's the journal you want. Roy took the yellowing journal. It was as big as his hand. He looked at the frustrated Dylan and said, Eveline, Cantilla, and Feroz are important witnesses. They need to stay with me at all times for the investigation. You and your soldiers should leave if you have nothing else to say. Dylan's face turned red with fury, while the troop members looked smug, and they gave Roy looks of gratitude. Witcher. Dylan finally couldn't hold it in. The Baron won't allow dangerous suspects like them to roam the castle. I have to keep an eye on them. Sylvia had been quiet until that moment. Dylan. It's safe as long as the witches are around. Leave, now. But Sylvia. Enough. This is the Baron and the lady's orders, and they allow no insubordination. Dylan glared at the young witcher, but then he froze. He saw an eerily horrifying scene unfurling before him. The world itself turned crimson, and terrifying tentacles protruded from the witcher's back and the bloody pools on the ground. They lashed out at him and kept him wrapped, like a boa constrictor slowly tightening on its prey. They were everywhere, and he felt himself suffocate. Dylan froze up, his eyes rolling rapidly, as if he were having an episode of fits. It was like something had possessed Dylan. His limbs, chest, and fingers were trembling violently. He was already drenched in sweat in mere moments, and his pants had a wet patch on it. It reeked of urine. Roy smiled. You don't want to do evil, Dylan. Spirits will haunt you. His pupils contracted into slits, as if he were a predator hunting a prey. Dylan was shaken, and he was in tears. He scrambled to escape, and his soldiers followed. Master Roy, was that? Sylvia covered her mouth in surprise. I didn't do anything, Sylvia. You saw me. The guy had an episode of fits. Maybe it's terminal. Roy put his hands behind his back and shook his head. Thanks for trusting me though. Sylvia smiled. Dylan spent too much time in the dungeon. It changed him for the worse. Nobody likes him. It was fun seeing you teach him a lesson. Still, do please save Sir Arian as soon as possible. She led the way. Scaring the Baron's soldier on his own turf, Letho stood behind Roy, finally breaking his silence. What the hell were you thinking? He whispered. I can't let him threaten my friends. Can I? Roy clenched his fists and loosened it. He felt a ball of fire burning within him, and his face fell. If they try anything funny, we'll make a break for it. You and I both. Letho promised as he cracked his neck. 4th of June, 1261. Castle of La Valette. Night, 7:20. Cantilla the target destroyer, Collins and Feroz, the flames and balloons, Amos the mystical hurricane of Gwent, Eveline the fluttering dance. The Witches flipped to the latest entry, 4 shows, and it lasted for an hour and 20 minutes. So you guys ended the performance at 8:40 and came to this room right after that? No. We gave a speech for about 2 minutes. Eveline glanced at the grandfather clock in the corner. She said, we came back to the room at about 8:35. Is that so? Was there anyone else in here, besides your troop members? Eveline shook her head. Roy kept asking, did Amos do anything peculiar while he was in the room? Eveline looked at Cantilla, and they both shook their heads. Amos was acting like himself, trying to impress Eveline after the show like he usually would. Eveline rejected his advances, and he practiced his tricks in the corner. Everyone can vouch for that. So when did Arian come in then? The exact time? Not too long after we came back. Less than 10 minutes. About somewhere between 8:45 to 8:50. Then Arian and Amos left the room. Roy mused for a while. Then you, Cantilla, Feroz, and Collins waited until the accident happened? That's right, Eveline explained. We left the room when we heard a scream. So who found Arian then? And when was he found? The troop members shook their heads. Too many things were happening at once. They were distracted by the scream and didn't pay attention to the time. I can answer that, Witcher. Sylvia huddled closer and said, I can't remember most of the points in time in this case, but there's one thing I won't forget. I always put Sir Arian to bed every night before 10. That's the Baron and the ladies' rule. It's been that way for more than a decade. Sylvia looked up and took another trip down memory lane. It's been a while since Sir Arian was gone. I was worried it was time for him to sleep, so I looked at the time. It was 9:20. There were 40 minutes until bedtime. I even heaved a sigh of relief, but then Rosie screamed. Who's Rosie? A good friend of mine. She's also a servant. I talked with her about it after that. Someone toppled a glass of water over her in the hall, so she went back to her room and got changed. It was then she saw Sir Arian unconscious beside her bed. Sylvia paled. It's all my fault. None of this would have happened if I had checked on him sooner. It's not your fault, Sylvia. Roy looked at her. She had not an ounce of muscle on her. Sylvia was a gentle and soft lady. She was not strong, nor was she a sorceress. If you had checked on him sooner, the culprit could have killed you off easily. And let's get back to the case. You said Rosie found Arian unconscious in her room. Servants don't have any room all to themselves, Sylvia explained. Rosie and the other girls live in a common room. It's on the most remote corner of the castle's 2nd floor. Is the room usually locked? Are there any guards patrolling the place? Sylvia shook her head. The guards were only patrolling the banquet hall's gates and the stairs leading to the 1st and 3rd floor. The witches exchanged looks and sighed. They fell silent for a while. The culprit knows where to hide. Let's go over all the clues we have. According to the troop and Sylvia, Sir Arian was attacked between 8:50 and 9:20. Roy looked at everyone sharply. Eveline, you and your members have enough alibi to prove your innocence. Sylvia, I don't think you'd hurt someone you raised either. Which means our suspects are Amos, the guests who left the hall halfway through. Or Roy gazed at Sylvia. The castle's servants. Sylvia had a grim look on her face, and she shook her head. I know the girls very well. They've been serving the Baron for generations. They come from regular families. There's no reason for them to hurt Sir Arian, nor are they brazen or powerful enough. You have a point, Roy said. Honestly, we have almost no reason to suspect the servants. So our first course of action will be, Roy took out the list of guests and looked at the names. Finding out who left the hall between 8:50 to 9:20. The banquet hall was huge. It was enough to house 100 guests, but there were only 24 that night. It was less than a quarter of how many people this hall could house. Can we ask the guests to come back? Sorry, but most of them have left La Valette. I need to ask the girls. Sylvia said. The Lord and Lady assigned one servant for each guest that night. It's to show respect. I think they should know where the guests assigned to them went. A few dozen servants were standing in a line in the corridor outside the castle's storeroom. Most of them were young ladies. They were slim, beautiful, and their skin was soft. They were polite, and their attire was beautiful. It was a nice sight to behold. The Baron can be really decadent. Roy scanned the ladies, and he thought, can he even deal with so many ladies at his age? He tossed that thought out and shook his head. Observe told him that every single one of these servants were regular people. They did not have an ounce of mana or special skills. The best of them only had stats on par with a regular adult. They were shivering in fear every time the witches looked at them. Not even a whisper was heard. It doesn't look like the servants did anything. Someone else might have hurt Tyrion and taken his valuables. Or, that's what the culprit wants us to think. Roy looked at the servants once more. I assume Sylvia told you everything. Work with us and answer our questions. It won't take too long. Sylvia was leading them. She said solemnly, Sir Arian's life is at stake here. Please work with the witches. You know what happens to anyone who lies or hides the truth. Sylvia made sure everyone heard that, and she had a steely resolve in her eyes. You first, Adele. Yes, Sylvia. A cute, thin girl came forward and followed the witches into the storeroom. The witches locked the door, and the servants shivered. A heavier silence fell on the corridor. Not a soul stirred. Were you assigned a guest that night, Adele? The witches crossed their arms, standing side by side. They stared intently at the young lady who had her back against the corner of the wall. The girl gulped, looking like a scared little deer. I was assigned to Elvis that night. Witches. Elvis, the Baron's main seller for his spices. Roy whipped the guest list out again and looked closely. You stayed with Elvis all the way through? Adele frowned, trying to remember that night. The Lord specifically told us to never leave our assigned guests. Witcher. I didn't slack off. Good. The witches exchanged smiles. Do you remember what Elvis did between 8:50 to 9:20? Did he leave the hall? Adele looked perplexed. Apparently she had no idea of the exact time frame they were talking about. Roy said, all right, simply speaking, that's the time after the performance has ended and before Arian was found. Adele patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Witches. I promise Elvis have never stepped out of the hall. He remained in it the whole banquet. Think closely, girl. Letho said. We need the truth. Are you sure he didn't sneak out when you weren't looking? He could have been gone for 5 minutes or even less. Adele stared at the bald, deadpan Witcher dumbly. Trust me, witches. One of the Vivaldi Bank's managers was there. His name is Austin. He was talking business with Elvis for the whole banquet. Adeline can prove that. She was assigned to Austin. I see. The witches exchanged looks and asked a few more questions. Adele thought it was confusing and irrelevant, though. That's all we needed to ask, girl. Call Adeline in. The witches' interrogation went on smoothly. They had gone through 18 servants in an hour, and all of them said the same thing. The guests they were assigned to never left the hall. Half an hour was just enough for them to get a few glasses of wine. Besides, all the guests that night came from upper society. They had a lot of mutual interests: women, business, political games, and things that were happening near a meal. They had a lot of fun just chatting with one another. None of them had time to leave. The servants could prove that their colleagues were telling the truth, so the witches had no reason to doubt. Some of them were being too nervous, so the witches would just cast a X on them to get the answers they wanted. Nobody knew what was happening inside anyway. The door was locked. In the end, the witches found out that it was just the servants being really jittery. They failed to provide any valuable clues for the witches, until the 19th servant came in. Beatty. That's my name, witches. A plump woman with long brown hair and some freckles beside her nose came in. She was about 30 years old and a lot more mature than the other girls. Who's the guest you were assigned to? Setloff. Beatty looked at the witches and answered carefully. A guest from Vizima. A smile curled Roy's lips. He raised his voice. Well, that's an important guest all right. Beatty agreed. The Lord wanted to spend some time with Setloff himself, but Setloff dislikes too much attention and formalities, so the Lord assigned me to him. Beatty looked a little smug and muttered to herself. Perhaps the Baron thought I was the smartest of them all, so he assigned me to him. So you stayed with Setloff all the way through the banquet then? The servant pulled her hair and answered. I remember him watching the troops' performance for a while. Even had a few glasses of wine too. Did he talk to anyone? Roy asked. Beatty had a surprised look on her face. Now that you mention it, he only did talk to the Lord for a while. Probably doesn't know the other guests very well. He is from Vizima after all. Roy thought this was a clue. He asked, did he stay in the hall after the performance ended? No. He had a little too much wine. It's starting to make him tipsy and stuffy, she said. He told me he wanted to get some fresh air. The witches heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, a different answer. So where did he go? Did you follow him? There's an open-air garden about 2 minutes away from the banquet hall. The servants' room is further than that. Setloff must have gone to that garden. Beatty smiled dryly. The Lord told me to serve him well and never go against his orders. He wanted to be alone, so I didn't follow him. I stayed back in the hall. Roy fell silent for a while, and an idea struck him. A dangerous idea. Do you remember how long he was gone for? About 15 minutes? The servant was not sure. I'm sorry, witches. All I remember was that Sir Arian was found unconscious not long after Set Beatty came to an abrupt halt. She covered her mouth, and her eyes widened in horror. A while later, she asked, witches? Are you saying? An inverted triangle appeared in her beautiful blue eyes, and she tensed up like a puppet on strings. The witches then whispered to her. It felt like an instant, but also an eternity at the same time. When she snapped out of it, she forgot almost everything she said. Sorry, witches. I spaced out for a moment. Where was I? The Baron assigned you to Setloff. You're an older servant, but you're smart and considerate. Roy grinned toothily. We're done here, Beatty. You may leave now, but tell the next servant to come in 5 minutes later. Okay. Beatty was a little surprised. I haven't even said that much, and they're already done. Still, that was the witch's orders, so she obliged. Remember, we need some time to sort our clues out. Send the next servant in 5 minutes. Of course, Witcher. The door creaked shut. This is too weird to be a coincidence. Arian fell after Setloff left. Letho looked at Troy. But you know who he is, don't you? You sounded really weird when Sylvia gave you the list, and you were acting really weird just now. You still don't get it? You really need to train your mind more instead of your body. Letho shot him a warning look, and Roy smiled sheepishly. Oh, you know this guy too, Orcs, Serret, and I met him once. Read the name in reverse and you'll see. Volts. Read it a few more times. Volts. Letho froze up and stared down in silence. I see you figured out who the guy is. Roy spaced out at the wall and said grimly, the servants' room is only a stone's throw away from the garden, and the garden is the best place to practice Gwent tricks. It's possible the culprit moved Arian from the garden to the servants' room. There were no patrols there, so voila, we found our prime suspect. But the problem is, we have no proof, nor do we know what his motives are. More importantly, we both know how sensitive his identity is. We need to be really careful. Can't tell anyone about this. Then we'll have to check the garden out after this. Letho leaned back against the chair and sighed. He had no idea what to feel. This was a hassle, and he couldn't solve it with violence alone. We should see the victim now. The autumn sunshine shone through the impluvium, gracing the beautiful flowers dancing in the yard. Roy could taste their gorgeous scent in the air. A woman was walking down the pathways between the flower beds, her green low-cut dress drawing out her perfect curves. A wooden stroller sat beside her, and she was watering the potted plants. That's Lady Louisa. Sylvia was at the garden's entrance, and she pointed at Louisa. She whispered, she's been a bit depressed because of what happened to Sir Arian, so she visits the garden every day. Won't we be disturbing her then? Roy asked. I'll have to ask her. Witches. Pardon me, she apologized, but she worried about Sir Arian. I'm sure she'll work with you. Probably. The witches nodded and saw Sylvia off. Then they talked with the troop members and told them to wait outside. They were still seen as the culprit's accomplices. Louisa would be upset to see them, of course, given that she was the victim's mother. Roy sneezed and rubbed his nose. She looked at the ladies in the garden. All he saw was Louisa's back, but just the curves of her hips and beautiful neck was enough to tell him of her beauty. She just gave birth barely a month ago, and she's already so slim. That's impressive, Roy praised. He thought that most women would lose their beauty fast after they had children. That was the rule, no matter how beautiful she used to be. Going out of shape and gaining weight was the norm, especially for village women. Nobody would keep themselves in shape just to please their peasant husbands after they gave birth. I wonder what's her secret. She's also the mother of a teenage boy, kid. Letho whispered. He looked surprised as well. And she's not even 30, 27? 28? Either way, she had her first child when she was just 17 or so. Letho stopped talking. Sylvia came back and invited them in. The lady wishes to see you. Witches. Roy looked around the garden. There were more than 10 types of flowers there. Rose mallows, chrysanthemums, and white jasmines. The last one took up more than half of the garden. Jasmine represents loyal love. Is this the Baron's idea? Roy smirked. He thought it was ironic. The Baron was much older than his wife. Coins and flowers alone wouldn't keep the relationship warm. She still cheated on him in the end. These flowers. He sniffed the air again not long after he came in. The fragrance left an impression on them even before they came in, and it only got stronger the deeper the witches went. It was like they were enveloped in a sea of flowers. All the witches could smell was the flowers. Their sense of smell was a lot sharper than most people. After all, anything would become lethal in excess, including the scent of flowers. They would rather taste the scent of blood. It kept their edge and the minds sharp. The witches frowned, but when the lady turned around, their annoyance was replaced by surprise. The gods gave all their blessings to this woman. Most white women would start to show wrinkles at her age, but the lady's skin was still as smooth as silk, and it had a healthy tan. She was not wearing any ring or earrings. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun, and her hazel eyes were gleaming as brightly as the sun. Her lips were like blooming roses, and her cleavage drew the witches' gazes in. She had a slim waist and a pair of long, beautiful legs. This woman was drop-dead gorgeous. A 9 in charisma? Roy only had 8. It was a bit lower than her. He cast Observe on her, but Louisa's body was not modified by magic. Unlike the sorceresses, aside from charisma, her stats were ordinary. She was a natural beauty. No wonder he fell for her. Witches. I am Maria Luisa Lavalette, wife of the Baron. Thank you for taking this request. The boy is nothing but skin and bones now. He would have died if not for the witch doctor's spell. Louisa looked exhausted and forlorn. Her voice was raspy, but she was still comfortably gentle. Unlike her husband, she was not arrogant. She held her hands out, facing downward. The witches held them up and kissed their back. Worry not, my lady. The gods watch over kind souls like Sir Arian. This could all just be a test for him to grow up into a better knight. I do hope so. My poor boy is only 11. This is too much for a young child like him. The thought of her unconscious son made her frown, and she teared up. But she glanced beside her. There was a stroller there, and a petite baby was wrapped up in a blanket. The sun shone on her cute, chubby face. She looked adorable. The baby was sucking on her thumb, her eyes alternating between Louisa and the witches. They were filled with curiosity and naivete. Louisa pinched her cheeks and heaved a sigh to calm herself down. Anais Lavalette, I assume? Roy watched the heartwarming scene quietly. This baby was more than met the eye. If things happened as they should, she would go through a lot of changes and become the only legal heir to Temeria. Of course, Roy was the only one who knew that future. Sylvia told me you've done a lot of investigating yourselves. Witcher. She pursed her lips, and the witches could see that she was in a hurry. She asked coldly, did you find out where the damned curse giver is hiding then? Calm down, Lady Louisa. We have our own guess about the case. For example, Roy looked at her closely. It's possible that Sir Arian and Amos practiced their magic tricks in this garden. The culprit might have been hiding somewhere and attacked Arian all of a sudden. He fell unconscious and was moved to the servants' room. Still, there are no perfect crimes. Roy looked at the dumbfounded Louisa. Maybe the criminal thought he covered his tracks perfectly, but he left us clues in places he never expected. Perhaps it's hard for regular humans to see those clues, but not for us witches. I do hope you'll bring me good news soon, Louisa requested. Please, save Arian from his misery. And now she held the stroller's handle. "I'll leave you to your investigation. I should take Anai's to her brother now." Before she left the garden, she said, "The witch doctor's session should be over soon. Do see Arian too. Sylvia will lead the way." "Of course, Lady Louisa." Roy saw the Baroness off and praised, "Lady Louisa is a great mother, Sylvia. She has always loved her children. Sir Arian and Lady Anais are her whole world, if I do say so myself." Sylvia looked sad. The lady is really depressed after what happened to Sir Arian. She can't even sleep or eat. "Still, she's still as beautiful as ever?" Roy asked. "She was the center of attention back at the banquet, wasn't she?" Sylvia nodded. She remembered something funny, and she covered her smile behind her hand. "You weren't there, so you didn't see it, but the Baron bragged to everyone. He wanted everyone to know she was his wife, and she gave him 2 beautiful children." "Well, he does have the right to brag with a gorgeous wife like that. Who wouldn't?" Roy said enviously. "But you said Lady Anais joined the banquet as well, despite the fact that she was a newborn." The Lord and Lady took her around the hall and asked the nanny to take her back to the room. They didn't want to scare her. "And Lady Louisa just let her daughter out of her sights?" Roy asked nonchalantly. "She did leave for her baby halfway through, didn't she?" "Yes." "The lady wouldn't let Lady Anais out of her sight. She's just a newborn." She was really busy, but the lady still took the time to see Anais for a bit. "You don't see mothers like that in the aristocracy now, but I digress. Now, let's talk business." The witches got the answers they wanted. They exchanged looks and searched the garden. Aku. The witches came back out an hour later, covered in soil. They sat down across from each other, leaning against the garden's pillar. Letho crushed the jasmine in his hand and looked at the garden cautiously. They did a thorough search of the garden. They did not destroy it, though they had searched everywhere they thought possible. But they found nothing aside from flowers, soil, water, bees, and a mouse. The witches looked like a proper mess, but they still found nothing. "He probably cleaned the blood even if he did kill Amos here." Letho rubbed his nose vigorously, and it turned red and swollen. "It's almost impossible to find any clues with how many flowers there are in this garden." He stood up and punched the pillar. Roy looked at the sea of flowers with resignation, but when he glanced at the pillar before Letho, the young witcher froze. "What's wrong?" "I think I found something." "Letho, move away." Letho went up to Letho. The veteran witcher watched curiously as Roy touched the blue pillar, then he saw what Roy was touching. It was an extremely light crimson mark the size of a nail. The mark looked like a child's random scribble or natural coloring from the flowers at first glance. The witches huddled closer to have a better look. They sniffed it, and they could smell the scent of blood hiding under the fragrance of the flowers. Only witches, who possessed supernatural senses, could see what it truly was. Blood. Letho took a deep breath and circled the pillar, staring at it intently. There was a murder here. This is probably the original crime scene, but who's the victim then? He thought about it for a while. Roy fell into his thoughts as well, and he had a guess. Amos, the missing performer. He could see what happened vividly. Amos the performer was ambushed in the garden. He was grievously injured, and as he struggled to escape, the performer touched the pillar by chance, leaving this clue behind. Or this could be a clue he's leaving for us. They moved their gaze upward to the ceiling. At the far end of the ceiling, there was a corner of the roof that tucked inside. The space above that corner was hidden in darkness, shrouded from everyone's sights. Letho climbed the pillar as quickly as a lizard would, and he extended his arm into the corner. He whipped something out and landed on the ground. When he opened his hand again, a hard card with intricate patterns on its back was sleeping in it. A Gwent card? What the hell? Letho arched his eyebrow and fell into his thoughts. Smart guy. He left us a clue. Only a Gwent magician can hide a card in that corner without anyone suspecting anything. Not even the killer and the castle's servants saw this. Roy turned the card around, and he saw a familiar face staring back at him. This is the King of Temeria of the Northern Realms faction. Foltest. Roy's guess was validated. And he has another identity. Setloff, the guest who came to get some fresh air during the banquet. Amos left us an obvious clue. Foltest is behind this. Letho kept an eye on Sylvia and where she was going. He rubbed his hairless head and said, Now all we have to do is find out what happened between Foltest and Amos. Then everything will be clear." Roy nodded, telling Letho to keep going. "But something's off." Foltest changed his name. "Aside from us, the Baron, his wife, nobody knows Setloff is Foltest in disguise. Amos is just a nomadic troupe performer, so he shouldn't have seen Foltest before. How'd he find out who Setloff really is and leave a clue behind?" "I have a guess why." Roy licked his lip. He was looking a bit excited. "Amos and Arian were both in the garden. They probably saw him by chance and overheard something they shouldn't have." "Wait. It can't be." Letho thought he knew what Roy was getting at, but he couldn't put a finger on it. "It must have been a beautiful night. The flowers were in full bloom, and the paths were covered in their petals." Roy looked at the flowers and continued, "Do you really think Foltest was just getting some fresh air, when he had the perfect scene for romance right in front of him? Get real." "Remember what Sylvia told us?" Lady Louisa left the banquet hall too. "She claims the lady went to see her daughter, but I don't think that's the whole story." "We need to talk with the lady." Roy fell silent for a moment, and he added, "Alone if possible." The witches opened the door. It creaked, revealing a warm, spacious bedroom behind it. The brilliant sunshine shone through the windows, illuminating the pasty young man lying on the bed. He was gaunt, his cheeks were sunken, and his cheekbones almost pierced through the skin. The young man's illness made him look a lot older than he was. He was covered in a slightly thick blanket, and his eyes were closed. His breathing was almost non-existent, as if he would be snuffed out at any given moment. Louisa was beside the bed, leaning against it. She was wiping the young man's face gently with a wet towel, but she stopped when she heard the witches coming inside. "Witches!" She wiped the tears off her cheeks and stood up. Louisa held her hands in front of her belly, and she asked rather hurriedly, "Did you find any clues in the garden?" "We went through the garden and the servant's bedchamber, but we found nothing." Roy lied and shook his head. He and Letho approached the bed. Roy scanned the young man, and he frowned. "This must be Sir Arian. How is he looking?" Louisa had a forlorn look on her face. She sighed. "The witch doctor did his best, but Arian is barely surviving." She turned her gaze to the other side of the bed. A wizened man in bizarre attire stood near the saffron curtains. He donned a cape made out of bear hide, a necklace made of chicken feet hung around his neck, and his yellowish-green hemp robe extended to the ground. It was old and tattered. The young witcher was reminded of the unkempt herbalists who lived in the villages. His sideburns were grey, and there was barely any hair on the top of his head. Wrinkles covered his face, but unlike most of the elderly, this man stood up straight, and he was well built. His eyes were gleaming with energy. Cecily. Age, 80 years old. Gender, male. Status, witch doctor. Most witch doctors are nothing but charlatans who survive on the masses' gullibility. Some of them are spellcasters who know a few spells, but their affinity for magic lies somewhere between regular humans and sorcerers. HP, 60. Mana, 150. Strength, 5. Dexterity, 5. Constitution, 6. Perception, 12. Will, 10. Charisma, 5. Spirit, 15. Skills. Ancient Secrets Level 5, a system of spells similar to the Druid's nature magic, includes curses, healing spells, defensive spells, and divination. Witch doctors are less perceptive to chaos energy compared to sorcerers. Because of that, these techniques require more complex rituals and materials compared to regular spells. They're more primitive and unrefined, but they have their charms. Meditation Level 5. See more. Witches. This is Cecily. He's a witch doctor the Baron hired from Villain. Arian can't eat while he's unconscious. Regular doctors can't do anything about it. Even sorcerers can't deal with this problem, but the witch doctor did. He saved Arian's life with just one talisman. Louisa nodded gratefully at the witch doctor and pulled the blanket down a little, revealing the yellow talisman hanging around his neck. It was made of juniper berries and silver fir. Roy could smell the scent of buckthorn hanging around it. There was also a ball of light swirling around the talisman. It's a pity he can't wake Arian up. It's impressive he kept Sir Arian alive, Roy said. It's one thing to go without food, but Arian can't even drink while he's unconscious. Most people would die from severe dehydration in a few days, but the witch doctor miraculously kept him alive. Roy looked at the old man. He had come across many sorcerers before. He could sense that familiar feeling on Cecily, though he also smelled the scent of wild herbs, animals, and livestock on him. The man felt like a spellcaster that was between druids and sorcerers, and Roy thought his attire looked familiar. Cecily, a villain. I wonder where I've seen him before, Roy wondered. Oh, you're here, vipers. The old man spoke first. He put his hands on his hips and said in a strangely high pitch, Arian is waiting for you. You know us? Roy looked at Letho. Letho shook his head, saying he had never seen the witch doctor before. The divination told of your arrival. Cecily turned around and looked outside the window. He recited the mysterious prophecy. Arrive they will, those drenched in blood but filled with mercy. A veil will be pierced, and a grotesque truth spilled. The bloody reflection they shatter, to awaken the one in slumber. That's what the prophecy has said. And you have come, just as promised. The witches looked surprised and cautious after hearing that. Louisa quickly explained, Master Cecily can be a bit eccentric, witches. He speaks in riddles. We don't know what he's talking about most of the time, but he means no harm. Letho nodded in understanding. There's a group of people in these lands who have the power of prophecies. Witch doctors, magical beings, and even blind men. Were you talking about our future, witch doctor? Letho decided to take a little leap of faith. He asked, Can you tell us who the real criminal is? Can you tell us how to wake Sir Arian? I'm a witch doctor, not a god. The old man was still looking stern. He shook his head. I followed my ancestors' guidance and crossed the quiet lake. The moonlight showed me a vague scene of the future. Arian is destined to be rescued by witches, and that will be you too. This is beyond me, and my talisman can't hold on much longer. It will lose its magic in a week. A week? Louisa blanched, and she was filled with anxiety. What will happen to Arian then? Worry not, Lady Louisa. The prophesied men are here. Arian will be safe. The witch doctor waved at the witches. Look at him. The poor boy. I've seen many strange ailments in my life, but this is rare, even for me. It doesn't even look like any curse or poison, nor did I feel any chaos energy in his body. Please, witches, help Arian. Louisa put her hands in a prayer and looked up at the witches, a silent plea welling in her eyes. Don't get your hopes up, Lady Louisa. We'll do our best, but we make no guarantees. If the sorcerers and witch doctors can't save him, I don't think we can. We're worse healers than they are, Roy said. He looked at the old man and asked curiously, Do you live around Isekai'd, Master Cecily? How'd you know where I live, Witcher? I heard there's an all-powerful, eccentric witch doctor who lives there, Roy explained. He paused for a moment, then he said, Do you have a goat named Princess? All-powerful? I am but an old man. I'm not as powerful as the rumor makes me out to be. He scoffed. Most of our healing rites require goat's blood, but I don't have time to rear a goat, though I do like that name. The old man rubbed his chin and committed that name to memory. You don't have time to rear a goat just yet. He hasn't gotten that goat now. Roy thought this was probably the oddball who sent Gerald on an errand to search for his goat. Didn't think I'd run into him here, but I have to say he has skills. Arian La Valette. Age, 11 years old. Status, heir to the La Valette family, eldest son of Baron La Valette. Apprentice knight. HP, 3050. Lost in dream. Lost in a dream. Roy massaged his temples and wondered what that meant. Arian is lost in his own dream? Did you find something, kid? You first. Letho had checked on the young man. I share the witch doctor's opinion. Arian is in a strange state. There's no trace of poison or curses, and I don't feel any residual mana either. He pulled the young man's slender right leg out from the blanket and knocked on the spot under his knee. Arian kicked by reflex. His reflexes are still working, so he's not exactly unconscious. He pulled Arian's eyelid up, and everyone noticed that his eyeballs were rolling around at high speed. His irises were almost a blur. The terrifying sight shocked Louisa. What's happening to Arian? Witches? It's all right, Lady Louisa. This is normal. Witches knew more about human anatomy, reflex movements, and physical movements than most healers. This happens to most people when they're starting to wake from their sleep. To be precise, Aryan is having a dream right now. Roy took a deep breath. He's stuck in his dream. You mean to say my son has been trapped in a dream for a whole month? Louisa's jaw dropped a little, her eyes filled with disbelief. Everyone dreams, so why is my son trapped in his? Roy looked at her closely. Her shock and disbelief didn't seem fake. It was like she had no idea what happened in the garden that night. I wonder if we're taking this the wrong way. She probably didn't go to the garden that night. Roy's heart sank. No, Louisa is Foltest's favorite mistress. She's more cunning than we think. She acts really well. It's like that novel quote back in my own world. The prettier a woman is, the better she is at lying. We'll have to use Oxa on her. You're right, Louisa. Most dreams only last for a night. Sir Arian's condition is really rare. Letho kept quiet for a moment, and he said, from what I know, there are 3 possible reasons this happened. Go on, Witcher. The witch doctor stared at Letho and asked curiously, what do you have in mind? 1. Arian subconsciously doesn't want to wake up. Why? Why does he want to torture himself like this? Louisa's voice was trembling, and her fingers were white. Maybe he doesn't want to face the truth. Something happened in the garden. Something repulsive and unbelievable. That's why he ran away from everything and fell into a deep sleep. Roy stared at the woman, and he saw a flash of panic appear in her eyes. My son is trained by the best knights in the city. He's more resilient than most adults. He'd never run away like a coward. Louisa answered weakly, oblivious to the fact her nails were digging into her hand. That can't be the reason. Then let's move on to the second possibility. The previous suspect, Amos, is a Gwent performer. However, he might also be a professional hypnotist. He could have planted suggestions in Sir Arian's head and put him in a deep sleep. The witch doctor and Lady Louisa held their breaths and focused on what Letho said next. But we've talked to the troop members, and from what they told us, Amos is no hypnotist. He doesn't even know any hypnosis. So you don't think he's the culprit? Louisa licked her lips, and she tensed. Amos and Arian are both victims here, Roy said confidently. Everyone fell into a moment of silence. If it's not Amos, then who did it? The witch doctor looked curiously at the witches and Louisa. He had a feeling they were hiding something from him, but the witches were not on Louisa's side. A long silence later, Louisa asked raspily, what's the third possibility then? Half of her head was hidden in the shadows, where the sun didn't shine. That involves a little secret of the castle. Roy glanced at the witch doctor. We'd rather talk about this in private, Lady Louisa. If it's fine with you. Louisa weighed her options and smiled apologetically at the witch doctor. That's all for today, Master Cecily. You may leave. Sylvia will show you to your accommodation. We'll keep this up until the talisman loses its magic. Do you dislike me that much, witches? A frown furrowed the witch doctor's brows. I've told you about the prophecy, and this is how you repay me? This might be more complex than you think, Sir Cecily. We don't want to drag you into this, Roy said genuinely. Then he turned to Louisa. We'll explain everything in time. The witch doctor put his hands on his hips and left the room reluctantly. He shouted, you promised me a proper guest's treatment, Sylvia. So get me a baby goat right now. I want a female one. Louisa closed the door and shut out the voices from outside. May we go on now, witches? Of course, Lady Louisa. Let's talk about the third and final possibility. Roy smiled. It's about something we found in the garden. Roy took out the card they found in the garden and showed it to Louisa. Amos left us this clue before he was injured. Louisa looked at the man on the card, and she froze. Is this a joke, witches? What does this card have to do with Arian's case? Do you know this man, Lady Louisa? The witcher asked. He is none other than Foltest, the king of Temeria, but he is also the one who put your son to sleep, Roy announced, and he exchanged a look with Letho. Louisa took a deep breath and frowned in displeasure. Witches, if this is your idea of a joke, then it's not funny. Accusing the king of Temeria of a crime? That's impossible. He was handling the nation's affairs. He couldn't make it here in time. There's no way he's behind this. We're not joking, Roy said solemnly. According to our investigations, Foltest did join the banquet, but under the pseudonym of Setloff. You do know him, don't you? The important guest from Vizima. Louisa blanched, and she stared at the ground. The servants told us everything. His Majesty went to the garden at about the same time Sir Arian fell. He's a prime suspect, and this card points him out as the criminal. Louisa clasped her hands together. No, witches, you misunder. She was about to explain, but Roy cut her off. Lady Louisa, Princess Ada of Vizima is my friend. To be exact, I saved her life. Roy circled Louisa. She told us His Majesty left Vizima on a trip about a month ago. It's a coincidence your banquet was held at that time. Or is it? Why don't I ask your husband about it? There should be some clues to point out that His Majesty did leave Vizima somewhere. Louisa wanted to deny it, but she heaved a sigh in the end. Very well. You're great investigators, witches. No doubt about that. Setloff is His Majesty's pseudonym, but there's a reason for that. His Majesty is friends with the Baron, and the Baron's land is critically important to Temeria. It's normal that His Majesty snuck out and came to celebrate our girl's birthday, isn't it? She bit her lip, but he's not the one who hurt Arian. I promise. And why are you so sure about that? Roy looked at her, but she was averting her gaze. Oh, it can't be. Lady Louisa, did you have a tryst with Foltest that night? Silence. Louisa shrieked. No longer was she the weak and dejected woman. She looked up and glared at Roy darkly. I called you here to save Arian, not to sully my name. Do you have any idea how disastrous it would be if someone heard that lie and told everyone about it? Letho crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. He wanted to see how Roy would settle this. Roy shook his head and let out a sigh. Why should I care? From what the servants told us, you and Foltest were the only ones in the garden. Oh, we figured that part out ourselves. And you two were the only possible people who could hurt Arian. That's a lie. Do you have any proof? Show me. Not this Gwent card. Of course, it's a joke. For all I know, you could have planted false evidence, she shouted hysterically. But then she lowered her voice when she heard the sounds outside. Proof? Roy shook his head. The way you reacted is the best proof, and I think the Baron would believe it if we told him his wife had an affair with the king. Louisa tensed. She was no longer the elegant lady she was a moment ago. She knew the old, impotent, and controlling Baron would do anything to find the truth about this affair, even if he had nothing but rumors to go on. And that scared her. The La Valettes had more coins than they could count, and an army to be reckoned with. They would crush anyone and anything who challenged their authority and dignity. Even in the original timeline, Baron La Valette would have a fallout with Foltest, and one of the reasons was this affair. He saw his wife having a tryst with Foltest, but Louisa kept denying it. What do you want, witches? She hissed. What can you get from threatening a defenseless woman like me? Oh, we're not threatening you, Lady Louisa. All we want is the truth. What happened in the garden that night? Why'd my friends get accused for something they didn't do? Why'd you do that to the troop? Roy took a step forward, and Louisa took a step back. Tell us the truth, and we'll keep your little affair a secret. You know, we could have gone to the Baron right after we found out what happened, but we came to you first. Louisa turned even whiter, and beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks. She could feel the bed against her back. She held her hands under her chin, her fingers trembling violently. What Roy said next finally broke her down. Oh, and we know a special sign too. It turns our targets into honest puppets who'll spill their dirty little secrets to us. All we have to do is ask, but it'd leave a bad taste in our mouths if we used that on a Baroness. So we tried to be accommodating. But you spent almost all our patience. Roy stared at the terrified woman, and he took another step forward. If that's not enough, we also know how to prove if a child is related to their father, and it's simple, really. Just a few easy steps. Wanna hear? Step 1. Stop. Louisa finally gave in. You win, witches. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you the truth, but please, stop with the threats. Louisa looked up at the Witcher. There was fear and indignance in her eyes, but Roy also saw relief in it. She kept checking the door and confirmed that the coast was clear. Louisa, for the first time since they met, cursed. Damn it, I should have stopped you before you even entered the castle. Maria Louisa patted Arian's face with a wet towel again. as if trying to hold her fear in. "You know this already." "Of course, but His Majesty and I agreed to meet up in the garden that night," Roy interrupted. "Lady Louisa, when exactly did you start having an affair with the king?" Louisa growled quietly. "Do you really have to pick apart a poor lady's last shred of dignity?" The witches said nothing and ignored her plea. Roy knew how cunning this woman was. She could have been a great diplomat. "Fine." "It was during full last year, at the king's banquet. That was the first time he laid eyes on me." Reminiscence flashed in her eyes, and she looked a little delighted thinking about it. "He was a very dominant man. Wouldn't take no for an answer." "Wait. This whole affair started last fall?" The witches exchanged looks, and they thought, "And Anais was born about a year later." "Foltest is a powerful man." Roy thought. "Man, Foltest is really crazy. Princess Ada is a product of his incestuous relationship with his sister, and then he started an affair with his underling's wife. The Baron might snap and start working for Radovid if he finds out." "So what happened next? What else?" "What can a couple do when they're alone?" Louisa mocked. Roy scratched his nose. "Wow, a married woman having sex with a king in her husband's garden. Straight out of Sod, but medieval." "Arian and that performer just had to show up right when we were about to climax. They overheard our conversation and realized that Setloff was His Majesty." "Arian was raised to be a knight. He has a strong sense of justice and won't tolerate any misdeeds. He came right out and confronted me." Louisa had a look of agony and shame on her face. "I was shocked. I couldn't think straight. I had no idea how to explain this." "And Arian stormed out of the garden. Are you sure you're not lying?" Roy asked. "Did you really let Arian go just like that?" "What if he told the Baron what he saw? What else could I do?" Louisa asked, almost roaring. "Did you expect me to attack him? He's my own son. I just hoped he would calm down and keep it a secret from his father. For my sake." "So what happened next wasn't your fault?" Louisa shook her head in agony. "I should have gone with him. Nothing would have happened if I did. But Amos was a bigger problem. We had to deal with him." Roy had more questions now. "This isn't what we expected." "Are Amos' disappearance and Arian's curse two different cases?" "What did you do to Amos?" Roy asked. "I've seen him before. He's an annoying guy, but he doesn't deserve to die." "Where are you hiding him? And don't tell me he ran away." Louisa stared at the ground. She said darkly, "Amos the Gwent performer. He was an insatiable man. His Majesty has promised to give him a mountain of coins. Enough for him to live in luxury his whole life. All he had to do was keep things a secret. But that wasn't enough for him. He tried to blackmail His Majesty into granting him the title of nobility." "Laughable, isn't it, Witcher?" Louisa scoffed. "A lowly, traveling performer, trying to become an aristocrat overnight. We couldn't give him what he wanted. And His Majesty dislikes threats. He prefers negotiations." He pretended to agree so he could approach Amos. Then he stabbed the performer with a dagger, and fear flashed in her eyes. "Strangled him with a talisman. But we never expected that the performer would leave a clue behind in the form of this Gwent card. And then you two found it. You know the rest," Louisa said weakly. "He's a cruel man, that Foltest." Roy sighed. He was shocked about how easily Foltest could decide on committing murder, but then he thought it was just natural. Foltest must have led an even worse life before he ascended the throne. It would have been impossible to become a king if he wasn't cruel. "So where's the body?" Letho asked. "You framed Amos and got rid of his body in less than half an hour without anybody noticing." "Oh, that's surprising. You couldn't guess where we hid the body?" Louisa heaved a sigh of relief and smiled smugly. "It's a garden. It's filled with flower beds. What better place to hide a body?" "The garden? You guys buried him in the garden?" Roy thought he had underestimated Louisa a little. He regretted not digging up the whole place. The smell of flowers covers up the stench of rotting bodies perfectly. That was the perfect place to hide a body. "Sylvia told us you'd spend some time in the garden every day. You were actually there to destroy the evidence of your crime, weren't you?" Poor Amos. He thought he was getting the chance of his lifetime, but instead he became fertilizer for the flowers. I wonder if he had any regrets. Roy was just doing lip service. He didn't really pity Amos. His greed got the better of him, and he threatened a king even though he couldn't fight a whole country. He was stupid. So what about Arian? Louisa looked at the young man on the bed, and she said softly, His Majesty cleaned himself up and left after we buried the body, while I went to search for my son. But I had no idea where he was hiding. The Baron might have gotten suspicious if I was gone for too long, so I went back to the hall. I should have kept looking for him. Had you searched the maid's bedchamber beside the garden? Was there anyone in there? Louisa shook her head. I only found out what happened when Rosie screamed. The witches thought they could trust that. There was no need to keep what happened to Arian a secret. Not after she told them about the affair and murder. So who did that to Arian, then? Did he pass out from his trauma and sorrow? Roy killed that thought as soon as it showed up. That's a flimsy reasoning, and something tells me there was someone else in the garden besides Louisa and Foltest. That's the real curse giver. There's no way the servants could have done this. We've interrogated them. So who am I missing? I've told you everything I know, witches. Louisa broke Roy's train of thoughts and pulled her hair back. If you have any questions, ask away. I'll tell you whatever I know, but please keep this affair a secret. Louisa was no longer nervous now that she had spilled her secret. She looked calm and elegant once more, just like how she was a while ago. The family will be humiliated if news gets around. And the Baron might just snap. He might have a fallout with Foltest. There'll be war in the city. The people will be dragged into it. Lives will be lost. You don't want that to happen, do you? We're not running a charity. I don't care what happens to the Baron's people. Letho snapped. He then said, but we did promise you. Amos is dead, and there's no changing that. We'll keep this affair a secret as long as you clear the troops' name, give them the justice they deserve, and pay for their damages. You caused a lot of damage to them. Roy looked at Louisa and said, I wouldn't want to make an enemy out of Temeria's king unless absolutely desperate. Nobody likes to be a fugitive. Yeah, that's the case, but I can still use this secret to my advantage. Roy and Letho were both looking deadpan. Louisa had no idea if they were lying, so she had no choice but to believe them. She sighed. Very well. I'll convince the Baron to let your friends go and pay for all the damages we've caused. She pursed her lips. But only if Arian comes back to us safe and sound. If anything happens to him, then the Baron will kill the troop. Only the curse giver can lift their own curse. Letho said. The only way to save him is to find out who cursed Arian. And that's the problem. Roy explained. All the clues point to you and His Majesty, Lady Louisa. But you were busy getting rid of Amos' body, so you have an alibi. Which means we're at a dead end. Who else could curse Arian in secret? And they'd have to do it around the same time these two were dealing with Amos' body. And for what? Money? We'll have to comb through our previous investigation and see if we missed anything. We'll need to summon the guests back to the castle. I don't think we can make any meaningful progress for now. Sir Arian might not hold out until then. Louisa teared up. She held her son tightly and sobbed. Roy stayed silent. He thought it was a little ironic. Most witches have been separated from their parents since they were children. They never had the luxury of family, like Letho, Orcs, and Seret. It had been a while since Roy saw his parents too. This woman might have betrayed her husband and became an accomplice to murder, but she did love her son. Time passed, and Louisa eventually calmed down. She wiped her tears and pursed her lips. Louisa said curiously, I have a question. I don't understand. I know your investigations show that Foltest had gone to the garden, but how'd you find out I was with him? Just because I left the hall too? You thought we were having a tryst just because of that? That's preposterous. Roy fell into silence. He knew Louisa had an affair with Foltest due to the game he played. He knew about the events that were going to happen, so he had this idea right after they started investigating. Letho has his own reason as well. The henhouse, he explained. We saw a great show in that inn. A couple of brazen alcoholics talked about your affair with the king. Even put on a show about it. A frown furrowed Letho's eyebrows. He realized something was wrong. According to what he saw in the castle, Louisa kept her affair under wraps. Nobody knew about it, except Foltest and her. Not even the maids and Baron knew about it. Arian only found out about it on that night in the garden. So how two drunken alcoholics in an inn miles away knew? That's odd. Maybe they're Redanian spies? Letho muttered. Maybe they put on a show for us on purpose. Is that a joke, Witcher? A pair of peasants told you about the affair? Impossible. Louisa frowned in displeasure. Excuses. But, you mean the inn near the fief? You heard it too? The witches looked at each other, and they started to think things were getting weird. The Baron took us on a trip in spring, and we went by an inn. So we had lunch there. She looked down and said in an even sadder voice, I still remember how that meal tastes. The smoked pork is delicious. It's irresistible, almost magical. Arian fell in love with it. I asked the servants to purchase some almost every week. Poor Arian. She caressed her son's face and cried. Roy was reminded of their investigation in the hall. It was filled with the smoked pork's smell too. Have you had that dish lately? The servants went to the inn yesterday. The innkeep is a smart man. He sets aside enough smoked pork for the castle every week. The Baron loves it too. After all, the innkeep. You mean Barton? Perhaps. I don't remember. Louisa asked. Why do you care about him, witches? Roy ignored her. He leaned back against the wall, his brows furrowed into a frown. The young witcher massaged his temples, confusion creeping onto his face. What does he look like anyway? I can't remember. What about you, Letho? Letho shook his head solemnly. Now that you mentioned it, I can't remember what he looks like either. Are Barton and those peasants someone more powerful than we thought? If so, who are they? You don't have to dwell on an innkeep and some peasants. That's a waste of time. I'm sure it just slipped your mind. She took a deep breath, and as if the witches were her last hope, she said, please, look at Arian again. Save him. The prophecy did say you'll wake someone who's in slumber? The prophecy. Maybe it has the clue we need. Roy quickly asked. How did the prophecy go again? Louisa almost jumped, while Letho answered, arrive they will, those drenched in blood but filled with mercy. A veil will be pierced, and a grotesque truth spilled. The bloody reflection they shatter, to awaken the one in slumber. Roy fell into his thoughts. Only a part of it sounds interesting. The bloody reflection. What kind of reflection is it talking about? Water? Walls? Or he muttered under his breath, but then his eyes widened in shock. It was hot, but Roy felt his blood run cold, as if someone just poured a bucket of freezing water on him. He got goosebumps all over him, and the young witcher tensed up like a beat. Mirror? It can't be. The real culprit is. Roy's mutterings came to an abrupt halt. He could feel an eerie silence crushing his neck. When he looked up, Letho's mouth was open, revealing his teeth and gums, but he couldn't say a word. Even his muscles stopped moving, as if they were stopped in time. Maria Luisa was still beside the bed, craning her neck and caressing her son. She leaned ahead, looking at Roy expectantly. However, it was as if her face were made out of a mold. Unlike her lively, beautiful self, it looked stiff and dead. That wasn't all. Everything else came to a halt, including Letho, Louisa, Arian's breathing, heartbeat, the sunshine, and even the wind. It was like an invisible hand just pressed pause on the remote control that controlled all life, except Roy. The young witcher felt someone looking at him, and he slowly turned his gaze to the window. It was open, but he heard no chirps, despite the fact that there were birds outside. When he looked downward, he saw someone staring at him. It was a man, and his eyes were as deep as an abyss. A smile curled his lips, and the wrinkles on his cheeks deepened. His eyes turned into slits, and smile lines appeared on the corner of his eyes. The man was smiling eerily, while his face kept changing from one man into another. Roy saw those faces before. Dross, the stall owner who went missing in Aldersburg, Boyev, the chief of Connor Village, the customer in the White Orchards Inn, the chief of Lowervillen, and Barton, the innkeep of Henhouse. They were familiar faces, but Roy kept forgetting them. In the end, all those faces turned into one of a skinhead man with a crooked nose and untrimmed stubble. Ah, so you've noticed me, Roy. He smiled. Countless black butterflies fluttered behind the man, forming a pair of gigantic wings. He flapped them and leapt into the air. The man rose higher than the window and slowly stepped down a flight of invisible stairs. Eventually, he landed on the bedroom's floor, revealing himself fully to the witcher. He was neither tall nor strongly built. The man was ordinary, save for the fact that his eyes were all black. Other than that, he looked just like a regular man in regular clothes. He was wearing an old, yellow coat paired with tight, blue pants. His shoulder bags straps made a cross on his chest, hanging from both sides of his waist. They looked filled to the brim with things Roy didn't know. His black deerskin boots looked ancient, the tips were disfigured, and the edges were caked in dirt. He looked just like a traveling merchant from the outside. Dirty and unkempt, he would blend right into the crowd. Nobody would pay any attention to him. However, when the man looked at Roy, he could feel needles pricking his skin. At the same time, Roy felt like he was naked to the man, as if he could see through him. The Witcher bit the tip of his tongue, and the taste of blood made him snap out of it. He curled up and tensed up like a cat. He held the ground with his toes, his temples throbbing. The man greeted, "It's a lovely afternoon, perfect for a reunion with old friends." Odysee crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. There was a special allure to his voice. It was clear, and he enunciated things slowly, as if he were reciting a passionate poem. However, the young Witcher caught the glint of cunning in his eyes that told of his Philistine nature. He was more like a veteran businessman ready to sell his merchandise. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Roy pretended he had no idea who this was, but he felt even more alarmed, and he took a step back. At the same time, Roy was genuinely curious. He couldn't even get any useful information on the man. Odysee was shrouded in mystery. Odysee. Age requires higher perception. Gender, status, master of mirrors, man of glass. A traveling merchant who sells mirrors. Requires more information to unlock Odyssee's secret identity. Stats, skills. You can call me Odysee or the Master of Mirrors. Relax. I mean you no harm. I just wish to have a friendly conversation. He shrugged, putting on a friendly smile. And it's odd you think you've never seen me before. Let me jog your memory. We met in Aldersburg, the White Orchards Inn, and the henhouse not too long ago. And I've given you a lot of favors on your journey. Roy frowned and tried to remember, then he felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that bad feeling he sensed back at the orchard wasn't for no reason. Odysee hadn't shown himself back then, but he had been keeping an eye on Roy. To make things more terrifying, he never noticed that something was wrong. It was like his perception stopped working, and a small part of his key memories had been locked by some kind of power. It became really vague, and he had no idea why that happened for a long time. "Why are you stalking me, Master of Mirrors?" "Stalking is such a strong word," Odysee said. "I'm just doing some surveys. I hold myself to a high standard. I need to pick my customers carefully." "Customers?" "I'll explain. Most people, like these three here, are sands in an hourglass, a blade of grass on the grounds of a forest. They're not worthy enough of my attention. But you're special. Stow away. Your mind is veiled. You have a power no one else has, and you're smart enough to wield it effectively." Odysee paused for a moment. "I've noticed that all the lives you took lose their souls. That was way back in Aldersburg, and I confirmed that guess in the orchard. But how'd you do it even without a contract?" He clenched his right fist, and his eyes turned into slits. Every muscle on his face was trembling with joy. "You've taken the souls of the mad, the despair, the devout, and the mysterious. Will you come with me and bear witness to miracles?" He scrunched his nose and took a deep breath in Roy's direction. He was like a cat who smelled a fish, a starving man faced with a feast. There was indulgence in his eyes, and also a deeply hidden greed. It was hair-raising. Roy's face fell. "He called me a stowaway, and he knows the things I kill lose their souls." Odysee pointed out his biggest secret, and he felt uneasy. But so what? Roy thought. He came to talk instead of rob. There must be some sort of limitation he's adhering to, and you took a token of mine away. Odysee looked at the Witcher closely and stretched his arms backward. Then he took a deep breath. "I know that smell anywhere. What token? What do you mean?" "A book," Odysee said. "A book you took from a mavet. A book they call the Book of Bones. It's merchandise belonging to another old customer of mine, Jennifer Very Ears. But you took it away and burned it. You ruined a perfect trade and allowed the Baron to take Jennifer away. Now the lovely girl is gonna live her life in luxury. No longer will she be tied down by sickness and hunger. She'll probably live a long life." He paced around, sighing. That's a big loss for me. I can't get my reward on time now. Have to push it back by decades. Gaunter shifted the subject and said gladly, but there's a silver lining in everything. After what you did last time, I've decided to end the survey early and start doing business with another great customer as payment for my ruined trade. He pointed at the young witcher. Roy shrugged and sighed. Well, what if I give the book back to its owner then? Will you leave us, Master of Mirrors? He refused. Wars and suffering would cease to exist if everything was as simple as that. Can you release them then? This is no place to talk business. Roy looked at Letho, Louisa, and Arian. They were still not breathing, and their hearts were not beating. They were stuck in an eerie limbo. He was worried that they might be irreparably damaged if they stayed in this state for too long. More importantly, he was worried Gaunter would whip out a spoon. Calm down. It's just a simple trick to keep them quiet. Gaunter crossed his arms and shook his head. They'll go back to how they were once. We're done doing business. He calls stopping time a simple trick. Roy wondered if he should laugh or be terrified. Gaunter's power was more than he could have imagined. He could probably kill Roy like he was squashing a bug, but he didn't do that. Either he needs my help, or he's restricted by something. Roy suddenly relaxed a little. We can do business later. I have a question for you, Master of Mirrors. You're obviously not a regular merchant. Roy stared into his eyes and guessed, and you're no regular spellcaster either. Your skills are a lot stronger than regular spells. So what kind of being are you? Are you a demon or a god from another dimension? He had been haunted by this question for a long time. He wanted to know ever since he was in his previous world. The secret records and research claimed that Gaunter Odysee was a demon who traveled countless worlds to make contracts and collect souls, but Roy thought things were not that simple. Gaunter's powers were beyond the world's rules, and the demons in the records were far inferior to this being. He might be limited by the rules of the worlds he traveled, but he was unquestionably of a higher realm than most life forms. He was like a god fooling around in the human world. Gaunter Odysee nodded. He liked Roy for being so relaxed. Curiosity is the first step to improvement, but I can't answer that yet. Unless it's part of a trade, I can draft a contract if you'd like. It's fine if you don't. I have nothing to do with the demons and gods in folklore. Just remember that I'm a merchant, he said seriously. Business is my everything. It's more important than my own life. Not like my almost eternal life means anything to me anyway. Ah, but you got one thing right. I'm no regular merchant, he said humbly. I have some special abilities, though I won't abuse them. It's usually used to make sure the trade goes smoothly. For example, the scene you see before you. I provide a wider selection of items compared to most merchants. Tangible, intangible, common, special, and even indescribable items. I create the object of my customer's deepest desire, granting them the wish only they want. Take this little one for example. Gaunter sniffed the air and looked at the sleeping Arian again. Unlike when he was facing the Witcher, Gaunter obviously looked delighted. He was not filled with greed, but delight at his imminent reward. He's a pure soul, but his flagrant and wanton mother destroyed him. As he wished, I granted him the best of dreams to escape this cruel reality, until he's released from his mortal coil. I see. So this guy is behind the curse. Why do you take his valuables? To mislead the investigators? Gaunter laughed happily. Hey, watching a bunch of detectives, sorcerers, witch doctors, and bounty hunters going on a wild goose chase is fun, but they're a bunch of fools. None of them found the clue I left behind. What a letdown. You, though, you saw through it. Roy asked, what about the reward? What did Arian promise you in return? His soul. That's the only currency I accept. According to the contract, I'll take Arian's soul on an interesting adventure after he dies. Gaunter flicked his wrist and pulled out a golden parchment from the air. It was filled with spindly, indecipherable words. Roy huddled closer to take a good look, but Gaunter tucked the parchment away. Roy questioned, are you sure you didn't pull any tricks in the contract? He's just a boy, after all. Nobody can go against the contract. Not even me. Gaunter raised his head and said calmly, everything I do follows the rule. I grant the boy his wish, and I get my reward. It's fair and square. I'll wait for him just outside his bedroom, right up until he draws his last breath. He has enough time to enjoy his dream. No, you don't get it, Gaunter, Roy said. A simple hypnosis isn't worth a soul. Value is different for everyone, Gaunter retorted. Arian is a young boy filled with a sense of justice and virtue, but his world shattered when he found out his own mother was having an affair. Still, he refuses to hurt his mother. Instead, he tried to save himself. He found himself a quiet spot to heal, and he picked a nice dream. He could have asked for more, but he didn't. That was all he asked. Gaunter approached the Witcher and goaded. As for you, Roy, if you think one wish isn't worth your soul, then I can grant you 2 or even 3 wishes. I can write them out in the contract. Just imagine, I can give you a weapon that slices through anything, wine as much as you want, a horse as fast as the wind, infinite wealth, immortality, and even. Gaunter paused. The power to revive your school. Sorry, Gaunter, but I'm not interested in trading my soul. Roy looked into his eyes and shook his head. I still think I have to work for the things I want on my own. Nothing will belong to me otherwise. Get real, bud, Gaunter growled. You've interrupted my business the moment you burned the Book of Bones. You can't stay out of this anymore. It's fine if you don't want to get into a contract now. I'll keep watching you. Someday, you'll need my help, but things will be different then. You can't make any demands you want. Oh, in case that doesn't happen, this might. Gaunter shifted his gaze to Letho and rubbed his stubble. He appraised Letho, as if he were an object. Not everyone is as stubborn as you are. The people around you, your comrades, friends, and even your family, they might be more than willing to trade with me. Is that a threat? Roy's heart skipped a beat, and his blood froze. This guy is a demon. It's like he knows what humans think. He pointed out the scenario Roy never wanted to see happen. Letho, orcs, Seret, Moor, and Susie might fall for its trap and become its prisoners. The young Witcher gritted his teeth. Hesitation filled his eyes for a moment. Then it was replaced by resolve. I won't let anyone or anything hurt them. Not even this bastard. Not even if I die. Oh, no, it's not a threat. I'd call it a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I'm generously helping the population by granting them their deepest desires. Gaunter smiled and looked at Letho. I'll be keeping a close eye on him. Maybe lend a hand or two. What do you think? Roy kept quiet for a long time, and his heart started to race. He could feel it almost bursting through his chest. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, and his breathing was heavy, as if he were a blower. Very well, I'll take the challenge, even if it costs me my life. Hey, Master of Mirrors. The young Witcher gave Gaunter a toothy grin, but his eyes were glinting coldly. Want a bet instead? Changed your mind? Finally willing to trade? Gaunter looked at the Witcher coldly, like a spider waiting for its prey to fall into its web. Roy shook his head in disgust. And get involved with you my whole life? No thanks. That's nightmare fuel. I have a counter-proposal to get away from you forever. Let's have a bet. Roy had mixed feelings about it. He was fearful, but he pretended not to be. And yet he also felt adrenaline pumping through his veins. Getting into a bet with the Master of Mirrors was like making a deal with the devil. No matter how grand he made his promises sound like, it was nothing compared to the payment he required. Vivienne told him how important and irreplaceable souls were. It was worth more than any wish. Not to mention he had no idea what Gaunter would do to his customers' souls. He might devour them instead of taking them on a great adventure. Roy had no intention to try, so he refused the offer. The problem was Gaunter threatened him with his friends, family, and parents who lived in Novgorod. He wanted to just abandon everything and do whatever he wanted. But that was not an option. He wasn't strong enough to be free of any constraints yet. So he went for a confrontation. Running away would just land him in bigger trouble. Winner takes all in this bet. Loser gets nothing. Wanna make a bet with me, Master of Mirrors? If you win, you can take my soul. A bet? Is that a challenge? This is the first time someone made that request in 30 years. I applaud your courage, child. What is your request then? If I win, then I'll need the whole process for the Manticore School's trial of the grasses. including but not limited to the potion recipe and step-by-step instruction for the mutation and modification of the trial taker's body. And I'll also need a tried and proven guide to strengthen my elder blood. Roy was worried Gaunter might take back the powers and treasures he granted someday if Roy made that wish after he won, but if all he asked for was a path to power, then the fruit of his labor would be his and nobody else's. A minute, please. Gaunter disappeared into thin air, like a mist that was blown away by the wind. All that was left was a yellow afterimage. Roy froze, and his jaw dropped. What is this? Teleportation? Gaunter reappeared a couple moments later. He smiled apologetically at Roy. Thanks for waiting. The stuff for Elder Blood took longer than I thought, but I did it. I'm fine with those requests. Anything else you need? Roy stared into Gaunter's eyes, taking a deep breath to calm himself down. If I win this bet, then you'll have to leave this world and never come back, and you cannot use any of your power to approach or corrupt the world. Sorry, mate, Gaunter interrupted, and a smirk curled his lips. That's a bit too much, don't you think? Yes, you're a great customer, but you're not the only customer. This world is filled with people driven by nothing but their desires. It's more than I can even count. He mocked. You expect me to give up a whole forest for a tree? To give up a whole garden for a single flower? To give up countless customers for one unique soul? You expect me to put myself in exile? No way. Gaunter wagged his finger, obviously refusing the proposal. You just said you can grant me any wish, taking back your word so soon? But I never said I couldn't haggle. This is an important part of business, Gaunter explained easily. You're only as valuable as your soul, and your terms are now worth more than that. I can't go into a contract if I risk making a loss. The Witcher met his gaze for a moment, but Gaunter wouldn't let up. He sighed quietly and took a step back. Fine, change of terms. It won't be an eternal exile. Roy fell silent for a moment, trying to come up with the best duration. If I win, you'll stay away from this world for 100 years, and you're forbidden from trading with me or my friends and family. 100 years should be enough for my family to live their whole lives in peace. Most people I know won't live that long anyway, and if I'm still alive 100 years later, I'll probably be strong enough to fight him. Gaunter rubbed his chin. He was weighing his options, and Roy waited for his answer. The young Witcher and Aryan soul. Gaunter rubbed his hands together and nodded. Change of terms. If I lose, I'll never come near the people you care about. Forever. I can write that into the contract, but I won't impose a self-exile. As for you, you'll have 10 years of respite. Neither I nor the other businessman will come in contact with you. 10 years. Roy massaged his temples and fell into his thoughts. I'm taking all the risks here. Can I grow strong enough to fight this guy in 10 years? Still, at least the people I care about won't get dragged into Gaunter's deals now. I have another That's no way to haggle. Witcher. Really? Is my soul only worth that much? Besides, you said haggling is an important part of business. Roy insisted. I took a step back. So now it's your turn, Gaunter, or all bets are off. Very well. State your term, but don't cross the line. You know what I'm talking about. Gaunter relented. Stay within that line. Roy looked at the young man on the bed. It's about Aryan. If you lose, you'll have to null his contract and change him back before you leave this world. As you wish, Samaritan. Gaunter nodded, and his grin widened. So we have a deal. What's the game then? Gwent? No, a challenge. You've been observing me all this time. You should know I specialize in completing difficult requests. Give me a request. Roy tried to keep his voice from trembling, but it'll have to be within my skill level. You can't make ridiculous requests like having a trout swim in fire or hunt a whale in the deep sea. Nothing like getting the moon or the stars either. It is to be reasonable. So many conditions. Gaunter mused about it for a while, but it's fine. A challenge with no way out is a boring challenge anyway. Then let's make a deal. Gaunter waved his hand, and golden flames burned in the air. A yellowing parchment appeared out of nowhere and fell into Roy's hand. At the same time, Gaunter wrote in the air, and lines of runes and words appeared on the parchment. It detailed all the terms and conditions of the bet. The contract was written in 4 different languages. There was Elder speech, northern common speech, and a kind of written language Roy hadn't learned before. It looked like esoteric runes. He had no idea what the words meant, but he could understand it when it formed a sentence. The language of demons, gods. The fourth and final language was none other than English, the one Roy was familiar with. So this contract sees through my very being. It sees through my soul. Just a friendly reminder, Witcher, but look very closely. Don't miss even a single word. I don't want you calling foul play and ruining this trade. Roy read through the contract a few times, including the fine print. When he confirmed that there were no loopholes Gaunter could use, he signed his name. He then bit his finger and put a bloody seal on it. Right after he placed the seal, he could feel himself connected to the contract, as if something important to him was locked inside it. Gaunter beckoned, and the contract flew into his hand all furled up. He tucked it away. Can't I have a copy? And don't you have to sign it too? No. This is the only copy. And I'm the contract itself. I can't betray myself. Roy fell into a moment's silence. Don't you have to brand me or something? The contract's power is more than enough. No need for brands. Gaunter smiled. But I can help you out if you want it. Maybe a victor's brand if you win this? No. Roy shook his head. He put Griffin the cat and that bloodstone into Letho's pocket. That's an interesting transfiguration. And you have a nice soul there too, Gaunter commented. Roy was about to say something, but the last thing he heard was two claps, and everything went dark. He couldn't even see in front of him. The world itself started spinning, as if he were falling down a deep, dark abyss. He felt himself spinning around, and Roy felt like throwing up. He could feel a powerful, suffocating air current zipping past him. Feels like my first time going through a portal. Has it begun? He didn't have time to think. A few moments later, the darkness was pierced by the light, and Roy could see again, but he found himself in a strange place. Roy was on a squalid patch of ground. The night sky above was overcast, the dim moonlight shining on a deserted wasteland. The place was littered with shrubs, shriveled trees, and gnarly stone formations. Where is this place? Roy shouted at the sky. He pushed himself up, barely holding down the dizzy feeling in his head. Gaunter's voice boomed everywhere around him. You want to play? Let's play. He sounded like a jester going into a game. There was a hint of excitement in it. I have a riddle for you. Solve it and grasp the answer in your hands. Do that, and you and Arian will be freed. I'll stay away from you for 10 years too. And what if I fail? Roy looked around himself. He knew he had never been to anywhere like this, nor had he ever seen any place that resembled this wasteland. Still, it was a bad land, and he felt depressed here. Gaunter's maniacal laugh boomed around him. Then a crazy and colorful adventure shall await us, merry few. You said so, didn't you? Tell me the riddle then. Roy took a deep breath and paid full attention. To all things men and I appertain, and yet by some am shunned and disdained, Gaunter said, as if he were singing, as if he were reciting a poem. Fondle me and ogle me till you're insane, but no blow can harm me, cause me pain. Children delight in me, elders take fright. Fair maids rejoice and spin. Cry and I weep, yawn and I sleep. Smile, and I too shall grin. What am I? Roy stared at the ground and thought about it for a few moments. He smiled. You're losing this bet. Is that so? I won't be so sure about it. But if you're so confident, then find me before the hourglass runs out of sand. A petite hourglass fell into the Witcher's hand out of the sky. He grasped it and held it close. I have a little gift for you before we begin, just to make things fair. You're all banged up as is. Roy could feel a warm sensation filling up his right chest, as if a masseur were relieving his clogged veins. He almost moaned from how comfortable it felt. The warmth went away eventually, and Roy touched his ribs. To his surprise, the injury he sustained from the battle with the ladies was gone, and his ribs were good as new. He stretched his arms and moved around. His joints cracked. The young Witcher took Kaer and Aerondight out of his inventory and strapped them to his back. He was about to do something else, but Gaunter laughed, stopping him in his tracks. I see you're ready now. Let's begin. I've tucked away a lot of surprises on this journey. Have fun, and no cheating. What the hell kind of place is this? Roy climbed up the hill filled with strange rock formations and came to a long, winding path. He stared into the distance, where a mountain range was hidden behind the fog. Behind them stood a gigantic moon. It shone clearer than the surface of Lake Vizima, drawing the eyes of anyone who saw it. Roy felt like he could touch the moon and the mysterious mountains if he just stretched his hand out. Like it? There's more to see. But remember, you have to find the answer before time runs out, Gaunter said again, his voice booming everywhere. The Master of Mirrors was hiding somewhere, watching the Witcher struggle. Roy ignored him. The hourglass in his hand was petite and beautiful, but the sand wasn't flowing quickly. I probably have about an hour. Roy tried to summon something from his inventory again. His last playthrough of the game told him about the riddle's answer. If he could use his oil, potions, and water, this would be a cinch. However, his inventory did not respond to his summons, as if it were locked by a layer of unknown magic. Roy held his blades up and let the moon shine on them. He looked at the swords, but they were covered in a layer of white membrane. They looked like sword-shaped pearls now. They looked muddy. Impossible to show his reflection. Knew it wouldn't be that easy. Roy went and dug a hole in the nearby land. He looked around and pissed in it, but for some reason, the ground absorbed his urine right away. Well, so much for that plan. So this is what he means by cheating. I'll have to find the answer through the right way. Roy leapt into the air, charging ahead like a cheetah hunting its prey. It was as if he were blinking through the air. The wasteland was eerily quiet and dead. There was not a sound but his footsteps. He didn't even hear any cicadas chirping. The air was filled with a thin layer of cold mist. Weed and dead Nile trees stood by the path, as if they were sentries guarding a gate to the underworld. There was a lantern hanging from the tree's branches every few feet. The light was a neary red, as if the space around it were drenched in blood. Roy was starting to have a bad feeling about this. He kept running, but he could feel his temples throb, and his instincts screamed at him. About 5 minutes later, he knew why. 2 silhouettes came out from behind the stones on the path. They charged at Roy, and he scrambled to defend himself. Though he didn't panic. He reacted in time thanks to his combat reflexes. He charged ahead and rolled through the opening between them. Roy dodged their attack and turned around. He unsheathed Aerondight and cast Kn. The silhouettes tried to attack him, but he circled them, finding an opening to attack. Silhouette Age HP 80, Strength 8, Dexterity 5, Constitution 8, Perception 5, Will 4, Charisma 3, Spirit 4. These monsters were unlike anything Roy had seen before. They were all black, and they devoured all the light around them. These monsters smelled of violence and destruction. They weren't even alive. Roy could see their outline, and they looked like a monster commonly seen around bodies of water drowners. They were hunched and had big bellies. Their limbs were shriveled and spindly. They went all out every time they attacked. These monsters attacked with their sharp claws, but unlike drowners, they wouldn't squeal or shriek when they attacked. Maybe they can't. When the Witcher figured out their attack patterns, he turned around and dodged their attack. Then he pushed his hand forward. A powerful air current charged ahead, smashing the monsters like a hammer. They staggered backward and lost their balance. Roy held Aerondight horizontally, charging ahead at them. He swung the blade down 3 times, and it struck their necks, chest, and thighs. The blade wasn't even blood-stained even though Roy had cut the monsters open. The silhouettes fell back down and disappeared into the air like wisps of mist. Silhouette Guild EXP plus 20. Silhouette Guild EXP plus 20. Level 6 Witcher. I can get EXP from killing these guys? Roy was surprised. He recently found out that the source of EXP came from souls. And these monsters he created have souls. What kind of power is that? Well, this is a nice surprise. I should get enough to level up if I can kill a bit more of these. No time to farm for EXP though. I wasted about a minute here. I need to pick up the pace. Roy shouted into the air as he ran. Hey, you said nothing about monster attacks. This is my world, so you play by my rules, Gaunter retorted. And that was just the appetizer. So I'm not in the Witcher world anymore? Where am I then? Another dimension, or somewhere this guy created? Roy didn't figure out the answer. Somewhere on his left side stood a short flight of stairs. A pair of red lanterns shone on an old and dilapidated pavilion. Roy stopped in his tracks and approached the pavilion. It must have been at least 100 years old. The elements had weathered it down. Its roof was almost non-existent, and the remaining parts were covered in fern. The pillars were made of the gnarled branches instead of concrete. It looked eerie and felt wet to the touch. Roy felt something slimy and disgusting on them too. There was an ancient well in the center of the pavilion. Roy looked inside. The lanterns shone on it, but it had dried up. The bottom was filled with animal skeletons and a few shriveled branches. No water at all. Roy frowned. This well ought to give you a hint, mate. Gaunter's voice came from the well. Wanna come inside? I'm right here. Your tricks won't work on me. Oh dim, Roy answered. There's nothing but your echo down there. It fulfills part of your riddle, but not all of it. It's not the answer. I see you're not a total idiot. Witcher, I can say the same to you. Roy went back to the path and came to a rickety wooden bridge. A canyon that stretched into infinity yawned beneath the bridge, and dark clouds swirled in it. Yellowish flashes of light blinked in the clouds, and a cacophony of buzzes followed it. A gust of hot, pungent air blew up from the abyss. Roy tasted sulfur in the air. Is there a lava river down there? Roy stood on the bridge for a moment and had a moment of vertigo. He could imagine how horrifying it must be if he fell from this altitude. He would probably splash into the lava and turn into air. Roy looked away, but then an eerily childlike voice called out to him. Roy, help, huh? Roy's heart skipped a beat, and he took a trip down memory lane. He knew that voice. It belonged to his childhood friend. Been a long time since I heard that voice. Am I starting to hear things? He turned around and saw a gaunt, spindly arm holding the wooden bridge, and a boy's head bobbed up. He had a bowl cut, his chubby face as red as wine, and snot dangled from his nose. The boy looked like he was about 8 or 9, and he was amusing. But Roy couldn't even laugh. This has got to be a joke. Gaunter's casting this spell. Bad memories came flooding back. Can he actually take the souls of the dead and imprison them in his world? Roy shook his head and calmed down. He decided to ignore the boy and went ahead. Save me, Roy. It's me, Brandon. The boy's screams turned even louder, and he trembled in fear. Roy hastened, and the bridge started wobbling. Did you forget about me? I introduced you to Fletcher, and he took you in. You owe me one. Please, help me. I don't wanna die. How'd you get here, Brandon? Roy asked. But he didn't stop. He was slowly getting near the other side of the bridge. I don't know. I didn't do anything. But I found myself in this place right after I woke up. The river's hotter than the sun. It hurts. It's gonna cook me like a pig. Hello, friend. Someone else bellowed, cutting the boy off. Mount Carbon sends you its regards. Fancy seeing you here. Are you dead too? A thitch, short hand held the bridge's ropes, and a bearded dwarf showed up. Quick, give me a hand. The dwarf struggled to hold the rope. He was dangling from the bridge, swaying with it. The dwarf looked tense, but he forced a smile. Pull me up and we'll save the boy. Then we have some catching up to do, and we'll have an archery competition. I wanna see if you've improved. Life is shit down here. Good thing dwarves are tough. Roy didn't stop or hesitate, and the dwarf panicked. Where are you going, Roy? Help us. Don't leave your friends behind. Sorry, but Barney's still alive, and he's a lousy archer. Roy waved at him. Look here, Witcher, it's me, Virgil. The old baker's son. A humble young man with pus all over his face scrawled up. Your potion destroyed my insides. I couldn't even die painlessly because of you. I can still feel it churning in my belly. Please, pull me up. Pay for your sins. Please, help me. I wanna see my father. Sorry, but I can't waste my time saving you. Roy gnashed his teeth and held the hourglass tightly, but the sand wouldn't stop falling. He finally got across the bridge of memories. The past did almost torture him, but they failed to make him waver. The dead can't come back to life. They're all fake. The familiar voices disappeared behind the veil of fog. They were taken away by the winds into a land far, far away. You didn't even care about your friends, Witcher, Gaunter mocked him. Did the mutation wipe all your feelings away? Turned you into a heartless monster? They should call you Roy, the stone-hearted. You're still a lad, but you're inhumanly heartless. Hey, Odysee, Roy retorted. I'll catch you, I swear. That's all it took to rile you up. Give up, my friend. Release yourself from this misery. In your dreams, Odysee. Roy went ahead and ran into another stiff silhouette. She was about 5 feet 7, but she was hunched, not unlike a wizened crone who was about to die. The silhouette was as black as the first two Roy met. It reeked of soil and corpses. A pair of bony protrusions grew on her back. They looked like wings. Its hair looked like a bunch of seaweed clumped together. Her claws glinted more menacingly than a werewolf's. They looked like a row of black, sharpened chisels. When it saw Roy, it pounced at him, just like the earlier silhouettes did. A grave hag this time, huh? Roy took Gabriel out and pulled the trigger while the silhouette was approaching him. The bolt flew through the night and buried itself in the silhouette's forehead. It didn't even have time to react. The bolt pierced through its forehead and flew further behind it. If this was a regular grave hag, it would have wailed in pain and pulled the bolt out. That would have been the opening Roy needed to approach it. But the silhouette was different from a real grave hag. It would not tire nor respond to pain. There was no blood coming out of the wound either. All the silhouette did was stop for 1/10 of a second. Then it lashed out its tongue at the crossbow, just like how a frog would hunt its prey. The black tongue arced through the air. Roy couldn't even move, and the putrid, slimy tongue had hit Erondite. It left smoke and vile slime behind. The tongue was slender, but it had great power. The quick attack almost numbed the witcher's hand, and Erondite nearly flew out of his hand. Smoke sizzled from the part of Gabriel that was hit as well. Its tongue has acid. Roy skidded back like a weasel and took cover behind a boulder on the path. The last time he faced a grave hag was back in Lower Posada. He watched as Letho, Orcs, and Serit dealt with it. They had a great advantage back in the village. They laid out a trap and just waited for the monster to fall for it. It was killed in under 2 minutes. Now that he was facing a grave hag head-on, he realized how cunning this monster could be. It wasn't that powerful, but its tongue slithered around like a snake in the shadows, waiting to strike at its prey. It would hurt if the tongue hit him. The tongue couldn't pierce his armor, but the acid would still hurt him. No need to go all out with this. There's something worse waiting for me after this. Roy fired 2 bolts at it. It destroyed the first one with its tongue. The second one hit its big belly, and the witcher cast blink. Ripples spread through space, and Roy appeared behind the monster. His blade swung across the air, slicing the nape of the grave hag open. Erondite got stuck between its bones, and blood splattered everywhere. The silhouette howled in pain. It turned around, flailing its arms. The witcher ducked under its armpits and went behind it again. His eyes turned crimson as he cast fear. The silhouette froze in place, standing stiffly like a puppet. Roy raised his crimson blade, slicing at the monster from left to right. The sword became an arc, and the monster's head flew high up into the air before it fell with a thud. Its mouth was still opening and closing, and a black, disgusting tongue lolled out of its mouth. The headless body turned around twice, then it fell with a loud thud. Grave Hag killed. EXP plus 80. Roy heaved a sigh of relief. This grave hag was the 4th wave of monster he ran into. The second wave was 2 drowners, and the third was a ghoul. He had gained enough EXP to level up after killing them. But Roy didn't do it right away. He needed to keep full recovery for emergencies. The monsters were getting tougher to kill. He might run into something he couldn't handle soon. He looked at the hourglass. Half an hour left. That was abysmal. Poor performance. You spent half an hour just to get here? Gaunter mocked. Look at yourself. Hiding behind the boulder like a coward. I can't believe you passed the trial. Did your mentor help you out? Roy snorted and brushed it off. He kept running toward the moon in the sky. A few corners later, he came to a hill filled with weed. A beautiful voice of a woman said, "Come here, Roy. Let me take a look at you." Roy turned around curiously, and he saw a familiar face looking back at him. She had fiery red hair that tumbled down her shoulders, and her eyes were filled with passion. Her full, luscious lips looked like petals of a blossoming flower. Roy felt like having a taste. This was a woman in the ripest period of her life. "Coral?" Roy spaced out for a moment. Coral leaned against the ground and waved at him. She looked surprised. Her chest swayed as she waved at him, not unlike a great wave crashing against the sea. Her legs were crossed, her beautifully polished toenails looking like gemstones. She beckoned at him. "Where have you been?" She gazed into his eyes and asked, almost like she was complaining, "Why didn't you come to me? I've missed you." "Hey, say something. Are you tired of me already?" "I know. Why don't we change it up?" "Remember the bathtub in the lab?" Coral blushed. Roy's heart skipped a beat. He looked down and avoided meeting her gaze. A beautiful memory welled up in his mind. He could never forget the days he shared with Lighter in Vizima. He would step through portals to go on dates, talk about mutations, and just fool around like normal people. It was simpler and happier back then. The days he spent with Coral made him grow at a blistering rate. He used to be uncertain before. He wavered at one time, but eventually, he got over it and changed. No longer would he fall for women or panic for anyone that easily. Lether was right. Everyone used to be crazy once. Everyone had a few memorable relationships before. These experiences were necessary for growth. "We've been talking through the telescope every day, Coral. I'll see you when I have time." He waved her goodbye and turned around. "But not now. I have business to settle." He left the hill, but the illusion did not end. Silvery, beguiling laughter filled the air. Through the corner of his eye, the Witcher saw many beautiful silhouettes appearing on the hills, waving at him, and not just humans either. There were beautiful dryads with green skin, succubi with tattoos covering their horns, hooves, and faces, pale, aloof higher vampires, mermaids with beautiful voices, and more. There were more women than Roy could count, and they were even more alluring than reality. Still, his will triumphed over the illusions. He tensed up and kept walking as quickly as he could. Gaunter asked jovially, "I knew this would work, lad." Surprised? "So, who do you like the most?" Gaunter was watching in delight as Roy tried to escape the illusion. "You date your customers, Odin." Roy calmed down and kept walking ahead. He retorted, "Is that why you know so many races?" "You remember their traits quite well. It's surprising that a being like you actually has human emotions." "I'm flattered, Witcher, but a reminder, the wind is still howling, and heavy rain isn't stopping. Your life is still in danger," he said darkly. "Get it? You don't have much time left." Roy came to a spacious cave behind the hill. It was on the left side of the path. Unlike most caves, which were dark at night, this cave had golden light shining from within. It was even more dazzling than the moon itself. Roy was reminded of the cave where dragons hoarded their treasure. "Go and take everything. Infinite wealth is right in front of you," a voice whispered into his ear. As the financial manager of the school, Roy had to keep track of every expense. Equipment, food, shelter, armor, travel all cost coins. Rebuilding the school and buying a vineyard would cost an astronomical amount of money too. They needed money, and a lot of it. Roy took a look inside the cave. Thanks to his supernatural senses, he saw 4 big wooden crates near the walls of the cave. All of them were open, and they were filled with valuables. Most of them were coins. Cute, little crowns, ons, gold coins, and ancient currencies. Roy couldn't recognize most of them. There was a mountain of precious stones too. Sapphires, rubies, obsidians, crystals, agate, diamonds, topaz. Any sorceress would kill to get their hands on this hoard. "Pity I can't take these." Roy gulped and turned his gaze away. He left the cave, much to Gaunter's surprise. If this maze was the same as the one Roy remembered, he knew he could take the treasure and leave unscathed. However, the bridge of memories, the illusion, and this cave of wealth never appeared in the maze Roy had in mind. I wonder if the way to the riddle's answer has changed. Roy was starting to get nervous. I have to be careful. That's the only way to survive. A few seconds might mean life or death now. I can't risk this. Besides, my inventory space is locked. I can't take too much anyway. And I only have 20 minutes left. Roy noticed something standing on the path. It was a dark sword, firmly embedded in the soil on the platform. The moon shone on its blade, and it reflected its light. Its crossguard curled on both sides, and its blade was slender. The sword looked similar to the Viper Silver Sword. After taking all those classes from Beringer, Roy could see that this was a great sword. He only needed a minute to pull it out and take it with him. A pity I can't. Roy looked at it one last time and gritted his teeth. He held the hilt of his blades to cheer himself up. I have Kaer and Aerondight. That's enough. I can't waste any more time. He hastened and left the sword behind. Wow! Gaunter clapped. Is Lebioda your ancestor or something? You didn't even stop for treasures or the sword. Aren't you tempted? To be honest, I thought you only had 10% chance to win this. But now it's doubled. Roy ignored Gaunter and climbed past a few big flights of stairs, went past a dead oak tree that was 3 stories tall and had an enormous canopy. Then he came to the end of his journey, a quiet mansion. The mansion stood on a piece of barren wasteland. Not a sound came from within. Unholy crimson light shone from the closed windows, not unlike a wolf that was hunting down its prey at night. Roy took the left spiral staircase and went up to the mansion's front door. There were beautiful carvings on the walls, and a gigantic stone statue stood in the yard. The statue was made in a woman's image. It was solemnly holding a baptism basin for infants. She's probably a priestess. Beyond that statue was the moon that had been looming over Roy all this time. For some reason, Roy thought there was a circle of evil red light around the moon. It unnerved him. There were about 15 minutes left until the end. Roy went up the flight of stairs and moved his gaze to the mansion's doorstep. He froze. A silhouette knelt on one knee. He was lean and looked too much like Roy. His muscles were taut, and 2 blades were strapped to his back. He also had a crossbow too. The silhouette was disturbed by the sudden entrance, and the pendant before his chest vibrated. Fake Roy made a consign in the air, and yellow light swirled around him. Two witches locked eyes, and sparks flew between them. The witches stood under the moonlight, facing each other. 9 feet of space separated them. Roy curled up and put his weight on his feet. He circled the enemy in an anti-clockwise direction. He kept Aerondight pointed at the silhouette before him. The enemy this time was no dummy. He didn't pounce at Roy the moment he saw him. Instead he mimicked Roy and circled him. The way he held his blade, his pose, and his steps, were remarkably similar to the real Roy. They were like 2 peas of a pod, just that one of them was a reflection. Roy stared at his reflection, thinking that this was a bit surreal. This is the big gift Gaunter had for me? He wondered how much of his power his reflection had. Does he copy everything like the Doppler? His forehead and palms were sweating. Roy held the hilt of his blade tightly with his right hand and made an orange triangle in the air. A stream of flames shot across the air, licking the reflection's body. The silhouette cast Agni at almost the same time and shot it back at Roy. The flames hit their targets, and shattered into pieces. Roy took a step to the side and flung his singed hair aside and crashed into the silhouette. Roy had the advantage. The silhouette was that bit slower than the young witcher due to its slightly lacking intelligence. Roy swung Aerondight up and aimed for its chest. Sparks flew in the air as the silhouette blocked Roy's sword. Roy could see that the silhouette equaled him in strength. Roy changed his attack. He flicked his wrist, and Aerondight slid up the back of the silhouette's blade, cutting off its right ear. The ear disappeared into the air, turning into a puff of black smoke. Most people would be distracted by the pain, but not the silhouette. It cast hard without missing a beat, pushing Roy back. And then it leapt ahead and thrusted its blade at Roy's throat. Roy put his weight into his left leg and pirouetted like a top. He smacked the black blade away with Aerondight and thrusted it into the enemy's chest. The silhouette blocked it with his sword, putting the fighters in a momentary stalemate. They spun clockwise. Sparks flew between their blades. They were like a grindstone working on a piece of metal, but eventually, they broke contact. Yet they quickly jumped back into the fray, swinging their blades, blocking incoming attacks, dodging the enemy's blows. There were no feints in this fight. Every attack was deadly. The fighters aimed for their enemy's vitals. Metals clashed and clanged against each other. Even the air buzzed with excitement with every attack they made. Roy spun, dodging yet another attack. He let out a guttural growl and thrusted his blade at the silhouette's neck, but the silhouette swung its sword and swatted Roy's blade away. It tried to attack Roy's belly, and Roy jumped backward. He was huffing and puffing. Sweat glistened on his face, chin, and neck. His hair was glued to his forehead, and there was almost a layer of steam coming from his body. It had only been a minute since the battle started, but Roy had exhausted more stamina than he expected. The reflection Gaunter made not only possessed his physical capabilities, and it also had the same combat senses, movements, and reaction. Thanks to that, the silhouette could easily figure out what Roy was trying to do. Of course, that also meant Roy could see through his enemy's every attack as well. They were like old enemies getting into a fight. The battle was heated up, but none could defeat the other. This was a true stalemate and the worst-case scenario for Roy. There wasn't much time left. He had to finish this quickly. Roy made a bold decision. He gave up on all defense and charged straight at the silhouette, thrusting his blade downward. The silhouette failed to dodge this, and its belly was pierced, but it didn't fall back either. It pressed onward and stabbed its blade into Roy's thigh. Blood spurted from his wound, and none of the fighters were pulling their weapons out. They were inches from each other, and Roy made one last, final bet. His golden eyes turned crimson once more. Bloody tentacles wrapped the silhouette, freezing it in place. The silhouette's eyes did not turn red in response to Roy's fear though. It might have copied most of Roy's capabilities, but not the skills his character sheet had optimized for him. The battle is over. Roy pulled his blade out and sliced the silhouette's head off. The head flew up high into the air, disappearing as a puff of smoke. Roy, fake, killed. EXP plus 180. I win. A fake can never triumph over the real deal. Roy's face was contorted with pain, but he managed to smile. He was in a bad situation. The manticore armor had a few dents in it. He didn't even need to take it off, and he knew there were bruises on him. Just touching them sent pain searing up his head. It made him shiver. Roy howled in pain and spat out blood. There were chunks of flesh in it. Even his organs were hurt, but I can't stop. The end is right in front of me. Only 10 minutes left. Activate. A cool sensation washed over his body, and most of his minor wounds were gone. He managed to push himself up, though he was wobbling. Roy tore part of his shirt off and tied it around the wound on his thigh. He used Erondite as a crutch and dragged himself toward the mansion's door, wobbling like a drunk. The insides of the mansion were a lot less impressive than its walls. The first floor's lobby was like a generic inn, filled with a few tables, cutlery, and cabinets. Every table had a candle on it, and they shone on a flight of stairs in the center that led downward. The Witcher trudged downward, eventually finding himself in a dark, claustrophobic passage. At the end of the passage stood a bronze, diamond-shaped mirror with decorated edges. Roy recited, "Fondle me and ogle me till you're insane, but no blow can harm me, cause me pain. Children delight in me, elders take fright. Fair maids rejoice and spin. Cry and I weep, yawn and I sleep. Smile, and I too shall grin." Roy went down the passage and stared into the mirror. "It reflects my actions and shows me my face." The answer is a reflection. "Is this where you're hiding, Gaunter?" Gaunter's maniacal laugh filled the air of the passage, and Roy felt the ground beneath him give way. It caved and broke apart. Then Roy fell down into an underground chamber. The mirror at the end of the passage was no longer in sight. "You look like shit, mate, but it's not gonna end just like that." Roy gritted his teeth and pushed himself up from the debris. He still looked calm, as if he were unfazed by losing that mirror. He knew this would happen. Roy trudged along the corridor and came to a clearing. It was a plaza behind the mansion. What greeted him were nothing but ruins. The tiles were chipped away, scratched, and covered in dust. The floor in the middle looked like it was destroyed by a powerful earthquake. A great crack leading to an abyss slept there. 3 spiral staircases each led up to a looming tower. Roy could vaguely see the mirrors in the tower. There were more than a few too. He dragged himself and went for the nearest one, but the mirror shattered into pieces before he could touch it. Gaunter, who was hiding somewhere, had played another trick. He mocked smugly, "Another point for me." Roy changed his direction quietly and came to the fountain in the middle of the plaza. It was all dried up, but there was a red mirror in the middle. He tried to touch it, but just like the last mirror, it shattered into a pile of glass sand before he could touch it. "Do your eyelids feel heavier now, Witcher? Ready to give in to despair? Give up. Release yourself from your misery." Roy shouted into the air, "You can break glass, but there's a mirror you can never break." "Well, then search for it, Witcher. You might just find it." Roy stopped going for the mirrors in the rest of the towers. Instead, He went into the fountain and headed for a light grey stone wall standing right beside it. He closed his eyes and stuck his ear against it. The wall was smooth and hard to the touch, and he could hear the sound of flowing water hiding behind the stone wall. A smile of relief curled his lips. The process didn't go exactly as I thought, but the end game is still the same. All I have to do is smash this wall and fill the fountain up with water. You'd better keep your promise, Odysee. We'll see, he answered nonchalantly. Roy made a blue triangle in the air. Mana flowed out of his hand, and he pushed the triangle at the wall. A powerful air current slammed against the wall, creating a loud bang. Dust rained down, but the water didn't come gushing out like Roy expected. The wall was still standing. I'd failed to break it. Everything went according to plan. It should have been done. Roy was starting to panic. The sand in the hourglass was almost out. He had 5 minutes left. A few moments later, he slammed the wall again, but to no avail. His blood ran cold, and his heart sank. His breathing was getting ragged. Reality was cruel. His mind told him that his mastery of isekai'd was not powerful enough to break the wall. That was one thing he neglected. Even with the elder blood, his signs were at level 2 at most. He was surprised he couldn't break the wall, but that was to be expected. The school's not revived yet. I still have to create the Brotherhood. And I have to meet more, Susie, Coral, and Siri again. I can't lose. Face it, mate. Gaunter mocked. The chance to break this spell is right in front of you, but you let it slip. Not my fault you can't break the wall. Now come with me. You and Arian are going to see a magnificent world. No, Roy shouted. He could almost see the Master of Mirrors smiling eerily at him. Who knows what'll happen if I go with him? He might devour my soul. He was starting to hallucinate. An endless darkness and void was swallowing him up, erasing all evidence of his existence. The young witcher darted to the wall and thumped it frantically. He punched the wall as hard as he could, but all he did was injure himself. Eventually his fists were nothing but a mess of flesh and blood. He could see his bones exposed in the air. His strength was double that of most people's, but he was nowhere near breaking a sturdy marble slab. Ha ha ha. Gaunter laughed. What happened to your confidence? I can't believe you got into a bet with me just to take a soul I rightfully gained. I admire your courage. Even so, you're still a coward who won't accept his own death. Just take my blessing already. Shut up. I haven't lost just yet. Roy looked at the hourglass. He was almost out of time, but he wasn't giving up yet. I still have time. There must be a way. Gaunter watched his performance, and he kept mocking. Oh, I forgot to tell you this, but I'm not about to waste your body either. After I take your soul, I'll use your flesh as fertilizer for the flowers in my world. You'll be the nutrients for the most gorgeous and deadliest flower there is. The young witcher suddenly stared down at his hands and stopped moving completely. He looked at the blood on his fists, and realization struck him. An unbreakable mirror. Water. Liquid. Blood. The bloody reflection they shatter. He kept muttering to himself. The bloody reflection they shatter. I see. Poor witcher broke down because of this. Gaunter was cut off abruptly. The young witcher made a run to the dried up fountain. There was not a drop of water in sight. The structure that used to spout out water stood tall like a layered cake. The higher it went, the smaller its surface was. A basin the size of a baptism basin stood on the topmost layer. The young witcher stood on the top, looking at the basin coldly. He put his left hand into it. Then he brought Aerondight down on his own hand. The sword was hard enough to cut through steel easily, let alone flesh. His hand was cut off right away, falling into the basin. Blood spurted out of his arteries and filled half the basin in just a few moments. There was about less than a quarter gallon of blood in it. The excessive blood loss should have thrown Roy into a world of agony, but he ignored the pain. His forehead was drenched in sweat, but he quickly huddled closer to the basin, staring into the pool of blood. Ripples spread through the basin, showing the witcher's reflection. Standing behind him was a familiar figure. His head was almost bald. His nose was crooked, and his eyes were black. Gaunter was standing over his shoulder, staring right back at him. Roy pulled him with his remaining hand, dragging him by the collar. He pulled the Master of Mirrors out into the real world. Got you. Roy grinned toothily. Gaunter stared at the witcher solemnly. There was also a look of approval in his eyes. "Use on cock class a wine pill for me." He patted the witch's right hand and chanted some weird, mysterious incantation under his breath. His cheeks blanched and caved in, while black blood vessels filled his face. He looked like a dying man. Not bad. This is another way to do it. But there's no meaning to this victory. He looked at Roy's missing left hand. Gaunter could see his cut artery and bone jutting out from the wound. "Once you leave this world, you'll fall unconscious and die from excessive blood loss. Even if you survive, you'll end up disabled." Poor Witcher. "Oh, I don't think so." "Look again." Roy put his broken arm closer to Gaunter, and something miraculous happened. Flesh and bone were starting to sprout, and tiny tentacles appeared. They grew quickly, restructuring the missing hand in less than 10 seconds. Roy's face, which was white from blood loss, recovered quickly. The wounds from his continuous battle quickly went away as well. Roy looked energetic, his eyes shining like stars. He looked so lively. It was as if he had never gone through the maze's tribulation. "What a surprise, Witcher. Anything else you're hiding from me?" "Leave, Gaunter dim." Roy laughed heartily. "You'll never find out." "Shangoni Moneri, Arisk Debbie." Gaunter chanted something else, and white light burst forth from his body. He broke free of the witch's grasp, falling back into the pool of blood. He clapped his hand and moved backward, falling down into the pool. Flames started burning around his body, and crimson patches covered him. 2 golden parchments flew out from his pockets. They charged into the flames and turned to ash. A black leather journal that contained the Manticore School's top secrets and the way to strengthen Roy's elder blood floated in front of him. At the same time, Roy felt a searing pain coming from his right wrist. It felt like a poker was stuck to his skin. A moment later, an ancient, crimson rune showed up. It was the shape of a messy, bloody ball of strings. "You win this time, Witcher, but the test 10 years later won't be this easy. You had better grow strong. You're as weak as an insect right now. Strengthen your soul. There's an even more exciting game waiting for you." Gaunter cackled, but his laughter soon turned into the guttural growl of a beast. He was burned to cinders and fell into the deepest parts of the pool, engulfed by a ball of golden sun. Roy felt everything spin again, and he blacked out. Links in La Valette's fief. Northern area. Some time had passed since the encounter with Gaunter dim. A black-haired witcher flung the door open and went straight to a round table in front of the counter. "1 apple cider, please." He snapped his fingers at the curvaceous bartender and took a seat beside the veteran witchers. Roy grabbed the stewed meat in front of him and wolfed it down. "Stop eating and tell me what happened to the request." Letho took a swig of dwarven liquor. The other witches and a scrawny kid looked at him curiously. "I almost got myself killed saving Arian. I wasn't gonna leave without a grand reward. I wouldn't let the barons skimp on this one." Roy winked at his fellow witches and wolfed down a brisket the size of a fist. He then tossed a bag of money onto the table. "I got the reward as promised." The coins rattled in the bag, and the witcher in the grey gape's eyes hone. He quickly counted the coins, but his excitement went away immediately. 100 ons. "This is the great wealth the Baron of La Valette promised us? Does he think we're beggars?" "This is not the full amount. Of course, the Baron might be a temperamental jerk who looks down on civilians, but he's every bit as generous as Foltest is. I saved his son, after all." Roy chomped on the beef and grinned toothily. He paid for the services. "Of course I'm taking as much as I can." After settling all the problems for Ignatius, Foltest, and Baron La Valette, Roy had accumulated quite a good sum of wealth. He had almost 2,000 ons left even after spending a lot of their money on their gear back in Vizima. "This is for the alcohol. I'll be keeping the rest of the money. We'll need the money in Novgorod," Roy said. Letho fell into his thoughts. Orcs let out an exaggerated sigh, a hint of complaint flashing in his eyes. "I shouldn't try to haggle with him, or he might take all the money." He quickly held the bag and muttered, "You're paying for dinner, Roy. Can you not be so obsessed with money?" Serit glared at Orcs and took the money bag from him. He tucked it away and turned to the young witcher. "I need you to explain yourself. You went missing for almost an hour in the palace, and when you showed up again, Arian woke up at almost the same time. What happened during that hour?" Letho looked at him coolly and wiped the wine off the corner of his lips. If you're our companion, then you should never keep everything to yourself, kid. Roy pursed his lips. You don't have to worry about us. Felix took his sunglasses off and looked at Roy. I can protect Carl well enough. He patted the boy's head. And I owe you guys big time. If I drag this out too long, it'll affect my work. Fine. Roy had no choice but to tell him, though he was moved that his companions cared about him so much. I'll tell you what happened, but don't worry too much about it. The danger has passed. The inn's magical lamp bathed the space with a warm light, and the bard played on his lute. As music started to fill the air, the young witch recounted that dangerous encounter with the Master of Mirrors. I was gone for an hour because someone named Odysee dragged me into a game. The first time I met him was way back in Aldersburg. Roy told them about all the encounters with Odysee. He was telling the truth most of the time, only omitting his level up and cutting his hand off. He also downplayed the fierce battle too. Since Odysee lost the bet, he could never approach the people close to Troy, so there was no need to keep it a secret. Just when I had less than 30 seconds left, I crushed the wall with isekai'd, and the water filled the fountain up. Fortunately for me, I caught the Master of Mirrors thanks to the reflection in the water. I won, Roy said, still looking a bit fearful. This was a bloody lesson for him. He realized he should never rely too much on the knowledge of this world he had. Battles were ever changing. As promised, he's gone, and we won't have to worry about the guy anymore. Roy told Louisa a different story, however. He said a creature called Odysee was behind this. Letho, Orcs, Seret, Felix, and Carl fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were shining, while Carl's jaw dropped. It felt like he just heard a bedtime story where a knight went on a quest to defeat an evil dragon. The Master of Mirrors was the dragon, while Roy of the Viper School was the knight who defeated it and saved humanity. Are you sure it wasn't a dream, kid? Maybe. Maybe a powerful entity created a dream world and invited me to play with it, and I saved Arian in the process. Roy looked at the red rune on his right wrist. It looked like a ball of strings made by two halves of thread entangled together. Still looks weird to me. It was a brand and a protective barrier that would last for 10 years. No way it's a dream. Orcs rubbed his chin and processed what he just heard. The guy can grant any wish and take their soul in return? He stops time just by waving his hand, and he can cross dimensions? That's even crazier than what gods can do. He's probably not a god. Seret disagreed. He looked at the young witcher. I think I heard about it somewhere. It's probably something that invaded our world after the conjunction of the spheres. It possesses a lot of powerful abilities. He knocked on Roy's ribs and asked, "You came out of a bet with something like that alive? And your ribs are healed? How'd that happen? Did you suddenly get invincible?" "No, because I'm smart." Roy took a swig of the cider and poked his temples. He joked, "And cats have 9 lives thanks to their affinity with chaos energy. I'm not as great as cats, but I have 2 lives. Ask Letho about it. You're just lucky you got out alive." Letho doused his joy. He felt weirdly exhausted after leaving the castle. Now that he knew what happened, he realized it must have been the after effects of Gaunter's spells. "I didn't even know I was under someone's spell." Calling this despair is an understatement. Calling its name and talking about him might draw his attention. "We need to play this safe. From now on, nobody is allowed to say its name," he said solemnly. The air got grim all of a sudden. The witches looked around. They realized the danger was far more threatening than they could imagine, and they wondered what they should do next. Orcs broke the silence and raised a toast to Roy. "Why the long faces, mates? Don't ruin the mood. Not like we haven't run into any danger before. Who cares what it is or how powerful it is? Roy won and came out alive. That calls for a celebration. Let's raise a toast to the victor." Everyone heaved a sigh and shed their grim looks. They raised their mugs. "And me." Carl stood on his tiptoe and raised his mug too. It was blueberry juice. "Of course." Meow. Griffin stuck its head out and mewed. The witches, an apprentice, and a cat raised a toast. Drinks flew everywhere, and the scent of alcohol wafted in the air. It swept away their grim feeling. "Let's put this case to rest," Letho said. "Arian's awake, and Lady Louisa should release the troop members as promised. They'll be getting their recompense too. On the way, Roy said, "We'll be getting the news tomorrow afternoon at most, and we should be leaving soon. I'm fully healed. No need to stay around anymore." Roy wondered how the Baron and Louisa would pay for the damages they caused to civilians. Their greed and ego destroyed the troop, and they lost 2 members forever, Collins and Amos. Wonder how that's gonna work out. Roy looked ahead coldly. Perhaps they'll need my help. Felix and the other witches took Carl to a training ground after the little celebration. They were bored. Letho, Seret, and Orcs had lived a long life. Training an apprentice was a fun thing for them. They volunteered to teach the kid alongside Felix. The 4 of them were whipping the boy into shape. Roy used to train under Letho, and it was a grueling period. Letho forced him to work to his full potential. He could still remember the training hell like it was yesterday. Roy had gotten his basics down after a year of training. He was more than capable of handling himself in some situations. The Viper School witches let him do whatever he wanted. Most of the time, he would ask them to train him himself. Carl was going through the same hell he did, only worse. 4 of them at the same time. That's gonna be harsh. Roy sympathized with him for a moment and happily went to the stable behind the inn. He refilled the trough with some peas and patted Wilt's mane. Then he took Griffin out of his hoodie. It was wobbling and mewing from the alcohol it had. Roy held it in his arms and patted the cat. He had been neglecting them lately, but the critters had been loyal to him all this time. He didn't have to stay with them all the time, but they would always be kind to him. He played with them for a while and sat on the stable's hay. The young witcher took out a journal and recorded his trip in the Baron's land. He wrote down the case from start to finish, the careless mistakes he made during the investigation, the analysis he made for every decision, the mistakes he made in the maze and the battles in there, as well as Gaunter's details. 23rd of October. Year 1261. La Valette's land. Arian saw his mother having an affair with the king. Traumatized by the events, he fell for the Master of Mirrors' promise and was trapped in a dream. Gauntrodim is something like a demon god. It's almost omnipotent, but it's restricted by the contract when it comes to so-taking. Has a degree of freedom when it comes to certain stuff, like killing someone. Roy categorized Gaunter as a relict. It was more powerful than the Unseen Elder, the leader of higher vampires. After Roy was done with the records, he took out the loot he got from the mass details of the Manticore School. Roy went through it slowly. There was a reason he picked Manticore School's recipe as his reward. Roy had a rough idea where the Wolf School, Bear School, and Griffin School were. Felix from the Cat School was traveling with them, so he could probably exchange the formula down the line. The Manticore School was located in Zerrikania, east of Blue Mountain. He had no idea how to get there, making it impossible for him to get the formula. Gaunter saved him a lot of time. Manticore School's trial of the grasses formula, green, blue, and red mutagens, mother's tears, wild dry juice, witch's herb. It's made up of different things from the Viper School's potion. No need for a Griffin mutagen. Good. Griffin is safe. Meow, meow. Griffin stuck its head out and rested on its master's shoulder, looking around curiously. Manticore School's potion was a lot different from the Viper School's. Green mutagen took up a large part of the ratio. Red and blue mutagens took up a lot less of the ratio. The ratio was about 6 to 1 to 1, a trial that increases constitution and decoction tolerance. Roy's constitution would rise if he could take the trials, and he could ingest more decoctions at one go as well. The problem was he had to make it through. Nobody knew how dangerous a second trial would be. Once I get the Cat School's formula from Felix, I'll compare them and prepare for one, then I'll fill my EXP bar and wait for the next full recovery. There were some special steps in the Manticore School's trial as well. The aspirant must make a special inspiration potion made up of wolfspan, the leaves of Begartix blossom, and a few hallucinogenic herbs. They would then have to drink it, and then they would come face to face with their deepest desires. The aspirants would keep doing it and increase the dosage every time to train their mind and soul. Some of them emerged stronger, but some became addicts. Yep. Just like the Merton guy who defected to Lebioda, they're the best decoction makers. but they're tortured by the same addiction. That's one hell of a cautionary tale. Once Roy sorted out the Manticore school stuff, he turned his attention to the strengthening procedure of the Elder Blood. He treated this carefully. The procedure Gaunter found was no orthodox strengthening. He came up with another way. This procedure would use different potions to stimulate it, making it fight and destroy any new bloodline that would take its place. In short, the Elder Blood would get stronger through battling other bloodlines. However, since it was the top bloodline in the Witcher world, not everything could fire it up. Roy would need the blood of a higher vampire, a dragon, and a powerful sorcerer. Then he would need to gather a few herbs. He would have to go through a grueling process to make a potion that could motivate the Elder Blood to fight. It wasn't life-threatening, but it would put Roy in a world of pain. Each user would have the sorcerer he needed. Roy could ask Coral for help, but dragons and higher vampires were beyond him at the moment. This is more than enough for now. I'll come up with a plan down the line. Still, he managed to find a way to strengthen the Elder Blood, and most importantly, he did not have to hurt Ciri for that. Finally, it was time to power himself up. Roy concentrated on the character sheet. After the trial with Gaunter, Roy finally leveled up. Level 7 Witcher, 364,500. Main stat, Will, 12.5 13.5. Remaining stat point, 1. Remaining skill point, 1. Roy allocated the stat point to his main stat, Will, 13.5 14.5. He felt a weird dizzy feeling emerge from his soul. He spaced out a little and lost himself. When he regained his focus, he heard the sound of a needle popping a balloon. As if he broke through some barrier, his will had changed his body somehow. Roy closed his eyes and tried to feel it, but he felt nothing. The young Witcher moved his gaze downward and allocated the skill point to meditation. Meditation, level 5 level 6. A full meditation cycle grants one use of Activate. Activate heals you for 20% 30% of HP and mana. Constitution, 12.5 HP, 165. Spirit, 14.5 Mana, 185. Roy had been growing rapidly after the trial. His strength, dexterity, and perception grew a little. Strength, 9.310. Dexterity, 10.6. Perception, 8.9. Phew. A surge of warmth traveled through his body. The young Witcher's face was getting a little red. It felt great to get stronger little by little. His will and spirit had surpassed all his companions, including Felix. This was probably another path Witchers could take. No need to be obsessed with a particular school. All I have to do is get stronger. He made up his mind and calmed down. Then he grabbed a blade out of his inventory space. Gwyher, you have a brewess arm in your inventory space and a ladle made out of unknown metal. Gwyher shall now be strengthened. Requires higher constitution. Strengthening cancelled. Thanks to your powerful will, Gwyher has gained another effect in this power-up. Type, steel sword. Components, dark iron ingot, magmas, meteorite ore, leather, pinewood, powdered monster leather. Specs, weighs 3.06 pounds. Hilt measures at 9.3 inches, blade measures at 36 inches. Effect, circulation, ignite, painful strike, teleport. Suppression, new. Your will can interfere with reality now. Every time you swing Gwyher, your will of massacre will interfere with your enemy's body and soul. Any enemy with a lower will than you will be suppressed. Their stats will receive a small debuff, and their focus will be drained that much faster. They will get distracted easily and fall into emotions of anxiety, fear, and terror. Suppression ignores all defenses and gets stronger with every passing moment. Roy sighed regrettably. I wonder what brewess arm and the ladle are going to add to the sword. It's a pity I need more constitution. Suppression is okay, I guess. A continuous debuff. Some sort of domain or something? Roy thought. This has its pros and cons. Most battles won't last too long, especially a battle between swordsmen. It'll be done in mostly 10 seconds. Suppression will probably need more time to take effect, but the battle will have ended by then. However, If I run into some troublesome monsters or a skirmish, I'll gain more advantage the longer the battle lasts. This is some late-game skill. He tucked the blade away and pulled out a crimson sword. The Lake Lady's sword Aerondight. Aerondight has received its second power-up, thanks to your powerful will. It now gains another effect. Type, silver sword. Components, tearstone, dark iron ingot, cured draconid leather, powdered monster tissue, nymph blood, silver ingot. Specs, weighs 6.06 pounds. Hilt measures at 11 inches, blade measures at 40 inches. Effects: mana reduction, aqua blessing, aqua summoning, teleport, suppression. New. Yep. Roy caressed the blade. Suppression works better with silver swords. It'll shine in battles with monsters. Gabriel. Gabriel was a rudimentary hand crossbow at first. It has dramatically changed after its fourth power-up. Now it's as good as any great weapon. Thanks to your powerful will, it now gains a new effect. Type, hand crossbow. Components, mulberry wood, tendon, hump, mana. Specs, weighs 7.8 pounds, measures at 0.70.73 meters, draw strength 50-60 pounds, effective range 64-73 meters. Effects: simplify, guided arrows, blink, stun bolt. New, fills your bolts with willpower. If your enemy's will is lower than yours, they will be stunned for 0.1 second. This effect ignores any defenses, but it consumes a lot of focus. Roy's eyes widened in shock. The new effect wasn't weak at all. In fact, it was incredibly powerful. Thanks to Simplify, there was only a 0.4 second lag between each shot. If the enemy was stunned by every shot, there was no way they could win any battle. He could see it in his mind. They were in front of a wooden bridge in a village. Letho, orcs, and Serit were attacking a guardian troll in front, swinging their blades and casting their signs, while he kept firing bolts. The troll would try to hit the vipers, but it would keep trembling as if it had an episode of fits. In the end, it fell to its death, covered in wounds and bolts. Not once did it manage to land a hit. Stun bolts, huh? Gonna be great in team battles. I don't even have to bother with blink and fear if we're targeting a sorcerer that's casting a spell. Guided arrows, stun bolts, and continuous shooting. Thanks to Simplify, I can break through most defenses in 2 blows and kill my target in 3, and I get to stop their spells too? What am I, an anti-sorcerer? Roy held his excitement down and tested his weapon somewhere near the stable. He practiced all 5 starting stances for his swordplay. Since his companions were not around, he had no idea how effective suppression was. His marksmanship was more important at the moment. Let's see how many stun bolts I can fire at one time. He shot a few bolts, and they arced across the sky. A row of shivering bolts were buried in the wooden stake beside the stable. About 8 bolts later, Roy started feeling weak in his body. His mind was starting to get jumbled up too, and he couldn't stop it. He got dizzy after 10 bolts, and he couldn't even focus. At that point, he lost most of his battle power. Roy kept on with regular marksmanship training after that. 10 minutes later, the symptoms started to fade, and he made a full recovery in 30 minutes. So stun bolts are supposed to be used in short bursts. 8 bolts should be enough to deal with most emergencies, Roy said. And I should gain more uses as my will grows. So now I have suppression for melee and stun bolts for ranged battles. It's a good power-up. It's time to head for Novgorod and wait for a reply from Geralt. And I wanna see if I can get the cat school's trial formula from Felix. The skies were grey the next afternoon. A blanket of fog that came from Pontar draped the Baron's land, filling the air with humidity and the stench of fish and river weeds. The ladies of the troop were escorted by a soldier, and they were led away from the castle. Their hair was wet, apparently because they bathed earlier. Their rancid smell was gone, and their cuffs had been taken off. Their greasy, squalid clothes were changed out for clean ones, and they looked different. You're lucky Sir Arian woke up in time, bitches. Count yourselves fortunate the Baron decided to let you go. Dylan was pushing the ladies, cursing, now take your stuff and make yourself scarce. Leave the fief in 3 days. You can go wherever you want, but never come back, or the next time you come will be your last. You're less civilized than my cat." The young witcher came out of the tower behind them, eyes flashing with anger, and he cracked his knuckles. "Now lay your disgusting hand off the ladies. They're no longer prisoners you can torture. Touch them again and the next time will be your last." Dylan looked livid and irked, as if he just heard the most offensive thing in the continent. He bared his teeth. But then he remembered that horrifying encounter last time, and he swallowed his words in horror. The Zeracanian lady suddenly stuck her tongue out and drew a finger across her throat. "So, how does freedom feel, ladies?" Roy saw Dylan off, smiling happily, and he went to the lady's side. "I knew you wouldn't leave us for dead, Roy." Cantilla wrapped her arm around Roy's shoulder and leaned closer to him. "You caught the culprit and cleared our names, didn't you? The lady gave us a lot of coins as recompense." Roy nodded. "The culprit is just some bullshit I came up with. There's no way the Baron would believe anything I say about Gaunter. Who would believe something that powerful exists? The ladies probably wouldn't either." "Where's Feroz anyway?" Roy looked around, but only the ladies were here. Feroz the Joker was nowhere to be seen. "Feroz is..." Cantilla suddenly hung her head low. Her smile wiped away. Sadness welled in Eveline's eyes, but she said nothing. It was then Roy noticed the 3 hemp sacks behind the ladies. He sniffed the air. One of them smelled like burnt flesh. The other smelled like flowers, and the last one smelled like a slightly rotten corpse. "Is he?" "Yes, his corpse is in there." Cantilla sighed. "Right after the servants told us the culprit was caught, he killed himself." "You sure it's a suicide and not a murder?" Roy looked at the sack darkly. Eveline shook her head. She said, "He lost his will to live, but he wasn't gonna die until his name was cleared. Now that the truth is out, he went ahead to see Collins." Roy was shocked. "I racked my brains and challenged the Master of Mirrors to save you guys, and one of you killed himself?" "So Amos and Collins are in here too, aren't they?" Collins was one of the troop members, but the Baron had executed him by fire. Roy saw his charred body on the plaza before. "And Amos was buried in the garden because of that bitch and her affair partner." "Yeah, we want to take the bodies and bury them together once we leave the city. It's the last thing we can do for our friends." The air was glum for a moment. Roy stared at the hemp sacks, and he could see the shape of the distorted corpses within. He pitied Feroz, though he was angry too. He watched his lover die, and he didn't even think about getting revenge on the guy who ordered the execution. He'd rather kill himself than avenge his lover. What a coward. But then Roy shook his head. "I have no right to laugh at him. He's just a performer. He has no power to strike back against someone like the Baron. There's barely anyone who would rise up against the nobility who treats them as less than humans. They're just one among the countless. Those who try to rise up were forced to hide in the mountains and make a living as bandits." Here Eveline led the way. Roy was holding one sack. He and Cantilla were following her. "This isn't the way to the inn." "Where are we?" Roy asked curiously. Eveline pushed a lock of hair behind her ear. She answered without looking back. "Roy, Feroz might have died, but we won't forget what you did for us. I'll repay this debt in the future. You're my friend, and I'm saying it again, but you don't need to repay me. And why the future anyway?" Roy was about to say something again, but then Cantilla huddled closer and held his arm. "Eveline's right. The people of the dragon never forget their debts. You saved me from that treacherous dungeon, and thus I owe you my life. I'm more than willing to fight for you, Roy. Of course, I can also do all sorts of things. You'll be happy with it." She suddenly licked her lips. Cantilla spread her arms and spun around, showing off her tanned, beautiful body. She had an aquiline nose, deep-set eyes, full lips, and her cheeks were tattooed. This woman was feral and exotic. "You're not as muscular as the dragon's people, but you're handsome," she said seriously. Eveline explained. "Roy, Cantilla comes from a place east of the Blue Mountain. Her people are excellent warriors who have mastered the art of battle. They're loyal and dependable. Every Zeracanian is a brilliant mercenary. All the merchants and officials dream of hiring a Zeracanian bodyguard." And slow down. "Most importantly, Zeracanians are simple people. You saved her life, so she's willing to be your mercenary free of charge. She's doing this to repay her debt to you. You missed one thing, Eveline. I'm also brilliant in everything else. Not just fighting. She puffed her chest confidently, trying to sell herself. Are you sure she's a bodyguard and not some sort of concubine? They sure are open, Roy thought. He averted Cantilla's passionate gaze. He was reminded of Borch's 3 jackdaws. That man, or to be more precise, that shape-shifted golden dragon was Gerald's acquaintance. He had a pair of Zaracanian sisters following him round. The sisters were not just capable fighters. They were capable in bed as well. There was this one time where they had a foursome with their master and Gerald. Sorry, Cantilla, but witches don't need bodyguards or lackeys. Roy took a deep breath. He couldn't imagine himself hiding behind a woman in a battle with monsters. That's not what a man should do. He shook his head. Do you think I'm weak, Witcher? Do you think I drag you down? Cantilla unbuttoned herself, revealing her skin. Roy noticed an ugly scar under her collarbone, and a green scorpion was tattooed at the edge of her breast. It was lifelike enough to inspire fear. I got this scar from killing a scorpion in Zaracania. It was bigger than a buffalo and stronger than a regular man, but I killed it alone. This tattoo marks my victory, and I've killed many thugs and beasts over the years of travel with the troop. All I need for battle is a sword and a crossbow and bolts. Cantilla, I don't doubt your skills. You're an indubitably great warrior, and oh, please button your shirt. Roy looked away and said seriously, you ladies make great friends, but once you become my mercenary, there's going to be a gap between us. It's not something I want. I don't mind. Cantilla suddenly held Roy's arms. Witches fight dangerous monsters all the time, don't they? That's what I want. I want to kill more monsters, get more victories, and gain more tattoos. There's no greater purpose for me. The lady's eyes were starting to shine. But you have a better way out here. Listen to me. Roy pulled his arm away. Oh no. I'm not letting you take my EXP away from me. Lady Louisa reimbursed you, didn't she? You can build the troop again with that money. It's too late. Eveline pursed her lips. She had a sad look in her eyes. Our members are dead, and the others have left us. We're the only ones left. We can't even come up with a complete show. Cantilla and I talked about it. Once we bury our dead members, we're going our separate ways. She has nobody else she can rely on in the Northern Kingdom. It'd be best if you can take her in. I'll have to talk to my companions about this, Roy said. But why are you going your separate ways? I thought you were friends. My companions won't mind taking 2 more people to Novgorod. The Free City's trade is marvelous. You'll find work easily there, and it should be safe for a few years. Life is a lot better there too. At least compared to the Baron's land. Sorry, Roy, but I have other plans. Eveline looked up into the sky and sighed. She finally resolved herself. I'm going home. Home? Eveline comes from Dolblathana. It's somewhere in the Blue Mountains. In a place the Northerners call the World's Edge, Cantilla explained. She should have brought it up before. That's one familiar name. Never been there before. Roy massaged his temples, and he rummaged through his memories. Dolblathana sat under the Blue Mountains. It was due east of Lower Posada, Roy's hometown. Elven folk used to own the place a few centuries ago, but ever since humans invaded it, Dolblathana became Edern's eastern border. The local Ainsahers were forced into the Blue Mountains. Even until today, the elves would destroy the fields and learn about agriculture from the humans, all while they were plotting how to take back Dolblathana. Humans and elves had been fighting in Dolblathana for a long time, and the battle was getting more intense as the Northern War was getting closer. There was one important figure in Dolblathana, and her name was Francesca Findabair. She was the future queen of the elves as well as one of the leaders of Dolblathana elves. Why are you going back all of a sudden? Roy asked. Because of what happened to Feroz and Collins? Eveline stayed silent, but then she stopped in her tracks and looked ahead. Roy realized that they were in a narrow alley. He looked in the direction Eveline was staring, but when he scanned the innermost wall of the alley, his pupils contracted. There were 4 silhouettes standing on the wall, as if they came out of nowhere. They were crouching on the looming wall, and the leader was an elf. There were blue highlights in his black hair, and his features were chiseled. His eyes were big, and they shone. His ears were pointy, and he was in tight green brigandine. A slender sword hung around his waist. Roy held his vibrating pendant and tensed up. He had cast observe on the group of people. They were all elves from the mountains, and all of them looked like the typical ancient isekai'd purebloods. "Sorry for being late, Find a bear." The elf in the lead leapt off the window and looked at Eveline with concern. "It's good to see you well. You're still going to accept me even though I've left Dol Blathana for years." Eveline started sobbing, tears welling in her eyes. "Everyone's been through the phase, Eveline. It's not too late if you will just come back," the elf assured her. "Everyone still trusts you. The mountains are more than willing to take in a child that's returned to the path." The elf approached her. "The Blue Mountains and Dol Blathana will always be your home. We'll always be your brethren. Roy, Cantilla, meet my friends." Eveline brushed her hand across the air, falling into memory lane. She said, "They're my brethren back on the world's edge. We grew up together." The world's edge was synonymous with the Blue Mountains, a mountain range that occupied the eastern part of the northern land. "This is Sir." Eveline pointed at the elf who was talking to her just now. The elf was in an oversized green shirt with a sleeveless shirt of the same color inside. She was also wearing tight leggings and a pair of boots. Roy wondered where he saw that outfit before. It looked familiar. "This is Vasily." Eveline pointed at a middle-aged, female elf. She had long eyelashes, but her skin was almost abnormally white. Her neck was wrapped in a lot of leather necklaces filled with golden birch sticks. She was holding a birch staff carved with complex patterns. Some mana was swimming between her fingertips and the staff. This elf was a sorceress. "This is Toulouver." Toulouver was a petite, arrogant elf holding a worn-down lute. Long, black hair tumbled down her shoulders, the locks of hair beside her cheeks braided. She looked like a bard, and there was a colorful piece of cloth hanging from her waist to her knees. "And this is Kenzafa." Kenzafa was a male elf wolfing down carrots and turnips. He looked grumpy, as if everyone owed him a million ends. Roy nodded at the elves, though he was observing his surroundings at the same time, coming up with a strategy. The Blue Mountains elves didn't take kindly to humans due to the long war. He would be at a disadvantage if they were to fight in a cramped alley like this. Roy also realized that the elves were gaunt and pasty, as if they were malnourished. They were not much stronger than most regular humans, but they were veteran fighters. Roy noticed the little formation they were making, and they also had skills like one-handed mastery and bow mastery. Nobody would have that kind of skill, unless they fought a lot. The elves were observing Roy and Cantilla as well. The elf with the lute piped up first. "Eveline, I know this Sericania girl." "Cantilla, right? She was imprisoned like you were, but who's this guy?" "Roy. One of my best friends," Eveline said. "You never told us you'd bring an ape man along." The elf stared at the Witcher, confusion glinting in her eyes. "Wait, he looks familiar." "How so?" Kenzafa chomped on his carrot. "His ears, and his face. Look closer." The elven girl with the lute plucked a string quickly and tried to speak in elven tongue. "Quaglos apostrophe in pavian apostrophe e.a, nil apostrophe e.a. Roy answered in fluent elder speech. 10 pavian say. "I knew it. Did you hear that?" Toulouver looked at Kenzafa. "This ape man knows the tongue." "Ahem, sorry. He's an say too." "No wonder he doesn't smell like the other humans." "Ape man? Is that how purebloods like you see humans?" Roy thought the description was amusing. He could see that Toulouver was warming up to him thanks to his elder blood. "Roy, right? You look young, but you're strong. A lot better than the men we have back at home. We need people like you back home. Come with us." "Stop it." Toulouver Sir looked at Roy's eyes and the pendant hanging around his neck. "He can't come with us. Don't you see? He abandoned the path and became a witcher instead. You can't expect a witcher to stand with us and fight the humans." "He's a witcher? You mean the lapdogs who would help humans for money?" Toulouver pouted. She was reminded of a not-so-happy past, and she lost interest in Roy. Now, calm down, guys," Eveline quickly explained. "I owe Roy my life. If it weren't for him, I couldn't have come here safely." "A witcher saving and say." The elves exchanged a look of surprise. Sir froze for a moment and bowed. "I apologize for my unbecoming behavior, friend. If you did save Find a Bear, then that makes you a friend of ours." "You're always welcome at the world's edge. Just tell my brethren I invited you. Not now, though. We're quite short on time. He turned to Eveline. Lord Philavandrel is waiting for you at the mountain. We should be going now if you've settled everything. Eveline nodded and turned to Roy and Cantilla. She was struggling with herself, as if trying to come up with a proper farewell. A minute, everyone. Roy interrupted. I have a question. How do you guys manage to get in touch with Eveline if you were in Dol Blathana? That's hundreds of miles away. The troops been under the Baron's constant supervision. They shouldn't have been able to get in touch with the elves. I'll explain. Sir stepped forward. She carved her name on the plaza's stake in elder speech. Some of us saw that, and they brought the news back to the Blue Mountains. Some of you? Not all of us are hiding in the mountains. You know. Sir smiled confidently. Our people are spread far and wide, and there'll be more of us on the way. So you're taking Eveline back to Dol Blathana? Roy asked. He sounded upset, wanting to object. That's right. Is there a problem with that, Witcher? Toluve was starting to get annoyed with Roy's questions. She said impatiently, and to think I defended you. Are you trying to stop a child from returning home? Patience, Toluve. Roy, are you objecting to Find a Bear's return? Yes. Roy looked at the elves and took a step forward. Returning to Dol Blathana isn't the right choice. Why? Give me a reason, Roy, Eveline said. She looked at him tensely. Roy took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He needed to come up with an appropriate explanation. He finally remembered where he saw Sir's outfit before. It belonged to the infamous Scoia'tael. They were exploited and oppressed by Eden humans. These elves were forced into hiding in the mountains. All Sir needed was an accessory made out of squirrel hide, and he would look like a bona fide Scoia'tael member. He remembered that Dol Blathana was one of Scoia'tael's bases. If Eveline were to return, she might join that infamous group. Once the horns of war were blown, she and her brethren would join the battlefield. Most of them would die. Thanks to Francesco and Emma's deal, Scoia'tael's purpose changed. They started out as anti-non-human exploitation activists, but after that deal, countless elves and dwarves formed ambush teams, killing off the troops of the northern kingdoms. They even murdered human civilians. In the end, they were all sold out by the queen they were loyal to. Then Emma gave all the top brass to the northern kingdoms in exchange for a ceasefire. Scoia'tael was a pitiable, despicable organization. Only less than a third of the members survived until the day Francesca took Dol Blathana back and built a home for the elves. Roy would hate to see his friend end up in this mess, but he couldn't tell them what would happen in the future. Look at them. They're so gaunt. They're practically ghosts, Roy said. If I'm right, your friends aren't doing too well in Dol Blathana. They don't even have enough food to feed themselves. The elves fell silent. Even Kenzafa opened his mouth and stopped chewing. The Witcher was right. The Blue Mountains was a harsh place for elves. Food was scarce, and most of them never had enough to eat. They didn't possess a talent for agriculture like humans did either. Roy continued. Humans have Dol Blathana under control. Elves can never come out in droves unless they want to get killed. But crops don't grow on mountains, and Philavandrel is too proud to trade with humans. Eveline's gonna starve if she goes back to the mountains, and she'll be facing the elements as well if she falls ill. The Witcher kept talking and painting a bleak picture for Eveline if she should return to the mountain. Elves have incredibly long lives. You'll be going on all by yourself for a long time. Your numbers will dwindle, your health will decline, and you will suffer. In the end, all you'll have left are young but soulless elves and frail women like Toluve. Ahem. Toluve coughed, breaking the flow. She then held her breath, her face turning red. Since you're slightly related to me, I have some advice for you, lady, Roy said. Your breath reeks of consumption. You won't have long to live at this rate, and you're gonna spread it to your brethren. And consumption isn't the only sickness you have to worry about. With how harsh the mountains are, you might die from anemia or scurvy too. Roy continued. Think about it, Eveline. You're not gonna live in luxury like the merchants and aristocrats in the city, but you won't starve or die from any disease that easily. Enough. Witcher. Silence, the sorceress shouted. She pointed her staff at Roy, and his heart sank. He was about to cast fear on them and lop their heads off in one fell swoop. But then he remembered they were Eveline's friends. He did kill a few isekai'd members back in Mahakam, but now he was already part elf, and they were not his sworn enemies. Fine, I'll let you go for Eveline's sake. He stopped retaliating and let an invisible hand cover his mouth, stopping him from talking. How do you know all this, Witcher? Sir gave Vasily a look, and she reluctantly lifted the spell. The White Wolf and Jaskier, they went to the world's edge once, and they told me about their unpleasant trip there. Roy looked at the dumbfounded Tuluver. She was still thinking about her condition. You snatched that loot from Jaskier, didn't you? I did not snatch. She coughed. Tuluver said, I gave him a new loot. Jaskier, huh? That bard has one big mouth. I should have let him for dead in the fields. Sir sighed. Roy, that was mortifying. For us, yes. The mountains are harsh, but we won't be staying in the mountains for long now. Once Her Majesty takes Dol Blathana back, our suffering will be over. And do you think Finder Bear knows nothing about this? What you said can't influence her, Roy. Roy, Eveline said. She looked at the young Witcher, conflicting emotions welling up in her eyes. I appreciate the concern, and thanks for the advice. But what Sir said was right. Dol Blathana's my home. I grew up in the mountains. I've lived there for decades. I know their situation. I didn't leave because I hated the life there. I just didn't like how my people hated humans. Resolve filled her eyes. But I changed my mind. I've thought about a lot of things when I was imprisoned, and I understand a lot of things I previously couldn't now. Eveline tensed up, her eyes turning bloodshot. I thought about how the troop ended up destroyed. We just wanted to make a living, but the Baron arrested us, put us on a parade, allowed his people to insult and humiliate us, locked us in the dungeon at night, made us starve, and he allowed that tormentor to put us through hell. We're innocents. And yet even after the Baron knew he was at fault, all he did was get his lackey to give us a bag of ends and kicked us out of his city like we're disgusting creatures. He wouldn't even apologize to us. Eveline shook her head, a look of mockery filling her eyes. I refuse to live in this twisted land, Roy. As long as human aristocrats exist, there's no way the non-humans can have any freedom or dignity. No, those aristocratic pigs won't even spare their own people freedom and dignity. And besides, Gnome Kend, we cannot trust those who are not our kin. Ever since I thought I was going to die in that dungeon, my last thoughts were about returning to the mountains and standing with my brethren. I would fight with them and regain Say's freedom and dignity. Can you understand why I insist on going back now? Roy sighed. If she's already gone that far, then I have nothing to say. What am I supposed to do? Tell a pure-blooded Nsay to betray her home and people? I see. Stay safe, Eveline. I'll deal with that bastard, Dylan. Leave him for me. Cantilla will come to you tomorrow once we're done here. And she took a deep breath and hurried over to Roy. Eveline stood on her tiptoe and looked up. Then she kissed him. Roy could feel her hair brushing against his cheek, and he felt her warmth on the corner of his lips, even though it was only for a moment. She gazed at him one last time. There was affection and a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She was trying to sear the memory of his face into her mind. Please, don't forget about me. Eveline, Cantilla, and then Say left the alleyway, with 3 sacks in tow. Was that a goodbye kiss? Roy touched the corner of her lips. He had a forlorn look in his eyes for a second. The elven dancer went on a totally different path because of my intervention. Once she makes it back to the mountains, will she join Scoia'tael and join the battlefield? I just hope our reunion won't happen in a battle. They came back to the main street. So looked around and stammered, the Baron gave you some recompense? I know what you're getting at. Eveline held her hair. She said, our people are starving. I'll give all the coins to the cause. We're going to return with some supplies, but first, we'll have to bury some old friends. And then Eveline looked at Cantilla. The Zaracanian lady's eyes shone. A hint of fury painted her face. That bastard did a number on us for a month. Time for some payback. Wanna kill that Baron while you're at it? Kenzarfa put his carrot down and brushed a finger across his throat. Killing an aristocrat that controls the border of 2 conflicting kingdoms right now will throw His Majesty's plans into disarray and expose us unnecessarily. We can always kill that bastard next time, Eveline. Sir looked at the imposing castle and gnashed his teeth. Soon he and every single human will pay for their sins. They will burn in a sea of blood and flames. End of arc. It was a cool night, a good night, but the witches were sparring in the field outside their abode. Roy held Gwyher tightly by his side, pointing the tip at the throat of his sparring partner. He stood firmly, slowly moving to the side, holding out the ox stance. Orcs crouched a little, pointing his blade at Roy's eyes. He held his other blade in his right hand, pointing the blade backward. The veteran witcher stood on his tiptoes, circling Roy. Eventually they clashed, and sparks flew in the air. Their blades were nothing but blurs zipping through the air. They glinted under the moonlight like little shooting stars. The witches clashed for a few dozen times before they eventually broke up. Once again, they started another staring contest. Roy was holding Gwyher by his cheek. He looked like a bull pointing its horns at an enemy. He kept circling orcs, his blade pointed at the veteran witcher. The young witcher was ready to fight, but his hand was trembling. His chest was heaving, and sweat drenched his whole body. Roy was exhausted. A drop of sweat fell from his chin. When that glistening drop of liquid landed on the ground, Orcs heaved a sigh and let go of his blades. He held the hilt of his sword, holding it like a crutch. For once, there was no smile on his face. His magical shield had been broken, and a lock of his hair was cut off. Well, I guess it's finally time for someone to take my place. From now on, you're our top sword master. Orcs tilted his head, staring at Roy. He looked a little lamentable, but there was also a smirk in his eyes. He held his sword and poked the air 3 times, as if he were knighting Roy. What are you doing? Roy rolled his eyes. He swung his blade around and sheathed it. I lost to you 1,000 times. This is just one win. It's nothing to write home about. You don't understand. I'm 80 years old, and yet I was distracted in a battle that hasn't happened since I was 50. It's mortifying. Orcs pulled his hoodie down to cover his look of embarrassment. Serit would laugh his boots off if he ever heard of this. He won't. This'll be our little secret. Roy smiled. He held his laughter down and asked, why'd you get distracted anyway? I dunno. I was probably seeing things, but I saw a bunch of bloody stuff, and they broke my flow. My muscles felt sore right after I started sparring with you. Orcs massaged his arm. He muttered under his breath solemnly, I probably had too much to drink with Felix. Bloody stuff. Tell me more. Roy wanted to know more. It's some sort of tentacle. Orcs spread his arms and wiggled them, trying to imitate how mollusks would swim underwater. Looked like octopus tentacles, but they were red, and they were wriggling right behind you. I must have been seeing things. Just looking at them brought back bad memories. Orcs looked at Roy curiously. Why are you staring at me? That was really odd. Are you still haunted by the guy you met in the castle? Impossible. You just had too much to drink, Roy lied. Red tentacles? So that's how everyone sees my bloodlust. That's a spooky way to put it. Why tentacles though? I'm not an eldritch god, Roy thought. He put that aside and replayed the sparring session in his mind. He could only activate fear once every 4 minutes, though it was a powerful skill. Suppression was a continuous debuff, though it was a lot gentler on his enemies than fear was. 10 minutes wasn't enough to do any damage, but if the battle were to drag on longer than that, his enemy would start to slip up. If the battle could run up to 20 minutes, suppression could reduce Orcs' speed and strength by 1/3 of their original amount, and it could distract him as well. Roy made use of that opening and, for once in 1,000 battles, triumphed against the veteran Witcher. He wasn't happy about it though. He lost more than 30 times in that sparring session before suppression took full effect and gave him that opening. He would have died more than 10 times if that was a real battle. Suppression wouldn't even have enough time to take effect. Well, he has more than 10 points in will. Any other creature would have fallen in less than 20 minutes, Roy told himself. Take 10. I need to sober up before we continue. Orcs sat down. He was about to meditate. Roy smiled apologetically. I can't let him find out I'm using suppression on him. Why don't we change things up a little? Let's try out my marksmanship this time. You said you could deflect crossbow bolts with nothing but your sword. Sure. I'll show you how I deal with crossbowmen. You'll love it. Orcs smiled confidently. wrinkles forming on his forehead. 10 minutes later, Orcs was nothing but a moving target for Roy. He leaned against the stables and looked up into the sky. There was a look of astonishment on his face. He wondered if the side effects of his trial were starting to kick in again. I'm probably getting old. That's sooner than I thought. I really have to cut down on the alcohol. Roy was cleaning his crossbow, though his thoughts were on something else. Gabriel had gone through a few power-ups. Thanks to crossbow mastery, he could destroy orcs in 2 shots. Thanks to guided arrows, it was nigh impossible for orcs to dodge the bolts, no matter how agile he was. On top of that, he just got stun bolts. Even if he managed to deflect the bolts with his sword and shield, orcs would still be stunned for 0.1 second. It wasn't much, but it was enough to mess with his tempo, putting the witches in a stalemate. Roy managed to pin the veteran witcher down thanks to his crossbow. It took all orcs had just to deflect the arrows. He couldn't even launch a counterattack. However, he could turn things around after Roy exhausted all 8 stun bolts, so the young witcher fled into the house before orcs could realize what was happening. He looks confused. Dawn eventually shone on the city, basking the statue of Creve in its golden glory. The majestic god's statue was glaring at the plaza's corner, as if he were raining down divine punishment on the filth of this land. The people of the fief came to the plaza, huddling around a stage. There were 4 wooden stakes on it, and one of the troop members was burned to death here once. That day, they witnessed another corpse on the stake. It was a horrifying sight. A wooden stake bigger than a human's thigh pierced its body, its tip protruding from the corpse's mouth, tearing its face apart. The corpse's eyes bulged, its face contorted in fear and terror. Its neck, arms and body were covered in gashes and bruises. Apparently, it had been subjected to hellish torture before it died. The corpse looked like a rotisserie chicken from afar. An obese woman gasped. "Gods! What's happening? This isn't the first time something like this happened here." She muttered a prayer under her breath. "Open your eyes, O great Grieve. Put the violence to a halt. Protect your people, prithee." Her prayer was drowned out by the people's noise. "There's no way this is a natural death. Someone did this. It's the devil. The devil is sacrificing us to summon an even worse evil. It's coming for us all." "Run!" an unkempt tramp shouted hysterically. "Shut up, fool. This is obviously divine retribution. Don't you see who this guy is? It's Dylan the Executioner. He's killed more innocents than he can even count, and now his sins have caught up with him. Let's go, Cantilla." Roy looked away from the body and quickly retreated from the throng. "You have no idea what he did to us, Roy." "He deserved it." Cantilla stared at the corpse, gleaning a grim satisfaction from the sight. She sighed. "I honestly wanted him to die a bit slower though. He should have suffered like we suffered. I can understand why you did this. You did nothing wrong. A quick death is nothing but a gift for someone like Dylan." Roy thought this was lamentable though. Eveline had changed. She had to. A tender soul could never survive Dol Blathana. She had to be tough and cruel if she wanted to survive the fight between humans and elves. "She's probably back in the mountains by now." Roy took Cantilla back to the witch's abode. He told his companions about her the day before. Cantilla was an agile fighter who was also adept with a bow and fighting on horseback. She was a straightforward woman and could talk with anyone if she wanted. She didn't care about identities or outward appearances. Everyone agreed to take her to Novgorod with them. Before they made the journey, Cecily came and invited them to fight Kyle. He needed their help with a request. However, the witches were the ladies' sworn enemies. Until they were sure they could vanquish the hags, they would never step into Villain, lest they incurred the ladies' wrath. Cecily's request was turned down. Roy told him he could try his luck at Vizima. If Berenger was still around, he might take the request. If Berenger wasn't around, he could also contact Kalkstein. The mad scientist had an imaginative mind, deft hands, and great power. He might be interested in Cecily's request. After Cecily was gone, the witches, Cal, and Cantilla rode on their horses, passing through the White Bridge. It was once again open after Arian was saved. Once they made their way across the misty Pontar, the witches, at last, officially left the fief. Temeria was already behind them. They eventually stepped into Redania. It was only a river across, but Redania was a different beast compared to Temeria. Redania was a kingdom with developed trade and agricultural systems. It was the granary of the north. Wheat was their main crop. Most lands were occupied by wheat. Not long after the witches made their way past the bridge, they saw fields of wheat flanking the path. There were merchant carriages ahead of them, and they were filled with goods. It was already October, the time for harvest. The wind blew through the fields, dancing with the wheat. The air was filled with the scent of the crops, as if they were blessing the traveler's journey ahead. "Will you quit it, lady? You're choking me." Roy was on Wild. He was holding the horse's reins with one hand and patting Griffin the owl's head with the other. "Someone's blocking the path, and Wilt's not even going that fast. You wouldn't fall even if you let me go. You're not going anywhere, Roy." Cantilla laughed heartily. She tightened her hug, leaning closer to Roy. The young witcher could feel her chest pressing against his back. "And you should relax a little. You're stiff as a board. I'm holding your lower back, not your neck. There's no way you're being choked." She laughed again. "I'm a mercenary. It's my job to keep my employer safe." Cantilla started joking around after she got along with the team, though her jokes could be crude at times. She also loved embarrassing Roy. Roy couldn't do anything about it. That was how Zaracanians worked. "Cantilla, how many times do I have to tell you that you're not a mercenary? You're a friend. Isn't that right, Wilt?" Griffin, Wilt neighed, and Griffin hooted. "Stop resisting it, kid. Just go with the flow." Letho was riding a red horse. He huddled closer to Roy and looked at Cantilla's Mohican hairstyle. He, for once, winked at Roy. As long as Roy's girlfriend wasn't a scheming sorceress, he could date anyone he wanted. "We'll keep it a secret, Roy." Orcs suddenly pulled on the reins and rubbed his thumb and index finger together. "I'm not telling anyone as long as I have money for booze. But if I don't get drunk once in a while, I'll grow grumpy and let everything slip to lighter." "I've been in your place once, Roy." "And an angry sorceress is a scary sorceress. What the hell are you talking about?" Roy glared at him without hesitation. "Who's lighter?" Cantilla asked curiously. "All right, stop messing around." Serret stared into the distance. There was a long line of carriages in front of them. There was a checkpoint outside the gates, and the soldiers were vetting the people. Everyone fell silent. The checkpoint was made out of 2 rows of big wooden logs with sharpened tips. About a dozen armed soldiers were standing right behind the obstacles. The emblem of Redania was emblazoned on their chest piece. The coat of arms was made up of a red background and a pattern of a silver eagle holding an evil spirit in its talons. Its wings were spread, and a black shield with a golden cross covered its chest. The soldiers looked solemn. Everyone had a role to play. There were archers, shield bearers, lancers, and even a cavalry. Thanks to Redania's wheat, the horses grew big and strong, making Redania's troops a force to be reckoned with. The merchants had to stop for the vetting process, and the witches were no exception. Because of the White Bridge's previous lockdown, most of the merchants' stock had piled up, and the vetting process was eating up even more time, costing them more money. The good news was that everything went fine. This was the 3rd checkpoint after they passed the White Bridge, and it hadn't even been a day. The witches were in a peculiar spot. If they went due northeast, they would reach Dretiga in 2 days. If they went due northwest, they would pass Pontar's delta that led out into the sea. The famous institution, Oxenfurt, was located nearby. If they keep going northwest of Oxenfurt, they would reach Novgorod in no time at all. As the border between 2 nations and a place that neighbored multiple crucial cities, the paths were filled with checkpoints and patrol teams. 1. They had to keep the spies out and arrest any escaped fugitives, and 2. There was profit to be made here. The trade route between the White Bridge and Novgorod had been established for years. It was safe and developed, making it the top choice of most merchants. The checkpoints could ensure the merchants' safety, and they could tax them on their merchandise. The tax was low though. Even though they had to pass through a few checkpoints before reaching Novgorod, the merchants barely felt a dent in their profit. Naturally, there were stingier merchants who would rather take their chances with the wilds of Redania. It was filled with ferocious beasts and dangerous monsters. There were also bandits along the way as well. One wrong step was all it took to lose their money and lives. The witches were lucky they didn't have any expensive items on them. Roy and Letho tucked their valuable weapons away, so the toll was all they had to pay. They spent their first day in Redania going through checkpoints and traveling to Novgorod. When the skies were turning yellow and the sun was starting to set, some of the convoys had started making camp in the fields beside the wheat fields. There was a distance between each convoy, though not too much. Some opted to keep going on despite the imminent descent of night time, though only a few of them. The night was far more dangerous than daytime. The witches made camp on a big boulder beside the path. They tied their mounts to a tree and created simple beds made out of hay and ferns. And then they made a campfire. Orcs whistled at Roy and looked at the empty cauldron above the crackling fire. Slacking off again, Orcs? You're gonna hunt, or you're gonna starve. Orcs sighed. When I meet Light again, I'll stop. Roy sighed. He looked at his other companions. Felix was training Kaer. The boy was getting clobbered with a wooden sword. Sometimes he would spin around like a top and end up confused and disoriented. Huh? What happened? Serit and Letho were sitting right beside them, talking about the boy's performance. They ignored Roy's withering glare. The veteran witches refused to move. Roy heaved a sigh and grabbed his crossbow. He went into the fields with nobody but Griffin. Good thing it was an owl. Owls make for good rabbit hunters. Take me too, Roy. Cantilla volunteered herself readily. You're still hurt. It's all right. Zeracanians can still hunt even if we're paralyzed. Why don't we race and see who's the better hunter? The moon had climbed up into the sky, and the campfire was swaying in the night. Smoke billowed in the air from the campfires of the other convoys. Roy came back with a pair of fat rabbits, a snake the size of an adult's forearm, and some humble plants. See? Told you I'm a good hunter. Cantilla came back with him, holding up 2 colorful pheasants happily. Roy nodded. Help me out. You'll have a feast today. Roy skinned the animals, fileted, and disemboweled them. He had become a great cook thanks to his days of surviving in the wilds. Most of it was because the veteran witches were too lazy to hunt for themselves. Thanks to Observe, Roy could easily get some herbs that would spice up their meals, like fennels, cloves, and nutmegs. Because of that, the food he made was vastly superior to most witches, who only focused on filling their bellies. Letho chomped into the glistening, golden-brown rabbit drumstick. The salt and spices added to the flavor, and the texture of the meat was succulent enough to make Letho close his eyes in enjoyment. Make us a grilled boar tomorrow, Roy. It's been a while since we had one. Orcs took a swig of the snake soup. The meat melted on his tongue, and a unique sweetness exploded in his mouth. He could feel his taste buds dance just from taking a sip. Nah, I'm sick of that. I'd like a grilled marmot next. I like how chewy it is. Felix gave Kaer a piece of glistening pheasant meat. The boy rubbed his belly. He frowned, but he powered through and finished the meat. Cantilla was holding half a pheasant, wolfing it down. She'd stop and lick her fingers like a cat sometimes though. Sometimes she would speak through a full mouth. Disish theist grilled eat I dare since I let her ear. You can have as much as you want. Roy crossed his arms and looked at them. He felt content for some reason. I wonder when we're going to see all 6 schools having a feast together. What kind of place is Zeracania anyway? Cantilla? Roy sipped the snake soup. Eyes aren't Rom the Orthanans. She stopped for a moment to swallow all her food. Then Cantilla said, deserts. As far as the eye can see, there's the occasional oasis. Though the place is crawling with gigantic bugs. Venomous bugs. We got a lot of beautiful but deadly creatures there too. Zeracanians worship dragons. We spend our whole lives trying to chase them down. That includes me. The Northerners considered the Blue Mountains as the world's edge, though only a few of the people had the guts to take on the challenge and make the hike. Even fewer make it through and reach Zeracania. Roy was curious about the land. I'll have to see it for myself if I ever get the chance. You'll love the place. I can be your guide and give you a tour. Cantilla licked the meat off her lips, her eyes shining. Is that a promise? Of course. Zeracanians never go back on their word. Hey. Orcs tossed the pheasant bone away and tore off its pygostyle. He popped it into his mouth. Tone down on flirting. We have children here. Put your homeland and dragons aside. We have much more immediate business at hand. He burped. We'll be reaching Pontar's Delta in a few days. Say, wanna take a look at Oxenfurt? Sure, Serret said. It's one of the two shining beacons of the world. One is Nilfgaard's academy, and the other is Oxenfurt. We saw the academy, so might as well take a look at Oxenfurt. I wanna see Oxenfurt too, master. Karl held Felix's leg. His eyes were shining. Most parents encouraged their children to make their way into Oxenfurt if they could, though most kids couldn't even go to a proper school. Karl was one of those kids. We'll be visiting Oxenfurt then. I heard they have a faculty for herbs and medicine, and there's even a faculty for alchemy. I think that'll be of some help to me, Roy said. Roy had an acquaintance in Oxenfurt as well, Linus Pitt from Natural History. He was the one who brought the Kaer from Roy back on the boat in Yaruga. I wonder if Peter the Octopus is still alive. Jaskia and Shani are the Academy's alumni. Even Gerald dropped in before. I'm not gonna pass this chance up. As dawn approached, Roy opened his eyes, the light of the elements shining in them for a moment. He extended his right index finger and curled it a little. The water droplets in the air quickly converged and formed a water droplet the size of a fingernail. It spun around Roy at his command. He dispelled it a moment later and created a ball of fire in the air. It leapt around for a moment before a gust of wind blew it out, and a ball of mud danced with it. Water, earth, fire, and air. Those were a few little tricks Roy cast with the elements. Ever since his meditate leveled up, his affinity with the elements had upgraded as well. His control over the elements had strengthened, and he could cast signs on a more fluid level. His meditation improved as well. Aside from the elemental particles, Roy could feel 4 vague, great light balls hanging in the skies far, far away. Those light balls were producing chaos energy around the clock. According to Letho, the lights were the dimensions where godlings, jinns, nymphs, and ifrits lived. The better his meditation was, the greater his elemental affinity was. His connection with the 4 elemental dimensions was getting deeper, and he could feel them clearer. Legends had it that some sorcerers were powerful enough to communicate with the elemental dimensions just by meditating. They could capture and tame the elemental spirits through a special skill and gain tremendous power. Well, Roy had no chance to master that power just yet. He was even worse than an apprentice sorcerer at the moment. All his meditation could do was replenish his stamina, mana, and recharge his only use of activate every day. Most witches had to meditate for decades to even level meditate up to level 6. Letho, Orcs, Serret, and Felix were about that level. Roy, however, skipped through all that training through his skill points. He was more than content with that. All I have to do is level meditate up and strengthen my elder blood. Someday I'll get to cast all the spells I want. He kept that dream tucked away and stretched his arms. Roy stared into the horizon. The first rays of daybreak were shining on a small town. Beyond that, Oxenfurt, the sun was shining, and a gust of wind blew from the delta in the south. The scent of seawater hung in the air for a moment. The little group of horse riders were slowly riding down a muddy, cramped street while they looked around Oxenfurt. It was a colorful town made out of wood. Oxenfurt was smaller than imagined, especially considering it was one of the most famous places on the continent. The streets were cramped, and the buildings were petite. Their roofs were pointed too. Their population was roughly what most small towns would constitute. Though it had everything here, life could function properly. The riders looked at the multitude of workshops, stalls, and shops littered throughout the town streets. Tens of thousands of products were produced and sold in this little town. They had everything from necessities to rare product designs produced by the brilliant minds of the people in the academy. Some designs claimed to have unbelievable functions, while some were nigh useless if produced. Still, merchants and clients from all around the world would vie for them. The people who came to this town would eventually become new blood for the place. Oxenfurt relied on the academy for everything. The academy was a cradle for the world's most brilliant minds, and brilliant minds love to enjoy the finer things in life. Aside from the boring workshops, Oxenfurt was also filled with all kinds of hostels, inns, observatories, cottages, counters, and grills. These places were filled with the best food. The ingredients, spices, side dish, and even garnish were unique to Oxenfurt. Only the locals had the privilege to enjoy these all the time. Knowledge could change lives, and it could create the best things life had to offer. The witches turned their horses around and carefully avoided the drunken men who were rampaging across the streets. They were wearing nothing but a pair of white pants, and their faces were red. These men were reciting poems even though they were drunk. The witches thought these must be the students from the faculty of poems. The patrons of the town's inns would raise a toast and grin toothily at the students. The witches had no talent to appreciate the poems, and they kept heading toward the island where the academy stood. They crossed the crowd and entered a noisier place. Sellers, small merchants, and scammers were hollering, trying to sell the products and services they were providing. These only added to the confusion. Grilled marmots. Get your grilled marmots here. It's so crispy and tender. You won't believe what you're eating. Get your lavender spray right here. It's the perfect cure if your feet stink. You'd smell better than a rose if you use this. We got all kinds of cats right here. Male, female, tabby, you name it. You're charged based on the time you play with the cats. Play with them all you want, and it's cheap to boot. How cheap are we talking about here? Roy bit down on his grilled cuttlefish. It was about as hard as a pair of boots. He stared at a calico curiously. 2 coppers for every minute you play with the cats. Griffin got jealous. It pulled on the back of Roy's head, and Roy rode away. They passed by a barber shop, an ocarina shop, and a brothel named Rosebud. It had dark red curtains as its entrance. Carl looked at it curiously, and the witches quickly left. Felix got down and held the reins. They were headed straight toward the gates of philosophers located behind a bridge. It was the academy's front doors. They ran into some trouble at the gates though. 2 burly guards with a bat stopped them. Sorry. They looked at Letho and realized they were a bunch of witches. They gulped. You'll have to make your reservation 3 days in advance if you're an outsider. You can't go in right now. There's a registration book, isn't there? Roy asked. Can't we just sign our names and get inside? Sorry, no can do. The witches hadn't realized this, but they never cleaned up once during the trip from Whitebridge to Oxenfurt. 3 days had passed since they started the journey, and all of them looked gritty and unkempt, especially the veteran witches. Their stubble was getting too thick, and their hair was getting too greasy. They also reeked of sweat. Even some homeless beggars looked better than them. Can't we get a special pass? Sorry. That's a shame. Orcs heaved a sigh. We'll make a reservation then. Felix looked at Carl. The boy had an expectant look in his eyes. A 3-day delay should be fine, right? It's all right. Roy told the guard, I know one of the lecturers here. And who might that be? A master tutor and lecturer of the natural history faculty, Linus Pitt. Can we go in now? A moment, please. I'll have to confirm the veracity of your claims. And when do you get to know an Oxenfurt lecturer, kid? Letho crossed his arms. Remember the time I left you guys in Sintra? I knew him when we were crossing Yaruga. Roy befriended the White Wolf and escorted Siri out of Brooklyn back then. 5 minutes later, the guard came back with a gaunt man in an oversized gray shirt. It's been a while, Mr. Pitt. Roy waved at him happily. The man did not answer right away. He huddled closer and stared at Roy for a few moments. They were only millimeters away from each other. Realization struck him, and he smacked the back of his head. Oh, Master Roy. Pardon my lack of manners. You know how bad my eyes are. Linus looked at Roy's companions. And what brings you to Oxenfurt, Master Roy? Oxenfurt is a famous academy. We were passing by, so we decided to visit. Oh. And these are my friends. Welcome, everyone. Linus squinted so he could look at the witches clearly. He shook their hands and introduced himself. The stench they gave off did not faze him. It's my day off today. I'll be giving you a tour, and I need to thank Master Roy for his advice. Linus gave the guards a look, and the guard quickly led the horses to the stables. Roy straightened his hoodie to make things comfortable for Griffin. Then he followed Linus into the gates and introduced the other companions. Did I give you any advice, Mr. Pitt? What were you talking about? It's about the Kaer, or should I say, Peter the Octopus. More specifically, it's about how I transported him back. You told me to seek out Doregare of Sidderies. Did you not? You must have had a lot to talk about. Roy remembered that. and he smiled. "Yes, Master Roy," Linus praised. "Doragare is a brilliant man. His knowledge of wild animals and the laws of nature is enlightening, to say the least." We hit it off and pulled an all-nighter. Once dawn swung by, he opened up a portal to Oxenfurt and sent us back to the academy. "So, how's Peter the Octopus doing? Alive?" "You'll see." Linus kept it a secret at the moment, and now, he noticed the curious looks everyone was giving, so he puffed his chest out proudly. "Let me introduce the great academy to you." They walked down the path behind the gates. The academy was built differently compared to the town. Nobody was fighting over the land here. Everything was beautiful. It was as if they took a trip down memory lane that dated back to hundreds of years ago. The academy felt like an isolated sanctuary. The academy is largely the same. Not much has changed since the days of elven rule. Have you ever heard of that history, everyone? Just like Vizima, Oxenfurt is built on the ruins of an elven city. Roy nodded and looked around. They were now in a spacious alleyway, and colorful stones paved the way. Petite, beautiful chambers, hollowed-out fences, walls, canals, bridges, flower beds, and gardens adorned the sides of the path. Only a few gigantic, shabby residences stood in this place. It was obvious someone built this after the elves were gone. It was clean, peaceful, and solemn here. There were no merchants around ruining this scenery. Instead, the paths were filled with students focusing on their books or parchments. There were some lounging on the grasslands, benches, and flower beds, talking about their holiday homework or playing some murder mystery games. The professors were chilling out as well, chatting intensely or engaged in polite arguments. "That's Professor Lid of the Innovative Technology faculty." Linus pointed at a man with a balding head and deep stress lines, "and the one in front of him is Professor Kausko of the Applied Archaeology faculty." This man was fully bald, perhaps from the stress of work. He was in a particular humble attire. It was almost shabby. He looked different from the other people, who were obviously living in luxury. It's hard to make money if you're an engineer, but you're doomed if you're an archaeologist, Roy thought. "That one on the field is Mr. Lot Lichtman." Linus stopped, and he looked a little awkward. Roy looked at where he was looking. A handsome lecturer was staring at one of the female students' hips. The student was holding an oil painting canvas. Her skin was fair, and she looked cute. He's probably thinking about the body ratio of Militel's statue. Let's forget about that fool." Linus led the witches deeper into the academy, weaving through the maze of alleyways and fences. They crossed a cubical structure looming over the canal. Roy could smell the scent of hydrogen sulfide, potassium alum, and calcium oxide hanging in the air. "That's the building of the alchemy faculty. They do a lot of experiments every day to test out as many chemical reactions as they can." Linus looked at the peculiar building. "It's filled with unpleasant odors. They're polluting the academy's air. Perhaps they're also hurting the academy staff's health." Letho scrunched his nose up and shook his head. As an alchemist, he had a differing opinion. "It won't hurt anyone's health." He rubbed his chin and suggested, "Judging from the smell, the alchemy faculty's techniques are different from ours." "I'll have to talk to them if I get the chance. With those workaholics, they almost never leave the building. It's nigh impossible to see them," Linus said, worried. "But if you do get to talk with them, can you ask them what they're doing exactly?" "I'm worried their experiments might send the academy up in smoke someday." Everyone smiled in amusement and left the faculty. They passed the Faculty of Medicine and Herbs before running into a group of female students in light green capes. Roy took interest in one of the girls. She had dark red hair that was cut short, and the girl was slim. Her hands were behind her back, and she was humming a nursery rhyme. Shani. Age, 11 years old. Gender, female. Status, Oxenfurt Academy Faculty of Medicine's freshman. An 11-year-old Shani. She's already in the academy at this age. She's a genius, all right. Roy just remembered that this world's system was largely different from the one in his previous world. There were no entrance exams at all. The first and the most important aspect to get into a world-famous academy like Oxenfurt was money. The exorbitant tuition fees stopped most aspirants from entering, save for the exceptionally talented. Roy wondered if he should say hi to Gerald's future friend and doctor, who's Shani. Cantler heard the witch's mutterings, and she looked at him curiously. "Oh, I got the wrong person." Roy shifted his sights and managed to fool Cantler. He decided to say hi another time. Serret suddenly asked, "Mr. Pitt, what's the most famous faculty in Oxenfurt?" Nilfgaard's academy prides itself on the military theory faculty. Linus held his stubble, reminiscence flaring in his eyes. That'd be natural history, though that's old news. It was followed closely by the faculty of poems, then the faculty of medicine, and then Linus was starting to look a little mortified. But as of recent, the most popular faculties are the faculty of espionage and faculty of applied destruction. "Oh, the faculties that produce spies and warmongers?" Serret cocked his eyebrow. "You heard of them before?" "They're half-independent faculties created by our king, Vizimatu." Linus sighed. "Through money and power, he corrupted the academy, a place of knowledge." Roy fell into his thoughts. From what he knew, Radovid drafted most of the faculty members in Oxenfurt for the Third Northern War. Only the members of the philosophy faculty were spared. They were useless to Radovid, after all. They're pollutants of a perfectly fine academy. Linus cursed at the air and curled up a little. "You won't tell on me, will you, witches? We'll have to get the chance to see him if we actually want to do that." "So we've seen the faculty of medicine, alchemy, tech, and theology. What next?" They had left the heart of the academy and were heading toward a quiet spot. "Next is the most exciting part." Linus' eyes lit up. "I'll be taking you guys to my workplace. Aside from Peter, you'll be seeing a lot of rare samples. Are you researching Redanian history, Mr. Pitt?" "Do you work in the history records chamber?" Carl stood on his tiptoes. "National history isn't what I specialize in, girl. My work involves natural history, more specifically, the change in the ecosystem since the conjunction of the stars," Linus explained patiently, patting the boy's head. Felix took his sunglasses off and reminded him, "Mr. Pitt, Carl is a boy." "Sorry, he does look beautiful. Can you elaborate more on natural history?" Carl blushed and tilted his head curiously. "Is that a useful job?" Linus went silent for a moment. "I guess people like me drive a sense of balance into the ecosystem." Carl looked at Felix. His mentor mentioned that before. The ecosystem's balance was an important part of Almanac of Creatures. Linus led the group further into the academy. He said, "This world needs balance, especially between species. Humans, animals, every creature has their own predator, and their predator has other predators. The chain of life eventually goes full circle, creating a perfect ecosystem. Break any part of it, and the whole ecosystem comes tumbling down." "My work involves investigating and searching for endangered species, ensuring their survival and maintaining the balance of the ecosystem." "Sounds like what the Druids would say," Orcs said. "Do you include the species that come after the conjunction of the spheres in your work?" Of course. Everyone had weird looks on their faces. They were monster hunters, and they disagreed with Linus. He suddenly stopped, and everyone realized they had left the crowd behind. They were now under a big spruce, and a building with the same color as the tree was standing beneath it. It was cubical, and there were no windows around. There were only a few holes in the warehouse, and nothing more. "We're here." Linus whipped out a bunch of keys from his pocket. "What is this?" Roy pointed at the wooden bucket outside the warehouse, and he scrunched his nose. He could smell blood coming from it. "Food, but not for us. Can you help me push the door, witches?" He unlocked the door and requested solemnly, "Follow me, and relax. Stay quiet and move as gently as you can. Don't do anything without my orders, and tuck your weapons away, all right? Rare animals are powerful and sensitive." "Oh, you call them monsters? We mostly kill wild monsters that are on a rampage," Letho said. The witches exchanged looks and nodded. They took the cover off the bucket, and the stench of blood filled the air. There was also the stench of fish and fresh pork. There were a few buckets of them, and the blood-stained meat must have weighed a few 100 pounds. The steel door yawned open as Linus gave it a push. The scent of grass and the stench of livestock came rushing out into the open air. A warehouse about 100 square meters unfurled before their eyes. It was bigger than it looked. The walls were covered in greenery, looking like a mini ancient forest. The floor was made up of a layer of branches and dead leaves. Ferns, raspberries, artichokes, gigantic napier grass and lots of medicinal herbs grew on the layer of dead leaves. Roy noticed melilotes, raven's eyes, mouse-tail orchids, mandrake roots, and other rare herbs growing around. There were plants growing on the ponds as well. They were scattered in this little forest, and the weeds turned the surface yellowish-green. Pink lotuses swayed in the water, and something underneath the surface seemed to have noticed the new guests. It swam around, spreading ripples throughout the surface. This was the lowest rung of the chain. The spruce's branches spread throughout the air, filling the top part of the warehouse with its canopy, protecting the weakest creatures from the elements and allowing enough light to pass through. The warehouse was not fully enclosed. Half of the ceiling was carved out, allowing the sunlight to pour inside. The light was then filtered by crystals and steel mesh, providing life to the creatures in this warehouse. The tree was not a boring sight at all. Soft, supple vines hung between the branches, and mistletoe adorned them. Sparrows and woodpeckers chirped among the trees, hopping from one plant to the next. It was then they heard something rustle within the napier grass. "Be quiet," Linus whispered quickly. He spread his arms and curled up a little. Everyone tensed up and imitated him, putting their weight into their lower bodies. And then a weird creature popped out of the napier grass, revealing itself to everyone. The moment they saw the creature, all the witches tensed up by reflex and held their blades. Orcs was about to cast a sign as well. It was an ugly creature. It looked like an oversized ostrich without even a single feather on it. The ostrich was about the height of 1.5 regular adults, but its eyes were as small as beads. Its elliptical maw stretched until its neck, revealing 2 rows of sharp, uneven teeth. Thick, yellow spit dripped from the corner of its mouth. There were chunks of meat in its saliva. The creature's skin was white, but it was as tough as a lizard's. Its keratin was hard, and its talons were glinting menacingly. It had a web underneath its arms. They were presumably its wings, and it was dragging a long, barbed conical tail behind it. The moment it came out, it looked at the group coldly. The monster was nervous about the newcomers, and it let out an ear-piercing scream. Carl covered his ears, the veteran witches held their blades, and Griffin held Roy's hair angrily. The young witcher cast Observe on the creature. Gliding Draco-lizard. Age, 5 years old. Gender, male. HP, Mana, 120. Strength, Dexterity, 18. Constitution, Perception, 9. Will, 8. Charisma, 5. Spirit, 12. Skills, Subdragon. Passive, Gliding Draco-lizards have the blood of dragons flowing through their veins. +20 to Constitution. Its hard keratin grants it decent endurance against physical hits. It also grants a decent amount of resistance against fire, corrosion, and poison. Plague Bite. Passive, Gliding Draco-lizards consume rotten flesh at times. Their teeth and talons are filled with fatal viruses and germs. Those who this creature hurts will get feverish, weakened, and start having hallucinations. Tail Whip Level 4. This creature can store its strength and lash its tail out at its target quickly. This attack has enough force to break bones and inject its venom into the target's veins. Fire Breath Level 4. This creature can spend a small amount of mana to create a chemical reaction between the flammable gases in its body and the fire element in the air to spout a stream of scorching flames at its target. Sonic Wave Level 5. Thanks to its special throat and vocal cords, this creature can fire off a sonic wave with a special frequency to any target within 5 meters. This skill stuns and disorients the target. Roy knew this was a tough opponent. He unsheathed his silver blade, and Cantilla pulled her bowstring back to its fullest. She bared her teeth, getting ready to fire. Linus quickly explained, "Listen to me and don't make any sudden movements. Tuck your weapons away. It won't hurt anyone as long as I am here." The witches fell silent for a while and cast Can on themselves before backing off. "Sorry." Force of habit. Can't shake it off that easily. "But are you sure it won't attack us?" Letho asked. "I raised this creature myself. I know how it behaves." "Just stay quiet and don't do anything. It'll be fine," Linus said confidently. He put his right hand up and moved it up and down, trying to calm the creature down. Your favorite foods here, Jacob. He tucked his other hand behind him and beckoned the witches. They got what he was talking about. The witches took a piece of meat out of the bucket and tossed it at the creature. The meat arced across the air and plopped down on the ground in front of the creature, but it didn't move. It wasn't until Linus picked it up did the creature snap the meat up and bite it off in half. It chewed a few times and gulped it down. Then it looked at Linus with desire in its eyes, though it was certainly less aggressive now. Good boy, Jacob. A few more pieces of meat please. Witcher. This is surprising. Orcs watched as Linus fed the creature and patted its neck. He was astonished. This is the first time I've seen this. It's like a cross between a wyvern and fork-tail. I never thought a human could raise it. It's hard to tame a cold-blooded creature like crocs and snakes, Felix agreed. He held down his trembling apprentice. I don't think it's a wyvern. Look, it has feet. Look at its claws, Serret said. Look at its wings. It's not big enough for long flights, but just enough for a glide. It's a gliding lizard, or a gliding draco-lizard. It's more terrifying than you think it is. Letho concluded. He had a concerned look in his eyes. Draco-lizards came after the conjunction. They were one of the most dangerous creatures in the wilds. They could attack their prey with their claws, teeth, and barbed tails, and they could also use sonic waves and fire breaths too, not to mention their speed and strength were off the charts, and they provide good EXP. 200, 300, Roy's eyes shone, and he muttered to himself. Claws, teeth, sonic waves, fire breath, and venomous tail. Draco-lizards aren't to be trifled with. What did you say? Nothing. This draco-lizard is big. It's got to weigh a few tons. Pipe down. It's looking at us. The draco-lizard had finished half a bucket of meat while the witches were talking, and it had stopped eating. The creature started getting a little drowsy after a meal. It licked Linus' right hand and rubbed its chin against him. Linus took the chance to pat its head. A moment later, Linus said, "Had your fill, Jacob? Let me introduce some new friends." "No attacking, all right?" Linus introduced the witches seriously. Then he patted its chin, though the draco-lizard probably had no idea what he just said. The creature let out a delighted shout and slowly went back into the napier grass. A long while later, Letho said coldly, "Explain yourself, Linus. You didn't tell us something this dangerous existed. Is it an endangered species as well?" "Of course. There's less than 10 draco-lizards in the whole of Redania. They're in dire need of protection." Linus smiled nonchalantly. "You don't have to worry about it. It won't hurt you. Jacob's been living here for 5 years. It never broke any rules. It's even more obedient than a stray dog. For now, you're just lucky." Serret disagreed with keeping dangerous creatures like that in captivity. "Draco-lizards are cold-blooded creatures. It won't warm up to you like cats or dogs. Humans are just walking food for them. It'll eat everything it sees if it gets too hungry, including you. Or maybe someday it'll decide that enough is enough, and it'll tear you to shreds." "You're trying to spook me, Witcher." Linus held his stubble. His eyes filled with abstinence. "Every living being is capable of forming a bond with humans. They can form an understanding between each other. That's what I gleaned over the decades of research. You saw that as well. I've seen the body of a girl in a draco-lizard before. There was barely anything left of her," Letho said. "I took Jacob back here when he was just an egg. I saw it hatch, and I raised it up gently." Of course. Linus was still stubborn. "It's a lot less violent than wild draco-lizards, and its hormones are at safe levels, but truth is more powerful than words. Come with me if you still have doubts. Jacob is not the only creature here, and yet they get along with one another. That's proof my hypothesis is correct." The witches pushed the cart of buckets into the napier grass patch. They saw dry dung on the ground, and the air was filled with the stench of urine. "You know how ecosystems work as well, so you know a lot of animals mark their territory with excrements. We're in Jacob's territory now, but it had lunch, so it's resting in its lair." About 10 meters later, they saw the draco-lizard leaning against a redwood, possibly trying to scratch itself. I'll show you another specimen. Linus said goodbye to the Draco lizard and led them into an area filled with sand and rocks. An obviously modified boulder sat in the center of the area, and 2 triangular nests stood on it. Linus whistled in the direction of the nests, and 2 pointy heads stuck out of the nests. A couple of gigantic creatures leapt down the boulder, dragging their wings as they quickly huddled closer to Linus. One of the creatures had a thick black mane, while the other had a white mane. They had the bodies, claws, and tails of lions, and beaks and wings of vultures. A family of griffins? The witches were dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine how griffins could live with a Draco lizard. Griffins were special creatures, according to them. They had virtues most humans didn't. For example, bravery. They weren't afraid of battles. Loyalty was another one. Griffins only have one mate for life. If their partner were to die, they would fight the killer to the very last breath, or they would stop eating and die alongside their partner. However, they were impulsive and dangerous as well. Try not to meet gazes with it for too long. They'll take it as a challenge and start a duel, Linus warned them. Though he masked it behind his humor, he pushed the buckets toward the griffins. They were fully tamed and had no idea about protecting their own food. They huddled around Linus, pecking away at the food he was holding. Linus petted the griffins. Thanks to their incredible metabolism, they had high temperatures. Roy watched as the griffins interacted with Linus. He never thought he would see any griffin as tame as Griffin. Not to mention they were adults. These griffins were capable of battle. Griffin. Age, 3 years old. Gender, male. HP, 300. Strength, 30. Dexterity, 18. Constitution, 30. Perception, 13. Will, 9. Charisma, 6. Spirit, 7. Skills. Chimera, passive. Griffins have the best of lions and vultures. Their digestive and recovery abilities are buffed. Adult griffins have +8 to Dex, STR, and Con. Predator, passive. Griffins are apex predators. Their claws and beaks are specially built. The wounds they cause will never stop bleeding. It has a better sight and sense of smell than most animals. Adult griffins have +6 to perception. The witches were observing from a distance. Kaer looked astonished, while Cantilla looked like she found her prey. She rubbed the tattoo on her neck, her eyes shining with the urge to fight. Letho, Orcs, Seret, and Felix had seen griffins before. They killed quite a lot of them as well, so they were a lot calmer than the others. Do you want to have a go as well? Linus patted the griffins and smiled. Wanna feed Blake and Chelsea? It'll be fine as long as I'm here. I'll do it. Roy volunteered. He approached the griffins and lowered his head just like Linus told him to. He slowly picked the meat up and placed it in front of them. The griffins looked at the meat for a while and picked it up after the professor gave his permission. They started eating. Roy felt envious of Linus. He was just a regular human, but he tamed a Draco lizard and a family of griffins. Roy had forced taming, but all he did was tame a horse and a mount that wasn't really useful outside of being a mascot. I have a long way to go before I can soar the skies. I wonder if I can borrow the professor's griffins if I manage to befriend him. While Roy was thinking about his little plan, Griffin was starting to squirm around. It sensed its brethren nearby. Eventually it got out of the hoodie and fell down to the ground. Then it rolled straight to the griffins like a ball. The griffins stopped eating and stared at the slimy little Vodyanoi. They purred, looking at it curiously. Don't worry. For some reason, Blake and Chelsea like this little creature. They wanna play with it. Linus held Roy back, his eyes gleaming in surprise. Are you sure they just wanna play? Blake pushed Griffin to Chelsea, and Chelsea pushed it back. They pushed the little Vodyanoi around about a dozen times, as if it were a little ball of yarn. Griffin was getting dizzy at the end. Eventually the griffins howled in satisfaction and stopped pushing Griffin. They licked its belly, as if they were combing their brethren's hair. Griffin expended its webbed hands angrily and held the griffin's talons. At the same time, it attacked them with bubbles, but Linus pulled it up right away. He patted the griffins' necks and told them to go back to their nests. This is a Vodyanoi, isn't it? A brave one at that. Linus looked at Griffin curiously. It's not even scared of the griffins. Roy held Griffin by its tail and hung it upside down. He flicked the creature's belly as a little punishment and let it blow bubbles at him. Griffin started throwing a little tantrum, seeing that its master wasn't going to do anything. It's a long story. Griffin's origins can be a little complex. Roy changed the subject. Did you raise those griffins as well, Mr. Pitt? He only managed to tame Griffin thanks to forced taming, and he wondered how a regular human like Linus did it. A forest watcher stole both of them while they were still eggs. He sold them in the Oxenfurt marketplace, and I ran into them. I recognized what the eggs were immediately and bought them off. I made some nests for them to hatch in after that. It's been 3 years since. Linus pinched his stubble proudly. Like most creatures, griffins form a bond with the first living being they see after they hatch. You must know a lot about griffin rearing then. Like how to make them healthier and grow faster, perhaps? Roy pinched Griffin's belly. His eyes were filled with expectations. Of course. Raising a child is easier than a griffin, especially the 6 months after their hatching. Their food, nest, deworming, and amount of exercise take a lot of time to figure out. If you're interested, we can talk about it after the tour. Linus had more animals than the witches thought. Aside from the dracolizards and griffins, they met a basilisk. It looked dumb, but it was actually a dangerous species. Of course. They also saw the Kaer that was locked in the pond. There were also animals that were not so dangerous. There were about 15 to 16 specimens of endangered species here. Linus raised and tamed them since they were young. Most of them, anyway. Unlike their wild counterparts, they were less aggressive. Thanks to that, they managed to live together in peace. Some of the more rebellious ones were locked in a cage or tied to chains. Then he would train them slowly. Roy made the calculations in his head. If he destroyed all the creatures here, he could fill up most of his EXP bar, and the mutagens he got would be enough for the Manticore School's trial. But I can't kill his pets, not after he took us on this tour. I'd rather keep them as backup mounts. I'll eventually get the chance. Even a knowledgeable witch like Hawks thought he learned something from the tour. He teased, Mr. Pitt. Might you actually be a druid who's just pretending to be a natural history lecturer? You jest. Witcher, I'd have gone to Skellige's druid circle if I had an ounce of talent for magic. Linus grinned. A pity I'm a regular human who can't even sense chaos energy. I can never be a druid my whole life. All I can do is research endangered species according to the records and train the creatures to be a more docile version of their feral counterparts. I spent more than 2 decades building this little place up. Everyone looked at Linus with respect. It might be a silly endeavor, but it was impressive he hung on for this long. Are you going to keep these creatures in your warehouse forever? Sarah asked. Linus shook his head. I've been looking for a suitable place to release them, and I'm ready to dish out adaptive training if the day of their release were to come. I have a job to keep the balance of the ecosystem, remember? It's a pity the world is crawling with humans. The only place that's unconquered will be the barren wasteland. I don't think the animals are gonna survive that, and we're short on manpower. It sounds unbelievable, but there are fewer people with the resolve to protect rare animals than the number of rare animals themselves. So I need some help. Linus squinted, and he gazed at the witches. He said, You've seen the little forest. What do you think of it? You can cut to the chase now. The witches exchanged looks. I need your help. I have this little association here. It's called the Society of the Protection of Endangered Animals. What's that? Orcs was a little shocked. The Society of the Protection of Endangered Animals, or SPE for short. Master Doragari and I came up with this idea after a long discussion. The main goals of this. No, the witches said unanimously. Even Cantilla shook her head. They were hunters, not protectors. I respect your actions and ideas, Mr. Pitt, but you're taking this the wrong way. Witches kill dangerous monsters for a living. Letho asked, do you expect us to turn away from our tradition? Not even the mini-ecosystem could change your mind? Linus was starting to get agitated, and he was buzzing too. I just proved that even dangerous creatures like griffins, dracolizards, and basilisks can be tamed with effort. Why can't you try to complete your requests in a gentler way instead of killing the monster every time? What do you mean? Orcs was starting to get impatient. He hated lectures. I'll cut to the chase. For example, if someone wants you to get rid of a basilisk, you don't actually have to kill it. You can subdue it and settle it down somewhere else, and it'll be the same thing as completing the request. If you don't have the patience for that, you can take the specimen back to Oxenfurt. To me, specifically. I'll train the creature. I'll pay you handsomely, double or even triple of what they'll pay you. You won't be disappointed. The witches fell silent. Roy was in a dilemma. If we let the monsters live just for money, I'll have no way to gain any EXP. You can't expect me to kill livestock and humans. I can't agree to this. Battles are always unpredictable. Your endangered animals are, more often than not, deadly. Showing mercy to them in battle will cost us our lives. Letho said sternly. That's just an excuse. Witches, you're more than capable of subduing a creature without killing it. You just have to work together. We can't abandon our tradition, Felix objected. Carl nodded. Tradition? Linus took a deep breath and tried to explain calmly. I know all about it. Witches were called monster killers. After the conjunction happened, witches traveled the lands and made a living by getting rid of monsters who threatened humanity. But things are different now. You've killed too many of these monsters. Basilisks, wyverns, cockatrices, they're all endangered. Those who manage to survive are forced to live in barren wastelands and suffer their whole lives. Linus stopped talking, and he said grimly, most monsters don't kill because they're invading human territory. It's the other way around. Humans are invading their living space. Can't you show them mercy? Give them a chance to grow? A long silence followed. The witches still looked tense. They still disagreed with the idea. Roy heaved a sigh and changed the topic. We'll think about your suggestion, Mr. Pitt. Let's set it aside. I see. I have a question. How much do you have to spend on these creatures? It must cost a lot. The buckets were filled with food when they first came in, but the creatures finished them all in no time flat. If he has to feed them once every day. Roy was shocked by the amount of money that would cost. All the money I have won't even last for more than a few years. Do you even make enough money to cover the costs? Linus shrugged. He didn't mind the money. Do you remember the business district in front of the Philosopher's Gate? Business is booming. Yes. My family owns 20% of the shops there. Oh, Linus said nonchalantly, when the academy was first built, my ancestors noticed the potential this place had, so they snagged some land up. Didn't expect it to grow so big though. So you're born to money. No wonder you came up with that stupid association. No, wait. You just have too much money to spend, Roy thought. It's getting late. Everyone looked at the skies. Why don't we talk about things over dinner? Sure. Oxenfurt has a lot of rare delicacies. I'll introduce them to you, Linus said. And I need your help on another thing as well. They came to a Renaissance-style restaurant in Oxenfurt. The sea breeze blew through the windows, and the gentle sunset shone on the great food on the table. The witches were wolfing the food down. Their speed and ferocity when they ate that shocked the academy's faculty members. Most of them came from rich families. They either scoffed at the witches, gave them weird looks, or observed curiously. The witches did not care. They just kept eating. You should give the stewed triggerfish a go, witches. It's limited. Linus pointed at a yellow fish soup. It had butter in it. He praised. The fish only live in the area between the river and sea near Oxenfurt. It's fresh and barely has any bones. I managed to get one because I'm a lecturer. Roy put his caviar biscuit down and had a taste of the fish soup. He closed his eyes in enjoyment. This is life. All the stewed fish I had is nothing compared to this. But Mr. Pitt, if this fish only exists in that area, doesn't that mean it's endangered too? Linus shook his head and explained. Don't worry about it. It's protected by law. Nobody can catch too many of it at once. And the Academy's natural history faculty spends some time cracking down on illegal fishing of the triggerfish, so their numbers are at a safe level. It's not endangered. I might spend my life saving endangered animals, but I'm no vegetarian. Here, have a taste of the steak. It's stewed in broccoli juice, and the students love this. All the Oxenfurt dishes surprised the witches. They had great plating, taste, and balanced nutrition. The food provided by the inns were no match for this. I can get used to this place. Orcs leaned into his chair and rubbed his slightly bulging belly. He let out a burp. Aside from Roy's cooking, this is the best food I ever had. Everyone nodded. They had a little cider. The Academy's cafeteria didn't provide any liquor to keep the intellectuals from running amok on campus. It wasn't of much use, though. Letho cleared his throat. We've seen the mini ecosystem and had our fair share of Oxenfurt delicacies. Now let's get back to the topic, Mr. Pitt. Letho stared into Linus' eyes and smiled. Cut to the chase. What do you want? Is it a request? And please don't bring the association up. We're not interested in it. Linus looked at Roy. The young Witcher shook his head. Linus heaved a sigh. He said regrettably, I won't force you into this if you don't want to, but please don't tell anyone about the mini ecosystem. Some aristocrats love endangered animals, though they only want the creatures to be their playthings. Some of them would even kill the creatures off to make a trophy. I will never allow those bastards to lay a finger on the creatures. You did treat us to a good meal. Letho nodded. We'll keep the secret. It's a witch's promise. Serit half joked. We can't join your association, but personally, you're a visionary, Mr. Pitt. The world needs more leading experts like you. The number of monsters were dwindling, and the witches knew that. Perhaps all monsters would be nothing but specimens in a museum decades in the future. However, they wouldn't change their hunting tradition just because of Linus' opinion. Now that Linus had gotten the answer for his question, he made his request. The ecosystem aside, I did run into some trouble lately. I'm busy taking care of my creatures, so I don't have time to look into it. I need your help. Tell us more. I hired a couple of assistants to look after the ecosystem. They're students of my faculty, and they passed my test. They're honest people who come from honest families. I can trust them. Roy remembered him talking about that before, but one of them ran into some trouble lately. Linus clasped his hands. He said worriedly, he took 3 days off last week to settle some family matters, but it has been 7 days since he left, and he still hasn't returned. He didn't even send any letters either. I'm concerned. Can you travel to his home and see if he's fine? Witches? I see. Letho looked at his companions, and they nodded at him. It's not a hard request. Sounds like a little errand. We can handle it. Tell us more about him. We need his details, his address, and who he knows. Linus was delighted, and he explained everything to them. The missing student went by the name of Wishaw. He was tall, had short grey hair, and his eyes were black. The student was 21 years old and a freshman in Linus' faculty. The guy was a little naive, but his reputation was decent. Did he get into any fights with anyone? Linus shook his head. Where's his home? On a small hill about 3 miles due northeast of Oxenfurt. I'll mark it on the map later. It's out of town. Oxenfurt is an expensive place. Wishaw comes from a family of farmers. He doesn't have enough money to buy a house in town, but he works hard. He managed to pass the entrance exam, but even after that, he spent a lot of time on work every day just to make enough money for his tuition fees. I hired him partly because of that. To be honest, Linus praised, Wishaw has potential to be a scholar. He's a great lad. He's been working for me for 6 months now, and he finishes his job excellently. And he keeps up with his studies too. One of the top students in my faculty. Linus talked about Wishaw's life on campus. Roy sorted out the information and confirmed that nothing was missing. He said, we'll take the request. Don't worry about it. He's probably still busy and can't come back. It's not easy sending messages when he lives in the wild. 3 miles due northeast of Oxenfurt. I'll be going on horseback. I'll bring back some news tonight. If nothing else happens, my turn to shine. Mates, Orcs quickly said. I did nothing but watch you guys do everything in La Valette's place. My skills are getting rusty. This is the perfect chance to get back in shape. I can do it alone. Take me with you, Cantilla said. She had been eating for free the past few days. Cantilla thought she should do something in return. I wanna see how witches deal with requests. The witches discussed among themselves. Do as orcs say, Cantilla. Roy patted her shoulder. No prob. I won't drag him down. She smiled heartily, excitement shining in her eyes. It was settled. Orcs and Cantilla would scout the situation out, while everyone would stay back at the academy and wait for their news. They would also keep touring the place. Oh, And about your reward. We'll talk about that later. If everything is fine and dandy, then this meal is more than enough for the reward. Letho was being generous for once. We'll talk about the reward if everything is not fine and dandy. Not long after Orcs and Cantilla set off, Linus went through the system and gave the witches temporary student IDs. For the next 3 days, the witches could drop in any lectures they wanted, save for anything related to the alchemy faculty and espionage faculty. These faculties were strict and would never accept any drop-ins. It was a day off though, so they didn't need the IDs. Mr. Linus, I'd like to know more about griffin rearing. Roy gave it some thought and decided to be honest with Linus. He told the professor about Griffin's real identity. You transfigured it with an item? And it's actually a female griffin? It's not even 1 year old yet? Linus held Roy's hand. His eyes filled with excitement and delight. Master Roy, I couldn't believe you tamed Griffin instead of killing it. You're different from the other witches. You're on my side, aren't you? Protecting endangered animals is. I'm partly on your side. Roy interrupted right away. I need your suggestion. How can I raise a griffin more efficiently? He pinched his stubble. I'll need to see your griffin and perform a full body checkup before I can come up with a plan. So you double as a vet, too? I spent my whole life in the zoo. I'm in charge of everything, so I have to know a bit of everything. Though I'd say I'm on par with most vets in Oxenfurt. Roy nodded. He wanted to see if he was raising Griffin correctly, and if it had some underlying problems like malnourishment. You'll have to wait until night time before Griffin can turn back. Can you leave it with me? I need to study it. Sure. The witches did their own stuff that afternoon. Roy went to the library alone, while the other witches went with Linus. They wanted to see more of the endangered species. They preferred live specimens over books. As one of the most famous academies in the world, Oxenfurt had a lot to offer. Its library was gargantuan. Unlike most libraries, which only took a single story in a building, Oxenfurt's library was a 3-story building hidden among the woods. It was even bigger than the library in the Temple of Militel. The first 2 stories were open to the students and public, but the 3rd floor was only open to the teaching staff. The structure was similar across every floor. Both sides of the halls were filled with bookshelves. Roy made a rough estimation and realized that there were about 3,000 to 4,000 books per side. With literacy being as low as it was, books were as valuable as coins and gemstones. Oxenfurt was really rich if they could purchase this many books. Rows of long, rectangular tables sat between the shelves. The place was enough to house 200 to 300 people at once. Pots of beautiful plants stood between the tables, filling the air with a refreshing and lively scent. The hall looked spruced up with just the plants alone. The library was attractive enough to become one of the most popular spots to hang out. Even on days off, the library was filled with students immersed in books, gleaning every sliver of knowledge they could. Everyone tacitly remained silent. The only sound in the library was the rustle of quills on paper. The young witcher walked around silently. He took out a book titled Rare Herbal Potions and Diseases from a bookshelf with medicine and herbs labeled on it. Since his alchemy was already level 2, he decided to delve deeper into the field of medicine. The witcher walked around, but he found no empty spots on the 1st floor. Roy went to the 2nd floor, though the only spot there was the one beside the restroom. The medical information in this library was exactly what he needed. He didn't have a lot of potion recipes, and some of them were taught by Kalkstein, though they were incredibly niche. Now that he had gotten his hands on this, he could take his time to figure out all kinds of precious potions recipes. Eventually, he got engrossed. Time flew when he was focused on something. Roy had no idea how much time had passed. All he knew was that he felt people come and go a few times. In the meantime, he managed to memorize the potion recipes to heal 3 of the most common diseases: flu, fever, and acid reflux. Something was egging him on, and he was drawing something in the air. His itch for alchemy was acting up again. There was one thing worthy of note here. Even if he did master the recipes and create the potions, it was strictly for private use. Anyone who wanted to sell potions in cities of the northern kingdoms would have to pay an exorbitant amount of coins for the patent. Patent laws in the north were well developed, especially in trade cities like Redania. Using Oxenfurt's studies to make money was against the law. Selling the potions in villages or smuggling them somewhere else was a different story altogether. Though, just when Roy was immersed in his thoughts, he felt a gust of warm air brush against his face. Someone was standing before him, and he cleared his throat. "And you are?" Roy looked up. The guy was a man. He was in impeccable clothes, and a yellow bucket hat stood on his head. His eyes were sparkling with the power of youth, and he looked like a perfectly typical scholar. The man was smiling at Roy. "I'm very sorry to disturb you, sir," the man whispered. He would hate to disturb anyone else. His eyes were starting to glimmer with excitement, though. The man was glancing at the young witch's right hand. More specifically, he was looking at the crimson mark on it. Roy quickly rolled his sleeve down. Gaunter's mark hadn't been doing anything lately. He had almost forgotten about it. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mons Distance, a researcher of the occult and a student of the Applied Archaeology faculty. Your eyes seem different, good sir." "You are a witcher." The man stopped for a moment, trying to organize his words. "A researcher of the occult." Roy considered that fact for a moment, and he closed his book. The young witcher stood up and shook the man's hand. "Good afternoon, Mr. Distance. I'm Roy of the Viper School." "Pardon me, but you don't look like a Redanian." The man had a slightly long face, crooked nose, deep-set eyes, and his common speech sounded rigid, but he did not sound like Letho and the others, who were from the south. The way he spoke was a bit retroflexed. "I'm an Ophirian. By chance, I came to further my studies in Oxenfurt, and I've been here for 8 years. Ophir was located beyond the ocean. It was far, far away from the land they were in." "Did you come here by ship?" "Yes. I was at sea for more than 2 months. Ran into quite a lot of problems, but through sheer luck, I lived to see this land." He smiled dryly. "That was a long and arduous trip." Roy looked a little disappointed. "So why did you?" "Wait. Where have you seen this mark before?" "In a book belonging to my mentor. Let's talk more about it outside, shall we?" The man looked around. Some students were already upset that they were discussing in the library. The sun was warm, and the grass was swaying in the wind. The young witcher and Montes were walking down a golden path in the woods. "What kind of book is it?" "A record of legends, poems, or folklore?" Roy asked. "Folklore," Montes said. "It's a record of about a dozen strange tales of the land." "For example?" Roy asked, interested. "I'm interested in these stories. Tell me more." "On the day of the solar eclipse, a poor girl was born on the outskirts of Oxenfurt. When she was 10, her parents, terrified for their lives, abandoned her in the woods. She was forced to live a life of suffering. The girl resorted to petty tricks like theft and deception to make a living. She was even forced to sell herself sometimes. She eventually joined a group of bandits and lived a life of crime. And so she lived, until the second eclipse came. She led her comrades back to her hometown and killed everyone who abandoned her." He stopped for a moment. "She stripped herself naked and traveled into the woods, drenched in blood. Nobody saw her ever again. But since then, a grave hag who would ambush travelers took up residence in the forest." "That's obviously nonsense." Roy looked ahead coldly. "A story to demonize girls who are born during eclipses." "Same kind of nonsense as the Curse of the Black Sun." The Curse of the Black Sun was a prophecy left by Lt. Bald. According to that prophecy, 60 girls who were born during eclipses would eventually turn into cruel creatures and sacrifice countless human lives to resurrect a demon called Lilith to bring about the end. Because of that prophecy, girls who were born during eclipses were far more infamous than witches. Even until now, they were hated, and they suffered worse fate because of their lack of power like witches. Countless baby girls were tortured and dissected by mages. If they were not dissected, they would be locked up in towers and die alone. The most famous victims of that were Sylviana and Renfri. The former was the sister of Toussaint's Duchess. Most people knew that the curse was a lie, but a few of the superstitious mages took it as truth. "We're still not sure about the curse's veracity just yet. Too early for conclusions." Mons shook his head. "The stories are based on 2 of the human civilizations that are extinct. They gleaned these stories from the Wasker's mausoleum and the Dork's stele. There's some grain of truth to the prophecy, of course, You can ignore it if you'd like. Eventually, they arrived at the edge of the island. The young witcher looked down at the river. It was gleaming under the sun. He rolled his sleeve up and revealed the mark. And what about this mark? Any stories about it? An old and cliched one, Montz said. Once, there was a gambler who lost all his money and incurred a great amount of debt. The great debt crushed his family, leaving him with nothing to live for. The man, beset by despair and rage, went to a quiet alleyway and tried to hang himself on a tree. Just when he was about to hang himself, an old, hunched hag in a cloak appeared out of nowhere and saved his life. Wait, are you sure it was an old lady? That's what the story said. Not only did she save his life, she even gave him a priceless treasure, a teapot that could produce gold. That teapot granted the man all the money he could ever want, and he went on gambling. What about the price or the side effects, if you will? No free lunch in this world. Smart, Witcher. There was a condition to get that gold. The owner had to put themselves through great agony. The greater the agony they put themselves through, the more gold the teapot would give. Let me guess. The man went too far and killed himself to get as much gold as he wanted? Roy mocked. No, Mons shook his head, smiling. A short while after he got that teapot, someone saw the man, injured and bruised, drowning himself in a river. Someone searched the area, but they found nothing. Neither the man's body nor the teapot was found. Some creative souls wrote down the man's story, and interestingly, that man had the same mark as you do. Roy mused on it. Dramatic enough. Sounds like a Gaunter production. The guy went missing all of a sudden. Bet he's on a great adventure. Why'd he disguise himself as a lady though? I know he changes his appearances a lot, but he's always a guy. According to my mentor's investigations, this mark has appeared throughout the world at least a dozen times. Each of the bearers had gone through great changes in their lives and fell into despair. Before they went missing, they would run into a mysterious figure who could change their appearances at will. Though most of them ran into an old lady in a cloak, it provided a solution for the bearers' problems, but only for a time. Their lives would, invariably, end tragically. Mons shrugged regrettably. These are mere records or testimonials from witnesses. They're not detailed enough. It's nigh impossible to analyze anything, let alone delve deeper into the occult section of it. Until today. You're a living example, Mons pleaded. Can you tell me more about your story? Make it a request if you will. I'll pay you handsomely. Roy massaged his temples. He thought about it for a moment. Instead of answering, he said, "You're a researcher of the occult. Do you believe in demons and devils then?" "I've never seen those, but over the years of learning from my mentor, I've witnessed countless phenomena that can't be explained by science, though they're all eerily similar. Something mysterious is controlling these phenomena. Something most people can't sense," he answered confidently. "And that's why I believe that demons exist. They're just living somewhere I can't see, and my story will drag you into this whole mess. You'll get involved with these beings. You can and will die. No, death is actually merciful if you're dealing with demons. Do you still want to seek out the truth then?" Roy said coldly, as if he were threatening him. Mons froze. "Lad, let's put this discussion to a stop. Don't look into it and stop investigating the occult. Transfer to another faculty." Roy patted his shoulder. "Leave while you can. Get married and have a child. It's not too late yet." "No way a regular human can fight them, not when it has you in its sights. Witcher." "Wait." Mons clenched his fists, pacing back and forth nervously. "I might be too young and inexperienced to deal with something of this level, but someone isn't." "You mean your mentor?" "What's his name?" "Promethine Shakeslock. Oxenford's occult professor." "Ever heard of him?" Roy was surprised. He was reminded of a sage old man. Shakeslock, the guy Gaunter trapped in a circle many years later, the blind old guy tortured by nightmares and hallucination. He was a man worthy of respect. Promethine was a regular human, but he kept fighting Gaunter until the very bitter end. Roy fell into silence. Mons thought he had a chance. Professor Shakeslock has been researching the occult for decades. Nothing is too mysterious for him, but he's out for work at the moment. He'll be back in 2 weeks. Can you give us that much time? You're a bearer of the mark. You must have gone through despair yourself. but the professor can help you. I'll be gone by then. Forget it. Roy shook his head and left. I might kill Premethine early if I get in touch with him now. Where will you be going? Mons followed Roy, huffing and puffing. Novgorod. We'll talk about this if we get the chance. The sun was setting, and dusk descended on the land. Orcs had returned from his investigation. Did you see him, Witcher? What did he say? Linus quickly asked Orcs. Why was he absent for a week? He needs to explain himself. Orcs and Cantaloupe exchanged a look. There was a solemn expression on their faces. He can't. Mr. Pitt, what do you mean? Mr. Pitt, there's nobody in your assistant's home. The door was open. Even his mother was missing. Linus frowned in disbelief. Orcs then turned to everyone else. You know our senses are sharper than most people's. I smelled blood in the air, so I tracked the scent down and saw a few patches of dried blood on the ground. It had been there for about a week. This is no missing person case. And the door was brutally kicked down. The lock was distorted. Orcs said. There's marks of it getting kicked down, and the ground outside was covered in footprints and horseshoe marks. There were about 7 or 8 of them. Bandits or criminals. Either or. There were invaders there. And about a week back. Linus' jaw dropped. He froze. So he ran into trouble the moment we got home? Is fate out for his life? He sighed. What a shame. Wishaw was a good soul. He came from a farmer's family and worked hard all his life to get into Oxenfurt. He would have graduated in 2 years, gotten a good job, and said farewell to poverty forever. He could have helped his mother too. Why did this happen? Is he still alive? Any chances of his survival? Orcs fell silent. Linus clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. Witches, please rescue Wishaw and his family. I'm not finished yet. Orcs shook his head. He said grimly, I'm sorry, but Wishaw and his family are dead. We searched around the house for any suspicious marks, and we dug out their corpses in a field about 30 yards away. One of them was a young lad in his 20s. Someone smashed the back of his head in. He looks like the guy you described. The other was a crippled woman in her 40s. Died the same way he did. She was possibly his mother. Orcs extended his hand and loosened his fist. He was holding a golden student's crest of Oxenfurt. Wishaw. Natural History, first year. Linus took the crest with trembling hands, his eyes filled with sorrow and sadness. Tears were welling in his eyes. Our condolences, Professor. We buried them right after we took the crest, Cantala said, and we erected a couple of wooden steles for them. Linus looked a little better after hearing that. Did he tell you anything before he left, or did he start acting weird? Linus shook his head. Looks like an unplanned robbery and murder then. Roy piped up. They're probably bandits living near Oxenfurt. That, or they came from somewhere else. Oxenfurt's bandits are killing people near the academy. This is the center of Redania's academia. Is safety that bad even in this town? Felix cocked his eyebrow. No, it's been more than 2 years since anyone was killed in Oxenfurt's vicinity. Linus clenched the crest and gnashed his teeth. The bastards. How dare they kill a student? I'll tell the management about it. The king will never let these bandits hurt the kingdom's talent. Witches, will you help us track these bandits down? It's a personal request. I'll give you 2. No, 300 crowns. Is that enough? Roy exchanged looks with his companions. They agreed, and he nodded. Bandits, huh? More EXP for me then. No reason to give this up. Besides, Linus is paying for food and lodging, and he's gonna reward us. No reason to say no. A pause later, Orcs said, Mr. Pitt, there's something I'm curious about. There were marks of torture on their corpses. Lots of it. Bruises around their wrists and ankles, burn marks from candle wax on their skin. And they were slapped too. If this was an actual robbery, there was no need to torture them. The house was dilapidated, and there was nobody but an old lady inside. There's nothing valuable there. Even if there was, why'd the bandits torture them? Everyone fell into silence. Orcs guessed, maybe the killer had a grudge with Wishaw, or they might be trying to wheedle something out of him. That'd explain the abuse. Probably held his mother hostage too. Orcs guessed. Serit suggested, or maybe the killers are deranged. Torture might be some sort of fun for them. Or maybe Wishaw got on their nerves, so they tortured him. Mr. Pitt did say he was an honest and stubborn man. It's possible he angered the killer. If that's the case, we'd be left with no clues. Letho said. I'll go with Orc's theory for now. The killer probably knows Wishaw and was trying to get something out of him. It's possible that his acquaintances are behind this. Think closely. You two. See if you've missed any clues. Maybe you missed a few witnesses? Cantilla looked at Orcs. She wasn't great at investigations. Orcs was upset. He glared at them. I double-checked the place, and there was nothing there. You can see for yourself if you don't believe me. Orcs sighed. There's nobody around his place in a 500-yard radius. There's only a path to Oxenfurt further away, but carriages travel that path a lot. I won't find any good leads. We have no better choice then. Let's start by questioning Wishaw's acquaintances. Letho decided. What do you think, Professor? That's the only way, Linus said. I like the lad, but he's only been my assistant for less than a year. All I know about his family is that he has no other relatives aside from his mother who lived alone in the shack. But I know more about his connections at school. His friends are the other assistant, Ben. His roommates. Linus kept listing his acquaintances and then the other faculty students. But I don't think they do something this heinous. Leave the interrogation to us, Letho said. It's hard to lie to a witcher, especially when you're a scholar. You'll need to gather the students for us though. We won't punish the innocent, the guilty, however. Linus nodded. It was already late, though, so they had to leave it for tomorrow. Professor, aside from the people on campus, who else did Wishaw get in touch with? I mean in the town, Roy asked. He thought things were not this simple. The killer's probably not anyone among the students. Linus massaged his throbbing forehead. Wishaw's in charge of purchasing the creature's food. The only guy in town he talks to would be the meat seller. He was an honest kid. He would jot down all the spendings down to the smallest number. I'll get the records for you. Once they got the records, the witches started discussing and coming up with plans. Then they went to sleep at the dorms. Linus asked Troy to stay, and they went into the zoo. They made a promise. So he had to check on Griffin. Roy noticed his exhaustion. He said, "You can do this after we're done with the case." "I'm not in a hurry. It's all right." Work and personal life are two different things. Linus massaged his cheeks and perked up. "I'll be counting on you then." Roy practiced his swordplay and marksmanship for hours. When midnight came by, a cloud of smoke appeared in the zoo, and Griffin was back to normal. It was the size of a calf. Its body was brownish-yellow, its wings grayish-black, and its eyes were shining. Griffin grew a little over the past month. It was starting to look like an apex predator. "Take it to the operating theater, Roy." "Pin it down. But don't hurt it." The magical light shone down on the griffin. A pair of pale, gaunt hands were caressing the creature. Linus would pry its beak open to check its tongue, pull on its claws, and check on its mane and wings. Even though Roy was right there, the griffin still growled quietly. It felt mortified. "All right, Griffin. Be patient. You'll be having a feast after this." The griffin roared. The checkup was done half an hour later. "About 7 months old. It's growing well." "Master Troy, the griffin is in great state. I don't see any parasites or fleas on it. I can see you've been raising it well." Linus pulled his hands back and took his gloves off. The look in his eyes was a lot gentler now. He thought Roy was an animal protector just like him. "To trim its nails every month." Griffin is transfigured most of the time, so it doesn't have enough time to sharpen its nails. They might grow inward and hurt it, and Griffin needs to exercise more. "I need to keep it under disguise if I want to go around," Roy explained. Then he shook his head. "But this is my fault." He hugged the griffin. "I'll keep an eye out for that." Linus nodded. "Griffin will be staying at the zoo for the next few days if nothing else. It'll get its exercise. I'll test its flight and hunting skills, and I'll come up with a menu for it." "I'll be counting on you." Roy gave Griffin a look that said, "Stay in touch." He hesitated for a moment, then he asked, "I have a question, Professor. Have you ever tried riding Blake or Chelsea?" Longing appeared in Roy's eyes. "You can soar through the skies." "I get what you're saying." Linus shook his head. "In most cases, griffins can carry one person when they're 10 months old. However, I'm scared of heights, and griffins are far too proud to let anyone ride on them. They'll get angry if I force them into it." 10 months, huh? That won't be long now. It's all right. Griffin is a good girl. It's not as aggressive as the other griffins. Riding it is the best way to form a bond. He patted Griffin's head and smiled at her. Am I right? Griffin roared in confusion. Dawn had just broken through the horizon, but Oxenfurt marketplace was already starting to swing in full gear. It was filled with all kinds of people as usual. Coachmen pushing carts filled with merchandise ahead, coolies who were dragging their trishors, and Oxenfurtians who came to the marketplace for their daily purchases. The marketplace's air was filled with the stench of sweat, crops, meat, and something rancid. Even if the Witcher could cover his nose, he couldn't block out the cacophony of noises in the marketplace. Shouts of the sellers, heated haggling, calls of livestock, cries of children, and the sound of people spitting on the ground. How much longer, Roy? Cantilla frowned. Patience, Cantilla. In a moment. Roy looked at the logbook. He softly pushed away the pudgy, sweaty man ahead of him. Before the man could even turn around, he held Cantilla's hand and darted into the crowd. They stopped at a grilled bar. The seller's eyes were red from the smoke. Roy tossed him 2 coins and picked up 2 grilled cuttlefish from the stand. He chomped down on one of them and gave Cantilla the other. Nothing better than some grilled cuttlefish in a place like this. Cantilla chomped on her cuttlefish. The throng buffeted her ahead, and she curiously asked, Roy, how do you guys manage to stay focused for so long? Don't you need to rest or anything? You just finished that case back in the fief, and now you're already starting another investigation? Don't you guys get exhausted? Cantilla was reminded of the investigation the day before. She saw the house and thought it was a regular house, but Hawks saw the house and found a huge amount of clues. He was calm and efficient, not unlike a machine. If it weren't for the fact that she witnessed the Witcher's banter, she would have thought they were a bunch of monsters who got their emotions erased. Just like what the rumors said. Roy fits the bill though. If he still had any emotion, he wouldn't have refused me. Roy finished his cuttlefish and smacked the grease off his hands. He grinned at the girl. What kind of life do Zerrikanians idealize anyway? A life of battling powerful monsters for honor, she answered without hesitation. Taking all kinds of requests and making a living out of it is a Witcher's idea of an ideal life. We're born for this. We'll keep working until we retire. At most, we just reduce the number of requests we take. Seafood. Get your fresh seafood here. Just caught them this morning, and it's going for cheap. A gaunt seller with a bandana around his head was standing in front of a row of fish tanks, yelling out at the passing people. His face was pockmarked from a life at sea, and his skin was a reddish-brown hue. Trouts, sturgeons, carps, crabs, octopus, lobsters, you name it. I got it. Ronrick? Someone asked. A silhouette showed up before the seller. He was a lean man in light armor. He had an aloof look on his face, and his eyes were a special golden. It scared the seller a little, but he composed himself and bowed a little. What would you need, sir? Fish? My fish are the cheapest and freshest in the market. I guarantee it. I'm not here for your fish. He looked around. The fish tanks were filled with aquatic life forms from the sea and Ponta. This is the biggest aquatic produce supplier in town. I'm here for answers. Do you know who Wishaw was? Why do you want to know? None of your business. Sorry, the seller said cautiously. I might be a lowly seller, but I'm still a businessman, and integrity is important in business. I will not sell my customers out just like this. He emphasized the last part of the sentence. The Witcher and the lady beside him exchanged a look and smiled. Give us a 1-pound carp then. Will do. Ron beamed, but he said, I welcome many buyers, but I still can't answer your questions. Leaking a customer's details is against the rules. Nobody's gonna buy my stuff if I break the rules. I'll have 2 pounds of carp then. The seller was not convinced. 10 pounds then. The Witcher sighed. If they weren't in a crowded marketplace, he would have cast a X on the seller and made him kiss his lobsters. Ron was starting to waver, but he was still on guard. Why do you want to know anyway? You trying to steal my customers? Do you think I look like a fish seller? The Witcher snapped. Ron leaned on his fish tank. He rubbed his chin, looking at Roy closely. You look like them gang lords' lackeys. Younger and a bit more handsome than they are though. So do we have a deal or what? Sure do. 10 pounds of carp it is. Been a while since he came. The seller made a decision. But you'll have to pay me first. 2 crowns, please. Wishaw was a big client. The seller weighed the coins and put them in his pockets. He came here every other day for the last 6 months. Every time he came, he'd purchase £100 of fish. But the guy went missing last week. Another guy from the academy took over for him. The other guy? Oh, Wishaw's roomie and Linus' other assistant Ben. Are they competitors? You should know him well, given that you've been dealing with him for months, Roy said. Not as well as you might think. But yeah, Ron answered calmly. He wasn't as close to Wishaw as Roy thought. So what kind of man do you think Wishaw was? His personality, the way he talks, anything. And don't lie. Roy pointed his skewered carps at the seller. His eyes filled with warning. Or you'll be having carp sashimi for breakfast. Sir. What's he talking about? The seller trembled. Roy might be a young witcher, but the look in his eyes scared Ron anyway. He had seen a lot of customers who came from all walks of life, but none of them were as chilling as the young witcher. Of course, sir. You bought my fish, and I'll give you the answers you want. It's a fair deal. Ron stood up straighter and thumped his chest. Everyone knows that old Ronrick is a reputable man. Ask around, said the man who sold his customers details for £10 of carp. Roy nodded. Continue. Wishaw was a man of few words. Honest to a fault. Inflexible, Ron grumbled. He wouldn't allow any mistakes. If he wanted £100, he'd take £100. Not even £1 less. Heck, sometimes the fish came up to a few ounces less than £100. But he just wouldn't let it go. A loyal guy to his employer though. He records all his spendings in the logbook. I saw it sometimes. He wouldn't even lie. Roy nodded. What Ron said fit the description Linus gave them. Did he exhibit any strange behavior after his last purchase? Ron thought about it seriously. He told me he needed to go home for some family business, so he might not be here for the next purchase. It's been a week since then, and the other lad is the one who managed the last 3 purchases. He's as efficient as Wishaw, but I do miss him. It's been a while. Where did Wishaw go, Witcher? Roy stared at the seller for a long time. In the end, Ron averted his gaze. Roy said, none of your business. Did Wishaw get into any argument with someone here in the marketplace? I mean, argument? Ron's eyes widened. He froze for a few moments and shook his head. Did anyone ever ask for his details then? You jest, sir. Ron nodded at him. That's what you're doing right now. Aside from us, Roy said coldly. Ron hesitated. So you do know something? Roy pointed the carps at the seller, swinging them around like they were his sword. The carp's head thrusted ahead, almost giving Ron a kiss. Answer me. Put it down, sir. The seller craned his neck backward weirdly and sighed. He smiled dryly. Being a businessman is tough. Cross the wrong person and it's game over. Please, don't point the fish at me. I'll tell you. The witcher removed the fish sword. It's nothing much. Some local thugs wanted to know about him, he explained. He kept spending big money for 6 months. Anyone's gonna be curious about it. They were just asking around. He kept looking around. Just asking around? Roy sneered. He didn't believe the seller. You sure they didn't have anything else in mind? I don't know what you mean. No matter. So tell me, who are those thugs? I'm not doing your business anymore. I'll give you back the money. Give me back my fish. Ron shook his head in terror. Are you sure? Roy thrusted the carp into Ron's mouth. He wriggled his wrist and turned the fish around in his mouth, as if he were brushing Ron's teeth. Ron's arms were held down, and he kept struggling. Eventually he rolled his eyes and made muffled noises. His face was red. When he was almost out of breath, Ron finally nodded. Roy took a deep breath and let go. Ron coughed violently, tears streaming down his cheeks. Darn it, fine, I'll talk. Roy and Cantler left happily a while later. They had £20 of carp in their hands. Roy bought another £10 as an apology for what happened earlier. This'll last Griffin for a bit. I wonder if the thug's friends are behind this. Wishaw did make the purchases every other day. He'd be buying about £1,000 of stuff over 6 months. Even if all he bought were carps, they cost about a few £100. That's no chump change. Anyone would be interested. From what Ron told them, the thugs who wanted to know more about Wishaw were unemployed guys living on the outskirts of Oxenfurt. They were incorrigible bullies and lazy bastards. Every now and then, they would come to the marketplace and threaten all the merchants into paying them money. It was some sort of racketeering. They were also the members of some gang. There were about a few dozen members in it. Ron didn't work with them, but he didn't tell the truth in case the thugs came after him. Still, these thugs were just small fries. They wouldn't go too far. At least, robbery and murder were out of their realm at the moment. Suspicious. But it's a pity they didn't come. I could confront them and probably crack the case otherwise. What about the other assistant? Is he a suspect too? Ben? Letho's dealing with him. He'll make sure Ben tells him everything. They went to the butcher market and asked the seller for details. It was almost the same thing Ron told them. At this point, the thugs were the biggest suspects. It was nearing noon. The sun was shining high in the sky. Linus was gathering the students at the Faculty of Natural History. Did you get anything, guys? Roy leaned against the wall of the building and looked at the nervous student. Then he turned his sights to his companions. Orcs cleaned the cracks between his teeth and sighed. There are 35 students in this faculty, including the masters. We grilled them for answers, but we found nothing. They're a bunch of weaklings. Scholars and honest guys. Letho rubbed his head. All it took was some scare tactics. And they told us everything. Their relationship with Wishaw, the age they stopped wetting their pants, and even who their crush was. We didn't even have to use isekai'd. Carl probably has better guts than these people. He patted the boy's head. These intellectuals of the faculty lived in luxury. They had never seen bloodshed before. Of course Carl was braver than they were. The boy saw his family and friends killed before his eyes, and he survived the wilds with the witches. So the other assistant is no longer a suspect then? Letho nodded. Ben's a selfish guy. He did try to sabotage Wishaw from time to time, but he's not the mastermind behind the murder. Ah, so that leaves only one avenue. Roy heaved a sigh and smiled at his companions. You guys found something, I assume? Yeah, the sellers told us something interesting. They told the witches what the seller said. The witches mused over it. Before they could say anything, Linus suddenly appeared behind them. A couple of thugs were snooping around for Wishaw's information. Linus' face tensed up, and confusion welled in his eyes. Why'd they want to keep an eye on a poor student? Felix took his sunglasses off and looked at the professor. Isn't it obvious, Professor? They weren't interested in a poor student. They were interested in all the purchases Wishaw made. They wanted to get into the business and make a profit out of it. I agree, Serret said. He looked at everyone. I had to stay in touch with the local thugs back in the south for work. They're a bunch of impoverished people, but they're despicable scum who wouldn't work a day in their lives. They'd do anything to rob the merchants of their money. They love crowns, but not the honest work involved to get it. They can do anything for money. Anything. Your student didn't have any bodyguards like those merchants do. Nor was he a noble or anything. He was the best target for the thugs. They could easily rob him of his money. The corner of Linus' lips twitched. His eyes narrowed, and he trembled. The professor roared, "Damn those bastards. They attacked a student of the academy." This is the Northern Kingdom's center of academia. The locals were respectful of the academy people. They didn't want the academy to punish them if they stepped out of line, and they wouldn't want to get in the bad books of someone who might be wildly successful in life later on. There was barely anyone who would attack the students. They couldn't have survived Oxenfurt if they were not smart, Orcs said, and that's why they didn't attack Wishaw in the town. They waited until he went back home. Remember what we found? Wishaw and his mother were tortured before they died. It's proof that the thugs wanted to make Wishaw tell him more about the business. Linus stared down. He looked a little confused. But I've been a resident for decades, and I've been raising the animals for years. A few of my students, before they graduated from the academy, had been purchasing the animals' food for a while at that point. That was before Wishaw's time. So why did they attack him now? Who knows? Roy shrugged. Maybe they just needed more money. Letho said, or maybe there's another reason. The killer might be someone else. We're all just coming up with speculations. We have no proof, but the thugs remain the biggest suspects. Keep an eye on them. The seller did say the thugs belong to some sort of organization. Roy said with uncertainty, something called the Redanian Free Company. What is that? Everyone was confused. Some sort of local gang? Do you know anything about it, Mr. Pitt? The Redanian Free Company. Linus frowned. There was displeasure and disdain in his eyes. Every Oxenfurtian knows of it. Tell us more. It's a fourth-rate organization made by some declining aristocrats living on the outskirts of Oxenfurt and Novgorod. They're involved in petty crimes and racketeering businesses, but only on a small scale. Never thought they'd attack our students. Do you know where their base is, Mr. Pitt? Or the address of their important members? Roy wanted to make the first move. A moment later, he said, they haven't been threatening the marketplace sellers for days. They've probably gotten all the info they wanted from Wishaw. Linus massaged his temples. He was a scholar who spent most of his time researching endangered species. He had no time for thugs. Sorry, but I don't know much about them. All I know is their members are mostly made up of farmers' kids. The witches weren't surprised. So what next? Letho looked around. I'll deal with it. What's the plan, kid? Everyone gave Roy encouraging looks. Roy looked at Orcs, Seret, Felix, Cal, and Cantilla. Orcs, Seret, Letho, you guys will be looking for intel in the inns, hostels, and brothels. Sure thing. Orcs thumped his chest. Just wait for the news. Try tracking the mastermind down if you run into anyone or anything suspicious. Roy clenched his fists. Find their base, but don't attack right away, he said solemnly. We're in Oxenfurt. This is a holy sanctum of knowledge. Do not take any lives that easily. I don't want anyone going around calling me the Butcher of Oxenfurt or anything. At the very least, we'll need to have enough proof before we can kill anyone. Linus looked at him gratefully. He thought Roy was being considerate. Roy nodded and turned to the others. Cantilla, Felix, Cal, you guys stay with the professor and keep him safe. The three of them agreed readily. If they managed to extract any information from Wishaw. Roy looked at Linus. You'll not be the only one in danger. Your zoo is at risk as well. Linus had a horrified look on his face. He spent an astronomical amount of money to raise the animals. They were more precious than gold. Is that what those bastards are trying to do? You forgot someone, Roy. Orcs wrapped his arm around Roy's neck menacingly. Roy was starting to get red from suffocation. I'm a free man. I'll be going to anyone who needs me. What? The Vipers glared at the young Witcher. You gave all of us jobs to do while you can slack off? Get real. Fine. Roy finally managed to break free of Orc's grasp. He heaved a sigh. I'll be staking out right outside the island. Happy? Northwestern Oxenfurt, a certain building near the sea. A great hall stood behind the steel gates. Empty wine bottles and leftovers were strewn across the floor. The air was filled with the rancid stench of rotten meat and wine. Apparently, a great party had been thrown not too long ago in this place. Most of the guests were gone after the party. Only one drunken man remained in the hall, lying in the middle of the bottles. He was smacking his lips, snoring loudly. The man was about 20 years old, and he had a Mohican hairstyle, aside from a thin strip of hair. His whole head was bald. The man was muscular, and he was wearing a sleeveless leather jacket embroidered with beautiful patterns. His chest and arms were revealed, and the man looked fierce. He was a hardened man. He burped, his pungent breath wafting into the air. He muttered, I, Vlodimir, will. He burped again. Will revive the Everok name. Gee. Someone flung the door open, and in came a giant of a man. He strode over to Vlodimir, huffing and puffing. The giant yanked Vlodimir's arm. Wake up, Vlodimir. Bad news. Vlodimir snored. Keep sleeping and our plans are gonna be ruined. The man rubbed his hands nervously. He picked up a wine bottle and poured the content onto the drunk man's face. Vlodimir jolted awake. He let out a bizarre scream and sat up, his eyes wide with rage. Who did that? I'll kill you. It's me, Punk the Barrel. The pudgy guy looked scared. I have something important to report. I didn't mean to disturb your sleep. What do you want? Vlodimir was rubbing his cheeks. They were swollen from his hangover. He muttered and snatched the bottle from Punk, pouring the last drops of wine onto his tongue. You woke me from my sleep. If I'm not happy with your answer, you're not getting a single copper from this deal. Something happened in the academy. One of our members told us. Linus Pitt gathered all the natural history students for interrogation. He must have found Wishaw. Vladimir patted Punk's belly with the back of his hand. My dear cousin, that's all it took to make you nervous? You're as big as humans get. Calm down. He put a hand on his hip and leaned against the wall. Vladimir said, it's been a week. Those guys must have found something, no matter how stupid they are. But believe me, they won't find anything useful. They won't affect the organization. Vladimir said. Besides, the purchase guy just sent the herbs over. All we need now is a chance. Vladimir's eyes were shining. Once we take the stock to that person, we'd make enough crowns to last us for years. And the great Everok family will get through this crisis. Vladimir smiled. And my brother won't have to worry about money anymore. But Vladimir, Punk hemmed and hawed. I heard that witches are involved in this. Those weirdos are terrifyingly powerful. If they find anything, they'll ruin our plans. Shut your mouth. Vladimir's face fell, and he glared at Punk. He looked like a lion, ready to pounce. His languid attitude was replaced by a serious look. Nobody told me we had witches in town. They've gone lax. But you held a celebratory feast last night. Punk thought. They just came yesterday. They just had to come right now. Vladimir took a deep breath and paced back and forth. Barrel, tell the smarter guys to keep an eye on the Philosopher's Gates. I want them to tell me everything right away. We'll leave the witches alone if they haven't realized what we're after. But if they do, we'll get rid of them. We'll show them the power of the Free Company. Punk was still hesitating. He had heard a lot of incredible rumors about the witches, like how they could fight 100 men on their own and how one of them butchered the whole of Blaviken. Can we really deal with those monsters? We don't even have 60 members. Why don't we tell your brother about it and see if he has anything to say? He needs to stay in contact with our client. He can't leave just yet, but I'll tell him once he comes back. Before then, you guys do as I say, got it? At the same time, a man and a woman were holding hands, walking along the Everok Manor. Flowers were in full bloom everywhere. The man was tall and handsome. He had a reddish-brown mustache, giving him a manly look. The girl was petite. She was beautiful. Her skin as fair as snow, and her hair was a lustrous black. She looked like an angel who came out of a portrait. Not even the blooming flowers could compete with her looks. The couple would huddle close for a moment and part the next. They enjoyed their little thrills. Odysee von Everok suddenly plucked a violet rose and placed it between the hairs of the girl. He stared at her. He was the prodigal son and the next in line for the Everok family. Odysee only reserved his gentle side for this woman before him. She was Iris Balwitz, the daughter of a rich family and his soon-to-be bride. She was also his beloved. My love. Iris held his hand, staring at him. I need to talk to you. A moment of hesitation later, she said. My father. He wants to know about my debt again? Odysee let the rose go and turned around. He said calmly, tell him I'm going into a deal with someone important in Novgorod. Once the deal is done, I'll repay all my debts, and my family will rise to prominence once more. Odysee sighed. A long time ago, the Everok family were nomads. But they fought bravely and contributed greatly to Redania. They were granted the rank of noble and made their way into the upper society. They were at their peak of power. Everyone wanted to please them. The Everok family was prominent for a time. However, generations passed, and the family fell into decline. Recently, they were hit by a number of catastrophes. It was as if their lands were cursed. Everyone else's crops would increase year by year, but they harvested almost nothing in recent years. They had to keep pumping crowns into the fields and see if they could recoup their losses. To make things worse, the woodcutting factory he invested in earlier was a scam. He lost all his investment and owed a mountain of debt. Even his fiancée's family was starting to look down on him. But the nightmare will be over soon. I have a plan. Odysee's fury faded a little. I'm sorry, my love. I shouldn't have brought this up during these trying times. She shook her head. She thought he was just trying to make her feel good. But my father is worried. He's a merchant. He has his own vulgar attitude when it comes to money. He puts too much emphasis on profit, and, she pursed her lips, he seems to be objecting to our marriage. I think. Odysee turned round and hugged his lover. Nobody can take you away from me. Don't worry. I won't leave you. Iris leaned into his embrace. She said lovingly, no matter what they say, you're the only one I love. Trust me. I'll repay my debt in 1 week at most. Then I'll give you the best life you can imagine. What kind of business is that? Is it the same scheme you're up to? Iris was worried. She was reminded of something else. The Everett family only had a hodgepodge army called the Redanian Free Company. When he was younger, Odysee led the company once and robbed passing merchants and farmers. It had been years since he stopped that, but his men started another shady business. Don't worry, it's a legitimate business. He put her left hand on his chest and kissed her hair. Odysee looked at the estate's flowers, excited. A great collector in Novgorod has set his eyes on some merchandise. My men and I will purchase it and toss in a free gift. Your parents are merchants. You know how the rich guys are in the free city. The reward is great. More than enough for my family. To get through this crisis, Odysee could imagine his future. Even after he repaid his debt, the remaining crowns would be enough to please his greedy in-laws. Then I'll hold a great wedding. I swear. I believe you. Iris smiled sweetly and leaned against his chest. The flowers under the shade swayed in the wind, and the couple came closer. Punk got Vladimir's message and set off for the Academy's island with the smartest men he had. They saw their targets right after high noon. 3 witches came out of the Philosopher's Gate. One of them was wearing a cape, another had his hair tied up, and he was deadpan. The last one was a bald man with a body as powerful as a beast. They were none other than Orcs, Serret, and Letho, who were out to gain intel on the Free Company. Punk left one guy behind to stake out the gates, while he and 2 other men went ahead. They didn't get too close though. The rumors about witches scared them. They tailed the witches from far, far away, following them from the Academy all the way to the Chancellor's home in the eastern side. The trio split up into 2 teams and went inside after the witches were inside the inn for 5 minutes. It was daytime, so the inn didn't have any lamps on. They relied on the sunlight, and it was a bit dim. Most Oxenfurtians were busy at work at this time. They'd only come to the inn at night, so there were only a few customers around. The innkeep was a bard. He was playing his lute on the stage. It was a slow, sleepy tune. The witches were not far from the counter. Their table was filled with wine and meat. They were chatting, and they were loud. Punk and one of his men heard them talking about vulgar, sexual things. They were in a corner, keeping themselves hidden in the shadows. Unlike the witches, they ordered 2 mugs of the cheapest dwarven liquor and borrowed a Gwent board from the innkeep to pretend they were playing. The other guy took up the window seat alone. He looked like a merchant who lost all his money in business. The guy acted well. He was looking at the passing people sadly. I don't think they're here for anything other than liquor, boss. Rolf tossed a card and gulped. He stopped glancing at the witches. Just shut up and do your job. Punk was surprised as well. He thought the witches were here for intel. But after they ordered their liquor, they didn't talk to anyone else. Just play your cards and stop looking at them. The mutants have great eyesight. Punk tossed a card and looked at the board. He smiled. 54 to 35. You lost, Rolf. He downed the liquor, and Rolf looked enviously. The weird taste made him frown, but he finished the liquor and heaved a sigh. He worked at the Oxenfurt port for half a day to make enough money for the liquor. I'm the 3rd in command of the Free Company, and this is all I can afford. I feel sad for myself. Back when the Everocks were still rich, Odysee and Vladimir would reserve the whole inn and have an all-you-can-drink session with the gang. They would get the hottest ladies in Oxenfurt for the boys as well. It had only been 10 years, but the Everocks had declined. Their business was going downhill, and their investments were nothing but failure after failure. They also had to fork out some money to help the gang. Most of the members were unemployed, and they refused to toil in the fields. The Everocks had a mountain of debt. They were in critical condition. Once Odysee makes the deal, we'll have enough money to get through this. I won't let these meddling witches ruin it. Punk's eyes glinted coldly. Remember the time when he tailed that griffin in a meal? Orcs wiped the wine from his mouth and winked at the other witches. Serret chomped on the bloody, sauce-drenched steak and grinned. Of course. We borrowed Roy's horse and used it to set a trap to lure it out. Serret snorted. And there were some beasts that tried to ambush us too. How many were there? You're drunk. You forgot about it? Orcs raised one finger. It was one boar. Was probably famished. It really needed food, so it thought we were prey, but it was just a beast at the end of the day. It wasn't smart enough to see that we were not to be trifled with. We chased it all the way to its home and made its whole family our dinner. No, you're drunk. Letho put his glass down and burped. I remember it was 3 boars. You sure? Positive. The witches kept chatting and exchanged smiles, then they went back to their food. The witches left the inn and went to a brothel called Silver Cloud. I think we were worried for nothing, boss. These guys are here just to have fun. They didn't notice anything. Rolf was hiding in an alleyway near the street's exit. He saw the witches holding a woman each. They were huddled together, and all of them went into a room. The guy was green with envy. A moment later, Punk said, "Tell Vladimir about this, and don't embellish anything. Larry, you stay with me and keep an eye on the witches." "Leave it to me, boss." Rolf left happily, but unbeknownst to him, a silhouette was hiding on the roof right on top of him, tailing him like an agile cat. It hopped and skipped through the roofs without making a sound. The same building in northwestern Oxenfurt. "We tailed them as you said." 3 of them went and had some fun in an inn and brothel. They didn't say anything about us, didn't do anything weird either. Rolf sounded confident. "I don't think they realized we were behind Wishaw's death." Vladimir's hands were behind his back. He stepped around and kept his silence for a moment. "There are 5 of them." "Where are the other 2?" "In the academy with Linus." Vladimir frowned. He looked worried. Rolf pursed his lips. He said, "Boss, I think we should pick up the pace." "We should." He lowered his voice. "Kidnap the rare specimens in the next couple of days. It hasn't been 2 days since the witches came to town. There's no way they could have found out about our plan, but if we don't do anything, they might." "I know." "I don't need you to tell me that." Vladimir glared at him and sighed. The plan was a last-ditch one, and mistakes would not be tolerated. He clenched his fists. "Are the boys in the Delta prepared?" Rolf was delighted. "Of course. You just saw them 2 days ago. They're waiting for your orders. Did you check the boat, meds, and equipment?" "I do that with Punk every day. No problem with them. Tell Punk to gather all the boys here tomorrow morning." A pause later, he said, "We'll be starting the operation tomorrow night at the latest." "What about isekai'd?" "I'll tell him right away." A sound came from the second floor, stopping the conversation. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they went upstairs, but all they saw was an empty bottle rolling on the floor. The window was opened, and a gust of breeze blew in. A fat tabby cat was lying on the windowsill. It meowed at them, surprised that they showed up. "Where'd this cat come from?" "That scared me. I thought someone was listening in." Rolf patted his chest. Vladimir heaved a sigh of relief as well. He picked the cat up and patted it. As he looked at the people outside, he finally made his decision. At the same time, a young man was crouched on the roof outside the second floor, his amber eyes glinting. "The Free Company." "Vladimir, isekai'd. The rare animals." "I see." The afternoon flew by. As the sun was setting, the young witcher left the academy's gates and rendezvoused with his companions in the abode outside the island. "Where did you guys go?" Roy sniffed the air and caught a whiff of alcohol and cheap women's perfume coming from the Vipers. "I thought you guys went for recon." "Shut it. We have serious business here." Letho hid and gave Orcs a look. "Tell him what we found." Orcs shot Roy a happy glare. He said slowly, "Someone followed us the moment we left the academy." He snorted. "I bet they never researched us. We saw through their acting right away. It was obvious, so we played along." Orcs told them what happened, and they could imagine how it went down. Vladimir, the leader of the Redanian Free Company, kidnapped Wishaw, who made big purchases frequently at the marketplace. They managed to extract news about the rare animals and set their sights on them. The Free Company had an agreement with some important guy too, so they were planning the kidnap for a while now. They had boats, meds, and equipment. Orcs thought the meds were sedatives for the animals. They would infiltrate the academy the next night to steal the animals and move them to Novgorod. And I had no idea about it. Linus blanched, and he was drenched in sweat. He couldn't imagine the agony he would feel if he lost his animals. "Good thing they underestimate you." "Witches." Linus gave them a pleading look. "Enough said, Mr. Pitt." Orcs smirked. He put his hands together and cracked them. "We're gonna finish the request. We'll take them all out. Since they're gonna gather at that place tomorrow, I say we arrest them all." "It won't fly." Linus said. "You saw through their plans, but you have no proof they killed Wishaw." nor can you prove they're after my animals. And you also said Vlodimar's involved. Linus stopped for a moment. So what? Orcs was curious. My faculty colleague told me that Vlodimar's a rare name. If I'm right, he's a direct descendant of the Everook family, and their ancestors founded Redania with Radovidi. They're the descendants of Redania's founder. I can't believe they would fall so far just to make a living. Oh, and their coat of arms is a boar. Are they hard to handle? Linus shook his head. Quite the contrary, in fact. The Everooks are on a decline. They're no longer the same family they once were. Barely an aristocratic clan, but they're still influential to an extent. We can't do anything to Vlodimir unless we have definitive proof. Felix, who had been silent, interrupted. Mr. Pitt, witches judge things a bit differently from you guys. These guys are crooks. They're unemployed, and they're a menace to the people. Now, they're also murderers. Do we have to find proof of their crimes before we can judge them? He said. We can incapacitate all them with a single bomb, and 5 witches plus a Zaracanian bladeswoman is enough to block all the exits and capture them all. And then Felix slashed his hand across his throat, his eyes glinting coldly. We'll kill them. That'll be the end of it. That's the best choice. Carl was shocked by the suggestion. He curled up a little. Everyone else looked surprised. Linus was pale. He said carefully, Master Felix, I don't think they deserve death just for the crimes they did. It's a bit too much, don't you think? Linus detested them for what they did to Wishaw, but he was still mostly rational and gentle. He preferred to judge these killers by law. Worry not, Mr. Pitt. Letho shook his head. He was just kidding. Oxenfurt is not a good place to kill anyone. We'll go by law. I was not kidding, Felix said seriously, patting Carl's head. We'll go with Mr. Pitt's suggestion. He wants proof. Then we'll catch them red-handed. Letho decided. We'll pretend we know nothing. They can go ahead with their operation, then we'll catch them when they infiltrate the academy. That's for the best. Linus heaved a sigh of relief. I'll tell the security department to get a few of their men to work with you, witches. We'll make sure they're all captured. No, Serit declined. Having outsiders is just gonna make things chaotic. What do you think, Roy? Roy? Huh? Roy snapped out of it. It's not like you to get distracted at a time like this, kid. Sorry. I have nothing to add. We'll go with this plan. Roy was still out of it. He was thinking about something else. Vlodimir, the Everooks. That's someone I know. The Everooks are still around. Guess the Hearts of Stone storyline hasn't taken place just yet. The next day, Seaside Villa. You don't look too good. Odysee didn't sleep well. Vlodimir looked at his brother. He had dark circles under his eyes. He teased. Couldn't sleep because Iris wasn't around? The Everook brothers were muscular. Odysee was handsome, while Vlodimir had a chiseled face, so he looked a little fierce. Enough. I don't want to hear her name today. Odysee massaged his forehead in frustration. Iris' parents took her back the day before, but that had nothing to do with his loss of sleep. It was because he had a vivid nightmare. The scenes he saw confused him, but he was terrified as well. It was a pit of despair. Dreams are usually the opposite of what happens in real life. He told himself, my poor brother. Look at you. Don't push yourself too hard. Vlodimir wrapped his arm around Odyssee's shoulder and turned around to face the 4 dozen men in the hall. These men were all 20 to 30 years old. They wore humble clothes, and their skin was tanned from the sun. They were lean, but they had this violent look in their eyes. Unlike most peasants, they also looked excited and full of desire. They're ready. Once we get the merchandise and take our reward, we're gonna reserve the whole Silver Cloud and party. Odysee took a deep breath and held his unease down. What about the business at the marketplace? Don't worry about it. Punk convinced the fish and meat seller to add the stuff into their meat. All we have to do is wait for Linus Guy to come and purchase it. We told him to put a big dosage into it. It's enough to knock a dragon out. The sedative will start kicking in 2 hours after the animals have their meal. They'll be out for at least a day and a night. As for the witches, Vlodimir sneered. They're still having fun like yesterday. They're not a threat. It was midnight in no time. There was barely any light left in Oxenfurt. A deep silence fell upon the town, and the moon was shining down on the delta. Ripples spread across the waters as a dozen slender wooden boats rowed across the river, slowly closing in on the academy. Most of the boats were occupied. The men were armed with crossbows and curved blades. They looked cold and determined. Their trip went smoothly, and they landed on the coast outside the island. Vladimir got off first. He stepped into the river and looked around. About 5 minutes later, he swung his arm down, and a dozen of his men set up wooden ladders. They climbed over the walls and entered the academy. Vladimir pulled his brother up. He whispered, "Isekai'd, you stay outside and keep an eye out on the boats with some of the men. Make sure we have a way out if anything goes wrong." Isekai'd tensed. "This is not what we agreed on, brother." "You're staying behind." "No. Listen to me." Vladimir held his shoulders and pulled Isekai'd forward. He pressed his forehead against Isekai'd's, staring straight into his eyes. "Don't forget how this works. You stay behind and come up with a winning strategy, while I lead the men into battle. That's how we got so far, and we're sticking to that plan. And I don't have a lover or anything. I don't have anything holding me back, so I can go all out. You don't. You have the duty of reviving our family, and you also have Iris to think about." Vladimir looked around. Most of their men had infiltrated the academy, and they were waiting for their orders. "Think about Iris. Only a hero like you is worthy of a gorgeous lady like her," he said enviously. "What would she do if anything were to happen to you? Do you want to see her cry her heart out every day and die from sorrow?" Vladimir pulled his brother down from the ladder and climbed up himself. He looked back for a moment. For some reason, Isekai'd was reminded of that bizarre nightmare he had. He wavered, and he stayed back. The academy was not as quiet as they thought it would be. A lot of the rooms were still lit, since the students were burning the midnight oil. Vladimir was in the vanguard. He crouched and moved stealthily from one tree to another, moving through the path he was visualizing in his mind. He had combed through the academy's map dozens of times. About 30 silhouettes were following him silently. Things went smoother than they thought. They came to a giant spruce a while later, and they saw the warehouse that was coated in camouflage paint. Vladimir heaved a sigh of relief and laughed at himself for being too cautious. He asked his men to pry the door open with the tools they prepared. "Boss." Punk huddled closer to him. "Your idea was great." "What idea?" "You asked our man to eat more animal innards. Some of them got their night blindness cured. We only got this far thanks to your idea." "Shut up." Vladimir heard the chains getting broken, and he kicked Punk's behind. He had no time to chat. "Let's go." "You're leading, huh?" "Scared of the knocked-out animals, coward?" Punk stared at the entrance. It looked like a void. The guy looked a little miffed. He cursed silently and carefully went inside. "You, and you." Vladimir told 2 of his men to stand guard outside. The zoo was a scary place at night. It was eerie, like the sewers. They heard chirps in the darkness, and weird trees and shrubs stood on both sides of the paths. They would rustle too, perhaps from the movements of some animals. Punk was holding a torch up, but his arm was trembling. He kept advancing through the path carefully. Everyone moved quietly as well, looking around them cautiously. They were worried that some kind of monster would pop out from the darkness. "It's all right. I'm safe," Punk whispered to himself. "The animals are in deep sleep because of the sedative. Even if they aren't, my brothers will beat them into submission. Militel bless me." His prayer seemed to have worked. Since they found their first target safely a moment later, a scaly reptile with sharp fangs, claws, and a forked tail was lying in the grass, unmoving. "A draco-lizard." Punk gulped and tossed a stone at it, but the creature did not respond. He did the same thing 3 more times for safe measure, then he wiped the sweat away from his forehead. "I knew it." "Good job, cousin." Vladimir patted his shoulder in encouragement. This monster in front of them was like a gold mine. He quickly told his men to move the creature onto the stretcher and take it to the entrance. The sedative worked. "We're splitting up into teams of 10. We can cover more ground that way, and make it quick. I told you all about the animals, so don't take anything worthless. Make it quick. The quickest guy's gonna get a bonus." "Yay, you're the best, boss." The men were delighted, and their fear was abated a little. "But remember, if you run into anything that's not knocked out, shoot them with your trank arrows. Got it? After Vladimir gave his orders, 3 teams split up and disappeared into the darkness. Vladimir led his team into the northern part of the area. He could vaguely see a pond there, and it was reflecting the moonlight. Halfway through the path, one of his men stopped everyone. I think I saw something moving in the grass, boss. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They took their tranquilizing arrows out and aimed at the darkness. Vladimir frowned and held the hilt of his blade. Are you sure that wasn't a false alarm? I'm sure. The witness teeth were chattering. They were like a cat's eyes or something, amber and greenish eyes. There, he suddenly shouted, pointing at the grass ahead. Everyone turned their sights to it, and their torches shone on a patch of rustling napier grass. They wondered what was behind it. They could even hear the sound of their gulps. One of the men got too nervous and pulled Gabriel's trigger suddenly, sending a bolt flying into the grass, and the rustling stopped. A moment of silence later, they heard a meow arcing through the air. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. That scared me. This is one exciting operation, boss. A little cat scared you? That's embarrassing. Punk shook his head and strode over to the patch of grass. He was going to teach that cat a lesson. Vladimir frowned. He had a feeling something was wrong. Careful, Barrel. Don't go there. Come back. Come back. Did you hear me? Right away, boss. Punk stood in front of the grass and slowly turned around. What his comrades saw shocked them. A thin, vertical line appeared on the center of his face. It started from his forehead and extended down to his chin. It was like a bloody line broke his face in two. Why are you looking at me like that? Punk asked, curious. Your face. What's with my face? He touched his forehead and felt something warm on his finger. When he took it down, he saw nothing but blood. Blood? This is a joke, isn't it? Punk started gurgling, and the line on his face broke. Blood spurted out of his wound, splattering his face. He fell backward, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even in death he couldn't believe he was killed. Punk. Vladimir shot at the grass patch with a vengeance, but something moved faster than him. A silhouette leapt out of the grass, and they could see that it was humanoid. It was curled up, but its limbs were outstretched, looking like a puma that was hunting its prey. It leapt across the air and glided past the nearest Free Company member. A blade glinted in the air, blinding them. The blade appeared for only a moment. Then it followed the silhouette into another patch of grass. Blood spurted from the neck of that member, and something meowed. A man mocked, "Run, little mice." Damn you. Vladimir fired shots at the grass, and the other members huddled closer to him in fear, shooting as fast as they could. Someone then gasped and held a part of his body. He froze, apparently getting shot by a bolt that came out of nowhere. His vitals weren't shot, but the bolt numbed him, stopping him from moving. It's poisoned. Be careful. Another member fell, and they lost 4 men in mere moments. Yet they didn't even see who the killer was. It's the mutants. 3 of the members kept Vladimir in the center of their circles, and some charged toward the bushes. It's a trap. Run, brothers. Boss, you need to leave and tarnish the name of the Evericks. Vladimir trembled with rage. His eyes turned crimson, but he was powerless to do anything. Honor is nothing without life. You gotta make a run for it, or it'll be too late. You need to tell the others, boss. isekai'd. 2 of his men dragged him away and made a run for it, ignoring his protests. The other was left behind. He held his fear down and roared. That was the last sound he made in his life, and it was cut short a moment later. Vladimir managed to barely turn around. All he saw was a phantom silhouette circling around the guy they left behind. His sword danced with him seamlessly, slicing the guy up. Battles erupted in the other regions too. Screams flew into the air, blades clashed, and some of the fighters were wounded by swords. The path they traveled when they came in seemed short enough, but now traveling that same path out felt like a lifetime. The men who dragged him out were gone. They were buying time for him to leave. Fear finally kicked in. He ran toward the entrance like his life depended on it. He held a torch up and ran on all 4s like an animal. I need to tell isekai'd about this. He's the only family I have. The brother I adore most. He needs to marry Iris and continue the bloodline. I will not allow anything to happen to him. He saw the entrance. Hope was inches away, and he almost cried tears of joy. But just when he thought he could escape, reality denied him. The door was locked. Vladimir crashed into it, holding out for the hope he could still leave. He kept crashing into the door. Eventually, he was injured, but the door did not budge. It looked down at Vladimir coldly. When he finally lost his strength and plopped down to the ground, he realized that silence fell suddenly upon the warehouse. There was nothing but the sound of silent footsteps drawing closer. Eventually, a young witcher with 2 blades strapped to his back showed up. Vladimir von Everett, correct? Roy smiled genuinely. Sorry, I wasn't gonna kill everyone. Murder within the walls of the academy isn't something I enjoy, but the cat moved in for the kill before I could stop him, and he was stubborn about it. Vladimir huffed and puffed. He was looking at Roy closely, trying to see the demon who rained down destruction on them. We underestimated you, witches. He closed his eyes, sighing. How much did Linus promise you? What? You wanna bribe us? Yes. He took a deep breath. Just turn your back on the warehouse and let us leave. I can split the profit in half with you. Do you have any idea how much we're getting? It'll last you for years, even if you split your half with your companions. Roy rubbed his chin, pretending to think about it seriously. That's a tempting offer, but I refuse. Why? No reason. He sneered and cast a Kaer on Vladimir. Sleep. You'll see your family again when you wake up. In the jail. Vladimir's sight blurred, and he lost consciousness. Roy looked at Blake the Griffin. It was on the stretcher. Roy's eyes glinted. I only got 80 EXP from killing the small fry, but if I take Blake's life, I can get 300 EXP right away. I'll also get the trials mutagen and blame this on the invaders. Casualties happen in battles, after all, but the big guy has never harmed anyone, and it can't hurt me either. Should I do it? Should I kill a monster that can't even fight back? On the other hand, isekai'd was staring at the looming walls. His gut was starting to scream at him. Something bad was happening. isekai'd was starting to sweat from anxiety, and everything before him was starting to get twisted. Eventually, he saw someone appearing in his sight. A bald, towering man appeared on the walls, staring coldly at them. The men around him fired at the man, but he dodged most of the bolts. One of them was deflected by a yellow shield around him. Witcher? isekai'd knew who the man was now, and he was shocked. So Vladimir failed? The bald witcher didn't give him time to think. He leapt down from the wall and rolled on the ground. Then he charged toward the boat like a human siege machine. The witcher flung his blade and smacked one of his men away easily. He then pushed his hand toward isekai'd. The air itself converged, and a powerful air current smashed into isekai'd. He lost his balance and fell into the water. He caused a little splash, but nothing more. Letho ignored isekai'd. To him, the guy was just a regular Free Company member. He charged toward the other guys, as if they weren't terrorized enough already. A cool morning breeze blew across the delta, taking away with it the bloody air that loomed over the academy. Linus and the witches were going around the zoo, cleaning up the mess of the battle. Witches, the operation was a success. We got their weapons, sedatives, and boats. It's all proof they were going to abduct the animals. They can't deny it. The criminals are now imprisoned. What's the verdict? Roy asked. How long are they gonna serve time? The judge is still going through it. It'll take a few days to reach a conclusion, but the Redanian Free Company is done for. Linus looked really excited. Murdering an academy student and stealing from the academy aren't the only crimes they committed. They were also involved in a multitude of robberies a few years ago. Killed quite a few merchants too. Vladimir will be sentenced to death for those crimes alone, and his men will be sentenced to torture. Even if they survive that, they'll be incarcerated for most of their lives. Now do you think I went too far, Mr. Pitt? Felix asked. He was holding Carl's hand. Of course not. Linus scrambled to explain himself. I feel nothing but gratitude for you, witches. It's all thanks to you that none of the animals were hurt, and I managed to escape with my life. He tried not to look straight at Felix. The guy was a cold-blooded killer. His lust for blood was terrifying, to say the least. About 40 members of the Free Company infiltrated the academy the night before, and he killed 7 of them. Everyone else held back. That was the only reason half of the infiltrators survived. Mr. Pitt, I'm afraid that your zoo is now exposed. After what happened, you can't keep it a secret anymore. Letho asked. How are you dealing with the aftermath? Linus said, well, we'll see. At least it's better than having my babies stolen away. There'll be more people who'll try to steal the animals now, but it'll be manageable. Just a while ago, everyone in the natural history faculty volunteered to keep the animals safe. It's surprising how passionate they are about this. Perhaps I've been too paranoid. He shook his head, smiling. Perhaps the organization Doregare and I came up with will finally come to fruition thanks to this. The organization aside, are you sure all the Free Company members have been caught, Mr. Pitt? Roy interrupted. Did we miss anyone? Honestly, yes. 3 of them are missing. 2 of them are farmers' kids, so there's nothing to fear from them. And the other one? Linus hesitated for a moment. Then he answered. His name is Odysee von Everett, Vlodomir's brother and another direct descendant of the Everecks. He escaped in the heat of battle last night, but not for long. The soldiers have plastered his wanted poster all over town. As long as he's in Oxenfurt, there'll be nowhere to hide. Linus sighed. And another thing. Investigations say the von Everett brothers owe a huge debt. They tried to kidnap the animals so they could make money and pay off the debt. At this rate, the Everett's estate will go on auction at the end of the month to raise money for the debt. The Everett's used to be a great family. Their estate is one of the biggest ones around. If you're interested, I can give you a letter of recommendation for the auction. Witches aren't really rich to begin with. Roy declined the offer. Oxenfurt was not his ideal place for a fortress. He had another thing in mind. The estate's auction shouldn't happen for at least a few more years. Why the speed up? And then realization struck him. It's us. We're the ones who changed the timeline. If they hadn't come to Oxenfurt and meddled with the operation, the Free Company would have succeeded in their plans, and the von Everett brothers would have made a lot of money from this deal. Enough to keep their family afloat for a few more years. What about Odysee? Now that his family's demise is brought forward, will Gaunter step in? Odysee was on the plains beside the river outside Oxenfurt, huffing and puffing. His chest was heaving violently. After the Witcher pushed him into the river with his sign, he swam down the river and eventually got back to land. But he fell asleep right away. He woke up finding himself outside Oxenfurt, and it was already noon. Odysee was a mess. His clothes were drenched and creased. His eyes were bloodshot and dreary, and his hair and beard were clumped together. His face was a sickly red. He had a low fever. How did this happen? Where did it go wrong? Those mutants saw through our plan. That operation yesterday was a trap, and I led my men straight into it. Fury and self-blame filled Odysee. Not too long ago, he went into the town and got some intel, but there were soldiers patrolling every entrance. He even saw his wanted posters on the walls of the town. To make things worse, his manor was surrounded too. He couldn't even go home. The academy is behind this. No way the soldiers would come after me so soon otherwise. But I have one place left to go. He pushed himself up and wobbled slowly like an old man. Odysee was heading to Oxenfurt's northwest area. A few hours later, an exhausted and hungry Odysee finally came to a remote manor hidden among the trees. It was a quiet place. This was the home of his fiancée, Iris. It was the manor of the Bulvitz family. Iris' parents were famous merchants in Oxenfurt. They were rich and powerful. It would be great if they could offer him a hiding spot. But ever since his family went on a decline, the Bulvitz had been trying to break him and Iris up. They would probably make things harder for him, but he had no choice. He had to hold out for this sliver of hope, no matter how slim it might be. He washed his face at the pond outside the manor and straightened his clothes out before approaching the manor's gates. Halt! Who goes there? State your name. A pair of muscular servants stopped Odysee from entering. They looked at him closely and frowned at his outfit. Why did you come to this manor? You must be new here. I don't blame you for not knowing me. Odysee was infuriated that a pair of mere servants would take that tone with him, but he was in no position to complain. He put on a polite front. I'm Iris' betrothed, and I am here to see my fiancé. This is urgent, so stay out of my way. You're Odysee von Everett. The guards' faces fell, and they grabbed the hilts of their blades. Sorry, but the master has revoked your marriage with the miss this morning. You're no longer affiliated with the Bulvitz family. Leave. You are not welcome here. He revoked the marriage. Damn that old bastard. Olgierd's heart sank. Shit. They know what I did. They're cutting ties with me. Fine. He held his rage down. I'll leave after I see Iris one last time. Olgierd still wanted to see her, even in this dire situation. The master has taken her to town. The guard was losing his patience. He was about to pounce on Olgierd. Stay away from her if you know what's good for you, or else. Another guard said, honestly, if Miss Iris hadn't told us to spare you, we would have taken you into town and collected our bounty. Leave. Get as far away from Oxenfurt as you can. That's the last thing Miss Iris can do for you. With how you are now, you're not worthy of Miss Iris. Do you expect her to go on the run with you? I'm not worthy of her? Olgierd froze, his rage doused. Reality was slowly sinking in. He lost his brothers, he lost his home, he racked up a huge debt, and now he was a fugitive. Why did I even come here? I can't possibly ask her to come with me. She has a great life ahead of her. I can't ask her to give all that up for the life of a fugitive. He shook his head bitterly, trembling in despair. The man gave the manor one last look, and he left. Olgierd was left with no avenues of retreat. He wandered the wilderness like a lost soul. After what felt like an eternity, despair and confusion finally ate away at his sanity. All he could see in his head now was that nightmare again, but this time, he hesitated no more. Olgierd decided to take that only sliver of hope like a man who was about to drown. He moved ahead to the crossroads he saw in his dream. The moon hung high in the sky. A man tortured by hunger, exhaustion, and illness came to the crossroads. His fever worsened. His vision blurred. His chest was stuffy, and he felt nauseous. His brain felt like mush, preventing him from thinking straight. Everyone around him was bizarre. The sunflowers, bamboos, and even the shrubs beside the path were swaying around violently. As if possessed by some demon, the chirps of insects and the howls of winds were slowly getting farther away from the man, but then they would suddenly shout out like they were inches away. It felt like he was hearing murmurs in his head. Everything was strange, but there was one thing getting clearer and clearer. A mysterious figure in a black cloak was standing at the crossroads. It extended his gaunt, spindly arm and waved at the man. Is that a fortune teller? Olgierd wasn't sure if he was seeing things, or if this was reality. He dragged himself dumbly to the old woman and collapsed into a heap in front of her. The woman slowly pulled her hood back, revealing an old, ugly face covered in keratosis. The hag had a big nose, a sharp chin, and her face was covered in odd paint. She looked as horrifying as the witch in his dream. "Did you come into my dream to warn me of this?" he asked, flabbergasted. "What's your name?" The witch shook her head. "My name isn't important. I was just passing by, and I noticed your concern, so I showed one of the possible futures to you in the form of a dream," she croaked. Her voice was grating, like a knife dragging itself against a smooth surface, but it also sounded weirdly rhythmic. "Why'd you lead me here? So you could laugh at me?" Olgierd von Everec, to most people, "You're in a dead end with no way out, but I'll give you a chance to choose." "Look around you." Olgierd was beguiled by the witch, and he looked around himself. What he saw were a few crossing paths leading into unknown futures. The crossroads are a magical place. They, like fate, point to different outcomes born of different choices. And now you're at a crossroad, literally and metaphorically speaking. You need to make a choice. She pointed to the left path. This path leads you far, far away from Oxenfurt. It takes you to a remote village where you can live your whole life in peace and quiet. And then she pointed to the path on the right. "While this path leads you to a way out of your predicament." "How?" he muttered to himself. Olgierd shot up and turned to the right. What he saw there was an opened tome and a black dagger. "Summon the great entity according to the instructions written in the book. They'll grant you any wish you want." "A great entity? Do you mean demons? They can actually grant you wishes?" If this was in the past, Olgierd would only take it as a joke. He was still sane back then, but even his dream was turned into reality now. He'd put nothing beyond the realm of possibilities. He didn't care about what was true and what was not, nor did he care about the price he had to pay. The man held the book. "What should I do?" He flipped over the page with difficulty. brushing his hand across the parchment paper. He could read it thanks to the moonlight, but the book wasn't written in common speech. He had no idea what it was talking about. There was a picture of a big magical circle with the Star of David in the middle. The outer circle was filled with esoteric runes. "Patience, lad. Let me teach you." The witch laughed eerily. She was happy with isekai'd's choice. "Now, you'll need to draw out the circle on the ground with your blood. Then you'll need to chant the incantation." Isekai'd cut his wrist without hesitation. The agony made his face contort, but he didn't even whimper. Instead, he looked relieved. "If this is nothing but a dream, then please, snuff out the life from me." His blood trickled down his hand and fell to the ground. The crimson liquid bloomed on the land. When he was done drawing the circle, isekai'd was already dizzy from the loss of blood. He could see stars around him. It was all he could do to kneel in the circle. isekai'd was covering his wrist with a piece of cloth torn from his shirt. "Well done. The Great One shall smile on you. Now, say it after me." "Bloed bleth kol diebel dice dwimmer. Isna divlien gies hafkaren." isekai'd felt himself getting colder and colder as blood kept trickling out of his body. His life force was absorbed by the magical circle. Everything was freezing, and he was shivering, but he stubbornly stayed awake, chanting the incantation after the witch. Wind started howling, and something invisible was hanging in the air, fidgeting around. And then the magical circle shone brightly, as if it were lit on fire. isekai'd fell, his eyes were rolled back, and he was spasming like someone having an episode of fits. But still he kept chanting. Eventually, something popped, and the bizarre phenomenon went away. isekai'd stopped spasming, and he collapsed into a heap. It took him a moment to snap out of it, and he looked around nervously. The sound of laughter boomed in the air, followed by a long, long sigh. isekai'd felt a gust of wind zooming past him. He looked up nervously and saw a skinhead in a messy vest. The man stood under the moonlight, and the space around him rippled like it was water. Not even light could escape the ripples. They were sucked into it. The man was one with the shadows. It felt like he was darkness itself. The witch bowed at the mysterious man and retreated into the trees. The man spread his arms and took a deep breath. Light shone through his body. It was like the man's body was broken and forcibly patched together. isekai'd von Everett. Impeccable timing. "I shall grant you an additional reward." "Who might you be?" isekai'd stammered. He clutched the cloth on his wrist. The man was terrified but excited at the same time. "This bizarre creature that appeared out of thin air is a demon that can grant my wishes." "You may call me the Master of Mirrors." "I'm a traveling merchant," he said raspily. The man's voice alone sounded magical, almost hypnotic. "I have responded to your call. Now state your wish. And then we're going to sign a contract. You and I are going to make a deal. A fair one." "You aren't worth more than one wish, but this time, I'm willing to make an exception. You can make 3 wishes. Any wish." "I'll be the judge of that." isekai'd froze in disbelief for a moment. Then joy filled his soul. "He can grant any wish, and I get 3 wishes? So he is a demon. This is unbelievable." isekai'd covered his mouth. He broke into a sob, and then he burst out in laughter. He was shivering in delight. Not even the sweat on his face could bother him. The first thing he thought of were his men. The witches tortured them, and he had no idea if they were still alive. isekai'd was about to say something, but he came to an abrupt halt. For some reason, he was reminded of the old legends spoken in these lands. It was a story of untold horror. A wish from a demon always comes with a price. Which means, what's the price? Master of Mirrors. What's the price for my wishes? The Master of Mirrors laughed. I collect my payment in the form of souls. Nothing but souls. isekai'd stared down at the ground. A lump had formed in his throat. His mind was in turmoil, and his heart was beating fast. A soul? What would I be without my soul? An empty husk. There's no reason for these wishes then. All of them would be for nothing. But it was impossible for him to give up this chance. My men, my lover, my family, I can save them all. He couldn't let this chance go. isekai'd gritted his teeth, clenching his bloody hand into fists. Is that a no? I don't have time to waste on you, partner, the Master of Mirrors said impatiently. Waste my time, and all bets are off. No, wait. I do have a wish. Hear me out. The Master of Mirrors was delighted by this turn of events. Well, I'm listening. First, I want my brother, Vladimir, to show up right here, right now. And I want him to be safe and sound. Second, I wish for a powerful and invincible body. He could still imagine how that bald witcher killed off his men in mere moments, as if they were nothing. If I have that kind of strength, I can have all the wealth and power I want. And Iris will come back to me. Of course. Sign the contract, and I'll grant you your wishes. How are you gonna grant me my second wish? Odysee asked with a trembling voice. Can you be more specific about it? I'll give you a magical heart. One that's as hard as stone. You will gain invincibility. Nobody can kill you. And you can master a lot of magical spells too. How does that sound? Odysee nodded. He was starting to tremble uncontrollably. Excitement and terror were welling up within him. One more wish, and I'll have made a pact with the devil. He'll come for my soul soon. I won't get to enjoy my wishes for too long, but the alternative is unacceptable. What will your third wish be? The Master of Mirrors asked raspily. A gust of wind zipped by him, and Odysee shivered. He regained a sliver of his sanity, but he had no idea what his third wish should be. I don't know what I should wish for. Can I save it for another day? Do you take me for a fool? Odysee, if you're saving that wish until the very day you die, then I would have gotten nothing out of this deal. The Master of Mirrors clapped in condescension. No, it won't take too long, Odysee said nervously. I'll give you a time limit. Tell me your third wish in a month. Before that, I'll only grant you your first. Once you made up your mind, I'll grant the rest. And read the contract closely, especially the wishes you can and cannot make. A pause later, the Master of Mirrors extended his arm and grabbed a golden parchment out of thin air. It was filled with terms and clauses, but a line was missing in the middle. If you still can't make up your mind in a month, I'll take it that you're giving up the wish, and your soul will be mine. 3 days had passed since the criminal's apprehension. The morning sun covered the academy in a golden blanket. Linus was standing outside his zoo. The breeze was gentle, but the look on his face was solemn. Vladimir von Everett, leader of the Redanian Free Company, escaped prison last night. The witches had a bad feeling about this. Calm down, Professor. Tell us more about it. I don't think anyone would do a prison break in Oxenfurt. The witches had seen Oxenfurt's prison. It was a town within a town. The place was heavily guarded. It was a maximum security prison. They couldn't imagine how Vladimir managed to break out of it. Linus was unnerved. He was fidgety. From what I know, Vladimir disappeared into thin air. The inmates saw it. It sounds ridiculous. Like it was magic. You sure they aren't making this up? I talked to some of the witnesses, and their reactions seemed genuine. Have they noticed anything else? Like minor earthquakes, weird sounds, strong winds? I didn't ask that, Linus answered slowly. We should have killed all them back then. Felix's eyes shone dangerously. Everyone fell silent. A grim aura hung in the air. So what do you think? Letho rubbed his head. He too looked solemn. I'll take a guess. Vladimir must know some kinds of sorcerer. I know some powerful sorcerers can bust someone out of prison without making a sound. Cantilla frowned. You're forgetting something. Vladimir's brother is still on the run. He might have contacted a sorcerer. Serich shook his head. He argued. No, that's impossible. I know how mages work. They're not gods. They can't grant wishes with a snap of a finger. They'll need a portal to transfer a living human from one place to another. There's no way a portal wouldn't alarm the guards and inmates. Some sorcerers can block out human senses, or at least disorient them. It's possible what they saw wasn't the truth. Felix paused for a moment. Magic's involved in this. Mr. Pitt, we'll need you to lead the way. We want to know more about this. Of course, as long as we can recapture the escaped criminals. Linus was confident they could capture Odysee, since he was alone, but now that Vladimir had gone missing, he was worried the brothers might come back for revenge. Everyone was trying to come up with a plan, but Roy was frowning. Something told him that it was not a sorcerer who broke Vladimir out of jail. Are we back to square one? Did Gaunterodim come back to help Odysee out? If it wasn't him, then who? Vladimir was starting to stir. He looked around himself groggily. The sky was dark, The moon shone on the woods around him, and the soil underneath felt soggy. The leaves on the greenery around him were covered in dewdrops. He could smell the water in the air. The cool breeze kissed him, and he shivered. Vladimir rubbed his eyes. This time, he was sure this was the wilds, not the prison or anywhere near it. What happened? Vladimir remembered talking with his men a moment ago. They were going to deal with the soldiers and the torture. Everyone was watching them. So how'd I get out here? This is bizarre. Is this an illusion? Or am I dreaming? Vladimir tried to slap himself. His strength almost failed him. After all the torture he went through at the hands of the soldiers, it was a miracle he could muster an ounce of strength. The dull sense of pain told him that this was no dream. Yes, my dear brother. This is no illusion, a familiar voice said. Vladimir felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around and was met with a tall but exhausted man. Odysee. You. Vladimir's jaw dropped, his eyes widened in surprise, and then he felt confused. It's only been 2 days at most, but something's different about Odysee, and not on the outside. Odysee was still looking sharp, handsome, and devilishly charming. He was pale and exhausted, but there was no mistaking the excitement in his eyes. Compared to how he was before, Odysee now felt mysterious, as if he were hiding something beneath him. Why are you here? Odysee, did you bust me out of prison? He staggered ahead. Odysee quickly held his arms, but Vladimir thought his fingers were deathly cold to the touch. Vladimir, you're the only family I have. I couldn't leave you to languish in prison. Of course I had to bust you out. How do you do it? Vladimir looked at his brother and saw a crimson rune on Odysee's right forearm. He knew Odysee all too well, and he was sure there wasn't any tattoo on his forearm before this. Odysee noticed where he was looking. He gave Vladimir a tired smile and covered the rune with his sleeve. Long story, so I'll make it short. A great being has shown mercy to me and granted me a new life. He shook his head. Details for another day. Now we must leave Oxenfurt. There are pesky insects out and about, hunting for us. We can't stay for long. A great being? Vladimir was stunned. That's not like anything Odysee would say. But he didn't press further. Are we leaving Oxenfurt alone, brother? Vladimir asked. You busted me out. Can you do the same for our men? Those bastards forced us to tell them everything we did. Almost everything. Most of our men have a list of crimes under their belt. They'll be tortured at this rate. Odysee shook his head and sighed. Sorry, but I don't have enough power to do that at the moment. We'll have to come back for them later. Once we settle down elsewhere. Don't blame yourself, brother. This isn't over yet. A crimson gleam flashed in Odyssee's eyes. Linus, the witches, everyone who did this to us. I'll make them pay, but not now. Not until I take the manor and Iris back. Vladimir hung his head low. But where can we go? Those Oxenfurtian bastards locked out the manor, and they're hanging posters of us everywhere. We're gonna rise back to prominence right here in Oxenfurt. But first, we'll need a place to settle. Somewhere in the outskirts of Oxenfurt. Then we'll make our plans. And I'll have to see if I can use my third wish to deal with the Master of Mirrors. Most people never had the chance to meet any demons. They had no idea about demons or how they operated. He needed an expert in the occult to give him some tips to deal with the Master of Mirrors. They went through the cells and found mana residue in the prison. They asked the witnesses and soldiers about it, and their answers were about the same as what Linus told them. Thanks to that, everyone thought a sorcerer assisted Vladimir in his jailbreak. Sorcerers could go around a lot of places in a short time thanks to their portals, so everyone gave up on arresting the escaped criminal. Regrettably, they had to close the case. Linus asked the witches to stay around for about 2 to 3 weeks, at least until the Free Company's members receive their due punishment. He was worried the Von Everett brothers would come for their revenge. The witches agreed. There was still time until their meeting in Novgorod, so they stayed back in Oxenfurt. Felix wanted to drop in at the Faculty of Espionage and Faculty of Applied Destruction, but these faculties never took any drop-ins. In the end, he had to keep Linus safe alongside Carl and Cantilla. The three of them would care for the animals in the morning. They would purchase their food, feed them, clean their excrements up, or play with them, under Linus' guidance. They had to make sure these animals got the exercise they needed, just like dogs. They would spend their time in the natural history classes, learning something from the lecturers. They learned about the habits of the animals, their hazard levels, weaknesses, predators, and how to give first aid if needed. Linus brought up the concept of protection of endangered animals many times. Felix was not fazed at all. He was a veteran witcher, and he knew he was a monster killer. Linus' lectures did nothing to change his mind. Cal, however, was a different story. Thanks to Linus' lectures, Felix's student got along really well with the animals, and he would talk about things like ecosystem balance and animal protection. Felix wondered if he should feed Carl the acorn they got from the ladies and make him forget the stupid ideas Linus was teaching him. Cantilla was sucking all the knowledge up like a sponge. Her ambition was to hunt powerful creatures and have badges of honor tattooed on her body. Everything Linus taught her would come in handy. Because of the zoo's exposure, almost the whole natural history faculty members volunteered to help out, and it relieved much of Linus' stress. The once quiet zoo was now bustling with life. Everyone else had their own thing to do. Orcs dropped in at the Faculty of Poems. He wanted to master one branch of the arts and flirt with the ladies with poems like the bards usually did. The Witcher wanted to have a change of taste. He would love to flirt with the wives of rich men this time around. Roy wondered if what orcs learn would be useful though. Letho went to the building of the alchemy faculty. He was a student of the Nilfgaardian Academy in his younger years, though only for 2 years. Naturally, he wouldn't let the chance to learn from the best alchemists the Northern Kingdom had to offer slip. He spent all day working with those mad researchers. Whenever Roy would pass by the building, he could see Letho in a room, arguing vehemently with the messy, stubborn researchers in there. He thought it was fun. Serit chose the Faculty of Innovative Technology. He wanted to make some new gizmos and small items, so that was the best place to learn. He also wanted to see what the latest tech was like. It would be great if he could get some ideas from the brightest minds and modify his traps further. The traps would be essential for his dumb brother's safety. Roy was a lot busier than his comrades. He was now a griffin trainer. He had to train griffins sprinting, gliding, flight, and hunting skills according to Linus' training menu. Of course, he gained some EXP during the hunting sessions. He also had to make meals packed with all kinds of nutrients that involved fish, meat, and greens. Not to mention he had to trim Griffin's hair and claws. The young Griffin grew well thanks to the regiment. It could fly for a long while now. Aside from the Griffin training, Roy spent his time on swordplay, marksmanship, science, or researching herbs and medicine. Thanks to its leading status in the world of academia, Oxenfurt's Faculty of Medicine had the most advanced and complete apparatus in its laboratory. Roy used Linus' letter of recommendation to buy a bunch of new apparatus and switched the old alchemical items in his inventory for the new ones. This is gonna be helpful. He kept making marigold potions, paralyzing poisons, meditation potions, spirit potions, and all the potions he mastered. As practice, these potions could be useful for their trip in the Free City, but someone was hurt in the process of all this potion making. Roy called Carl over every time he needed someone to test out the potion he made. He used adaptive training as a pretext. Carl drank a lot of potions because of that. Very slightly poisonous potions. He puked after doing it for 2 days, and he cried after a week. The poor boy fell ill after 2 weeks of this torture, but still he kept coming. The other witches approved of that steely will he showed. The witches were clear how deadly the trial could be, especially Roy. Even with Leiter's unreserved help, he still had to expend 1 charge of full recovery just to get through it. If Carl could get through this pain, he might have a higher chance of passing the trial, where failure meant death. After that little torture Roy put Carl through, Felix finally decided to put the trial for his apprentice in motion. He was going to pick a day and have Carl take the potion, while Roy would start negotiating with him once they get to Novgorod and see if he could have a recipe. Everyone spent a nice 2 weeks at Oxenfurt, learning everything they possibly could. The date of the verdict came eventually, and the leaders of the Free Company were sentenced to death. The regular members were sentenced to lashes, then they were either imprisoned or exiled to barren wastelands. The von Everett brothers didn't show up, not even during the execution. It was then Linus knew that the danger had passed. "If you don't mind, I'd like to invite you to an opening ceremony tomorrow. It's for the Society for the Protection of Animals." The witches were surprised that Linus actually managed to come up with that organization in half a month. He was ahead of his time. "It's all right, Mr. Pitt. We're leaving Oxenfurt tomorrow." Roy shook his head. "And you can't expect monster hunters to join that kind of organization." "No, you took this the wrong way. I am not forcing you to join us. I'm just trying to say thank you," he said gratefully. "Without your help, I couldn't have managed to keep my zoo, let alone come up with the organization." A pause later, he said, "Witches, this organization is the first of its kind on this continent. This is a historic moment. It'd be a shame if the key people who made this possible weren't there." The witches exchanged looks. They were obviously thinking about it. Carl was all for it too. "Just the ceremony?" "Just the ceremony." "Very well." The ceremony was as simple as Linus said it would be. He, the witches, Natural History Faculty's Dean, Cal, and Cantilla were holding a pair of scissors each. They were outside the Philosopher's Gate, and the Natural Faculty's members, some Academy's lecturers, and the crowd witnessed as they officiated the ceremony. There were no cameras around yet, or these people would have said cheese and beamed. There was an abundance of artists in the Academy though. They made a quick sketch and fleshed the artwork out, creating a lifelike portrait just a while later. The witches got one of the portraits as a gift. The Vipers stood in the front row. Felix and Carl were by their side, and Cantilla was in the picture too. It was like a family photo. Roy tucked it into his inventory space carefully. After the ceremony, Natural History Faculty's members gave the crowd free sweets and drinks, and they made an important announcement too. Linus finally got over it. Instead of hiding the zoo, he thought it would be safer to showcase it to the public. With a lot of excitement, he announced that the zoo would be open to the public in the near future, and tickets would be sold at a low price. The Natural History Faculty's members would act as guides, talking about the endangered species of animals to the visitors along the way. Linus hoped this would change the public perception toward these animals. If they didn't see the animals as invaders or dangerous predators, he could carry out the organization's mission more easily. The people were curious about the creatures too, and the faculty members explained everything patiently. While everyone was going on a tour around the zoo, nobody realized that the witches had left the place. "Why are you looking so tense, Roy?" Cantilla was still thinking about the ceremony. "You don't think the organization will work out? Or do you think Linus would fail?" Roy shook his head. "The SPA can only survive in peacetime. The people won't care about animals if they're starving themselves." Roy was trying to search his memory for this organization, but he didn't remember the SPA existing in the Witcher world. Perhaps Linus is just a little speck of dust in this great wheel of time. Eventually he and the organization will be forgotten by history. But the Northern Kingdoms are doing well, aren't they? It's been years since a war broke out in Redania, Cantilla asked curiously. "Peacetime has gone on far too long," Letho said. He looked at the skies far, far away. It was clear just a moment ago, but now dark clouds were starting to show, and they were expanding fast. "Change is coming soon, and perhaps not for the better." End of arc. My dearest Troy, it has been a year since we separated. Months have passed since your last letter came to us. Susie and I would sometimes think about the time we spent in Lower Eastern. We had nothing but a rickety shack and an almost barren tobacco field. Those were hard days, but at least we were all together. That was the most important thing. How are you doing, my son? In your last letter, you mentioned dealing with parasites, bugs, man-eating beasts, and monsters. We're worried about you. Susie even lost sleep over it, and we're just ordinary humans. We can't do anything but pray to Militel and hope that she watches over you. Master Letho is an expert here. He has years of experience under his belt. Listen to him. Master skills and defend yourself against all the dangers that may come your way. Please, be safe no matter what. Live to fight another day. When we meet again, and that will be real soon, I want to see my son growing up into a strong, handsome lad, not someone who's lost an arm, leg, eye, or ear. Your mother would be devastated if that happened. But enough sad talk. I have good news for you. Your brother, Mino, is now a month old. Praise Melitele, he's been free from any sickness ever since he was born. He's a healthy, lively boy. He's got beautiful black eyes, a tiny nose, and a little mouth. You should see him yourself. He looks just like you when he smiles. The boy's smart, real smart, and an ankle biter too. Gurgles all day. We think he's trying to say your name. He can't wait to see his brother and hear his tales of adventure. That's all for Mino. I wanna talk about our business. I just found out Novgrad's the biggest city in the north. There's more than 30,000 people here, and not just humans. There's elves, halflings, dwarves, and more. Food's always in demand, so business has been going well. We make 3 to 4 crowns a day. It's a lot better than farming in the village. Enough to put food on the table in this city. We have Orcs and Serit to thank. They helped us establish ourselves in Novgorod. They're nice men, though I must say they are a bit of an oddity. You didn't tell me how you're getting along with them, but if you ever get into a fight with the witches and have nowhere to go, come to Novgorod. You can live with us, like how you used to back in the village. We have a lot to talk about. Don't keep us waiting. Always loving you, Moore and Susie. The last stroke was drawn, the candlelight flickering. A young, plump blonde in a tight bustier stood up. She held the letter up and blew on the ink. As you requested, I've finished the letter. I'll be reading it aloud now. See if it needs any corrections. It's all right. No corrections needed. A gaunt man with a hunched back took the letter gratefully. Thank you, Vespula. Sorry I had to trouble you. He tucked the letter into his shirt and patted it. Then he took out a money bag caked in dirt. As usual, here's 1 crown for your work. Vespula shook her head. She looked at the man again. He was barely 40 years old, but his hair was graying, and his face was covered in wrinkles. His skin was dry, and he looked like a farmer that had been through the roughest patches of life. He would ask her to write a letter every month for the last 6 months, but he had no idea whether the recipient was living, so barely any letters were sent. He stacked them up, waiting for his son to come home and read them. She glanced at him again. The man was abused not too long ago. There were bruises on his cheeks. He looked a little funny, but also pitiable at the same time. The thugs came and threatened you again, didn't they? More? You need the money. Keep it. Buy Mino some good stuff. Don't let him starve. Thank you, Vespula, but you need to make a living too. I'm not short on money. Just take it back or take it as a little loan. Moore kept quiet. His wrinkles huddled closer as he hesitated for a moment. Then he tucked the crown away. His son did need the money. Moore, this may sound rude, but is your eldest a mercenary? That was what Vespula gleaned from the look on Moore's face and the letter's content. Do you want someone to try and contact him? She pursed her lips. If he's staying in Novgorod, maybe those bastards will stop extorting you completely. Moore took a deep breath and shook his head. Nobody could escape the jaws of the 4 gangs, not as long as they were in Novgorod. That was especially true for regular citizens like them. He changed the topic. I should leave, Vespula. Susie is at the stand with Mino. I can't leave them waiting. The sun barely shone through the cracks between the dreary houses in the city. One worried man was passing through the alleyway. Novgorod was trudging down the riverside on the outermost area of Novgorod. It was filled with dilapidated, rickety houses, occupied by the impoverished and ostracized. The latter meant elves. Across the river stood a city of great buildings and business areas. There was a port right by the river. There were also 2 slaughterhouses, 3 warehouses, and 4 water mills. The people were hustling inside these establishments, and all this was only one part of the free city. The city's resplendence grew the further north someone traveled. The buildings were splendid, and the citizens who lived there enjoyed a higher status. On the northernmost side of the city stood a lone island, separated from the main city by a bridge. It was the headquarters of Eternal Fire, the most authoritative figure in the city. The Eternal Fire was in control of the city, and they were more powerful than the gangs of Novgorod. Even so, Moore and his family preferred the ancient goddess, Melitele. O great Melitele, deliver us from those bastards, I pray." Moore turned around and made way to the marketplace not far from the entrance. The sounds of hollering filled the air, and everything became merry. Moore saw merchants in weird outfits who came from all over the world selling their merchandise here. He thought their accent was weird too, and then he thought about their lives over the last 6 months. They started off pretty good. With Serit and orcs around, the gangs didn't even come to harass them or demand any protection racket. But once the witches were gone, those thugs came back with a vengeance. Not only did they start taking protection racket, they even demanded the part Moore and Susie owed them from back when the witches were still around. They were just a couple of regular citizens. These local gangsters made them go through their savings quickly. Their business was becoming unsustainable from the constant harassment. "I hope everything goes well today. Gone to write another letter for your boy, old chap?" A halfling barber rubbed his reddish nose and waved his furry hand at Moore. "Yeah, I envy you. You have a family, but you need to hurry. I just saw some Horsens heading to your stand." Moore's heart sank, and he hastened his steps. "Sorry, moving through." "Excuse me." He squeezed through the throng. When he finally got to his stand, he heard a baby's cries and the howls of a woman. Moore's breathing became ragged, and his eyes turned crimson with fury. Moore's stand was in the northeastern corner of Novgrad's marketplace, but all the baskets were strewn across the floor. The okras, turnips, and potatoes rolled everywhere, making a mess out of the ground. A mousy man was crouched before the stand, violently chomping down on a succulent radish. "Susie, we're generous enough to give you a 1-day extension on the fees. Either you pay us what you owe, or else." A pasty woman was curling up in the corner. She looked terrified, but the woman tried to calm her crying baby anyway. "I think I need to make this clear. You know, my brothers get really fidgety and angry when they don't get what they are owed, and they get really violent. They might, oh I don't know, hurt that little baby of yours. You don't want that to happen, do you? You've taken all we have, Vincent." "We don't even have 1 copper left." The woman looked at him carefully. She pleaded, "Please, have mercy on us. We need to make a living too." There wasn't anyone in the vicinity of the stand. The sellers and people stayed away from trouble. There would be some curious souls who tried to get a better look, but the thugs would just shoot them a glare, and they'd leave right away. Even the guards who were supposed to keep the peace were staying away as well. "What about the money you make? We just opened up for business. We haven't even made a single copper. Nobody's going to buy anything from us after what you did to us. We haven't sold anything." One of the thugs rubbed his hands together and exchanged a look with his companions. "Then don't ever come back again." He kicked a basket toward the woman, and the baby cried even louder. "The marketplace is Wiley's turf. If you can't pay up, you can't do any business here. Pack up your stuff and get out of here. Do it yourself, or we'll help with it." The woman broke down into tears. She was out of options. She tried to ask the crowd for help, but most of them were apathetic. A few of them sympathized with them, while some laughed at their misfortune. None helped. "Please, stop. Have mercy," an old, raspy voice said. Moore had come back to his stand. He sighed. His wife and son were in pain, but he couldn't do anything about it. The old man clenched his fists for a moment, and he loosened them up. He wanted to sacrifice himself and drag those thugs down with him, but then he realized his impulsive action would bring an even worse disaster on his family. These thugs belonged to one of the 4 gangs in Novgrad, and their boss was the legendary Alonzo Wiley. He was a cruel man who had taken the lives of many. If Moore were to retaliate, by the next day, his family would suffer the repercussions of his actions. They might have their limbs cut off and their bodies stuffed into sacks just to get thrown into a watery grave. "You're late, Moore." "Where have you been?" "The Spears Pit." "Dumped your wife and kid for some prostitutes? They might run away with some other man, you know." A bald, scarred thug patted Moore's cheeks. The old man's face burned, and he stared down at the ground. I went to make some money, Vincent." Moore forced to smile and took his pouch out. It pained him to do so, but he handed the man 1 crown. "Do you think I'm a fool, Moore?" Vincent snatched his pouch and rummaged through it only to find another lonesome crown. "You only made 2 crowns the whole morning? The tribute's 10 crowns. You old fool. This isn't even half of it. But that's all we have. Moore held his hands out. We've only moved here for less than a year, and we know nobody in Novgorod. I couldn't make that much money in such a short time. If you need more, then please, give me 2 more days. Once we sell off all the vegetables we have, we'll have enough to pay you. Moore was almost on his knees at this point. Please, take the crowns if you want. It's a gift. One muscular thug shook his head and gave Moore a sidelong look. Are you blind? You old git. There's 3 of us here. 2 crowns ain't even enough for meat and wine. Either you pay up right now. The man clenched Moore's cheeks and stretched them as far as he could. They swelled up eventually, and he slapped Moore, almost making him tumble. Or you take your family and scram. Moore hung his head low, not saying anything. Daniel, how many times must I have to tell you? Don't abuse the elderly. You kill him and the boss is gonna have to clean up after you. The mousy men sneered. You're in a predicament, Moore, but you're a good man, and I'll give you a tip on money making. It's on the house. He looked at the baby the woman was holding in her arms, and he smirked. The king of beggars is hiring people for his beggars troupe. He takes in everyone, the homeless, the crippled, even children. Your kid's adorable. Whip him into shape, and he could make money off those women who love children far too much for their own good. Why don't you sell your kid to him? The muscular thug added. We can help you with it if you don't want to dirty your hands. And your wife can work at Spear's Pit too. Or any brothels, really. The bald thug looked at the woman. She's not young anymore, but she's still good looking. Skin's still smooth. Some rich guy would probably take her. Moore looked horrified, and Susie blanched. He expects me to sell my son to the king of beggars? He'd grow up to be a thief or some crippled child beggar, and I can't sell my wife to the Spear's Pit. I'm no animal. But these thugs don't seem to be joking. Moore was sure these evil men would do anything for money. Can't we talk this out, gentlemen? Don't push your luck, old man. Vincent hissed. Do as we say, and nobody gets hurt. Moore was silent. Just when the thugs were about to lose their patience, he blurted, Gentlemen, you demand payment from us twice every month, but only once from the other stands. He sounded really grim and solemn. We never said a thing about that. It's been going on for 6 months. Is that still not enough? You're bringing that up again? Do you want to die? Vincent flew into the rage and sent Moore tumbling down with a kick. The crowd gasped, but he ignored them. Let me tell you something, Moore. Cleaver's gonna take over this marketplace soon. So we're gonna have to squeeze every crown we can from you before that happens. And 6 months isn't enough to clear your debt. The witches broke every single rule we have to protect you too. Caused a lot of harm to my brothers. Vincent was growling at them, but the memories only brought him fear and hatred. He touched his left knee. No matter how much he tried, he could never forget how those vipers defeated more than 20 of them in mere moments, and none of them could even put on a fight. The witches slashed his knee with their swords, and it left complications. He almost couldn't walk upright whenever it was raining. Wiley was in a turf war against Cleaver back then. He had no time to deal with the witches, so they had to suffer the consequences themselves, and Wiley was embarrassed. That was why Vincent went down hard on Moore and his family. Wiley loved torturing his victims until they lost their minds. The witches aren't here. You don't get to talk terms with me. Vincent raised his voice. Unless you can call them here again. Do it. Do it. You old fool. He slapped Moore. Those mutants are emotionless bastards. They probably forgot all about you. Give up. Please, stop. Susie screamed, and the baby cried. The thugs cackled with delight. Oh, that reminds me. They say you have another son. He's a mercenary, isn't he? Moore bit through his lip and struggled to get up, but Vincent stomped on his back, keeping him down. He laughed. Not bad. My brothers will give him a warm welcome. When he comes to Novgorod, he can help you with most of the debt. Let's see. He'll have to work. The man pretended to count his fingers, and he announced, his whole life. The man laughed. Your son will be the great Alonzo's slave his whole life. And you'll be long dead, scum. Someone growled coldly. It sent a chill up Vincent's spine. The thug stiffened up like a rat who was in the sights of an eagle. He could feel a terrifying air of animosity crashing down on him. He was still smirking, but the man couldn't even make a sound or move a muscle. And then a searing pain rained down from the top of his head. He felt a great force pulling his hair, and he was lifted into the air. Someone tossed him back, and everything turned blurry. With a sickening crunch, he fell back down. "Who are you? Unhand me." He let out a guttural scream of agony. From the corner of his eyes, he saw his companions getting dragged away from the marketplace by a muscular silhouette in a grey hooded cloak. They took big strides and ran like the wind. When he looked up, he was met with a pair of amber, feline eyes. "Mutants, you're a witcher." He let out another scream of terror. But before long, they were dragged into the dark alleyway outside the marketplace. Moore felt a weight getting lifted off his back. Literally. The pain eventually went away, and he opened his eyes. The old man was greeted by a familiar face, though his eyes were feline and he was more grown up and handsome than Moore remembered. He coughed. "Ah, Roy, is that you?" He was in disbelief. "Sorry for the wait, Dad, Mum." The young witcher pulled his hood off and hugged his father. He took him to Susie, who was shivering and almost in tears, and then he hugged her. "I'm here. You don't have to worry anymore. Nobody will hurt you ever again." His eyes glinted icily. "Not even an emperor? Are you really, Roy, our son?" Moore tilted his head. He looked at the young witcher. His delight had been replaced by a slight suspicion. The lean, handsome young man was too far removed from the gaunt, sickly boy whom he called his son. Even counting the days when they were separated, his son should have been 15 at most. However, this young man didn't have that lively, happy look at all. He was more grown up, like a guy who was about to hit his 20s. Roy was looking at the alleyway the thugs got dragged into. There was no sympathy in his eyes. Only anger existed. Moore only saw that kind of apathy in butchers who had run their business for decades or quiet adventurers who frequented inns. Most people would stay away from them, and Moore would too. But for some reason, he felt connected to the lad, like he was family. "Are you blind? Of course, he's our son. I carried him for 10 months. He's our boy." Susie pulled the baby closer and held Roy's hands. "It's been more than a year. He was a growing boy when we were separated. Of course he's changed. Look at his face. Of course it's Roy." Susie looked at her son, happy that he changed for the better. "You're taller and stronger. Letho taught you well. You used to be a sickly little carrot, but now look at you, a tall, strong man. You're all grown up now." She looked at his eyes and noticed that his ears were a little pointier. Curiously, she asked, "What happened to your eyes and ears?" "My boy, I passed the trial of the grasses and became a witcher, so my looks changed a little. I'll spill the details when we get home." Roy held his parents' hands assuringly, but when he turned around, a frown furrowed his brows. There were conflicting emotions in his eyes. It had been a year since he started this journey. Moore and Susie were getting older. Their hair was graying. Still, he could see that they were still concerned about him. But unlike his old self, he couldn't get used to that. "I saw what they did to you, Dad. How are you feeling? Are you fine?" "Ah, your old man's tough. I'm fine. Let me see your wounds." Roy stubbornly checked up on Moore, and his heart sank. His lower torso, waist, back, and neck were riddled with complications from abuse. They affected his constitution. Those wounds might look like they had healed, but at this rate, they might get set off one day and severely wound him. He cast Observe on Moore, and the man's constitution was only 4 points. He was weaker than a regular person. "You had it hard." Roy clenched his teeth. He whipped out a marigold potion and had Moore drink it despite his protests. Decoctions were lethal poison for regular humans, but the potions Roy made in Oxenfurt could be used on regular humans as well. Moore felt something warm traveling into his belly, and the pain from his bruises subsided just a little. He held Roy's hands, tears welling in his eyes. "Look, Roy, the little one recognizes you." Susie called out to Roy. The baby in her arms had calmed down. He was staring at the young witcher, his eyes shining like the stars in the skies. Babies had sharp instincts. He held out his arms to Roy, as if he could feel that the young witcher was his brother. Moore and Susie were surprised. "Looks like Mino likes you." "Well, you are brothers after all." "Mino, huh? Cute little thing." Roy crouched down. He tickled the baby's feet and pinched his chubby cheeks. He then dragged out Griffin the sleeping dog from his hood and stretched its mouth open. The baby gurgled with delight. It melted Roy's heart a little, seeing him laugh. It was a surprise to find out he had a brother after a year of separation from his family, but it was good. At least his parents would have someone to stay with them when he inevitably left again. "Do you wanna hold him?" Susie looked at the unusually docile dog, but Roy had tucked it back to the hood before she could take a closer look. "In a minute. You three stay here." Roy patted the baby's head and stood up. "My friends will clean up the stand. I'll deal with the scum." Roy Moore said, "Don't cross them too much, or they'll make life impossible for us." "I know what I am doing." Roy turned around, and his smile faded. The crowd watched in horror as he went into the alleyway. "Taught them a painful lesson." Emphasis on painful. They're a lot more agreeable now. Orcs cracked his knuckles. He looked like he wanted more. Vincent and his thugs collapsed in a heap in the corner. They were drenched in sweat. Roy saw no wounds on their bodies, but they were a mess of snot and drool. The thugs stared into the sky, muttering to themselves like maniacs. Their earlier arrogance was replaced by despair. Witches knew human anatomy well. They could easily torture someone until they broke without leaving a single wound. The local gang tried to stir up trouble at Moore's stand when Serret and I were still around. Tried to collect tribute. We taught them a lesson, and they stopped. Orcs shook his head. He said coldly, "Never thought they'd blame everything on your parents right after we left. It's my fault your family's dragged into this. I should have destroyed all them when I had the chance." "You've done enough," Roy said gratefully. He turned his attention to the thugs and waved his hand in front of them. He received no response. Roy smacked their faces 3 times. The thugs snapped out of it, covering their swollen cheeks, and then they backed up further into the corner. Their eyes were filled with horror, and their pants were drenched with urine. "You demons." "Witches." "You're demons." Vincent felt like slapping himself. He didn't believe the mutants would show up and help Moore just like that. "I just had to say it." More terrifyingly, this time there were 4 of them, not 2. "Shut it. I'm going to show you some undeserved mercy here. Answer my questions, and nobody gets hurt." Roy kicked the mousy man who tormented Moore. "Vincent, is it? Who's your boss?" Vincent glared at the Witcher, but he said nothing. However, the muscle man in a tank top hissed, "Don't get cocky, kid. The boss is gonna avenge us. He'll destroy you and your freaky friends." And then Orcs sent him rolling with a kick. "Someone hasn't learned his lesson. Why don't I tear your ass apart?" Orcs beamed at the man. "No, please, stop. Don't tear my ass apart. I'll talk." The man gulped nervously. He stammered, It's Alonzo." "Alonzo Wiley. He's our boss. He rules Novgrad's biggest gang." "Work with us and you won't get hurt." Roy smacked Vincent's chin. He rummaged through his memory for this place. When Geralt was moving around in Novgrad, he too ran into members of the Big Four, though that wouldn't happen until 10 years in the future. It was when King Radovid of Redania endorsed the Eternal Fire's crusade. Those cultists sent witch hunters to cull any non-human creatures and sorcerers in the city. The 4 gangs seized the chance of that chaotic time to build their power in secret, slowly becoming the infamous Big Four. They were powerful, and obscenely so. Even the king of Nilfgaard and Redania had to negotiate with the Big Four before they took over the city. However, the war hadn't started yet, and things weren't that bad. The 4 gangs obviously had less power now, but they were still more powerful than the people could imagine. "Who are the other leaders?" "Aside from Wiley." "Don't hurt me, I'll talk," the thug answered. "There are 3 of them: Cleaver, Francis Bedlam, or also known as the King of Beggars, and Olaf Bird, the Collector." Roy's frown faded. He had heard of the first 2 names, but not the last. "I don't remember any guy with that name in the Big Four. It should be Sigismund." "No, no. The guy's a spy. He's probably working behind the scenes. So it's not his time yet." Roy thought that was more or less the right guess, and he asked, "And what do the gangs deal with in Novgrad?" "Specifically, the businesses they run." "Why do you ask, Witcher?" "What's that matter to you?" "Answer my question." "One more irrelevant word and I'll feed your tongue to the dogs." Roy shot Vincent a look, and he curled up. He answered, "The King of Beggars controls the thieves and beggars of Novgrad. He's in control of the thieving and begging business. Cleaver is in charge of all the money lending and most of the racketeering business. He's gonna take over the marketplace soon. The collector runs all bathhouses and most inns. Anyone who wants to hold any banquet or event in Novgorod is gonna need his services. What about Wiley, our boss? Vincent fell into silence. He runs casinos, brothels, and the ring. Does he have a son called Cyprian Wiley? The thug looked shocked. Why, you know the boss' son? All right. That answers my question. So Alonzo is Horson Sr. His son is gonna grow up to be more infamous than his old man. Horson Jr. Huh? That name alone tells me how much he's hated. Horson Jr. was a twisted man who loved to inflict torture on his victims. He wanted to harm Siri, but from the looks of it, Horson Jr. hasn't grown up to be a patricidal maniac. Roy asked them about the eternal fire and the top brass of Novgorod, but these thugs didn't know much. They were just regular members of their gang. All right, that's all for business. Now it's personal. Last question. Why do you keep extorting and threatening more? Are you doing it because you want to, or is it an order from your boss? An order from Alonzo. Vincent looked at the towering witches fearfully. A lump formed in his throat. He clenched his teeth and said, "Witches? Moore is just a peasant. He doesn't have any connections or any money. Is it really worth it to cross us because of them?" Roy snarled at the thugs, and he made a green inverted triangle in the air. Vincent's eyes glossed over. His face stiffened up, and he answered, "It's Wiley's orders." Roy's face fell. Why does the boss of a gang want to torment a guy like Moore? 6 months ago, the witches humiliated the boss by helping Moore, and he's holding a grudge against that. Vincent mumbled, fear flashing in his eyes. The boss enjoys watching the peasants and nobodies squirm and quake in terror. He says it's poetic, so he told us to take our time with him. He wants to get back at them. Roy took a deep breath. He's a psychopathic bastard, and you're his accomplices. You will also pay the price. He unsheathed Guaca. The blade glinted under the sun, and the thugs blanched. Calm down, kid. We've got a lot of eyes on us. Seret looked at the terrified thugs icily. It's gonna be a hassle to clean up the mess if you kill them now. You at least have to make sure you leave no mess behind. Roy tilted his head for a moment. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. You're right. Killing some small fries won't solve the problem. I'll have to cut off the roots, but still, they have to be punished for what they did to Moore in our absence. He was reminded again of what the thugs said to Moore. A hint of fury welled in his eyes. I got into a bet with the Master of Mirrors himself to keep them safe, and these cowardly bastards tried to destroy their lives in my absence. How dare they? The young witcher circled the thugs and swung his sword a few times. Patches of crimson flowers bloomed as 3 arms flew into the sky. The thugs held the bloody stumps where their arms used to be, and they rolled round, howling and squirming like some sort of oversized maggot. I know the rules. Might makes right. This is the appetizer. Serve it up to Horson on a plate, and tell him the main course is coming tomorrow. Courtesy of me. Correction, kid. Letho, Orcs, and Seret stood beside him. Courtesy of us. We're going to serve up a feast for those sons of bitches. Unlike the bustling business district in the north, there were only the slums in the south. Near the canals, dilapidated shacks huddled closely to each other, covering dark alleyways in their shadows. Sheets and clothing were strewn haphazardly on both sides of the path, left there to dry. The ground was uneven and covered in squalid liquid. Heaps of refuse sat everywhere, the air contaminated by their stench. The slums were where Moore and Susie lived. Welcome, witches. Moore was feeling a lot better after having the potion. He almost looked like he was in the pink of health. The man smiled. Welcome to my humble abode. We don't have anything really great here, but please, sit. Seret and I lived here for a while, or did you forget about that? Orcs went inside and made himself at home. He lay down on the worn-down sofa near the wall. I think the house is nice. At least better than sleeping on hay, with nothing but bugs for company. Witches don't care much about where we live. The house wasn't really big. It was about the size of a regular room in an inn, and it was stark. There was only a table, chairs, a candelabra, a worn-down sofa, a rack near the walls for veggies and cutlery, and 2 baskets. There wasn't even a kitchen in here, though there was something resembling a campfire in the center of the house, and they were surrounded by stones collected from the riverside. A rusty cauldron sat above it. That was all the living room had. The second floor was separated into 2 bedrooms. The beds were more like floor coverings made out of hemp cloth and old, yellowing cotton balls. A few hemp clothing were hung on the drying rack outside the window. The most expensive thing in the whole house was a wooden stroller. Roy thought this looked familiar. He quickly realized that the layout was the exact same as the house they lived in back in the village. Rent would have cost a few crowns if they were in a village, but they were not. It was a few times more than that, even if they were in the slums. This was Novgorod after all, the free city. A few crowns weren't a big deal for the witches. They had money. But it was a big deal for Moore and his family, especially after the thugs took almost all the money they had. Roy gave Moore about 200 crowns, saying that the man would need it for food. He wanted to give more, but the man wouldn't accept it. He would have to improve their living conditions in another way then. We wrote a lot of letters for you over the last 6 months, but you and Letho don't have a permanent address. We couldn't send them to you. Will you come with me and take a look at the letters? Susie asked lovingly. Roy couldn't refuse her, so he went upstairs. The other witches stayed back on the first floor. Roy's been out of it ever since he met his parents. Orcs chomped on a crunchy turnip. Poor kid. I wonder if he's confused, sad, or touched. Home is the heart's shelter. Family reunions are priceless, Sarah answered, perhaps a bit philosophically. He's just 15. I bet he's gonna cry his eyes out. You give him too little credit. Orcs disagreed. He shook his head. Witches are mutants. We're not that emotional. Orcs, we can't really understand how a regular human feels. Serit stopped for a moment. He and his brother were taken to the fortress when they were mere children. They never saw their family, nor did they know their names. Parents were nothing but another word in the dictionary. But Roy's lived most of his childhood as a regular person. It's been a long time since he saw his family. Most people would cry during family reunions. He's just too embarrassed to do that in front of us. I don't think so. Wanna bet on it? I bet 120 crowns. I bet 20 crowns. You stashed away more money than I thought. Serit stared at his brother, and he smiled. Bet taken, but I'll be the banker. Any more takers? Me. I bet 20 crowns. Roy is going to cry, Felix said coolly. I taught him swordplay for some time. His stances tell me that he's a sensitive and emotional kid. He's easily moved. What kind of reasoning is that, Felix? Cantilla joined in, smiling. Zeracanians had their own philosophy on this. Tears are products of impotence. I never cried once since I killed my first Tarakas when I was 13. Roy killed more than I did, and he's a man. He won't cry. I bet 10 crowns on it. All right, that's enough. Letho, who was on the sofa, massaged his temples. He hissed, Roy finally gets to meet his family after 1 whole year. This isn't the time to laugh at him. And you even started betting on something stupid like whether he's going to cry? He's your comrade. Have some sympathy. Carl was the only one who felt confused and melancholic. He was reminded of the parents the bandits killed. The other witches didn't feel a thing, like they were orphans. Since everyone wasn't saying anything, Letho scratched his nose. He said, I bet 50 crowns he won't cry. He's not as weak as you think he is. Nobody knows him better than I do. 15 minutes later, Roy came down the stairs happily, playing with the baby in his arms. Smile, Mino. I'll get you some candy. After a long talk with Susie, Roy stopped holding back his emotions and went with the flow. He then realized that the living room was a bit too quiet. Roy looked at his companions and realized that they were looking at him as if they were interrogating a criminal. What's going on, people? Roy nodded at Letho. For some reason, Letho nodded back, and he seemed happy. Orcs and Cantilla looked at him smugly too. Felix and Serit, however, sighed. They looked a little ashen. What did you talk about with your mother, Roy? You seem happy. Serit rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Don't you feel the least bit sad and touched? Don't you feel any urge to cry? Wait, why should I cry? Roy was confused, but then realization struck him, and he confiscated all the bettings. Moore came back from his grocery shopping a while later. Surprisingly enough, a beautiful lady came back with him. Roy, witches, allow me to introduce you to the lovely Vespula, a bard from Kaer. She's in Novgorod, making a collection of the folk songs here. She lives next door and has written a few letters for us. It's not every day you come back, so I invited her over for lunch. Vespula of Kaer. Roy looked at the young lady. She had a curvy figure, and her golden hair tumbled down her shoulders. A purplish blue jacket and tight pants clung closely to her, and a red hat with a colorful feather poking out of it decorated the top of her head. She looked like a poet of sorts. Roy hadn't heard of that name before, but he thought he had seen her outfit somewhere before. He just couldn't remember where. Vespula, this is my son, Roy. He's a witcher, and this is his mentor, Letho, and this is Orcs. Moore pointed at everyone and introduced them to Vespula. Roy smiled and shook hands with Vespula. Her palm was smooth as silk, and it was deft too, but her fingers were covered in calluses from her years of being a bard. Thank you for taking care of my family in my absence. I'm grateful for that. Tell me if you ever need my help. Vespula looked at the witches, especially at Letho. He was a giant, and his muscles looked like mountains. She covered her mouth in awe. To be honest, Master Roy, this is my first time seeing a witcher, and 5 of them at the same time is incredible. Vespula was really curious about them. I thought you were a mercenary. Orcs interrupted merrily. Were you expecting a beast of a man? Or maybe you thought we had an extra arm or leg? Maybe you thought we were cannibals? I've heard rumors about witches on my journey. Lots of them. But I can see they're mostly fools. Vespula chuckled. At least they have more of a sense of humor than the rumors say. They gathered at the dining table, enjoying the feast Roy made for them. He made stewed beef with potatoes, stuffed cheese pancakes, cod stew, fried pork cutlet, and more. Where did you learn how to make these, son? It's better than the food the inns serve. Do all witches have to be great cooks as well? Susie popped a piece of potato into her mouth. It melted right away, and the flavors exploded. She could feel her breath filled with the aroma of spices and potato. Letho was in a speed-eating competition with Orcs and Seret, but he froze and raised his head. The witcher cleared his throat, organizing his explanation. I can't tell her it's because we made him cook all year long. Roy's a talented cook, and the wilderness has more than enough fresh ingredients. Thanks to that, Roy's cooking improved really fast. You know what I always say. Orc slurped a piece of the cutlet up. He chomped down on it and spat out the bones. When Roy grows too old to be a witcher, he can always become a cook. It's gonna make great money. Everyone nodded quickly. They couldn't speak with their mouths full. Ah, this is just average stuff. I took a page out of the Oxenfurt kitchen and modified them. For once, Roy was being humble, but a little smile on his lips showed what he really thought. They aren't kidding, Master Roy. Vespula elegantly dabbed the stew sauce off her lips. I once joined a banquet held by the Kaer royalty. You used simple, humble ingredients for your cooking, but it's actually better than what the royal chefs came up with. It's a pleasure to have this meal. Halfway through the meal, Moore stopped for a moment. He asked, Roy, about the thugs. How'd you deal with them? He only realized that after he had his meal. Oh, we just taught them a little lesson. Letho answered before Roy could. It was a vague answer though. They can still run around no problem. Yeah, crippled though. Lost an arm. Still better than dying. We'll handle the gangs ourselves. Just stay at home for a few days. You two, don't set up shop for now. I promise it'll only take a week at most, and it'll be business as usual. Those thugs won't trouble you ever again. Moore felt a little relieved. So how long will you and Roy stay this time? Susie listened closely. She was holding a fork with a piece of potato on the other end of it. The baby had already opened his mouth, waiting for Susie to feed him. But the food never came. He opened his eyes and realized he was ignored, but the baby didn't give up. He stuck his little tongue out like a puppy and licked the potato on the fork. Letho looked at Roy. Depends on how his plan will go. But we have business to settle here as well. It'll be at least 2 months before we leave. Only 2 months? Susie and Moore were disappointed. They thought Roy would at least stay for 6 months. At least 2 months. Roy added. I'll try to spend as much time as I can with you two. So why'd you come here? Is it about a request? Tell us, Moore said. We know a lot of merchants in the marketplace. Perhaps we can help. Dad. Mum. Roy shook his head. He smiled and popped the piece of potato into Mino's mouth. The baby rolled his tongue back and rested his eyes. I'm afraid you can't help me this time. Roy didn't think his parents would know the flirtatious bard, Dandelion. However, he turned his attention to Vespula, but he didn't say much after that. What do you need, Master Roy? Miss Vespula, you're an outstanding bard, it seems. Do you know who Dandelion is then? Dandelion? Oh, do you mean Julian Alfred Pancratz? Roy stiffened up a little. I don't think there's anyone else with that name. Yes, Dandelion the bard. Ah, I see. Vespula let out a rather melodious gasp, and she frowned. She had a weird look on her face. I know him, yes. He's the industry's darling, a talented man, but... She stopped for a fraction of a second. He's narcissistic and fools around too much, and his personality leaves a lot to be desired. Why are you looking for him? The witches exchanged a smile. Do you know where he is then, Ms. Vespula? Our sources tell us he's a resident of Novgorod. Yes, but regrettably, she pursed her lips. I don't know where he is. He's probably having sex with someone right now. Maybe a man, maybe a woman, I don't know, she said, almost like she was complaining. But someone does. She took a sip of the stew. A poem enthusiast would invite him to Novgorod's Rosemary and Thyme every middle of the month and share his work with Dandelion. I joined that gathering once. Dandelion has a lot of lovers, and money is always a problem. He's almost always out of it. This is a perfect chance to get some sponsors. He always attends it. The middle of the month? That's in a couple of days. Roy thought, so we'll just have to wait at the inn. To be precise, it's tomorrow. Who's this poem lover then? I think you've heard of his name. He's a gang lord. Vespula was starting to go into poet mode, and she recited, brutish and rich to no end, elegance and romance he befriends. If I remember correctly, his nickname is Horsescent Senior, and his name's Alonzo Wiley. Everyone froze for a moment. The boss of those thugs? Fate sure does love to pull funny jokes on its subjects. Roy then remembered some details he had forgotten. Alonzo Wiley aka Horsescent Senior, was an ardent lover of poems. Before he met his demise by his own son's hands, he even left an inn called Rosemary and Thyme to Dandelion in his will. And then Dandelion changed that inn into a ballroom. All right. That just saved us a lot of hassle. Orcs cracked his neck in excitement. Time for a big one. Boys, what's he talking about? Just a joke, Ms. Vespula. You've helped us out a lot. Thank you. About that gathering of poem lovers tomorrow. Oh, I have a request as well. Vespula looked at all the witches. She requested. I've traveled a dozen kingdoms from Redania to Edirne. I wrote poems of every genre, but inspiration has eluded me lately. It's been 6 months since I made my last work, but now that I have the honor of meeting you, I just got an idea for a poem. Vespula's cheeks were rosy with excitement. I can make a poem about witches. It's an interesting theme, and interesting themes mean innovation and inspiration. Can you take me along when you're going around Novgorod for your work? She wants to write a poem about witches. The witches were shocked. They said nothing. This was the first time they ran into something like this. Technically the second, but at least Cantilla was a decent fighter herself, but Vespula was just a bard who had no combat experience. Everyone vetoed that idea. What do you think, Roy? Roy didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Vespula seriously. Realization struck him. Pardon me for asking, Ms. Vespula, but do you go by any other names? My stage name is Kalanetta. You may call me Priscilla. Night had fallen, silencing the slums of Novgorod. Aside from the stars above the sky, no light was seen anywhere. Roy was perched on the rooftop, staring at the gleaming light in the business district across the canal. He was swinging his blade with one hand, playing with a small ball of fire with the other, making it dance around his fingers like it was magic. No, it was literally magic. A powerful air current zipped through the air above him. The darkness of the night shrouded a griffin the size of a calf, flying happily. Roy heard sounds of footsteps. He quickly sent a telepathic message to Griffin. and the griffin flew into the distance, disappearing into the night. A woman in short clothing climbed up the ladder leading to the building. She came and sat down beside Roy, dangling her legs over the edge of the roof. Wiley's thugs aren't going to do anything tonight, it seems. Cantilla pulled her sideburns back. Her usually handsome, tattooed face was looking gentle under the moonlight. She had a look of concern in her eyes as well. You should go down and get some rest, Roy. Talk to your family. I'll take over. It had been a year since he was separated from his family. Cantilla thought he should have a lot to talk about with them, but reality was quite different. He didn't talk too much with his parents or brother. Most of the time, he was just listening to his parents and answering their questions. When Mino started crying for no reason and distracted Susie and more, Roy took the chance and hopped onto the roof. Thanks for the concern, but I'm fine. I just want to get some fresh air. Roy felt her almost sticking to him, and he dangled his legs as well. He was conflicted when he saw his parents. In fact, he was a little nervous after not seeing them for so long, especially when his father was talking to him in an almost ingratiating manner. He felt a little sad about it, so he ran to the rooftop. But now that he got his fresh air, he realized that he needed to make sure his family could live peaceful, happy lives, even if he wasn't a part of their lives. We're now in Novgorod, Cantilla. What next? Will you go and work for a local troupe? Go back to your old job? The witches and Cantilla had gotten along well since they left La Valette's place. They didn't hold back on banter or drinking while they were on the journey. It was like they were friends. Still, Roy thought it would be weird taking a lady along with him all the time, and journeys would always come to an end. Everyone had their own paths to take. Are you in a hurry to chase me off? She shot him a glare and huddled even closer. She could kiss him if she just got in even a little bit closer. He could feel her breath on his face, and it tickled him. I won't chase a friend off. You can stay as long as you like. Roy turned around and pretended to heave a sigh. But you saw what happened. The first day we got here, and we already got on the bad side of the local gang. All because of my personal matters. I can't drag you into this. Zeracanians are no deserters. We're not scared of battle. She puffed her chest. If those cowards try anything stupid, they will answer to my blades. She tensed up and unsheathed the short sword behind her boots. Then she swung it around. But this battle has nothing to do with you. Did you forget how you saved my and Eveline's life in La Valette's dungeon? She pursed her lips and looked at the Witcher. There was resolve in her eyes. I owe you my life, and I'm not leaving until the debt is repaid. So how are you going to repay the debt? Roy was a little miffed. Why do I feel like I owe her something? It's a suggestion, but I can be your mercenary and work for free. I'll do whatever you say. That's the best idea. She held his right arm to her chest and licked her lips, her eyes shining. Or, you can turn me into a witcher. Orcs told me about it. If I take the potion, I have a chance of being a witcher. What kind of stupid idea is that? Darn you, orcs, Roy muttered under his breath. That's nonsense. Women can't be witches. At least for the Viper School, that's the case. And you're an older woman. Taking the trial of the grasses is suicide. Don't get mad. You're older compared to literal children. What a shame. She hung her head low and sighed. Just stay in Novgorod and take care of my family, especially when I'm gone. Of course. I promise no harm will come to them. I'll protect them until my very last breath. Cantilla noticed him relenting, and her eyes glinted cheekily. She hugged him tighter and leaned against his shoulder, trying to move in even closer to him. There was nothing but the sound of the breeze brushing through the night. Roy and Cantilla sat side by side on the rooftop, letting the wind blow across them. Their legs were dangling over the edge of the roof. It was a moment of peace and quiet for both of them. But for some reason, Roy felt nervous. He kept having to look over his shoulder, worried that a portal might open up behind him. Then a woman in red would hop out and turn him into a mouse before flushing him down the sewers. Someone suddenly coughed behind them, and Roy leapt up into the air. He turned around, prepared to explain everything to Lyta, but then he heaved a sigh of relief, half amused and half annoyed. Standing right behind them was Felix. His arms were crossed, and he was wearing sunglasses as usual. The Witcher was watching them, as if he knew what was going on. Can you stop showing up all of a sudden, Felix? Roy said. At least make some noise. Give us some warning. You practiced cat school swordplay. You know stealth is its core, and work habits are hard to shake, especially when you're an assassin. I've trained for decades. I can't change my habits. He took his glasses off and gave him an apologetic look. But I didn't mean to interrupt your dad. No, you were not interrupting us. Roy changed the subject. Why do you want to see me all of a sudden? Where's Carl? The boy is asleep. Felix crouched down on Roy's left, looking like a cat licking its fur. I'm here to tell you something. Orcs, Seret, and Letho already know about this. Carl and I are going to leave in a few days. Novgorod is a nice place. We can get anything we need here, and there are no pesky aristocrats to deal with either. Felix stared across the darkness, setting his sights on the island where Eternal Fire's HQ were located. It's time for the next phase of his training. 3 months of it, and the kid's going to take the potions that'll prepare him for the real trial. Then it's time for the real deal. A moment of silence fell upon them. After going on the journey along with them for months, Felix had left a deep impression on Roy. He was a man who looked apathetic, but just like Letho, he had no idea how to express himself. The man was a more practical witcher who preferred actions over words. Roy was getting used to them working together. It felt a little sad knowing they were going to leave soon. He did think about inviting Felix with them to Kaer if the wolf school okayed their idea, but with how infamous the cat school was, bringing him together would be disrespectful to the wolf school. Cantilla looked a little melancholic too. She quietly went behind Roy and rested her chin on his shoulder, staring at Felix. When are you guys leaving? Once we're done with the trouble here. Tell me whenever you're ready to go. You noticed. Your face was literally spelling murder earlier. Even a blind man could feel that. Felix's face fell. I'd do the same if I were in your place. Anyone who tries to attack Carl will die. Sure, I'll tell you when the time comes. I talked to Moore. The third house beside this shack is still empty, and the rent's pretty affordable. Carl and I are gonna move in. Are you serious? He comes all the way to tell me he's gonna leave the team, and now he's renting a house right beside my dad's place? We're practically neighbors now. We can meet up anytime we want. Is this a joke? But then he realized something. Is he doing this so he can keep more safe? He thought that was plausible. Roy was moved, and a little vexed that Felix wouldn't just tell him about it. He thumped the veteran witch's chest. Felix raised his eyebrow and tensed up, holding down his urge to retaliate. Have you collected all the ingredients you need for the trial? It's not easy to find all the stuff you need. A pause later, he said, tell me if you need anything. We'll find a way through it. I do need a few regular mutagens, but that's no big deal. I can get those in a bit. The cat school's recipe isn't as complex as the other schools. The light in his eyes dimmed a little. It's incomplete, so to speak. Roy had heard about it. Even in its early days, the trial of the cat school had a hidden risk associated with it. Even if the aspirants were to make it through the trial, they would still suffer complications related to the mind. Those people would lose all their emotions, succumb to their madness, or lose all their intelligence. Still, the recipe had an effect unique to it. It could turn elves and women into witches. Roy thought about it for a while, then he said, no matter the school, you'll still have to get a professional to help out and mitigate the side effects as much as you can, and you'll have to do it before the trial. Do you know any sorcerers who can help? Felix didn't answer. He had no one like that. The guy was a lone wolf, or cat in this case. Yes, he had a few lovers, and he did kill a lot of sorcerers, but he had no one among them whom he could call a friend. If you don't mind, I think I can get someone for you, but that's an if. How does an experienced sorcerer sound? Roy was coming up with a little scheme now. She helped me with my trial back in Ellender's Temple of Melitel. Felix was a little moved. Mate, if you can pull that off, I'll owe you big time. Roy smiled. I was counting on that, you cheating scum, you worthless singer. In an alley in northern Novgorod, a slender, feminine elven male stood on the roof beside a narrow house painted in pink. He was in nothing but his pajamas. The elf was surrounded by pots of flowers. He grabbed one of the pots and was ready to hurl it at the man on the ground. The man on the ground had a delicate mustache, and he was wearing an olive hat with a feather jutting out of it. He leapt backward like a goat, barely dodging the incoming pot. The pot missed him and shattered into 1,000 shards. A lute came flying straight at him. The man scrambled to evade it. "Please, Ariel," he shouted. "Don't trust them. They're lying. I'm loyal to you. I've never slept with any other man, I swear. If that was lie, I'd stay celibate my whole life. You lying fiend. Stay away from me." The elf stormed back into his house and slammed the windows shut. "Why won't you believe me? No man can ever compare to your looks." "Well, only man. Women are excluded." The man picked the lute up, muttering under his breath. He looked around cautiously, like a marmot that was wary of any potential predators jumping out of the shadows. He heaved a sigh of relief after knowing that he was safe. He straightened out his blue collar and tight-fitting top. "Well, there's always a place for me somewhere. Time for me to join that guy's banquet. If I'm lucky, I might get a stroke of inspiration." The bard resumed his calm and collected composure. He plucked the strings of his lute to see if they were still in tune. He crossed the claustrophobic alleyway, playing a sad tune. "Oh, the air is filled with the scent of fall. It's bluster thief of my words of love. To love and part is natural, so don't let your tears fall. Welcome to the gathering of poem lovers, Master Dandelion." Two guards with blue armbands outside Rosemary and Thyme bowed at the newcomer. "It's been a month since our last meeting. Have you made any new works around your house now white from frost? Sparkles ice on pond and marsh." Dandelion recited the first line, and then he gave the guards a sidelong look. He refused to talk about art with someone so vulgar. "Might you be trying to listen to Winter before your boss could?" "No, of course not." "Ah, so your new work is called Winter, huh?" The man backed off. He looked horrified for a moment. "Master Alonso isn't in, so Mr. Bogart is hosting the gathering. He's waiting for you." "Please, come in." The bard opened the inn's door arrogantly. Rosemary and Thyme was one of the biggest inns in Novgorod. The lobby on the first floor was huge enough to house 100 customers at the same time. All the tables and chairs were pushed to the sides. Foods of all shapes and sizes were laid out on it, and alcohol and juices stood among them. A gigantic bonfire stood in one corner, and a skewer hung over the fire. Bunches of mistletoes and rhododendrons hung high up on the walls. The magical lamps that lined the sides of the roof shone on a red banner that a gathering of poem lovers Novgorod chapter emblazoned across it. Wreaths made out of garlic hung all around the inn. It was a tradition to ward off vampires, who nobody had ever seen before. Dandelion put his lute down and picked a glass of wine up. He took a sip and looked at the stage in the center of the venue. The place was packed, but nobody was making a ruckus. Guests from Novgorod and nearby lands were gathered here. Most of them were rich merchants, bards, and regular aristocrats who only joined because poetry was the cool thing. Wily's bodyguards and goons were standing quietly in the corner. They were enjoying a performance put on by a young lady. The lady was in an elegant dress. She was on the stage, playing a tune with the lute on her knees. The lady was about 20 years old, with perfect curves and golden hair that tumbled down her shoulders. Dandelion came a bit too late, so he only heard her singing the last few lines of her song, and she had a lovely voice. The crowd broke into cheers and a thunderous applause, but the lady only nodded. Her hair swayed. "Ladies, gentlemen, and friends." The innkeeper raised his mug of beer up once again. "Thank you for the great show, Miss Vespula. And thank you, Mr. Alonso, for sponsoring this event. Thanks to him, we are gathered today to profess our love for poetry." To Vespula. To Alonso Wiley, a man in exquisite attire was standing on the left side of the hall. He was Alonso's butler, and he raised a toast to his master. The guy had a look of reverence on his face. Eventually, the bard got through the crowd. "Hi, Dandelion." "Hey, Vespula. Great song. You really improved your repertoire. Did you reference someone else's work like I told you to?" "I mean, the well of inspiration runs dry sometimes." "Not exactly," Vespula retorted. She grinned toothily. "Not many songs I can use as reference. It's either they have vulgar lyrics, or their tune is just bland. The crowd won't like it. What about you, Dandelion? Made any new songs?" "Been a while since I heard news about you." "I don't blame you." Dandelion sighed. The places I go only invite the most famous and talented artists around, and I've never seen you there." Vespula turned bright red with anger and embarrassment. She blew her fringe away. "Oh, your boss won't like it if he hears that. There'll be no place for you in Novgorod." And now Dandelion turned red. He only joined this little gathering to put food on the table and make some crowns. Alonso might be passionate about poetry, but he was not cut out to be a bard, even if he was a big fan of Dandelion's works. Not to mention he was a gang lord. Dandelion was only playing along, but in reality, he scoffed at Alonso. "Enough with the banter, old friend." Dandelion changed the subject. "Mr. Boggart is waiting for me. I should go now." "That can wait." Vespula shook her head. She looked at Boggart, and her eyes glimmered. "The butler is busy with some important guests. He has no time for you." "What?" "There's no guest more important than me." He looked at Boggart's table and found 3 unfamiliar figures there. Unlike the modernly dressed, pudgy, or gaunt guests, these men were wearing simple clothes, and they looked powerful. He could only see their backs, but that was enough to tell him that these men were professionals. "Are they fans of poetry who came from another land?" Dandelion noticed that one of them had feline eyes, and it reminded him of an old friend. "No, they're witches. The main characters for my next work." "Alonso isn't here?" Orcs raised a toast to the man. "That's a shame." "Here, a toast." There were 3 witches in the inn. Roy and Serit were beside Orcs, while everyone else stayed back home with more. A few thugs stood beside the butler. They looked hostile and cautious. Some of the guests who tried to come over and raise a toast left the moment they saw who was around. Roy scanned everyone. Something in his eyes glinted, and he cocked his eyebrow. He wasn't surprised that they would have some burly bodyguards, but someone else caught his eye. A man in grey robes was drinking with the bards not far behind Boggart. He had a silver ankh hanging from his neck, and Roy could feel magic coming off him. They managed to hire a sorcerer to keep an eye on things. Rich. Not all sorcerers could become royal advisors. Most of them had to eke out a living by working as herbalists or bodyguards. There were too many bards around, and Alonso was absent. This was not a good time to do anything, so the witches enjoyed the event like everyone else. Alonso's butler was sitting right across from them. He was about 40 years old. The man had a crooked nose, thin lips, and deep stress lines. He looked stern. The man scanned the witches before raising a toast himself. "I'm Boggart, the butler of this manor." "You're here for those bastards, I presume?" he asked calmly, though the air itself seemed to be turning solid just from him talking. "Yes." Orcs decided to cut straight to the chase. He said, "Mr. Boggart, we had a deal. You stay away from Moore's family, and we stay away from your gang. Why did you not honor the deal?" Boggart took a deep breath and held his frustration down. Aside from Alonso, nobody in Novgorod had the guts to talk to him like he was nothing. The last guy who did this was tied to a boulder and tossed into the ocean. But it was difficult to pull the same thing on witches. Last time there were 2 of them, and this time there were nearly a dozen. Who knows if they'll send an army next time. "Vincent has been going rogue for a while. It's not until recently I found out about this." He put on a look of fury. "It's my fault Moore and his family suffered." Roy was surprised that one of the top leadership of the Big Four would acquiesce so easily. Even Boggart's bodyguards were surprised as well. They knew Boggart was as cruel as Alonso. He would bow to no one. Boggart ignored everyone's looks of surprise. He said, "I've interrogated them, and those bastards extorted more of 100 crowns. He summoned the innkeep over and whispered something into his ear. The man quickly went off and came back with a big, fat pouch. He shook it, and they heard coins rattling within. And then the pouch was laid out in front of the witcher. "Here's 200 crowns. Please, take it." As compensation for more. The witches exchanged looks, but none of them moved. They had made a decision to settle the score their own way. And the butler added, "An arm is too light a punishment for the rule breakers." Someone presented a sack drenched in crimson liquid to the witches. There were 3 tongues lying within. They abused their power and extorted the people in the gang's name. By doing that, they have tarnished our name and crossed all of you. In order to stop anything like this from ever happening again, and to give you a peace of mind, I've cut off their tools of crime, so to speak. Boggart made it sound like he just swatted a few pesky flies away. And Master Alonso has ordered the members not to harass Moore and his family. I've told Cleaver about it as well. Once he takes over the marketplace next month, he'll exempt Moore from his payment. Special treatment. Is that enough, witches? Boggart, cut the bullcrap and get to the point. Roy wasn't here to negotiate. Nobody in the Big Four is innocent. Is that enough, witches? He asked stubbornly. Why does the answer matter? If that is enough compensation, then it's time to talk about another thing. Boggart laughed, as if a weight had been taken off his shoulders. He reclined into his chair and gave the witches a look of condescension. The man hissed, those men may be bastards, but they're still one of us. Even if they did break enough rules to warrant a skinning, that's still our business, not yours. But you cut their arms off without even notifying us. That's against the rules. Master Alonso has more coins, fame, and women than he could ever want, but he would never allow his pride to be scratched. Everyone knows what happened to Vincent and his friends now. Everyone is waiting for a conclusion. If he can't protect them, he'll lose authority among our men. Should you fail to compensate us as well, the whole gang will come after you, me included. Should you refuse and fight us, Master Alonso will avenge us. Boggart looked at the witches sharply. It was obvious he wanted to threaten them. Roy shook his head. This guy's been waiting to spring this on us. Good. Just what I wanted. What kind of compensation would you like? Orcs grinned toothily. This wasn't the first time he was faced with a threat. Civilians, aristocrats, and even other witches had tried that before. Do you want us to cut off our hands as well? Boggart's bodyguards held the hilts of their blades. Tension filled the air. No, of course not. Master Alonso proposed something more peaceful. It's a win-win solution, he said. I've had the honor to see you in battle, witches. You're far more capable than the regular man, and yet your talents are wasted on fighting those disgusting monsters in the wilds. Sorry, but just like you guys, we have our rules as well. We can't join your gang. That's not what I meant. I'll be honest. Boggart shook his head. I'd like you to win some matches for us in the fighting ring. Of course. Master Alonso owns the rings, but he doesn't have anyone strong enough under his command. Because of that, Cleaver's men end up as the winners every time. It's a shame, really. Boggart finally told them what he wanted. Master Alonso has promised that if one of you would win all the matches in the ring and become the Fists of Fury, everything you've done against us would be water under the bridge, and you'll gain a friend in us. Believe me, Novgorod's a heaven for our friends. Roy stared at the ground. He was calm on the outside, but thoughts were racing in his mind. Alonso, you're a hypocrite. You pushed all the blame onto your goons and made your ambassador a hero. You're actually using the carrot and stick routine on us. Roy would have wavered if he hadn't found out the truth from the thugs. We need to think about this. The witches exchanged looks. It looked like they were enticed. Be quick about it, witches, Boggart persuaded. 90% of the winnings will go to you should you become the Fists of Fury. The other 10 will be compensation for the guys who just lost their arm and tongue. And to assuage everyone, I expect your answer in 2 days. Boggart handed them a card. Whether we become friends or enemies, well, that's in your hands now. Wily Manor, huh? Roy looked at the address on the gold-plated card. He nodded and tucked it away. Fuck the match. You're smart men, witches. Boggart pushed his chair back and stood up. He shook the witches' hands. You know what's best for you. Made the right choice. And now, let's enjoy the show. The witches took their leave a moment later. Before they made their way to Wily Manor, they had to get the answer they wanted from Dandelion. Back in Sintra, Gerald said he would tell Dandelion about the Wolf School's answer, and he would tell Roy about it. Roy was nervous. Will the Semmer invite us to the fortress? Hello, friends. Priscilla told me you were looking for me. Dandelion came over to them with Vespula. He was holding a glass of wine. Roy looked at him. Dandelion was born in 1229. He was in his early 30s, and the man was more handsome than he thought. Almost as handsome as I am. He was mature and elegant too, not to mention he was a fashionista. Roy could almost feel the decadence coming off him. There was a smirk on his lips, and his beautiful blue eyes had a perpetual glint to them. No wonder he's popular with the ladies. Let me guess, Dandelion the Bard, The one whose name is known throughout the land? Orcs raised a toast and shook the bard's hand with glee. Dandelion's smile froze. The witch's passionate gaze and powerful handshake made his heart skip a beat. Who is he? Has he taken a liking to me? But he's not my type, and I don't want to cheat on Ariel. He pulled his hand away quietly. That is I, and you are? Have we met? Dandelion, they're witches of the Viper School. This is Orcs. Priscilla stepped forward and pointed at the witches. And this is Seret. This is Roy. 3 witches? Dandelion froze. He knew what witches were. One of them was even his friend, but the guy had always been a lone wolf. Dandelion never saw him moving around with his companions. I don't remember witches being so commonplace. Your reputation precedes you, Master Dandelion. I'm Orcs. I was privileged enough to be a drop-in at Oxenfurt Academy's Faculty of Poetry. And I've read your works. Time of the Moon and the Adversities of Loving. The lyrics and imagery are superb. They're timeless works. Orc's eyes shone with worship. I've always wondered how long I would have to work on my poetry to reach your level. It's amazing that I got to see you in person. Ah, so you're a lover of poetry as well. What's your favorite poem? Dandelion nodded. It was his first time encountering a witcher who liked poems. Love, I'd say. It's so gorgeous, so lifelike. I could feel myself in the world of the poem itself. Honestly, I'm just a casual fan of poetry. I'm not studying poetry for the love of it. Orcs cleared his throat and whispered, Master Dandelion, can you tell me how to become a poet that's loved by the rich ladies? Dandelion's eyes went wide with surprise, and he spewed his wine all over Orc's face. Oh, I'm sorry. So sorry. It's all right. Orcs wiped the wine away. I've smelled kikam or urine before. Everything else is the same to me, aside from alcohol and blood. All right, stop it. Let's talk business. Roy pushed Orcs down to his seat, and Seret covered his brother's mouth. Dandelion, we've only met today, but a friend of mine has told me about your past. Roy said earnestly, and we asked Priscilla to contact you exactly because we want to talk about this friend. Dandelion mused. Oh, Gerald, huh? He talks about me a lot? Ah, I bet it's nothing good. Dandelion shook his head. He obviously didn't think what Roy said was true. You and I know the White Wolf is a kind person at heart. He's a man of few words, but he's impressed by your talents. Roy held back the urge to puke and downed some juice to clear his throat. So what did he say about me? Dandelion asked curiously. He said you once caught a flying arrow with your bare hands. Huh? Dandelion looked smug. So he finally believes me. So, did it jog your memory? Dandelion? Roy quickly continued. Did Gerald give you any message you wanna tell us? It's supposed to be for the Viper School witches. The Vipers, Roy. Oh yeah, he did say that. Dandelion looked at the Viper pendant hanging from Roy's neck. He said, you guys came early. Gerald told me the appointed time is about the end of the year. You're about a month early. He muttered under his breath and looked around. All right, nobody's watching. He huddled closer to the witches. Everyone was waiting with bated breath. Half a month ago, Gerald suddenly came to me, and he wanted me to tell Roy that he'll see you in Kaer when Yule swings by. Dandelion came to an abrupt halt, and nobody noticed the nervous look on his face. Yule was one of the months in the Elven calendar. It ran from 21st of December to 1st of February in Gregorian, and he's seeing us in Kaer. Roy was visibly delighted. All right. The wait wasn't for nothing. So does that mean Gerald's mentor agrees to see us? Vasema, the leader of the Wolf School, agrees to this? Orcs rubbed his chin. This is a good start. We need to meet up with them and get down to the negotiations. Seret was excited too, but he was also a little confused. He thought the talks between the Vipers and Wolves was a joke, but they actually pulled it off. He didn't hold on to any hope to begin with. But they probably just wanna make some new friends. The Brotherhood's still not gonna happen. How should we get to the fortress though? Roy's smile froze. The Wolf School's fortress was located in Kedwin, hidden in the Blue Mountain. Barely anyone knew it, and Blue Mountain was a big place. Going around without a direction would take them years just to locate the place. What did you not tell us? Dandelion? The witches set their sights on the bard. He shivered. Calm down. Now don't do anything rash. Dandelion bid behind Priscilla. She had no idea what they were talking about. The conversation confused her. "Calm down, witches. I'll ask him. Mate, stop hiding any secrets. Just tell them what happened, and I'll tell them to go easy on you." Dandelion rolled his eyes and shrugged. He said awkwardly, "Actually, that message was written on a map, but I lost the map." "You what?" The witches shot up like beasts who got challenged. They approached the bard. At this critical time, Roy took a deep breath. He thought he would explode. "Where is it?" The witches looked murderous. Dandelion had a feeling that if he said he didn't know, the witches would dismember him. He felt that these witches were not like Geralt. They wouldn't engage in any friendly banter with him. He smacked the back of his head and pretended he just remembered where he left the map. "Oh, I remember. I left the map in my lover's place." "And where is your lover?" "I'm not sure." Dandelion puffed his chest proudly, but he shrunk back when the witches shot him a withering glare. "I have 6 lovers, and all of them live in different places." An eerie silence fell on them. Orc's eyes went wide with envy, while Priscilla pouted. She had a look of disgust on her face. Roy felt sorry for Dandelion, but only for a moment. He showed his true colors right in front of Priscilla. Can he even date her in the end? "I knew it. Dandelion, you're a master of the art of love. You're a Casanova." Orcs wiggled his eyebrows at Dandelion. Oh, they're a little calmer now." He heaved a sigh of relief. The bard argued, "Chasing after inspiration is a poet's instinct, and inspiration comes from all things nice, including humans. I am just doing this for art." "All right, I don't care about your reason. Just tell me where your lovers live." "Dandelion, I have a condition." The bard pressed on despite the great pressure the witches were giving off. "I need you to promise you won't interrogate them with any illegal means." Geralt was his friend. Of course he knew how witches could extract information from the people they wanted. "I've only spent a single night with some of them, but I don't want them to suffer because of me." "Well, at least you're not total scum," Priscilla mocked. The witches agreed to the terms. "Fine. You ask them out." Roy looked around and whispered, "Then we'll infiltrate their place to look for the map." Dandelion thought about it, and he nodded. 2 of his lovers were working at the Golden Sturgeon and the Kingfisher Inn respectively. One was married to an aristocrat, one was a tailor, one was a middle-aged madam, and one was an eternal fire cultist. He had a broad taste in women. Humans, part elves, teenagers, and even married women. Roy stared at the bard for the longest time. It made Dandelion uncomfortable. "Wow, he has a lot of lovers. Even more than Geralt the Stud himself." Honestly, this guy might actually be the protagonist of this world. Roy asked himself if he could do what Dandelion did, and he shook his head. Not everyone could fall in love with everyone they came across, nor could they handle a bunch of women at the same time. "You gotta take care, Dandelion, or you're gonna exhaust yourself at this rate." Orcs patted the bard's shoulder. He was concerned. Dandelion, however, wasn't embarrassed. In fact, he was proud. "Don't worry about me, Witcher. There are always men who have greater needs and skills out there. They enjoy being wanted by women, and I'm one of them." "Bragging about your natural abilities in front of witches." "You're a brave one." "Oh no. Compared to you, I'm not impressive. I haven't passed the trial, and my member's still in the range of an ordinary person," he said humbly. The bard then asked, "So that's the plan then? When are we gonna execute it? And if I may say something, setting up a date that's attractive enough for the ladies does take a lot of coins, so can you sponsor me?" The witches' jaws dropped. They had a feeling they just got scammed. Priscilla covered her mouth and chuckled. "I'm curious. What did you guys and the butler talk about?" Dandelion didn't think the top leadership of a gang had anything in common with the witches. "He wanted our help with a request, but we refused." They left the inn. 2 hours later, the little team was moving down the streets, with the witches standing on both sides of Dandelion like they were his bodyguards. The bard strutted down the street and winked at a young lady whose braids extended down to her hips. The girl covered her blushing face and ran away. Roy stared at the ground. He was immersed in his thoughts. A beautiful lady with golden hair and blue eyes was following them. She was staring at the witches, jotting something down on her parchment with her quill. The hunting vipers, hair as black as a raven's wings, as lustrous as the night sky, eyes as golden as a slumbering lightning. It was a man who looked as steely and ice-cold as the pendant he wears. Sharp enough was the look in his eyes, it could almost kill. A reminder, Dandelion, just because we're guarding you doesn't mean you can do anything you want. Dial it back a little. The witches searched the rooms of the waitresses and the madam for over 2 hours, but alas, the map wasn't in their rooms. Dandelion distracted the ladies by taking them to another room and spending the witches' money on a meal and entertainment. He was done with them within 10 minutes every time. The bard had to spend precious minutes asking them about the map, so he spent really little time on their real action. It was a far cry from the skills he bragged about. Honestly, how'd he hook up with the Duchess of Toussaint with his oratorical skills? Calm down, the bard laughed dryly. I think we're closing in on the target. They came to the pink house a while later. The witches hid in the alley and watched in disbelief as an angry elf in full drag yelled profanities at Dandelion from his balcony for 10 minutes, and he didn't use the same profanity twice. Eventually, he calmed down and took Dandelion away. The bard looked a little out of it though. The witches infiltrated the house, but instead of finding a map, they found a whole room of the latest fashion. Lawyer outfits, princess gowns, aristocrats' outfits. You name it, they had all kinds of uniforms here, and all of them were fashion for women. I had no idea he was such a broad-minded person. Priscilla looked a little shocked. Man, are all artists this decadent? Roy had to say that Dandelion had great taste in women. The waitresses and the madam were plump and hot, but his taste for men was. It's weird in this era, really. Hey, what are you doing with that skirt, Orcs? Where'd you hide it? Serret shouted. It seemed like he found something interesting. Shut up. Be quiet. Orcs covered his brother's mouth quickly. He noticed the look Priscilla and Roy were giving him. He smiled sheepishly and tossed the skirt onto the ground. I just think the skirt's out of place, so I'm helping him out. Trust me. Hey, don't give me that look. I'm not that kind of person. Roy picked the skirt up and smirked. I'll keep this for you, Orcs. You might need it eventually, like when you're drunk, Roy added silently. The date went on for a while this time. Ariel the tailor was the one who came back first. He looked glistening and glimmering, like he just had a revitalizing bath. Dandelion came back a while after him. Unlike Ariel, he looked pale and weak, like he was diseased, and he was sweating too. Do you have to take a rest, Dandelion? No. Abstinence shone in the bard's eyes, and he held the witch's shoulder with trembling hands. The bard did nothing but make up praises for Ariel as hard as he could. Praising someone took skill, especially when it would go on for a while. I will not let you down. We will find the map today. The witches nodded. They gave the bard a smidgen of acknowledgement. Their next target was the Eternal Fire cultist. Her house was in northern Novgorod. More precisely, a civilian housing area near the bridge leading to the island. The group ran into a little problem in an alleyway. 8 men in black outfits and leather caps approached the group, but they maintained a little distance. The men spread out in a single line, blocking the alleyway. They were holding some sort of ring-shaped object that looked like ropes. The witches looked around and rolled their shoulders. They could feel a hint of animosity and cautiousness from the men. Dandelion whispered, "Calm down, witches." "They're guards of the temple," he said with uncertainty. "They're probably going to search you, since you do look different." "The temple guards, protectors of the eternal fire, huh?" Roy scanned the weapons these guys were holding. They were no ordinary whips. Instead, these weapons were lamias. Chapelle. The man called Chapelle stopped in his tracks and looked at the group closely. Roy realized that his unusually icy eyes were reflecting the color of metal, and his forehead was drenched in sweat. His cheeks were covered in red spots as well. "The talented Dandelion. And Priscilla." He looked at the witches' pendants and said loudly, "And witches of the Viper School. Are you traveling to the island of the temple? Going to pray to the eternal fire?" "That's not actually it." Dandelion wiped his sweat away. "I'm just going to see a friend of mine." Chapelle nodded at the witches, but they didn't answer. "They're bodyguards I hired," he lied. The bard said, "You know how some people in Novgorod envy my looks. They accuse me of seducing their wives and daughters. I hired these witches for my safety. Some insane men might send an assassin after me. After all, is that so? The witches nodded quietly. I can prove it, Chapel, Priscilla said gently. The witches are indeed hired by Dandelion. Very well. Chapel looked at the witches suspiciously. You may travel around in Novgorod freely, but I have advice for the witches. I know some cities have a monster problem because of the lack of the eternal fire there, but none of those filth exist in Novgorod. Use your weapons and signs carefully, witches. Do not point them at the people and the believers. They're all kind souls. Of course. Roy nodded. Yeah, the gang members aren't exactly kind. Witches and are murderers. You do not have to worry. But most importantly, Chapel emphasized, I heard you witches hold no beliefs. I respect that, but I hope you'll respect the eternal fire as well. Do not blaspheme it. Anyone who blasphemes the eternal fire will be burned at the stake, and I will personally see to it. Their wealth will be confiscated as well. That's all I have to say. And remember this, the eternal fire watches all life. Chapel drew a circle in front of his chest. He stared at the group for a while and turned around. As he left the alleyway, so did the armed soldiers. They followed him in a single file and left. Dandelion saw them off and heaved a sigh of relief. Oh gosh. Priscilla was obviously relieved as well. Who was that guy? You look terrified of him. And how'd he know us? That's the Chancellor of Security. Novgorod's intelligence agency is a derivative of the church. He's no priest, but he's the highest-ranking official. The guy wields the most power in this city, and he's also the most dangerous man around. All the citizens, no, even the city council and guilds are terrified of him. There's a lot of dark incidents surrounding him. Disappearances, torture, assassinations, threats, extortions, and even petty theft. You name it. He's behind all of these crimes. You're lucky he let you guys go so easily. Witches. He's right, witches. If you ever run into Chapel, turn back. And you're involved with a gang now too. Don't let him catch you. Priscilla looked wary as well. Or he'll make sure your stay in Novgorod becomes a permanent one. The witches nodded. They took the advice to heart. About 15 minutes later, Dandelion met that cultist. She was a cut, sheepish young lady with freckles on her face. Surprisingly, the lady handed the map over before the witches could search her room. The witches got what they wanted, but the map wasn't a detailed one. It was just a simple sketch of Kedwin borders, more specifically, an area at the base of the mountain. There were no specifics of Kaer Moren's location. The wolf school didn't give them all the details. They would send someone to welcome them at the rendezvous point during Yule 11th of Sovine, year 1261. Dawn. An unexpected downpour pelted the city. The winds were howling, and silver strands of rain fell from the sky, covering the city. Two silhouettes in black cloaks were moving down the puddle-filled street. On a closer look, the raindrops that fell on the silhouettes were deflected by an invisible barrier. A yellow light swirled around them. The silhouettes were traveling in the rain, but strangely enough, they didn't get wet. 10 minutes later, these silhouettes arrived in the northern part of the city. They came face to face with a solemn courtyard. A guard in brigandine armor armed with a sword was hiding from the rain under the eaves of the door. He extended his arm and stopped the silhouettes. Who are you, and why are you here? The figure pulled his hood back, revealing a young, handsome face beneath. His eyes were golden. I'm Roy from the Viper School, and this is Letho. We made an arrangement with the butler at Rosemary and Thyme yesterday. We're here for a visit. The guard took the card from Roy and squinted at the witches for a while. He searched them and confirmed that they were not carrying any lethal weapons or dangerous objects before knocking on the door. Two fully armed guards pulled the door open and waved at the witches. Then they led their guests into the manor. Roy took a few glances out of the corner of his eye. The walls are sturdy and looming. There's a few crossbowmen in raincoats standing sentry in the turrets. Roy looked ahead and cast observe. There were a lot of flowers in the yard, and it was also packed with armed men in bizarre outfits. They were all in brigandine and chain mail. Some wore nothing to cover their chest and legs, and they had towels on their heads. They were all armed with weapons like swords, short swords, and one-handed axes. These men were skilled, well-trained soldiers. Their combat stats were a lot higher than most people's, and they had weapon mastery skills. Roy made a rough head count. There were about 24 of these men patrolling the left, right, and center buildings. They were all hiding under the eaves, taking shelter from the rain. These men were not happy to see the witches. Roy could feel the animosity in their eyes, probably because of what Hawks and Serret did. Still, Roy was surprised at how heavily guarded this place was. It almost resembled a heavy security prison. Wiley sure is cautious, but I can understand why. Alonso was one of the biggest rulers of the world's most bustling city. He had a lot of questionable businesses under him. There was a huge network at work here, and a lot of people's livelihoods depended on him. Still, more people out there would want him dead so they could replace him. He had to be on guard all the time and keep himself safe, even when he was in his own home. The witches kept observing the layout and defenses of the manor as they followed their guide into the place. Eventually, they arrived at a beautiful and resplendent 3-story villa. The brooding butler came out. I see you've arrived at a brilliant conclusion, witches. He grinned. The butler extended his spindly hand and shook the witches' hands. Welcome to the family. Once you win the matches in a few days and bring home the glory that is the fists of justice, I shall show you heaven on earth. He invited the witches into the villa. They took their cloaks off and handed them to the servants before following Boggart inside. The floor was covered with a soft, bright-colored rug. It felt really comfortable. Anyone would want to take their shoes off and run around on it. A magical crystal light hung from the ceiling, covering the place in warm yellow light. The walls were filled with beautiful patterns, and that was not all. A lot of artwork hung from the walls, but unlike the usual oil painting or portrait, only poetry hung from the walls. Framed poetry and Dandelion's works were on the walls too. Roy noticed the adversities of loving and time of the moon among the works. And there were some weird poems on the wall as well. Something goes moo, hoot, woof, and ah, cow goes moo, monkey goes hoot, the dog goes woof, and the lovely lady on my bed goes ah. What does the lady say? By Alonzo Wiley. Roy felt his eyes twitch. He removed his gaze from the poem, and Letho almost couldn't stop himself from laughing. The more you lack something, the more you want to try to compensate for it. The guy doesn't even have an ounce of talent for poetry in him, but still he holds gatherings for enthusiasts just to show off his level of culture. Boy, he must love poetry a ton. Aside from the framed poetry, there were a lot of other things around. They traveled down the spiral staircase and came to a corridor. There were also fully armed guards around, and expensive artwork stood along the place. Roy saw luxurious armor hanging from a wooden rack and rare books in the glass cabinet. Alonso was really rich if he could afford all this. The butler led them to the rightmost office and told the servant to light the fireplace up and make 2 cups of hot tea. He then took a seat behind the desk. Let's get to the meat of the conversation, witches. I'll tell you the details of the matches as well as the top fighters working for Cleaver, the Collector, and the King of Beggars, their strengths, weaknesses, anything, you name it. Boggart said. This is necessary for a perfect match. A minute, please. Roy and Letho exchanged a look and retorted as planned. Mr. Boggart, I have a suggestion concerning the request. Is that so? Boggart's face fell. He pushed down on the table and leaned ahead in an attempt to look more intimidating. Tell me about it. If it's reasonable, I can agree to it in place of Master Alonso. Sorry, but this is incredibly personal. I can't tell it to just anyone. Roy pursed his lips and put on a sheepish look. I need to talk to Alonso personally. That's the least bit of respect I request. If you can't give me that much respect, then the deal is off. Boggart leaned back into his chair and rubbed his chin. He mused over it. I'll have to ask Master Alonso about it, and in the case that he agrees. He looked at Letho. You alone can see him. Letho must stay back. A young and unarmed witcher can't do anything when he's surrounded by our elite. Roy agreed readily and left the center building a moment later. They went into the left building and made their way to the 3rd floor. As they went up the spiral staircase, Roy could vaguely hear the sound of ragged breathing and the screams of a woman coming from a room on the 2nd floor. When he came to the study on the 3rd floor, the screams became weak howls. Is someone getting tortured downstairs? He frowned. Sorry you had to hear that, Witcher. Boggart noticed the change in his expression. Master Cyprian is at an unruly age. He can be playful, pay him no heed. He opened the door. What greeted Roy was a beautiful room lit by dim yellow light. A man was sitting on a chair in the center of the room, his back turned to the Witcher. There were 5 soldiers and a sorcerer beside him. Roy was in Alonso's room. The light from the magical lamp shone on the people inside the room. Roy glanced from the corner of his eye. The soldiers here were equipped with the best gear, and their combat stats were higher than the 24 bodyguards outside the room. The sorcerer was the same one he saw back at Rosemary and Thyme. His name was Chester, and the silver ankh in front of his chest was shining with magic. 75 years old. Still young for a sorcerer, but judging from his skills, his powers not that strong. At least way weaker than lighter. The bodyguards and sorcerer stood near Alonso. They were staring at the guest cautiously. They were tense, and they took an offensive stance against Troy. It was obvious that Alonso was still on guard against him. Have a seat, Master Roy. Now, tell me, why do you insist on talking to me personally? Is your secret that important? He said raspily. The man turned around, revealing a gaunt, brooding face. There was a hint of madness in his long, slanted eyes. His nose was crooked, and his lips were thin. He had red spots on his face and dark circles under his eyes. Apparently he didn't hold back on the nightly activities. Alonso Wiley. Gender: male. Age: 42 years old. Status: boss of the Wiley gang. The gang started off as a minor organization. Thanks to Alonso's leadership, it is now one of the big 4 in Novgorod. He has ruled the gang for 12 years. Poet: if you're down with any disease, I can hire the best doctors in the northern kingdoms for you. If you want to find someone, I can mobilize everyone in my gang to scour the land of Novgorod. In exchange, you must win the contest. Alonso, what I'm about to tell you is top secret. Roy shook his head and looked at the bodyguards. Can I have a minute with you? Alone? Worry not. Aside from Chester, I raised these men since they were children. Their loyalty is absolute, and they'll keep a secret. He slumped back into his chair and tapped his desk lightly. They'll take your secret to their graves, I promise you, on the name of my family. But if you insist on going through with that unreasonable request. He rested his elbows on the table and held his chin with the back of his hands. The man stared at the Witcher. He hissed, then I'll assume you have an ulterior motive. Very well. Roy shrugged. He took the seat and stared back at the man behind the desk. Alonso, I have a question I need answered. Ask away. Roy took a deep breath and enunciated. If I hadn't returned in time, what would have happened to Moore and his family? Would you have tortured them to death and turned them into one of your lackluster poems? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say lackluster? I mean bullshit and badly written. The bodyguards unsheathed their blades and surrounded Roy. They were breathing heavily, and all of them would fight the Witcher at the drop of a hat. I'm only going to warn you once. Do not insult my work. Not even one word of it. Alonso took a deep breath. Anger flashed in his eyes, but only for a moment. He wagged his finger in front of Roy, almost poking his cheek. He growled, the last person who did is food for the corals in the ocean. You wouldn't want to suffer the same fate, would you? The Witcher was not even fazed. Now where were we? Ah yes, I believe it's a misunderstanding. The people who threatened Moore and his family have been punished. You saw their arms and tongues. Is that not enough? Must you take their lives? Oh, but that's not what I heard. Roy looked at him. Vincent and his goons clearly told me you were the one who sent them after Moore. Alonso stayed quiet for a few moments, and he sneered. Witches and their habit of finding out the truth. How redundant. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head in disdain. So what if you know the truth? Do you really want to get yourself killed, young man? There's no need to fight us for a couple of nobodies. Alonso's eyes glinted coldly. He kept trying to entice Roy with a great future. Work with me, and you'll have everything you want. Women, power, wealth, anything. Once you win the matches and get that no man's land, you two can start your own business there. And then it's goodbye to a life of fighting drowners in squalid ditches and run-down villages for only a couple hundreds of crowns. What kind of life is that? You risk your neck and gain no dignity in return. Most witches would be tempted to say yes to that offer. This is simple maths. Even a moron can see which one's a better deal. There's no need to make an enemy out of us and lose so much money. Alonso slumped back into his chair again. Let me tell you something. Everything in this world changes eventually, but not money. A tempting offer, but sorry. There's only one reason I'm here. Roy looked around. The bodyguards held their blades tightly, ready to attack. The sorcerer was right beside Alonso. He was ready to cast a spell. Roy could see the light of elements dancing at his fingertips. The young witcher grinned. His pupils contracted as he locked onto his prey. He was like a viper ready to pounce, to settle a score. Fear. The bodyguards froze for a moment. Wriggling, squirming tentacles appeared in their sights. Horror crept onto their faces, and they lost control of their bodies for a moment. Roy extended his hand and grasped the glinting blade out of nowhere. He spun around, and the blade arced through the air like a white rope. 5 crimson patches bloomed in the air like liquid fireworks. The burly bodyguards held their necks, but it did nothing to stop the blood from spurting out. They fell down without a sound, drenching the desk in red. Alonso had seen more than his fair share of battles, and assassinations were a dime a dozen in his life. The massacre did not faze him. He pushed his desk and swiveled around. Then he slid away. Chester took a step ahead. A scorching flame was forming in his hand, heralding the arrival of a fireball of destruction. Roy grabbed a hand crossbow out of thin air and pulled the trigger. The arrow flew through the air and hit the sorcerer's neck, but a light blue barrier deflected it like nothing. A single arrow was not enough to pierce the shield. Chester was about to laugh, but his half-smile froze. The bolt was deflected, but he could feel a strange energy coming from it. It passed through the barrier easily and hit his robe, and then it was like a lightning bolt just hit his soul. His eyes rolled back into his head as he fell into an eerie stupor. His fireball spell was cut off, and the flames went out. The recoil from the unfinished spell made him bleed from his face. He grunted. Roy leapt into the air and landed softly. Then he cut his blade across the sorcerer's throat. Chester's head flew high up into the air. The blood that spurted from his neck colored the beautiful wall red. Chester killed. EXP plus 120. Alonso looked back through the corner of his eye, and what he saw stunned him. The Witcher was curled up and facing him. His blade was held up by his cheek, pointing at him like a bull's horn. Blood was flowing and squirming under his feet. As if it were alive, it formed a puddle, and the crimson liquid swam up him, covering the Witcher. It looked like the Witcher was covered in crimson flames. At this point, all Alonso saw was a silhouette covered in red. The crimson light twisted and turned. The will of the kill was almost palpable thanks to suppression. Alonso saw scarlet tentacles coming out from the void, and it hid behind the Witcher, swaying and almost whispering to him. Alonso felt fear and despair coming from the tentacles. The sight made him woozy and nauseous. His memories, even those he thought he had forgotten, welled up in his mind uncontrollably. He saw himself brutally extorting and toying with the civilians just because he could. He saw how he tormented families and destroyed them in the end. He saw how he dismembered his victims, and most of all, he saw the powerless people prostrating themselves before him, writhing and howling in pain. These memories leapt out of the crimson flames, turning into evil spirits that came after him, tearing him apart. No, no, stay away. Alonso was crying in fear. He couldn't stay calm anymore. The man burst through the door and ran outside while soiling his pants at the same time. Roy leapt ahead and caught up to him in one single moment. He thrusted his sword upward, embedding it into Alonso's head and holding him in midair like he was skewered meat. Alonso wily killed. EXP plus 20. The Witcher pulled his blade out and flicked his wrist to fling the body and blood off his blade, and then he strode into the corridor. 2 of the gang members showed up at the corner. They were swinging their weapons, yelling murder as they charged at Roy. Roy didn't even bother to dodge. He took one step forward and thrusted his blade ahead. The weapons clashed, but Roy had the advantage in strength and skill. The enemy's blade was pushed away. Roy slid his blade up the back of the enemy's weapon and buried Kaer in the thug's neck. One of the gang members fell, and his blood stained the expensive rug underneath. The other was about to swing his spiked hammer down, but his hand hung in midair. The man's eyes turned wide with fear, as if he just saw an unspeakable horror unfolding before him. His eyes turned red, and the man started shivering uncontrollably. The Witcher held his ground and thrusted his sword downward without hesitation. The blade pierced through the cracks between the thug's helmet. The thug's right eye was dyed red, his head slumped, and he fell forward like a sinking ship. Suppression works really well against humans with super low will. He went up the second floor. A man with amber eyes was crouched on the walls of the manor, hiding in the rain. He was holding a sword, but for some reason, his weapon disappeared into thin air. It was as if a signal was sent. The man grinned. He tossed the corpses in the turret aside and leapt into the manor with his companions. They went through the rain, but not unnoticed. The armed forces patrolling the buildings summoned their companions, and together they rushed the witches. The witches slammed into the army of guards. The guards might have the number advantage, but that advantage might as well have never existed. Orcs unsheathed his blade and jumped into the enemy crowd. He started spinning around, and an arc of light flew through the air. His blade cut through two of the guards. Blood splattered everywhere, and the bodies that were cut in two fell to the ground. Felix spun around as well. He moved forward like an elegant dancer, and his blade moved with him. He was like a tornado of death, laying waste everywhere he went. His blade glinted brightly. Anyone who came near him would have their limbs cut off and die a painful death. Serit pushed his hand forward. Ard smashed through the air, and the shockwave tore through the enemy defenses. Everyone in a conical shape before him was pushed back, creating space for the Witcher. He took a step ahead and thrusted his blade into an enemy's eye while they were disoriented. He pulled the blade out and slashed sideways, cutting another enemy's throat open. He let out a sigh and held his blade vertically by his cheek. The witch appeared at the enemy lines and charged through them like they were nothing. At the same time, Lether was talking with Boggart, but then he stopped for a moment. "Conversation's over, Mr. Boggart. Your time is up." "What do you mean?" Boggart was hitting his stride in the conversation. "I'm parched." He sipped some tea and pricked his ears up, and then his face fell. "Wait, what's that sound outside? Time to say farewell." The last thing Boggart heard was a sigh, and his vision blurred for a moment. He felt the world spin as he flew high up in the air. "Why is there a headless corpse below me? Look, it's spurting blood from its neck." A bloody battle broke out in the manor, but the screams of battle, the sound of blades burying themselves in flesh, and the splattering of blood were all covered by the sound of the downpour.